In the world of the online game Glory, a player renowned as a textbook-level expert was expelled from his club for various reasons. After leaving the professional scene, he took refuge in an internet CAF, becoming a modest network administrator. However, armed with a decade of gaming experience, he returned to the newly opened 10th District of Glory, filled with memories of the past and a partially completed self-crafted weapon, embarking on a journey to reclaim his former glory. Click, click, tap, tap. A pair of nimble hands danced over the keyboard and mouse, the rhythmic tapping resembling a lively melody. The screen erupted with dazzling lights as opponents fell, showered in blood. Ha! Yi Chio chuckled, raising his hand to remove the cigarette but from the corner of his mouth. The silvery ash had formed a long trail, yet not a single flake fell as Yi Chio maneuvered his mouse and tapped the keyboard. The extinguished cigarette but was swiftly snuffed out in an oddly shaped ashtray on the table, and Yi Chio's hands quickly returned to the keyboard, poised to say something to his adversary when the door swung open with a loud bang. Yi Chio did not turn around, as if he had been waiting for this moment, merely inquiring, "You're here?" "Yes," replied Su Mucheng, equally succinct. "Then let's go." Yi Chio declined the opponent's invitation for another duel, gently removing a card from the Glory log interface, standing up, and casually taking his coat from a nearby rack. The night had grown quite late, yet the Jiashi Club remained brightly lit. Yi Chio and Su Mucheng exited the room, making their way to the end of the hallway. There lay a spacious conference room. Upon entering, one could see an electronic display screen nearly spanning an entire wall, showcasing the competitive rankings and various statistics of the Glory Professional League. Ranking: Jiashi team, placed 19th overall, second to last. For a once-dominant team that had achieved 3 consecutive championships, this result was painfully glaring, now prominently displayed on the wall, mercilessly mocking all present. However, the atmosphere in the room was anything but somber. On the contrary, it was rather lively. The Jiashi team members were gathered around a single individual like stars surrounding the moon, completely oblivious to Yi Chio's entrance, their glances filled with indifference and derision. "Yi Chio, the club has decided that the newly transferred Sun Xiang will take over your captaincy, and the character Yi Chio will henceforth be controlled by him," the club manager stated as he turned to acknowledge Yi Chio's presence. There was no prior communication, no subtlety in his expression. It was a cold announcement, as ruthless as discarding a used tissue. Su Mucheng opened her mouth to speak, but was gently restrained by Yi Chio, who smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry to take your place right upon arrival," Sun Xiang said nonchalantly from the captain's designated seat at the left side of the conference table, a spot that rightfully belonged to Yi Chio. Yet he didn't even cast a glance at Yi Chio. His disregard was palpable, as he focused instead on Su Mucheng, who had entered alongside Yi Chio. In fairness, Su Mucheng was indeed more captivating than Yi Chio. She was hailed as the #1 beauty of the Glory Professional League. Even outside this realm, in the entertainment industry teeming with stunning women, she would still stand out as an exceptional beauty. Even the Jiashi teammates, who saw Su Mucheng daily, found themselves momentarily captivated upon her entrance. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing there was a more significant focal point deserving of their attention. "Haha, what Brother Xiang says is quite fitting for this position," the others chimed in eagerly, picking up the conversation. "Indeed, some individuals have aged past their prime. Yi Chio should rightly be controlled by Brother Xiang. Only then can the true might of the God of Battle be unleashed." This was the center of attention. Sun Xiang, a newly emerging genius within the Glory Professional League. He had claimed the Rookie of the Year title upon entering the league last year, and his personal statistics rivaled that of the MVP. This season, he had led the mediocre Yueyan team to an 8th-place finish with playoff prospects. Yet midway through, he transferred to the struggling Jiashi Club, drawn by the allure of the esteemed account character Yi Chio, known as the God of Battle. Though young and having been in the league for less than 2 years, the Jiashi team members unabashedly referred to Sun Xiang as brother, clearly recognizing him as their future leader. Sun Xiang graciously accepted their flattery, finally casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chio, his eyes brimming with arrogance. "Yi Chio, hand over the Yi Chio account card to Sun Xiang," instructed the club manager. Even as Yi Chio remained composed, a pang of pain pierced his heart. Yi Chio, the name itself indicated the deep connection between the account and Yi Chio. It was the very account he had created when he first entered the world of Glory. For a decade, this account had accompanied Yi Chio through his journey, from a novice to a player hailed as a textbook-level expert, transforming from a mere battle mage into the renowned god of battle. However, 7 years prior, upon entering the professional realm and signing with the club, the ownership of Yichiyo had transferred to the club. Yichiyo had long anticipated the day of separation, and that day had finally arrived. His fingers trembled slightly. For a professional expert, steady hands are essential. Yet now, trembling emanated from Yichiyo, an experienced player known for his unwavering psychological fortitude. Sumaching turned her head away, unwilling to witness this moment, yet feeling helpless. Amidst the triumphant gazes of the onlookers, the silvery account card of Yichiyo was presented before Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement and greed. He had willingly transferred to the Jiashi Club, which had declined over the past 2 years, solely for the opportunity to possess the top-tier account of Yichiyo. With full confidence, he believed he could replace the original player, Yichiyo, whose performance had waned in recent years amid ongoing disputes with the club. Got it. The moment he grasped the account card, Sun Xiang felt a surge of exhilaration, only to sense a slight resistance from the card. Sun Xiang recognized Yichiyo's reluctance, smirking as he remarked, "Let go, brother Yi. Look at your hand. It's trembling so. How can such hands unleash the true power of the god of battle? Allow me to take over. I will ensure the name of the god of battle resonates throughout all of glory once more." You? Retired. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Xiang noticed a flicker of sharpness in Yichiyo's previously indifferent gaze, which had been tinged with reluctance when relinquishing Yichiyo. He was startled to see Yichiyo's hands, which had been trembling, suddenly stabilize completely. "Do you love this game?" Yichiyo suddenly asked, locking eyes with Sun Xiang. "What?" Sun Xiang was taken aback. "If you do, treat all of this as glory, not mere ostentation." "What are you talking about? This is none of your concern." Sun Xiang lost his composure for a moment, feeling inexplicably diminished in comparison to Yichiyo. He did not wish to appear inferior in this confrontation. He had come to replace Yichiyo, to claim the god of battle, Yichiyo. "Keep it safe." Just as Sun Xiang attempted to regain his composure, Yichiyo released the account card, saying calmly, turning to leave. "Yichiyo." At that moment, the manager called out to him. Yichiyo halted, slightly tilting his head, hearing the manager's voice behind him. "Currently, the club does not have a suitable competitive account for you for now. You will serve as a practice partner for the team, the sparring partner." A master who once created a dynasty in the league and garnered all personal honors has now fallen to the status of a mere practice partner. Sun Xiang was greatly intrigued by this arrangement and immediately took the opportunity to laugh heartily, saying, "With your skill, brother Yi, being a sparring partner would be a breeze. You are undoubtedly the premier practice partner in the Glory Professional Alliance." Haha. Despite the insult, Yichiyo managed to chuckle, turning to the manager and stating, "A sparring partner? I believe that won't be necessary. Let's terminate the contract." "Terminate? Are you proposing to terminate voluntarily?" The manager's expression was one of amusement. "Indeed, I request to terminate." "Don't act impulsively." Sumaching rushed over to intervene. "The league has its regulations during the contract period. Any party that voluntarily proposes termination without special reasons must pay a penalty." Yichiyo still had 1.5 years left on his contract with Jiashi, and forcing a termination would incur significant losses. However, for Sumacheng, her greater fear was Yichiyo's departure. "The boss hasn't arrived, yet let's wait for him to come before discussing this." Sumacheng hoped Yichiyo would calm down, but Yichiyo had already noticed the smirk at the corner of the manager's mouth. He shook his head with a wry smile towards Sumacheng. "Mucheng, do you not understand yet? For me to leave is precisely the boss' intention. My existence has become of no value to the club. I am merely a financial burden." "That's not true. You are not a burden. Your skill is unmatched," Sumacheng insisted. "This is not merely about skill, this is business. And I have never held any commercial value," Yichiyo replied. "You should have had value. It was your choice to give it up," the manager interjected coldly. "Indeed, this was my choice," Yichiyo affirmed. "The Glory Professional Alliance is currently thriving, with sponsors emerging incessantly. Star players within the league are naturally sought after for advertisements and endorsements. Yet, Yichiyo, being one of the top competitors, has always declined any commercial engagements, even shunning interviews and press conferences, akin to an ancient internet user carefully concealing his true identity in the virtual realm. The club was deeply dissatisfied with this. They watched as a gold mine lay before them, yet they could extract no benefit from him. Thankfully, Yichiyo's formidable prowess had helped the club gain fame in the league and amass honors, allowing them to tolerate his presence for so long. However, with current performance waning, all that has changed. The commercialization of the league allowed us to survive, but now, Ichio could not continue. He was uncertain whether this development was good or bad. The league is now rife with commercialism. The primary concern of every club owner is how to exploit their teams for profit. With a love for the game and a relentless pursuit of honor, Ichio reminisced about the earlier days of the league when it was just beginning to flourish. Now, the pursuit of honor has devolved into a mere quest for greater profit. Sumachi ceased her protests. She had walked alongside Ichio and witnessed all of this unfold as a seasoned player. Her eyes brimmed with tears, knowing that Ichio was genuinely prepared to leave, and attempting to stop him would only deepen his despair. Since that's the case, No need. Ichio interrupted her with a smile, aware of her intention. Rest assured, I have not reached the point of despair. I will return. Indeed, true to the Ichio I know, so ambitious. Now let us discuss the issue of the penalty fee. To be honest, you have worked diligently for Joshua for so many years, we would not be so ruthless. Since you wish to leave, let us sit down and negotiate the termination, shall we? Just tell me, what are your conditions? Ichio inquired. Straightforward, the conditions are simple. You must announce your retirement, the manager stated. Retirement? That's quite an outrageous condition. Sumachi was infuriated. At 25 years old, Ichio was considered somewhat aged for a professional esports player, and retirement at this age was not unusual. Yet, Ichio had already expressed his reluctance to give up. The manager's immediate condition for negotiation was clearly targeted against him. A retired player naturally loses eligibility to participate in professional competitions. Although retirement can lead to a comeback, the Glory Professional Alliance mandates a one-year waiting period before a retired player may return to prevent individuals from retiring one day and returning the next. Ichio was already nearing the twilight of his career. Every day was precious, and now he was being asked to waste a whole year. After that year, even if he were to return, his age and the absence of high-level competition would raise questions about whether any team would be willing to accept him. It is worth noting that Ichio also possessed a critical flaw. He refused to engage in commercial activities. This appeared to be an utterly unacceptable negotiation condition, yet Ichio simply nodded. I agree. You've lost your mind? Sumachi gasped in astonishment. After so many years of fatigue, what's wrong with taking a year off? Ichio smiled. What? What are you thinking? Sumachi was utterly bewildered. Nothing. Ichio turned away as the manager had already presented several documents, and upon glancing at them, Ichio chuckled. They were indeed well prepared. With that, he swiftly signed his name. He was about to leave. Ichio took one last look at this place he had called home for 7 years, saying no polite farewells, silently turning to depart. He'll see you off. Sumachi was the only one to follow him. Cut it out, why act so high and mighty? Letting him retire is for his own good. What else can he do? Exactly. He's wise to not cling to the club for a comfortable retirement. As Ichio and Sumachi departed, the remaining individuals in the meeting room suddenly snapped back to reality, and the whispers of discussion began anew. Sun Xiang's expression fluctuated as he refrained from joining in, instead approaching the manager. I don't understand how he could accept such conditions. He had no choice but to accept, the manager replied. Why? Because he cannot afford the penalty, the manager stated. That can't be true. Sun Xiang was astonished. Ichio had been a professional player in the league for 7 years, and he was among the elite. Even if he rejected all forms of commercial activity, his salary should suffice to cover the penalty for terminating a year-and-a-half contract. You don't come from that era, you haven't experienced it. In the early days of the league, professional players were not as glamorous as they are now. Everyone was barely making ends meet, with the majority juggling part-time jobs. Those who were brushed aside during that time faced dire circumstances, having spent their youth on gaming without any skills to fall back on. Ichio was a prodigy from that era, having risen through sheer talent, but he has many friends in similar situations. Are you implying that much of his wealth has gone to support his friends? Sun Xiang's eyes widened. Precisely. If he needs money, why is he unwilling to engage in commercial activities? Sun Xiang asked. No one knows the reason, the manager responded. Do you have any guesses? Sun Xiang probed. Perhaps it has something to do with his family, the manager suggested. Oh, nobody knows anything about his family. He never speaks of them. It's quite peculiar, which is why I harbor such suspicions, the manager remarked. This man has so many stories. Sun Xiang clutched the account card of One Autumn Leaf that Ichio had handed him, realizing that One Autumn Leaf was an entertainment account Ichio had used long before the professional league was established, and he had continued to use it ever since, making it one of the oldest accounts in the realm of glory. Well, enough about him. The boss has matters to attend to today, but he specifically entrusted me with this bottle of red wine he has treasured for many years, specially reserved to welcome you," the manager remarked. "Haha, thank you very much. With me in charge, Joshua is bound to turn things around," Yichio replied. With that, Yichio departed. Su Muching stood at the entrance of the club, watching Yichio until he disappeared from sight. He kept waving his hand back at her, and tears streamed down Su Muching's face. Without much ado, Yichio had uttered only 8 words. "Take a year off, then return." Su Muching said nothing, merely nodding heavily. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. She had garnered the courage to face many challenges on her own. Snow began to fall from the sky, and this winter felt particularly cold. As Ichio left the club, he was unsure of his next steps. After years of a consistent lifestyle, an abrupt change left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He simply wished to walk, to wander until he could gather his thoughts. Little did he know, the heavens would not grant him such a chance. Snow began to fall even more heavily. The swirling snowflakes quickly soaked his shoulders, and ice formed in his hair could no longer avoid seeking shelter. Looking around, Yichio spotted an internet CAF nearby, still brightly lit even at this late hour, and promptly dashed towards it. Inside the CAF, it was warm. As Yichio burst in, he shook off the snow and approached the front desk to rent a machine. Sichu 47 Haoji, the young girl at the counter, announced his assigned station, returning his ID with a glance, only to realize he had already vanished. She did not seem surprised, evidently. Such occurrences were commonplace. She quietly stored away his ID, knowing he would eventually return to reclaim it. Yichio navigated through the rows to find Sichu 47 Haoji. The CAF was quite spacious with numerous machines, and he noted that he need not ascend to the second floor. Upon reaching the 47th machine, he was taken aback to find a woman already seated there, engrossed in a duel in the game Glory, her ponytail swaying fiercely as she executed a series of intense maneuvers. Gazing at her profile, he recognized her character on the screen, a gunner. For a moment, he almost mistook her for Su Muching. Yet, clarity soon dawned. This was not Su Muching. She always radiated a gentle calmness, even amidst fierce competition, often smiling even as she obliterated her opponents. Ichio sometimes found it chilling to witness her smile while annihilating foes, casually apologizing afterwards. In contrast, the woman before him, while equally beautiful and delicate, exuded an intensity as she pounded the keyboard and mouse with fervor, her demeanor a stark contradiction to her appearance. The aggression is terrifying, but what a pity, Ichio realized as he observed the screen. The woman was on the brink of defeat. Indeed, moments later, she made a critical error, and her opponent seized the opportunity, swiftly depleting her health. "Damn!" Ichio heard her exclaim as she slammed her hand on the keyboard, abruptly shutting down the game. As Ichio hesitated about whether to occupy the vacant seat, the woman turned and caught sight of him, her irritation evident as she demanded, "Are you going to play?" Ichio nodded. "Then sit here," she declared before leaving. Ichio shook his head at the lack of composure exhibited by such casual players and finally settled into the chair. Chunghua was in a state of discontent, immensely frustrated. She had just engaged in a series of 52 matches in the Glory Arena, yet had failed to secure a single victory. It was simply unbelievable. Her account was no slouch. Either Chunghua felt the weight of her Zhuyan Xia in her pocket, a strong account among regular players. Moreover, her skill was commendable, having played Glory for 5 years. Yet, her opponent, with a lesser account, had managed to defeat her in every single match. Quite the master, Chunghua concluded with a nod. "Boss lady, who didn't log out of the game? How is that person still playing?" As she pondered, a voice interrupted her. A familiar patron from a CAF leaned over to peer at the machine she had just vacated. Alarmed, Chunghua hurried back. The popularity of Glory had made account login devices a staple in internet cafes. Due to the nature of these public spaces, players typically logged in and tucked their cards away securely. Each card corresponds to a single account, and losing a card can lead to reporting it missing, effectively eliminating the risk of account theft. However, in cafes, it was common for players to forget to log out or to misstep in logging out, leading to subsequent users casually taking advantage of the situation, snagging gear and currency. Chunghua, having just suffered 52 consecutive defeats, was in no state to leave her game unattended. As she rushed back, she indeed found someone controlling her account, seemingly engrossed in a match rather than collecting items. Before she could yell, the screen flashed 2 large characters, Glory. Chapter 3, Full-Time Night Shift 1. Chunghua was momentarily taken aback. The word glory flashed before her eyes, the emblematic sign of victory in the arena. Akin to a KO. But how long had she been away? 40 seconds? 50 seconds? Chunghwa glanced at her watch. It had definitely not been a minute. Yet, her opponent, who had just defeated her 52 times in a row, had been vanquished by this person in less than a minute. Chunghwa even forgot to rush over to reclaim her account. She hoped this individual would engage in another match so she could observe closely. Instead, she witnessed the player skillfully exiting the game. Stretching lazily, he seemed disinterested in the computer, glancing around idly. Upon turning around, he caught sight of Chunghwa, whose eyes were wide in astonishment. He quickly explained, "You didn't log out. I sat down, and the battle had already commenced. I helped you win. Don't worry." "How long did it take?" Chunghwa inquired. "About 40 seconds, Yichio replied. Chunghwa's mouth fell agape, while he added, somewhat regretfully, "My hands were frozen, otherwise 30 seconds would have sufficed." 30 seconds. To defeat an opponent who had bested her 52 times. Who could this person possibly be? Could he be a professional expert from the Joshua team? A thought struck her. She knew the Joshua club was located not too far from her internet CAF. Yet, upon reconsideration, she realized she would recognize anyone from Joshua, unless this person was the elusive master, Yichio. Yichio. The mere thought of his name sent Chunghwa's heart racing, but she also understood that this master was notoriously low-key. If she approached him directly, he likely wouldn't acknowledge it. After a moment's hesitation, a sudden idea struck her, and she dashed back to the front desk. "What name did the customer at machine number 47 in Area C register under?" Chunghwa asked the receptionist. "Yichio," the receptionist replied. "Yichio? Yichio?" Chunghwa exclaimed, exhilarated. It seemed there was no doubt. This confirmed that he was indeed Yichio. If he had written down Yichio, she would have found it hard to believe. He. Chunghwa's smile was sly. She was prepared to gather all that she could to seek his autograph. An autograph from Yichio, who possessed such a treasure. No one. Just as she was reveling in her thoughts, the receptionist added casually, "He even forgot his ID." His ID? Chunghwa paused, realizing she had become flustered with excitement. Registration at the internet CAF required real name verification. Surely, no one could register under a false name? "Where's the ID?" "Let me see," Chunghwa said, taking the ID from the receptionist. Indeed, it read Yichio, and a wave of disappointment washed over her, almost compelling her to alter the character Shio. Learning that he was not the low-key expert she had long admired, while still curious about his strength. Her interest diminished significantly. Chunghwa returned to Area C, Machine 47, and handed Yichio his ID. "You forgot to take this." "Oh, thank you," Yichio said, promptly accepting it. "Are you the owner of this internet CAF?" "Yes, I am the boss here." "Oh, the boss? That is wonderful. I just saw on your CAF's website that you're hiring for a night shift?" Yichio inquired. "Ah, yes." Chunghwa hadn't anticipated such a question from him. She was contemplating how to challenge him to a match, and this provided a perfect excuse. "I looked it over and found that I meet all the requirements. I have no issues with the work or salary. How about it? Consider me, boss," Yichio proposed. "Oh, but you'll have to defeat me in a glory duel first," Chunghwa replied. "What? Is there such a requirement?" Yichio turned to look. "Don't bother looking. I just added it," Chunghwa stated. Yichio paused, quickly understanding that his earlier victory had piqued the interest of this beautiful owner regarding his skills. Alas, with a wry smile, he shook his head, saying, "I can't win against you." "Why not?" Chunghwa was taken aback. "Because I don't have an account that can win against you," Yichio replied. "Account? What level are you? What equipment do you have?" Chunghwa asked. "No level, no equipment," Yichio responded. "Come on, really?" Chunghwa was incredulous. To defeat an opponent, she could not best in over 50 attempts in just over 40 seconds. Such a person could not merely possess a new account devoid of any level. "I gave my original account away," Yichio explained. "Oh, I see. You're quite generous," Chunghwa remarked. With such strength, his account must have been formidable. A powerful account was invaluable. And to give it away so casually was indeed extravagant. "Yes, too generous," Yichio replied with a bitter smile. His former account was the renowned One Leaf Autumn. And to describe it merely as generous was, to be honest, rather modest. "Are you planning to play in a new district?" Chunghwa asked. "A new district?" Yichio paused, glancing at the date, realization dawning upon him. Tomorrow marked the 10th anniversary of Glory's operation. Since the second anniversary, a new district had opened at midnight on the anniversary each year. Sales for the 10th edition account cards had begun 3 months prior. Veteran players dissatisfied with the old districts and new players eager to enter Glory were all prepared for new accounts, eagerly awaiting this date. Now that One Leaf Autumn had changed hands, and his professional career in Glory had come to a close, Encountering the annual opening of new districts stirred Yichio's thoughts, and memories from the past decade flooded his mind. A new district? Yichio murmured. I recall that prior to the opening of a new district, one could apply for a transfer. Only for level 1 empty accounts, Chunguo clarified. Then I'll give it a try, Yichio said as he pulled an account card from his pocket and rapidly navigated to the Glory transfer application page. Chunguo gazed at the account card in surprise. This wouldn't happen to be a first edition card, would it? It is a first edition card, Yichio smiled. Glory's account cards are issued annually, and the first edition card was nearly 10 years old. Chunguo stared at Yichio in disbelief. How long have you been playing Glory? The card is fixed, but the person is alive. The card may be 10 years old, but the person may not be, Yichio responded. Almost 10 years, he confirmed, illustrating he was one with the card. Chunguo, who had played for 5 years and already felt quite seasoned, was astonished to realize this man had been in the game for twice that long. 10 years, those were the first players of Glory. To have played continuously until now, and still have the enthusiasm for a new district, what kind of spirit did that represent? While they spoke, the page displayed a successful transfer. Done. Yichio withdrew his account card, holding it tightly, and suddenly recalled all the memories associated with this first edition card. You mentioned wanting to be a manager? Chunguo interjected, diverting back to the topic. Yes. Yichio replied quickly, returning from his reverie. Which shift were you looking at? Chunguo inquired. The night shift, Yichio said. Oh, you're up for it? Chunguo was surprised. The night shift, which spanned from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., offered a salary higher by 300 yuan than the others, yet few ever applied. After all, many were unwilling to endure the nightly upheaval of their schedules. Thus, at present, they rotated shifts among themselves. If someone truly applied for the full-time night shift, it would indeed be a relief for everyone. I'm all for it. I enjoy being busy at night, Yichio stated. Chunguo scrutinized him closely. His hair and beard hadn't been groomed in at least half a month. His face appeared slightly puffy, and although fair-skinned, it exuded a sickly pallor. His eyes, fixed on her, lacked vitality. She had seen this look many times before. The frequent all-nighters at her CAF often bore the same visage. Though this man was not young, he appeared equally disheveled, earning her disdain. Disdain aside, she welcomed anyone willing to take on the full-time night shift. Moreover, her curiosity about this man's decade-long experience and skill prompted her to decisively say, All right, you're hired. Thank you, boss. You've seen the conditions. It will be as stated. Chunguo replied. No problem. All right, follow me. Chunguo was decisive in her actions, having hired Yichio. She promptly began to assign him tasks as an employee. She instructed him to move a pile of new keyboards that had just arrived and had yet to be organized into the storage room on the second floor. Chunguo's internet CAF, named Xingxi Network Club, is considered a relatively upscale establishment, spanning 2 floors with over 1,000 machines. The second floor, though smaller, is notably more luxurious and located in a high-end area. Additionally, it houses a hidden suite consisting of 2 rooms and a living room, with the storage rooms situated within this suite. As Yichio busied himself moving keyboards, he took the opportunity to survey the suite. The job listing had mentioned that accommodation and meals were provided. Having recently left the club without a clear plan for his next step, such provisions offered him a semblance of stability, sparking his interest in the position of network administrator. It seemed that this suite would indeed serve as his living quarters. Although simply decorated, it was clean and tidy, which pleased Yichio as he completed the arrangement of the last few keyboards. All right, this will be your place, Chunguo remarked, pointing at the cramped storage room where a low bed was squeezed in. Huh. Yichio was taken aback. He had envisioned a bright, spacious suite with a living room sofa, not this. He looked around the small storage space, noting that there was only a tiny window on the west wall, facing the streetlight outside. When the light was turned off, the dimness enveloped the room, creating an eerie atmosphere. It's a bit lacking. You'll have to make do for now. Honestly, my CAF doesn't have many employees at the moment, so I'm not in dire need of help. The job listing has been up for quite some time, Chunguo explained. Oh, I see. It's no problem. This is quite fine, Yichio replied. His nonchalant attitude leaving Chunguo feeling somewhat guilty, as the small storage room hardly resembled a living space. During downtime, you can just play on the computers downstairs. It's free for us, Chunguo added. You are quite generous, boss, Yichio remarked. Well, with over 1,000 computers, what does it matter if one is missing? She laughed. How's the customer flow? Yichio inquired. Fairly good. I'm quite satisfied. Of course, night shifts are less busy, mainly filled with university students from nearby who come to study overnight. You won't have much to do. Just keep an eye on things, Chunguo explained. Understood. How about I stay up all night tonight to adapt to the new job? I can also assess your overnight capabilities, she suggested. Absolutely, I am fully capable, Yi Xiu replied, giving her 2 thumbs up to indicate that staying up all night was indeed his forte. All right then, let us head downstairs. I'll treat you to a late-night meal, Chengguo said. Oh, what should we eat? At this hour. There's a small eatery across the street that should still be open. Go check it out and bring back a few dishes. Just so you know, I don't eat celery, she instructed while pulling out 200 yuan from her pocket and handing it to Yi Xiu. It's snowing, Yi Xiu exclaimed. It's just across the street. How much snow could there be? Hurry up, Chengguo urged. With a resigned sigh, Yi Xiu headed out to buy the late-night meal. Although he had just changed jobs and was being assigned tasks left and right, he felt surprisingly content. This woman had a knack for striking up conversations and immediately putting people at ease. Her familiarity was quite comforting. In that moment, Yi Xiu realized he had yet to ask his new boss what her name was. As for public updates, there would be 2 posts daily at around noon and 8 in the evening. Due to the temporary absence of the automatic update assistant, precision could not be guaranteed. Additionally, the first week of the new book might lack highlights, so the review section might be a bit quiet for now. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Master Sister Chun. Are you having a midnight snack again? Chengguo called the internet CAF staff to enjoy the meal she had brought back. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the CAF, provoking a chorus of lamentations from the online patrons. At a time when dinner had long been digested, the scent of the food was a tantalizing temptation rather than a mere enjoyment. Form an orderly queue for the instant noodles, please, Chengguo instructed. Sister Chun enjoys gourmet meals daily, while we are left with instant noodles. The patrons, unable to resist the allure of the food, could only satisfy their cravings with the CAF's instant noodles, casting envious glances at the lavish spread enjoyed by others. If you want to eat, just go buy it yourself from across the street. Don't keep sending others to do your bidding, Chengguo remarked. Next time, if you plan to go, give me a heads up. Would it be too much trouble to bring something back? Someone suggested. How many people are in this CAF? Do you really think I can carry that back? If you truly desire it but are too lazy to go, just give them a call. Would they refuse to deliver? Chengguo replied. Does Sister Chen have a phone? Can I borrow it to make a call? Came the inquiry. What would I need a phone for? I have people to send. I wouldn't want to trouble anyone, Chengguo responded. This time, it was not only the patrons who were in tears, but also the staff of the internet CAF. Yi Xiu seized the opportunity to ask, is your surname Chen? Yes. Chengguo. I've seen your ID. You're not older than me. I don't mind you calling me sister. You want to lose out, Chengguo replied. Whatever you say. Yi Xiu chuckled awkwardly. The fish-flavored shredded pork is quite spicy today. Xiao Chu, you've eaten some. Chengguo had barely touched her meal before she took a bite of the dish, gasped, and tossed her chopsticks aside to grab a drink. Returning with her cup, she kicked Yi Xiu's stool, urging, are you done? Hurry up. What's the rush? Yi Xiu asked. It's almost time, Chengguo replied, glancing at her watch. It was 11:53 p.m., just 7 minutes before the opening of the 10th district in Glory. Are you going too? Yi Xiu asked, somewhat surprised. He had previously played Chengguo's account, Jiyan Xia, which had been active for 5 years. While it could not compare to the accounts of professional players, it was still quite commendable among ordinary players, making it difficult to simply abandon. I'm just here to watch the excitement, Chengguo stated. The opening of a new district indeed brought an unusual fervor. What would otherwise be a mundane day was transformed into a bustling scene at the Xinshin Internet CAF. All the patrons had opened their login screens, their mice hovering over the still gray 10th district, poised for action. Entering a new district meant competing for leaderboard positions. First kills in dungeons, and countless other challenges awaited the players. The thrill of exploration was palpable. Chengguo, observing the guests, felt herself caught up in the atmosphere. But when she glanced back, she found Yi Xiu leisurely picking at his food, seemingly indifferent to the fervor around him, an unbecoming quality for an explorer. Why are you still dawdling? Chengguo exclaimed, appearing more anxious than the situation warranted. What is the hurry? Yi Xiu remained remarkably calm, not pretending. It was undeniable that the promotional efforts for Glory had been a resounding success. Players were more invested than ever in the competitive rankings within the game. These accomplishments depended on genuine skill, not merely on wealth or luck. However, for someone like Yi Xiu, who had already attained every possible glory in the game, these competitions had become somewhat mundane. Yet, seeing Chengguo's fierce determination, he decided to show her some respect and reluctantly set aside his meal to find a computer. Great. It seems like I'm the one forcing him to play. What kind of person is this? Chengguo muttered behind him, exasperated. The other staff members stifled laughter, noting that the new manager had an unusual ability to keep their boss, Chengguo, in check. An impressive feat indeed. Chengguo settled at a computer beside Yi Xiu and logged into her Jiyan Xia account. The popularity of the other 9 districts had not waned despite the opening of the 10th. The older districts remained bustling. After 5 years, Chenghua had cultivated her account into something notable among casual players. Abandoning it was not an option, especially since all players would eventually converge towards the shared map. The Realm of the Gods. This realm was not merely a map. It was a vast world, larger than the combined ordinary worlds of 5 districts, filled with tougher dungeons, more powerful equipment, and rare materials. It was a freer environment where skilled players would inevitably cross paths, a final battleground for all players. As the clock approached midnight, the atmosphere in the CAF shifted as some patrons began to count down, their voices growing louder until the final 0 erupted. The login screen for the 10th district brightened, and the patrons moved in unison, inserting their account cards into the login device, clicking on the 10th district. Chenghua turned to Yishio, almost choking on her disbelief. While others rushed to enter the game, he had opened a web page, leisurely reading a guide on beginner quests. Are you serious? You don't even know this. You need a guide? Chenghua exclaimed. It's been years since I dealt with beginner content. How could I possibly remember? Yishio replied nonchalantly. Have you never guided newcomers before? Chenghua asked. Honestly, I've never had the chance, Yishio admitted. You lack a sense of civic duty, Chenghua scoffed. It's not that I lack it. I simply don't have the time, he replied. Those who lack time wouldn't play games. Those who play games are merely passing the time, Chenghua stated. I'm just busy enjoying the game, Yishio replied earnestly. And what about your job? Chenghua challenged. Playing the game is my job, he stated. Oh, so you're a professional player? Chenghua teased. Indeed, a rather high-level one, Yishio smiled. High level? A professional player? Chenghua was taken aback. Yishio nodded proudly. You've retired, Haven to you? She asked. How did you know? Yishio replied, surprised. It's obvious at your age, Chenghua responded. Yishio chuckled bitterly. So that's why you were able to dispatch that player in under 40 seconds. You're a professional, albeit a semi-retired one, Chenghua remarked. Semi-retired? I know many famous professionals, but I've never heard of you, Yishio. How can you be anything but semi-retired? She inquired. Ah, so that's how it is, Yishio laughed. Stop pretending, you're not retired. You just couldn't secure a position and got eliminated, right? Chenghua asserted. Yishio fell silent, realizing she had touched a nerve. Sorry, Chenghua quickly apologized, sensing her words had struck a sensitive chord. It's fine, Yishio sighed. Don't lose heart, 25 isn't too old. Train hard, and you can make a comeback, she encouraged. That's the plan, Yishio smiled. If that day comes, I'll have something to ask of you. Chenghua said. What is it? He inquired. A signature, she replied. Why wait for that day? I can sign it for you now. Yishio joked. How vain. Who needs your signature? I'm asking you to help me get my idol's autograph, Chenghua clarified. Oh, who? Yishio asked. Su Muching and Yichio. The latter might be difficult as he likes to maintain an air of mystery, Chenghua replied. Is that so? Yishio said, tears brimming in his eyes. Yichio is right here chatting with you, sister. Yes, but he rarely makes an appearance, she affirmed. Although you are merely a novice, you still belong to this realm. How could you be unaware of this? Chenghua remarked. Of course, I am aware. Allow me to share a secret. I am, in fact, Yishio replied. Is that so? I, too, have a secret to divulge. I am actually Su Muchung, Chenghua disclosed. I truly am Yishio lamented. I genuinely am Su Muchung, Chenghua asserted. Enough of this jesting. You should focus on your strategy guide. Chenghua waved her hand, her frustration with Yishio's nonchalance dissipating. After all, he was a figure who had navigated the professional circuit, even if he had been eliminated. Was it necessary for her to worry about him? However, upon returning her gaze to her own screen, Chenghua couldn't help but add, if you have any uncertainties regarding your novice tasks, feel free to ask me. I wish to examine a task that solely rewards attribute points and skill points. Other task rewards merely yield experience and equipment, so it would be swifter to engage in dungeons instead, Yishio suggested. Exactly. That is the mindset of a seasoned player. However, you need not conduct your own research. Simply turn to the last page of the strategy guide you were perusing. Oh, Yishio, upon hearing this, flipped to the final page and was instantly filled with a sense of shame. After all, the content of novice tasks had remained largely unchanged for a decade, thoroughly dissected by players. The approach he had taken, focusing solely on valuable tasks, was one that any experienced player would adopt. Surely, someone must have compiled such a strategy guide. Before him lay precisely the guide he required. Yishio promptly prepared to follow the guide to undertake the tasks, tears streaming down his face. Here he was, a man celebrated as a living textbook of glory, now reduced to tackling novice tasks from a beginner's guide. How utterly disheartening. Today, he had deleted the bookmarks of trivial websites, replacing them with those of the King's avatar, and in that moment, a deep sense of melancholy washed over him. Ah, life. It truly craves those clicks of collection and recommendation. Chapter 5. Skill Combinations. The questing experience has been quite tumultuous, as the influx of players in the newly opened server is overwhelming. In the illustrious history of Glory, there was a time during the opening of the second district when the sheer number of players flooded the novice village, rendering those online immobile and preventing others from logging in. Since then, the developers have taken measures to alleviate crowding by temporarily adding multiple novice villages whenever a new server launches, thus avoiding the calamity that befell the second district. The preparations for the 10th district this time have been thorough, with each novice village accommodating the throngs of players attempting to log in. Although the population is substantial, it is far from being overcrowded. However, the scene at the NPC for quest reception tells a different story. Players are clamoring to approach this singular NPC, creating a chaotic mass. In Glory, there is no overlapping or phasing through others, resulting in players forming concentric circles, those within unable to exit and those outside unable to enter. Many players leap and bounce, attempting to vault over their peers, yet these newly minted level 0 characters possess limited jumping capabilities, rendering their efforts futile and evoking thoughts of whimsical poetry celebrating the joy of such innocent exuberance. Even the most skilled among them find themselves powerless in this situation. While Chun-Gua nearby observes the spectacle with delight, her expression one of knowing anticipation, and she takes note of Yi Xiu's character name, Jun-Mo Xiao. Amidst the continuous shouts of countless players, the situation gradually improves. The solution is simple. Create an exit for those completing their quests to exit, allowing the flow to continue. Yi Xiu deftly guides Jun-Mo Xiao through the process of accepting quests, commencing their completion one by one. The novice village is primarily designed to help players acclimate to the game environment and operations, with quests serving an educational purpose. Yi Xiu certainly does not need to provide hand-holding guidance. After contending with monster competition, queues, and the usual overcrowding issues, he finally completes the first wave of quests. Throughout this process, Chun-Gua occasionally observes and comments, and ultimately, what should have been straightforward quests consume a full 2 hours, prompting Yi Xiu to reflect, what does it mean to be a master? In the sea of humanity, a master is merely a fleeting cloud. At last, the quests are completed, and Yi Xiu reaches level 7. After submitting his final quest, he levels up once more and turns to Chun-Gua, only to find her slumped over in her chair, sound asleep, her head still oriented toward her screen. How could she assess her endurance like this? Yi Xiu smirks, shedding his outer garment and tossing it over Chun-Gua before resuming his journey of exploration. Upon reviewing his panel, he discovers that after this wave of tasks, Jun-Mo Xiao has accumulated 340 skill points. In Glory, learning and enhancing skills requires skill points, with varying costs from 10 to 50 points each. A level 70 character, after completing standard quests, can amass 4,000 skill points. However, this is not the maximum. The ceiling is 5,000 skill points. The remaining 1,000 points necessitate a degree of luck and ability to obtain. Over the 10 years of Glory's existence, no account has yet achieved the full 5,000 skill points. Not even the top-tier account known as One Leaf Autumn, revered as the god of battle, which has only reached 4,840 points, still 160 points shy. This difference, while seemingly modest, translates to the potential to learn 3 additional ultimate skills or to elevate 1 ultimate skill by 3 tiers, a significant advantage for a top-tier expert. Thus, during novice quests, experience and equipment rewards can be disregarded, but skill points are indispensable. Additionally, there are rewards and attribute points. Characters in Glory possess 4 fundamental attributes: strength, intelligence, stamina, and spirit. Strength influences physical attack, defense, and carrying capacity. Intelligence affects magical attack, defense, and mana. Stamina naturally determines health and character durability. Spirit enhances the effectiveness of certain status skills and resistance to adverse conditions. These 4 attributes grow with the character's level, but only after reaching level 20 and transitioning to a profession do the growth rates differ by class. As for the attribute rewards from quests, they are uniformly distributed. Strength rewards yield strength, intelligence rewards yield intelligence. A character of the strength class can opt to complete quests that offer strength rewards, yet quests that provide intelligence rewards are equally welcome. In essence, without the growth corrections post-class change, a maxed account that completes all quests will have identical values for the 4 basic attributes, leaving no room for disparity. Therefore, all necessary quests must be completed, with future attribute enhancements reliant on equipment. At this juncture, Yi Xiu, Having perused the panel, promptly instructs Jun Mo Xiao to invest the skill points in learning skills. Glory allows for class transitions at level 20. Prior to this, characters possess no specific profession or can be considered to have access to all professions, able to learn skills from any class, provided they have sufficient skill points. This design facilitates a comprehensive player experience, enabling them to discover a profession that captivates their interest by level 20. The subsequent class transition system will reset skill points, allowing for a fresh learning of skills. However, post-transition, players are confined to learning skills from their chosen profession, relinquishing the versatility of their former status. Yishio may not recall the specifics of the novice quests or how to navigate the novice dungeons, but he certainly does not forget the novice skills. Glory boasts exceptional skill balance. Even the most rudimentary skills serve a distinct purpose, allowing each player to craft their own unique skill combination according to personal preference. Given the limitation of skill points, it is impossible for a max-level character to fully master every skill within the normal 4,000-point limit. Even the 5,000-point cap cannot achieve this, necessitating careful selection. In the realm of skill selection, a player of Yishio's caliber possesses his own well-defined methodology. His character, One Leaf Autumn, may be a battle mage, yet he is acclaimed as a textbook example, undoubtedly proficient across all professions. Without a moment's hesitation, Yishio promptly makes his way to the Universal Skill Instructor to learn 2 available level 5 universal skills, Sprint and Roll. Universal skills are accessible to all professions. Both skills are inexpensive, each costing merely 10 skill points, thus providing the character with 2 additional movement options. Sprint enhances movement speed without a cooldown, yet it consumes stamina. Once stamina is depleted, the character automatically reverts to normal running speed. Stamina regenerates when walking or standing still, with a faster recovery when stationary. As for roll, it allows the character to perform a rolling maneuver, whether forward, backward, sideways, or diagonally, with no cooldown, though it also requires stamina to execute. Subsequently, Yishio is well prepared to learn profession-specific skills, fully aware of which skills are most practical at this stage. The first is Heavenly Strike, a battle mage skill. This launch skill is common among all professions, serving to launch targets into the air. The higher the tier, the greater the lift and damage dealt, making it a fundamental and commonly used skill. Given that Yishio's character is a battle mage, he opts for the battle mage's Heavenly Strike. Next, he learns Dragon Tooth, another battle mage skill, which delivers a thrusting attack that can briefly render enemies immobile. Once again, due to his character's profession, he acquires this skill with ease. Following these, he learns the sharpshooter's Floating Bullet, the mechanic's Mechanical Tracking, the magic swordsman's Earthquake Waveblade, the judo's Back Throw, the ninja's Shuriken, the swordsman's Block, the elemental mage's Light and Electric Ring, and the healer's Healing Spell. These low-tier skills require minimal skill points, all under 20. And with Jun Mo Xiao currently at level 7, the potential for skill tier upgrades remains limited, leaving him with an ample reserve of the initial 340 skill points. Yishio refrains from acquiring additional skills, believing that what he has learned is sufficient to navigate the current challenges. However, this skill set, crafted by top-tier experts, would surely elicit laughter from the average player upon their discovery. Upon closer examination, it became evident that the public version also possesses an automatic update assistant. Very well. Let me give it a try. Is it 12 o'clock? If so, I shall lift my bowl and cast my vote. Chapter 6. The Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella. What is laughable about Jun Mo Xiao's choice of skills? Firstly, the early stages of the game are fleeting. During this phase, meticulous skill combinations are utterly unnecessary. Many players simply opt for a blank slate, allowing others to guide them to level 20 for their class advancement. Secondly, while levels below 20 afford players the opportunity to experience all professions, most players, from the moment they enter the game, already have a vague inclination towards a particular path, be it the mage, swordsman, or gunner. Yet, what of Yishio's skill combinations? They astonishingly span across all classes. Indeed, players are unrestricted in learning skills below level 20, but their usage is limited by the type of weapon wielded. For instance, the Gunslinger's floating shot cannot be utilized if one is holding a swordsman's blade. Thus, a skill configuration like Jun Mo Xiao's necessitates carrying an array of weapons from all professions, which can be quite cumbersome. In the nascent level 20 stage, encountering such complications is hardly desirable, unless one is a former solo player. What is a solo player? It refers to someone without a designated class, a concept that has long faded since the era of level 50, with the introduction of level caps and class awakening quests. Contemporary players, upon witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's skill set, would scarcely think of the solo playstyle. They would only find it amusing. Yishio, however, seemed oblivious to this perspective. Currently, Jun Mo Xiao possessed only a basic bronze sword, and upon completing his skill learning, he even instructed Jun Mo Xiao to sell this solitary weapon at the general store. Subsequently, he proceeded directly to the warehouse storage box, opening it to find an unexpected piece of equipment nestled within. An account that can transition between zones should ideally be devoid of items. An empty account implies that experience, currency, inventory, storage, and even the mailbox must all be vacant. Yet, inexplicably, Jun Mo Xiao's newly transitioned account in Zone 10 contained an item in its storage box. No one could ascertain how this had occurred, but it appeared to be anticipated by Yixiao. He knew this equipment could be found here, yet at the moment of discovery, his expression bore no trace of joy, but rather was shrouded in sorrow. His right hand, moving the mouse, displayed a rare tremor. The last time such a thing happened was during the loss of one leaf autumn. This time, it was in the moment of acquiring this very equipment. The mouse hovered over the item. 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella, level 5. Weight, 3 kilograms. Attack speed, 5. Physical attack, 180. Magical attack, 180. It was devoid of any additional attributes, resembling a blank weapon. However, the color of the text for the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella was anything but plain. It was silver. In the world of glory, the hierarchy of equipment can be discerned by the color of the text: orange, purple, blue, green, and white. White equipment has no additional attributes. Green gear is often transitional equipment awarded through quests. Blue equipment drops primarily from dungeon bosses and certain quests, representing the mainstream gear. Purple and orange gear are considered high-end, obtainable only through exceptional luck or substantial investment. However, the silver text of the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella did not belong to any of these 5 categories. If Chun Guo were awake to witness this, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Silver is the exclusive color of self-crafted equipment. Self-crafted gear is a notable feature of glory, not created through the game's crafting skills, but rather through an equipment editor, representing high-end content. A common saying in glory goes, self-crafted equipment may not be the strongest, but the strongest equipment is invariably self-crafted. Self-crafted equipment exists beyond even the epic orange tier gear, with clubs in the Professional Alliance dedicating teams to research self-crafted gear, investing resources into its development. The renowned weapon in the hands of the battle god One Leaf Autumn is the self-crafted silver spear, Spear of the Evil. It is a weapon of legendary status within glory, unique and unmatched. The distinct nature of self-crafted equipment renders it nearly impossible to replicate. Each piece is singularly unique. It may very well be a pinnacle creation surpassing the epic level, or it could simply be a one-of-a-kind piece of junk. What, then, is the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella? Is it trash or a treasure? If only Chun Guo were awake, if she understood the weapon's attributes, she could immediately make a judgment. The 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella is indeed a genuine treasure, one that surpasses other orange-tier weapons of the same level, like the Spear of the Evil. With 180 physical and magical attack, it is equivalent to a level 10 orange weapon and ranks among the highest for attack across all classes. Typically, the highest attack weapons are heavy and have low attack speeds. Yet, the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella is lightweight, boasting a normal attack speed of 5, making it superior even when compared to level 10 orange weapons. However, its drawbacks are evident. The 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella possesses only basic attributes and no additional enhancements. Moreover, level 5 is a fleeting tier, soon to be surpassed. Yet, Yixiao paid no mind to these considerations, for he recognized the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella as a brilliant creation. After countless experiments and failures, the achievement of crafting this level 5 item was a significant success. The essence of self-crafted weapons lies in the ability to continuously enhance them once the underlying concepts and methodologies are grasped. Hence, self-crafted weapons never become obsolete, as the equipment editor allows for ongoing improvements. Yixiao gently retrieved the 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella and placed it into Jun Mo Xiao's hands. "Let us begin," he whispered, and then guided Jun Mo Xiao toward the novice village dungeon, the Green Forest. It appeared as though Jun Mo Xiao had heard his words. The Green Forest is a 5-person dungeon, requiring level 5 for entry, with any achievements above level 10 rendered invalid, meaning participants cannot partake in various rankings or evaluations. Since novices are randomly distributed, although many players rally their friends to explore together, it often takes time for them to coalesce. Outside the dungeon, most parties are comprised of random players. As Yixiao controlled Jun Mo Xiao's entrance, he soon received numerous invitations. He did not scrutinize them closely and simply joined a party that was short one member. All set, all set. Upon entering the party, Yixiao heard the leader, named Yuzhong Mian, exclaiming, How do we distribute the hidden boss loot? Yi Xiao inquired. Quite ambitious. From Yu Zhongmian's casual remark. It was clear that he was not a true novice. At the very least, he did not ask what a hidden boss was. Hidden bosses can only be encountered when entering dungeons in a team, with the system providing a prompt upon entry. Generally, hidden bosses are significantly stronger than the final boss of the dungeon and can drop items or equipment that ordinary bosses cannot yield. With Yi Xiao's top-tier professional prowess, he could easily solo this small dungeon. His decision to team up was solely to encounter the hidden boss, as he required the materials it dropped, materials that would undoubtedly be essential for enhancing the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella. Yi Xiao was acutely aware that, compared to leveling up Jun Mo Xiao, upgrading the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella posed a greater challenge, and he resolved to pursue both objectives concurrently. In low-tier dungeons like the Green Forest, even the best equipment quickly becomes obsolete, rendering it of little value. Aside from experience, the most enticing aspect here is the materials dropped by hidden bosses. These materials never lose relevance, and even in older zones. High-level players venture into the Green Forest to assist newcomers in hunting hidden bosses for these materials. Yu Zhongmian evidently understood this as well, promptly announcing the distribution plan for hidden boss loot. Those items are pure profit, so let us roll the dice when it appears. Agreed. It can only be this way. Hoarding the good stuff for oneself in a random party is unreasonable. Alright, everyone ready? Let us enter the dungeon, Yu Zhongmian declared. And upon receiving affirmations from the group, they proceeded into the dungeon. Yi Xiao had previously been speaking to Chunguo beside him and had not worn his headset. Now, he donned it, and as soon as they entered the dungeon, a voice erupted. What luck! A hidden boss appears just as we enter? Students who are puzzled by the beginning should not feel anxious. It is essential to understand that the Book of Butterflies has never contained errors, only intricacies. If you believe you have discovered an error, it is merely an indication that you have stumbled into a conundrum. While navigating this labyrinth, be vigilant and avoid succumbing to slumber. Otherwise, you may find yourself buried when the complexities are eventually resolved. Thus, it is imperative to cast your vote punctually each day, as this is the most effective means to maintain your awareness. Chapter 7. The Dark Knight Cat Demon Glory features direct voice support that is remarkably lifelike, operating solely through one channel, current. The proximity between characters directly influences the volume of their voices, as the system employs a sophisticated algorithm for sound propagation. The game lacks background music, offering only the authentic sounds of rustling foliage and wind. Donning headphones amplifies the immersive experience. The clamorous voice of Yu Zhongmian carried to Yi Xiao, who noted the system's notification regarding the appearance of the hidden boss, the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After typing a casual "heh," he heard Yu Zhongmian's voice. Speak up. Why are you typing? Someone else trying to sleep. Upon sending his message, Yi Xiao retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, deftly flicking it out and lighting it with a tilt of his head. Oh, Yu Zhongmian acknowledged, then inquired. Where are the others? After the other three chimed in, Yu Zhongmian expressed his disappointment first. No pretty girls. Amidst the laughter, the team set off. The Green Forest serves as a minor dungeon for novice players to further acclimate to the game. Its difficulty is negligible. Moreover, Yu Zhongmian is evidently not a novice, skillfully directing the team as they progressed smoothly. Yi Xiao instructed Jun Mo Xiao to cast 2 healing spells as a saint, promptly designating him as the pure support role. Although such a strategy was unnecessary in this low-level dungeon, Yu Zhongmian seemed accustomed to this method and led the team accordingly. He took on the role of the main tank, while the other 3 focused on damage output, with Jun Mo Xiao appointed as the logistics officer. Amidst the sounds of battle and the shouts of teammates, the 5-person team advanced with vigor, Yi Xiao's seasoned maneuvers and agile positioning earning him the captain's commendation. Yet, his mind wandered. When was the last time he had ventured into a dungeon with his comrades? How long had it been since he felt this way? As the lesser foes fell one by one, memories flooded Yu Xiao's mind, transporting him back to his adventures in the Green Forest a decade ago. He recalled a friend he met at the dawn of glory, who had spent sleepless nights discussing the game's innovations and future. That friend had seen everything clearly, planned meticulously, but an unforeseen update had shattered dreams and hopes, leaving only this unfinished 1,000 machine umbrella. You were supposed to be the most talented and accomplished in glory. His fingers grazed the keyboard, and with a quick flick of the mouse, Jun Mo Xiao executed a timely healing spell on Yu Zhongmian. While Yu Zhongmian praised the timely assistance, Yi Xiao's thoughts remained elsewhere. Alright, next up is the Dark Knight Cat Demon. After Yu Zhongmian dispatched the final minor foe, Yi Xiao's attention snapped back at the mention of the demon. Hidden bosses might not only appear after the dungeon's completion, according to the system's guidance. They could emerge at any moment during the quest. This time, The Dark Knight Cat Demon was indeed set to appear. The Dark Knight Cat Demon possesses an attack that can inflict a cursed state. However, curses are merely inconveniences, and this creature is swift. It may take some time to ensnare it. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. Remain calm, Yu Zhoumian strategized. The others nodded in agreement, and Yi Xiu had no objections. Yu Zhoumian's approach was sound. Currently, there are no system announcements, comrades. We have a strong chance of being the first to defeat the hidden boss in District 10. Yu Zhoumian's voice brimmed with excitement, rallying the team onward. Advance. With a commanding tone from Yu Zhoumian, the five continued their journey. The already dim green forest grew even darker as a cloud obscured the sun, and the sounds of their footsteps resonated clearly in the stillness. Silence enveloped them, each member acutely aware of their surroundings. Yang Guan stopped staring at the sky. The Dark Knight Cat Demon 1T dropped down from above. Yu Zhoumian suddenly interjected. Glory is a first-person perspective game, and the screen reflects a realistic human viewpoint. Due to the excellent details, when one looks up, the character must tilt their head back. Yu Zhoumian, noticing his teammate Yang Guan's habit of gazing upwards, couldn't help but chide him. Amidst the laughter, Yi Xiu suddenly heard a rapid rustling from the edge of the forest. This sound wasn't footsteps, it was the rustling of bodies against branches. It's coming. Yi Xiu, realizing typing might take too long, shouted hastily, his cigarette still clenched between his teeth. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, and Jun Mo Xiao turned and prepared to face the direction of the approaching Dark Knight Cat Demon. Seeing Jun Mo Xiao's action, the others understood that this usually silent comrade had crucially provided a warning. Everyone fall back, Yu Zhoumian commanded, yet he himself advanced, aiming to become the primary target for the Dark Knight Cat Demon's initial assault. The other three stepped back, aligning beside Jun Mo Xiao, maintaining several paces from Yu Zhoumian. All held their breath, eyes fixed, yet the rustling of the Dark Knight Cat Demon in the foliage seemed to cease at that moment. What? Yang Guan began, but before he could finish, a dark figure sprang from the trees, accompanied by a sharp feline cry. The first strike aimed squarely at the foremost Yu Zhoumian. Bring it on. Yu Zhoumian showed no fear, swinging his sword confidently. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, small in stature and swift in movement, posed a significant test of player skill. Yu Xiu had keenly observed the capabilities of the four players and suspected that it might take some time for Yu Zhoumian to stabilize the demon's aggro. He even considered the possibility that he might inadvertently draw its attention while healing. However, that was inconsequential. Yi Xiu could handle a single Dark Knight Cat Demon on his own. To his surprise, Yu Zhoumian's luck shone brightly. His sword struck with precision, hitting the airborne Dark Knight Cat Demon squarely. Following a swift roll to the side, he deftly evaded the demon's leap, saving Jun Mo Xiao's already prepared healing spell. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, having missed its attack, reacted with remarkable speed, clawing back at Yu Zhoumian. He raised his sword to block, the impact echoing as his blade met the demon's claws, causing him to slide back half a step before executing an upward thrust. Brilliant! Yi Xiu could not suppress his admiration. Yu Zhoumian's timing for the defensive maneuver was impeccable, and the follow-up thrust was executed with flawless precision, revealing his remarkable skill. Had he misjudged Yu Zhoumian's abilities? After the upward strike sent the Cat Demon into the air, Yu Zhoumian followed up with a series of stabs, ground-shattering sword, culminating in a dark slash that sent the Dark Knight Cat Demon flying. The sequence of attacks drew cheers from the team. Yet, Yu Zhoumian remained vigilant, rushing in for two more strikes before shouting, "Commence the assault." The three damage dealers were ready, immediately unleashing their skills. Yu Zhoumian ceased his evasive maneuvers and began to rely on Jun Mo Xiao's healing to keep the Dark Knight Cat Demon under control. The situation remained stable, with the Dark Knight Cat Demon emitting pain shrieks that echoed through the forest, fueling the team's excitement. The three true novices had already gleaned the value of a hidden boss from Yu Zhoumian throughout the quest. As the team eagerly pummeled the Dark Knight Cat Demon, Yi Xiu felt a peculiar thought arise within him. It's in the red, keep the healing up. The demon's health plummeted below 1/10, a state commonly referred to by players as in the red. Many bosses exhibit unique abilities when at this threshold. However, the Green Forest is merely a novice dungeon. Its bosses lack such special traits. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, being a hidden boss, was expected to possess such abilities befitting its title. However, the transformation of the Night Cat Demon is relatively straightforward, manifesting as a surge of fury that enhances both its attack speed and damage. Consequently, the pressure on healing during this period becomes significantly heightened. Yi Xiu surmised that given the capabilities of Yu Zhoumian, it would be prudent not to overexert oneself, opting instead for evasive maneuvers while dispatching this 10th of the challenge. To his surprise, this individual persisted stubbornly in a head-on confrontation with the Night Cat demon, and his counterattacks appeared somewhat lackluster. Has he run out of mana? Yi Xiu glanced at the team panel, and it was evident that this was not the issue. Thus, Yu Zhongmian's sudden decline in performance seemed to corroborate Yi Xiu's earlier suspicions. Just as Yi Xiu was about to offer a word of caution, he heard Yu Zhongmian exclaim loudly, "I've lost aggro." After shouting about votes for several days, it became apparent that some were entirely unaware of what sort of votes were being referenced. Currently, it was not about monthly votes, but rather recommendation votes, which could be obtained simply by logging into one's Qidian account. Hurry, everyone, cast your votes. Chapter 8. A fish dies, and the net breaks in the midst of chaos. The Dark Night Cat demon suddenly soared into the air, abandoning its relentless assault on Yu Zhongmian, and swiped at another team member, Yang Guan. My apologies. The newcomer Yang Guan, caught off guard by the swift strike, could do little to evade it. This hasty apology stemmed from Yu Zhongmian's earlier teachings, instilling in the three newcomers the belief that any output failure must be attributed to them, never the tank. Stop. Do not attack. Yu Zhongmian urgently halted Yang Guan's counterattack, rushing forward to reclaim aggro. However, in that fleeting moment, the Dark Night Cat demon clawed at Yang Guan a few times before pouncing on yet another team member. Damn it, a chain of OT. Are you all toying with me? Yu Zhongmian roared in frustration. The targeted team member, a cloth-clad mage, was overwhelmed by the ferocious onslaught of the enraged demon, his health rapidly depleting. Yi Xiu reacted with remarkable speed, instructing Jun Mo Xiao to begin healing him. Yet some challenges cannot be resolved solely through skill. A cloth mage, facing a rampaging hidden boss, could only endure for so long, even with healing support. The answer soon revealed itself, 7 seconds. Jun Mo Xiao's healing spell had a cooldown, while the Dark Night Cat demon's relentless assault unfolded without pause. Yu Zhongmian rushed in to save the situation, but was too late. The mage fell. In glory, death during a dungeon run meant immediate departure, leaving the party reduced from 5 to 4. For heaven's sake, you're all just lining up to OT. Just let me die. Yu Zhongmian, in utter despair, saw that the demon's aggro did not return to him, but instead shifted sharply to the third member. This third individual was also a cloth mage, and this time, Yi Xiu decided against healing him, redirecting Jun Mo Xiao's healing to Yang Guan. Healing a mage would barely hold off the Dark Night Cat demon for 7 seconds. But during that time, Yang Guan was destined to fall. The demon, now in a berserk state, not only boasted increased attack speed and damage, but also inflicted a bleeding status. Yang Guan, unfortunately, succumbed to the demon's claws, and Yi Xiu attentively monitored his dwindling health. Healing the mage at this point would be futile. Yang Guan would perish within those 7 seconds, and the mage would follow unless Yu Zhongmian could reclaim aggro. Yi Xiu seemed to have lost faith in Yu Zhongmian, opting to heal Yang Guan instead. This decisive action infuriated Yu Zhongmian, who shouted, "Why are you healing?" Yi Xiu remained silent as the mage fell without support, and amidst Yu Zhongmian's tirade, the Dark Night Cat demon lunged at Yang Guan. "Should I attack?" Yang Guan quivered in fear. "What do you mean, attack? This is pure chaos." Yu Zhongmian, filled with frustration, rushed to chase the demon and reclaim aggro. 13 seconds. Yi Xiu calculated the time frame. Yang Guan seemed to be cursed, as just when the bleeding status had subsided, the Dark Night Cat demon struck again. Such abnormal status effects were probabilistic, yet Yang Guan appeared to be under a curse of guaranteed misfortune. Bleeding, curses, everything the demon could apply was bestowed upon him, leaving him with nothing but death as his fate. 13 seconds was the time Yi Xiu could sustain him, during which Yu Zhongmian needed to reclaim aggro for any hope of salvation. But Yu Zhongmian, once so sharp in initiating the battle, now found his hands slipping, his strikes missing their mark, amidst a chorus of curses. Finally, Yang Guan succumbed. At last, the Dark Night Cat demon turned its attention to Yu Zhongmian. With Jun Mo Xiao's aggro now at the bottom, thanks to Yi Xiu's impeccable skill, which minimized unnecessary actions and controlled aggro with precision. "Hang in there, brother. Is your mana holding up?" Yu Zhongmian encouraged, charging into battle. "You should be the one holding on," Yi Xiu replied succinctly. "Don't worry, if we coordinate well, we can achieve victory." Yu Zhongmian shouted with bravado, only to miss another strike, receiving a claw swipe to the face. "More heals, more heals, more heals." Yu Zhongmian cried out desperately. But there was no response. Jun Mo Xiao, usually prompt and precise, did not cast a healing spell upon him. "I can't heal. It will cause OT, Jun Mo Xiao calmly stated. Yu Zhongmian turned sharply to see Jun Mo Xiao standing coolly beneath a tree, observing him with an inscrutable gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over Yu Zhongmian. This Jun Mo Xiao was no novice. How could he misjudge the situation when OT was still far off? No chance of OT, just heal me. Yu Zhongyan shouted in vain. Yet still, no response came. As the Dark Knight Cat Demon clawed at him again, Yu Zhongyan's reflexes sharpened. He parried the strike with his sword, quickly following up with a swift upward thrust, executing the very combo he had employed to initiate the battle. Yet this time, his flow faltered, as the Berserk Demon's speed outmatched his own. The subsequent thrust missed entirely, and he was caught by a bite from the demon. Quick, heal! Yu Zhongyan urged frantically. Although he could withstand more than the Cloth Mage or Yangguan, he was not invincible. Heal what? All I see is you bleeding, Jun Mo Shao retorted, his demeanor unfazed. Yu Zhongyan was flabbergasted. What a pity. If you could solo a hidden boss, you could have modified the loot distribution to leader allocation beforehand. Even if your teammates were dissatisfied and left, the hidden boss would have been yours. However, regrettably, your skills fall short, thus you must rely on your teammates to defeat the boss. By intentionally managing aggro, you could have led the Dark Knight Cat Demon to OT, eliminating your teammates and leaving the weakened boss for yourself. Naturally, the spoils would be safely in your grasp. The dungeon's success would pale in comparison to the hidden boss's loot. Jun Mo Shao's two statements left Yu Zhongyan sweating profusely. He had not anticipated that this individual, who had only spoken once throughout their journey, would see through his entire plan. Indeed, Yangguan and the others were precisely the ones he had intentionally led to their doom, hoping that the healing would draw aggro back to him. But Yi Xiu's abrupt decision to abandon healing one of the mages seemed to have unraveled his strategy. Could it be that Yi Xiu had discerned his intentions from that moment onward? Did he know that no one could be saved, thus deliberately managing aggro to position himself for survival, allowing Yu Zhongyan to perish at the hands of the Dark Knight Cat Demon? Brother. Yu Zhongyan realized he was dealing with a formidable foe and quickly attempted to negotiate. Let us not dwell on this. We don't even know those three. If we collaborate to take down the demon, we each have a 50% chance of securing the loot. Isn't that fair? 50%? I prefer 100%. Alright. Yu Zhongyan gritted his teeth, knowing that materials rarely dropped singularly. You take what you need first, and I'll forfeit the rest. As for the gear, you can have it all. Without any healing support, Yu Zhongyan understood he could not endure much longer and had to concede. That is quite hard to believe. What do you want then? Yu Zhongyan spoke quickly, his health now dwindling as the demon continued its relentless assault. He was in a dire predicament, forced to negotiate with Yi Xiu while contending with the enraged Dark Knight Cat Demon. He had silently committed the name Jun Mo Shao to memory, vowing to make this fellow pay dearly. As for your concerns, fret not. Embrace your demise with tranquility. Have you lost your mind? If I perish, will you not also be unable to survive? In that case, neither of us shall obtain anything. Only a quarter of life remains. My friend, there is no need for a complete destruction of both fish and net. Life is now down to 1/5. Are you truly an idiot? 1/7. Jun Mo Shao, do you wish to abandon all hope? Are you aware of the might of our Moonlight Guild? 1/9. Your fate is sealed. The last vestige. You wretched. With a single swipe from the Night Cat Demon, the world fell into silence. Jun Mo Shao remained motionless, yet did not withdraw from battle. The Night Cat Demon, having dealt with the mid-moon rest, immediately lunged at him. Yi Xiu smiled faintly, his left hand dancing swiftly across the keyboard while his right hand slid the mouse. As the 1,000-machine umbrella wielded by Jun Mo Shao was in motion, the umbrella's surface unexpectedly opened in a remarkably exaggerated manner, the ribs of the umbrella flipping inside out, converging at the tip. At that moment, the 1,000-machine umbrella resembled a spear. The converged ribs accurately pierced the Night Cat Demon. Mage skill, Dragon Fang. Chapter 9. Yi Xiu's hand Xingguo did not have a habit of staying up all night. She was merely drawn to the excitement of the newly opened server. However, after a brief period, fatigue set in, and she leaned back against her chair, unable to resist the pull of drowsiness. The quality of her sleep was, of course, far from ideal, but she was reluctant to exert the effort to rise. In this half-asleep state, she became aware of the sounds of keyboard strokes intermingled with mouse clicks nearby. For a CAF owner, such sounds were familiar, yet they felt different this time. The rhythm of the sounds varied, at times rapid and at others slow, creating a musical quality. Xingguo had never encountered anyone who could strike the keyboard and mouse as if they were percussion instruments. Was she dreaming? Suddenly jolted awake. She gathered her senses and listened intently, realizing it was not a dream. The sounds emanated from the new network administrator she had just recruited, Yi Xiu. As she sat up to see, the coat draped over her slipped off, and she quickly grabbed it, recognizing it as Yi Xiu's. It seemed he had a certain attentiveness. She thought, Although she wondered how long it had been since the coat had been washed, it had a bit of an odor. As Chun-Guo lifted the coat to sit up, ready to speak to Yishio, she was momentarily stunned. Before her were Yishio's hands, a sight capable of bringing one to tears. His hands appeared delicate, with slender fingers and clearly defined joints, unlike the coarse and rugged hands typical of most men. The fingertips were fine, and his nails were neatly trimmed, a stark contrast to his otherwise disheveled appearance. Chun-Guo was not typically one to notice hands. But after a strikingly beautiful girl had come to the CAF, she had gradually begun to pay attention. Yet now, she was utterly shocked by Yishio's hands. They were perfect, and the sounds they produced were akin to music, yet the execution. Observing Yishio's left hand dancing across the keyboard, Chun-Guo could only conclude his speed was remarkably slow. Speed, or actions per minute, APM, is a measure of how many operations a player can execute in a given time frame, usually counted per minute. In a game like Glory, which is not a strategy game, players control a single unit, but the complexity of skill usage and precision of actions necessitate a high demand for speed. A player with high speed can execute commands more swiftly, and the force and timing of each keystroke directly influence the character's actions in the game, allowing for greater variation during combat. However, the quality of this variation must be discerned. Some players merely aim to impress with their APM, while those capable of executing each action purposefully and achieving a high APM are invariably top-tier professional players. An APM of 200 is generally regarded as a benchmark in the Glory community. Ordinary players exceeding 200 are often seen as chaotic. Even professional players occasionally require specific combat scenarios to achieve speeds above 200, particularly against opponents of adequate skill. For most casual players, approximately 70% have speeds ranging from 80 to 120, while 25% struggle to reach even 80. A mere 5% can surpass 120, steadily approaching 200, and it is said that among them, some reach the professional standard of 200. Chun-Guo's average speed hovered around 120, but she often maintained a slight edge over that, firmly believing herself to belong to that top 5% of players. Yet, at that moment, Yishio, in Chun-Guo's eyes, was undoubtedly a player whose speed fell below 80. Upon realizing this, she suddenly found that the rhythmic sound she had previously enjoyed had vanished, replaced by the clear, yet slow actions of a novice. Was she still half asleep? Shaking her head, she attempted to recapture the musical quality she had heard in her dreams, but found it elusive. Now, all she could focus on were the clumsy actions and those enviably beautiful hands. So engrossed was she in observing Yishio's hands that she forgot to glance at the screen until she noticed his hands had come to a halt. When she finally looked, her eyes widened in shock. Dark Night Cat Demon. As she uttered those words, the Dark Night Cat Demon had just descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and scattering items everywhere. Simultaneously, a striking system announcement flashed across the screen. Zone 10, first kill of Dark Night Cat Demon, Jun Mo Xiao. Wow! Chun-Guo exclaimed, slapping Yishio on the shoulder. You've got some skill. Regardless of his clumsiness, achieving a first kill was a feat she had never accomplished. Yishio was focused on assessing the items that had dropped when her sudden slap caught him off guard, nearly causing him to swallow the cigarette, but he had been holding. A cascade of silver ash fell onto the keyboard. Chun-Guo, who had been peeking at his screen from an angle, leaned in closer. Upon witnessing the scene, she completely forgot about the first kill and abruptly yanked Yishio's headphones off, shouting in his ear, "Who told you to smoke here?" Huh? Yishio, still holding the lit cigarette, looked puzzled. Isn't smoking prohibited? Chun-Guo pointed at the wall. Yishio turned to scrutinize the sign on the wall, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're joking, right? A CAF doesn't allow smoking? This area is a non-smoking zone. Smoke elsewhere. Chun-Guo directed toward another corner of the CAF. Then let us go over there, Yishio suggested. No, the smell gives me a headache, Chun-Guo replied. What should I do then? Yishio feigned a great dilemma. Can't you survive without a cigarette? Chun-Guo retorted angrily. I can't, but I'll get a headache, Yishio countered. You. Chun-Guo realized she was beginning to understand Yishio. While he could accept the basic living conditions of the storage room, it certainly did not imply he was a simple-minded individual. I'll go to the smoking area myself. You can take a break, boss, Yishio said. Wait. You haven't explained how you got that first kill. Chun-Guo pressed. Nothing much. My teammates all died, and the boss had low health. So I took advantage of the situation, Yishio replied casually. Such luck. Chun-Guo's tone carried a hint of envy. While she didn't particularly covet the low-level hidden boss's first kill reward, merely a bit more experience and money, without any exceptional equipment, the record would remain eternally on the leaderboard, becoming a legendary presence in that server, a sentiment cherished by many players. For most casual players, The opportunity to appear on such lists typically arises during their novice phase. As the game progressed, the difficulty of dungeons escalated, necessitating a stable and cohesive high-level team for both first kills and hidden bosses. In the realm of the divine, even such high-level teams had no chance, as records there were held by professional squads. This is the first update. The next will be around 5 o'clock. Currently, the support votes are strong, and we've made it to the homepage. Thank you, comrades. I welcome everyone to continue striving so I can climb even higher. Chapter 10. The scoundrel curiosity peaked. Chunguo leaned in to observe the spoils dropped by the night cat demon. Among the items, there were 5 cat claws, a piece of cat leather armor, acceptable for wearing, albeit low-tier gear, and 2 night cat claws, 1 night cat paw, and a night cat eye stone. These were quite commendable. Materials from a hidden boss that would surely fetch a good price. Additionally, there was a skill book. What incredible luck! Chunguo exclaimed. At that moment, Yishi was equally astonished to discover that a skill book had dropped from such a low-level hidden boss. What extraordinary fortune must one possess to achieve this? What is a skill book? It is not merely a means to learn skills, but a way to increase skill points. The orange lettering indicated its value. After reaching 4,000 skill points, this item becomes one of the pathways to further enhancement. However, this item is non-tradable, meaning it cannot be sold for currency, relying solely on personal luck. The skill book that Jun Mo Xiao had just acquired added a mere 5 points, the minimum. Yet the fact that it dropped from the lowest level boss still screamed of remarkable luck. The moment the skill book was stowed away, it was immediately consumed. Furthermore, among the materials dropped by the Night Cat Demon, the Night Cat Eye Stone and Night Cat Claws were essential for completing the 1000 Machine Umbrella. Yi Xiu's spirits lifted, and as he casually selected an option, Jun Mo Xiao was unexpectedly prompted to exit the dungeon. Aren't you going to finish it? Chunguo inquired, surprised. Although only Jun Mo Xiao remained in the party, many players could solo this low-level dungeon. Despite witnessing Yi Xiu's clumsy gameplay, Chunguo was not quick to label him as a novice. After all, he had defeated her opponent in under 40 seconds, a feat that was still fresh in her mind. I need to switch machines, Yi Xiu declared, already making preparations to log out. Chunguo was scanning the screen when she suddenly raised her hand to halt him. Wait, what is going on? The current chat window was flooded with identical messages, all bearing a strikingly uniform tone. Jun Mo Xiao is a scoundrel, deliberately withholding healing from the team to claim the hidden boss for himself. Beware. The messages echoed in unison, interspersed with other derogatory remarks and insults. Although the system automatically filtered out profanity, the ingenuity of the people found ways around it, employing homophones to convey their disdain. Yi Xiu observed closely and recognized the name Yuzhong Mian among the frenzy, as well as Yang Guan and a mage from their previous team. This individual had emerged first and was now distorting the truth. What is happening here? Chunguo asked Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu could only respond with resignation. What a shameless act. Chunguo fumed. Indeed, it is utterly brazen, Yi Xiu concurred. Why aren't you angry? Chunguo queried, puzzled. I am angry, Yi Xiu replied. You don't seem to show it at all, Chunguo remarked, bewildered. Noticing that Yi Xiu's expression remained unchanged despite the barrage of accusations on the screen. Anger does not always manifest visibly, Yi Xiu retorted with a smile. Casually logging out of the game and heading to the smoking area, his greatest aspiration at that moment. What kind of luck do you possess? It's your first time in a dungeon, and already so much drama unfolds. You encounter a hidden boss, acquire a skill book, and inadvertently make an enemy. I'll check in tomorrow to see if you're still alive, Chunguo stated. Take care, boss. Chunguo went to rest, while Yi Xiu made his way to the smoking area. The dense haze of smoke greeted him, and even the powerful ventilation fan struggled to purify the air, merely preventing the smoke from encroaching into the non-smoking section. Even the most seasoned smokers have no affection for secondhand smoke. Yi Xiu quickly lit a cigarette to blend into the sea of smokers. Scanning the vicinity, he noted that this area was significantly more crowded than the non-smoking zone. Those who spend the night gaming seldom do so without a cigarette to keep them alert. Fortunately, the internet CAF was spacious enough. After a brief search, Yi Xiu found an available machine. He settled in without fuss. Xing Xin was a relatively upscale internet CAF, with partitions between computers that offered a semblance of privacy. Even without them, everyone was engrossed in their own world of glory, wearing headphones and oblivious to their surroundings. Yi Xiu reconnected to the game, adjusting his headset. Jun Mo Xiao remained outside the green forest. Despite the throngs of players, the headphones ensured that the noise did not drown out the game's audio. It felt akin to walking through a bustling market where the commotion did not hinder one's ability to hear nearby conversations. As for the repetitive messages, They still relied on text to dominate the chat. Yishio glanced at the information section. The messages regarding Jun Mo Xiao had vanished. Using the search function, he confirmed whether the character was online. Yu Zhongmian was an experienced player, familiar with such tactics. After searching for Jun Mo Xiao, he halted his other activities. Players must reach level 20 to leave the novice area, at which point world channels and PK features would activate. Until then, players could only engage in verbal skirmishes. However, Yu Zhongmian's tactics were quite insidious in this context. Jun Mo Xiao had recently achieved a system announcement for a first kill, gaining widespread recognition. And Yu Zhongmian's slanderous messages easily drew attention. The result was that Jun Mo Xiao found himself unable to form a party, with all requests met with rejection. Players might not necessarily believe Yu Zhongmian's claims, but they had begun to guard against Jun Mo Xiao. Yishio chuckled softly. Realizing that his attempt to form a party was solely for the hidden boss, he needed those materials. Yet, with no party available, he was left with no choice but to level up quickly. In the Dungeons of Glory, fewer players meant greater experience, but for efficiency, a larger group was typically more advantageous. Yet, Jun Mo Xiao was different, wielding a level 5 silver weapon, the Thousand Machine Umbrella. Ordinary players at this stage primarily wielded blue or green weapons, meaning that the Thousand Machine Umbrella was significantly superior, ranking 3 to 4 tiers above their gear. In Glory, a level 5 weapon represented 1 tier, indicating that the Thousand Machine Umbrella was equivalent to a level 20 blue weapon or a level 25 green weapon. This advantage was overwhelmingly powerful at lower levels, as Jun Mo Xiao's weapon output equated to that of 4 or 5 weapons of the same level. Excluding the influence of character attributes, with Yishio's skills, he could solo a dungeon without losing to a 5-person team, potentially even outpacing a novice group. As Jun Mo Xiao prepared to solo the dungeon, he took a few steps forward when suddenly, a figure appeared in his path. Yishio recognized it instantly. It was Yu Zhongmian, who had the audacity to pinpoint him amidst the throngs of players. Hey, Yishio adjusted his headset, attempting to connect via voice chat. What the hell? Yu Zhongmian retorted rudely. As promised, the second update arrives, and the third will likely be around 11 p.m., with a 6-hour gap between each update to generate clicks. During this debut period, while my writing skills remain subpar, my arithmetic skills have skyrocketed. Chapter 11. Adding a member, Yishio unexpectedly smiled and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" The nonchalant tone left Yu Zhongmian momentarily speechless. He could hardly believe that this was the individual he'd been fervently messaging for half the day. While the masses might be misled, he and Jun Mo Xiao were fully aware of the blatant slander at play. How could this fellow remain so unfazed? Was he oblivious to the barrage of messages just sent? Jun Mo Xiao is a shameless scoundrel, deliberately withholding healing to hoard the hidden boss and endangering the entire team. Be cautious. Yu Zhongmian quickly reposted this message twice, eagerly anticipating Yishio's reaction, only to hear him reply, "Still messaging? Aren't you going to level up? I'll show you my prowess. Now you know our Moonwheel Guild is not to be trifled with, right?" Yu Zhongmian had prepared this line, but as he spoke, he felt the context was entirely misplaced, akin to a knife piercing cotton, utterly ineffective. Understood. I can't even find a party now, Yishio retorted. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongmian felt a rush of relief and chuckled. "See, you brought this upon yourself." Yet, Yishio continued, "Aren't you short a member? Will you add me?" Yu Zhongmian was utterly dumbfounded. "Wow, you truly are audacious. Let us add one more. Now that we know each other well, how about we cooperate?" As he spoke, Yishio even took the initiative to send a party request. Yu Zhongmian's group was indeed a 4-man team, though not the original members. The 3 were from Moonwheel Guild, as he had mentioned. However, forming a guild was something that came after leaving the novice village, indicating that they were all experienced players who had migrated to the 10th district for exploration. Yu Zhongmian intended to hunt the boss, making it inconvenient to team with his own people, so he had opted to join a random party, leading to a disastrous encounter with Yishio, thus hastily calling upon guild members for rescue and trying to sully Jun Mo Xiao's reputation on the spot. And now, it seemed that the others were remarkably unconcerned, and instead of being unwanted, Yishio was applying to join their team. Yu Zhongmian stared at the party request, unsure whether to accept or decline. Feeling bewildered, he recalled past experiences and suspected that Yishio was no ordinary player. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive behind his actions. Just as he hesitated, a buddy whispered a private message. "Invite him. This guy is asking for trouble. Once we enter the instance, he won't be able to do as he pleases." Yu Zhongmian considered this. With 4 of his own brothers on the team, there was no reason to fear a single opponent. Thus, Yishio joined their quartet once more into the Green Forest. This time, luck did not favor them. As they failed to encounter the Dark Knight Cat Demon upon entry, Yi Xiu cheerfully inquired, "Do you still need my healing?" "No need. We'll all attack together." The four from Yu Zhongmian replied as they charged toward the monsters. Clearly, these four were not novices in glory. Their skills were adept, and with this level of competence, 2 or 3 of them could easily clear the Green Forest instance. Now that they had a full party, their efficiency soared. Yi Xiu said little, guiding Jun Mo Xiao to wield the 1,000-machine umbrella like a spear and charge into the fray. With skills like Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Beyond skills, characters also possessed normal attacks, which, through player control over direction and force, could manifest in various forms such as thrusting, slashing, and upward strikes. These attacks sometimes bore resemblance to skills in appearance, yet differed in effect. For instance, Sky Strike is an upward thrust that has a significantly more pronounced lifting effect and greater damage than a standard attack. In contrast, Dragon Tooth is a rapid thrust that can inflict brief immobilization, rendering the target incapable of any action. At this moment, Yi Xiu, relying solely on normal attacks, was more than sufficient to dispatch the minor foes of the Green Forest. Occasionally, as he struck and withdrew, monsters would unexpectedly be pushed toward him. Yi Xiu chuckled, ignoring them, fully aware that this was Yu Zhongmian's group intentionally directing small monsters his way, attempting to create the illusion of him being besieged. Yet, being besieged was no concern for someone with Yi Xiu's prowess in soloing instances. At most, he found himself surrounded by 5 small monsters from the Green Forest. But with a swift Sky Strike, he sent the monsters flying and executed a sweeping counterattack, effortlessly dispatching them. The 4 from Yu Zhongmian stood by, feigning indifference, only to witness Jun Mo Xiao charging through the throng of monsters, exuding an impressive presence that stirred a twinge of jealousy among them. This person has remarkable skills. One member named Tianqi nodded in approval. An experienced player, given this technique, I believe he could solo the Green Forest without much difficulty, another chimed in. His abilities are impressive. Even the ferocious Dark Knight Cat Demon fell to him. I didn't expect his level to surpass mine, Yu Zhongmian remarked. With his skill, he is practically invincible in the Green Forest, one concluded. Shall we grind to level 10 before heading to the Spider Cave? Tianqi proposed, looking at the other 3. The Spider Cave, designated for levels 10 to 15, posed a significantly greater challenge compared to the Green Forest, while the latter served as a training ground for players. The former required a grasp of more intricate skills. The cave's namesake monsters were spiders, primarily divided into 2 types: ranged attackers that could ensnare players with webs and melee attackers that had a chance to poison those they bit. Such debilitating attacks were exclusive to hidden boss encounters in the Green Forest. In addition to the standard monsters, the Spider Cave housed 3 boss encounters, 1 ranged minor boss, 1 melee minor boss, and the Spider King as the final boss. Hidden bosses such as the Spider Queen, Spider Warrior, and Spider Lord could also be encountered. Given the rapid leveling from levels 1 to 10, newcomers often lack the necessary skills to navigate the Spider Cave, making it a perilous venture, a fact that was never recommended in novice guides. Only seasoned players like Yu Zhongmian and his group would consider tackling this instance. If we send this guy to his demise in the Spider Cave, we'll be left with only 4 of us. Will we be able to clear it? Yu Zhongmian expressed mild concern. As long as we don't encounter hidden bosses, it should be manageable, Tianqi assured. If we do face hidden bosses, he won't be able to handle it either. The Spider Cave is far more challenging than here, another added. That is true. Then let us expedite our leveling. We'll aim for level 10 before tackling the Spider Cave, Yu Zhongmian decided. At that moment, a previously quiet member suddenly spoke up. Shall we first level him up, then betray him once more? Yu Zhongmian paused, realizing how absurd this plan sounded. Yet Tianqi quickly provided clarity. Essentially, we'll first make him our laborer and then kick him to the curb. Exactly, that is the plan, Yu Zhongmian responded, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 12. The Spider Cave, Part 1. The 4 individuals were rather brazen, clandestinely plotting while leaving Yi Xiu to toil alone. Fortunately, they did not completely underestimate him. After devising their plans, the 4 of them surged forward to assist Yi Xiu in clearing the monsters, all the while offering explanations for their earlier lackadaisical behavior. There had been some issues with the guild, which had distracted them, but now they were fully focused. Yi Xiu merely responded with a nonchalant remark, showing no sign of suspicion. The 4 of them felt a surge of delight, and during this period, they worked in unison, 4 seasoned players alongside Yi Xiu, an expert, turning this novice dungeon into a veritable display of dominance. Each participant reveled in the thrill of battle, outwardly concealing their ulterior motives. Did you notice how high his attack is? Whispered Tianqi to Yu Zhongmian, still engaged in their hushed conversation. It seems like he's wielding some sort of equipment I've never seen before, Yu Zhongyan replied. I don't know. I haven't paid attention to low-level spears, Tianqi said. I hope we can loot it when we defeat him, Yu Zhongyan mused. But what use would it be? Even with high attack power. It's still low-tier gear that won't be useful for long, Tianqi conceded. Yu Zhongyan nodded in agreement. The two sides maintained a peaceful collaboration, traversing the green forest with impressive efficiency, although they regretted not encountering the hidden boss, the Night Cat Demon. After several waves of monsters, Jun Mo Xiao was the first to reach level 10. It was only natural, considering he had made the first kill of the Night Cat Demon, which came with substantial experience rewards. The Green Forest only had this single hidden boss, and this achievement placed Jun Mo Xiao prominently on the level rankings of District 10. However, the distinction of being the first to surpass level 10 went to another player, Lan He, marking his second appearance on the system announcement since he had also been part of the team that secured the first kill in the Green Forest. Upon witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's swift advancement to level 10, Yu Zhongyan and the others felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might abandon them for his own pursuits. To their surprise, Yishio simply smiled and remarked, I leveled up, before joining the four again in their exploration of the Green Forest amidst a chorus of congratulations. The experience gained from the first kill of the Night Cat Demon was not excessively bountiful, yet by the end of this dungeon, Yu Zhongyan and his group also reached level 10, each acquiring a fair amount of equipment. Brothers, our cooperation has been commendable. Now that the four of us are level 10, how about we venture into the Spider Cave? Tianqi suggested to Yishio. Given the prior conflict between Yu Zhongyan and Yishio, this sudden camaraderie felt peculiar, prompting Yu Zhongyan to maintain his disdainful demeanor while Tianqi took on the role of peacemaker, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter with Yishio. Yishio wholeheartedly agreed with the suggestion, but indicated a need to first learn some skills. Skill points are not only awarded through quests, they can also be earned during level-ups and through defeating a certain number of monsters, as well as completing various challenge tasks, all contributing to a cumulative total that can reach 4,000. Transitioning from level 7 to level 10 yields limited skill points. Yet level 10 represents a critical juncture for learning new abilities. The other four were equally eager to learn, so they sought out their mentors for skill acquisition before regrouping to head towards the Spider Cave. The entrance to the Spider Cave was less crowded, as their party had leveled up relatively quickly, and players adhering to the novice guides typically overlooked this dungeon. Outside, only a few scattered players were forming random teams, and due to the dungeon's high difficulty, inquiries about equipment were common, making team formation less straightforward. Yishio and his companions, however, were quite decisive. Without exchanging a word, they strode directly inside. Yet again, Yu Zhongyan and his comrades began to act furtively. Should we eliminate him immediately or assess the situation first? One of them whispered. Perhaps we should observe first. He is indeed a formidable fighter. We can strategize against him when we face the boss, Tianqi proposed. Agreed, the others concurred. Truthfully, they bore no ill will towards Yishio. Seeing him perform so remarkably, they were reluctant to let him go. However, out of respect for Yu Zhongyan, they felt compelled to take this step, silently lamenting the situation. Did everyone bring their antidotes? Tianqi inquired as they entered the dungeon. The others nodded. But Yishio casually smiled and remarked, not necessary. This guy is courting disaster, Yu Zhongyan grumbled, irritated by Yishio's overly confident tone. It makes our tasks easier. Tianqi countered, always maintaining a level-headed perspective. Inside the Spider Cave, the lighting was dim, with tattered webs draping the surroundings and scattered bones littering the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yu Zhongyan and his companions felt a wave of apprehension. Dying in glory would result in experience loss, with regular worlds imposing a 10 penalty and a low chance of losing equipment. In the realm of the gods, the stakes were even higher, with a 20 experience loss and a significantly increased likelihood of equipment loss. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao strode forward as confidently as he had in the Green Forest, brandishing his spear. Seeing him take the lead eased the tension for Yu Zhongyan and his companions. Yishio had nearly forgotten the intricacies of these low-level dungeons. He vaguely recalled having once crafted a guide for the Spider Cave nearly a decade ago, yet the details eluded him now. As he reminisced, a shadow suddenly lunged from a fissure in the rocks, aimed directly at Jun Mo Xiao. With a swift maneuver, Yishio pressed the keys on his keyboard and deftly maneuvered the mouse, causing Jun Mo Xiao to roll backward and evade the attack, immediately retaliating with a powerful strike. The assailant was a venomous green spider, which, after being struck by the blow, was sent tumbling onto its back. Attacking airborne targets was a fundamental technique in Glory, and Yishio would not let this opportunity slip away. With a flurry of keystrokes, Jun Mo Xiao leapt forward, his spear poised for a barrage of strikes. In rapid succession, for piercing attacks found their mark, impaling the green spider against the rocky crevice. What? No way. Tianqi gasped in disbelief. A 4-hit aerial combo. Another exclaimed. Is it possible to execute a 4-hit aerial combo at level 10? The third queried. Yu Zhongyan could only gape in astonishment, rendered speechless. The 4-hit aerial combo was a technique known to many but executed by few. A combination of standard thrust attacks, Dragon Tooth, and 2 consecutive strikes from the level 10 skill. Chain thrust, against an airborne target. I heard only players with a speed of 170 or above could achieve such a combo, Tianqi remarked. That applies only after one has transitioned to a battle mage, which grants attack speed bonuses, another reminded. But right now, he is merely a free agent. How much difference is there in attack speed between a free agent and a battle mage? I don't know. We also have to consider equipment. His gear was mainly acquired during our dungeon runs together. What about his weapon? Could it be the key? Stop searching for excuses. Even if we all became battle mages and donned a full set of gear that boosts attack speed, could we pull off a 4-hit aerial combo? A profound silence fell over them. If they could indeed perform such a feat, they would not be so astonished. Who on earth is this person? The three turned their gazes towards Yu Zhongyan. Chapter 13. The Spider Cave, Part 2. I remarked that it would be prudent not to offend this individual. Tianqi's tone turned somewhat grave as he addressed the three of us, yet his gaze was solely fixed upon Yu Zhongyan. Indeed, a hand speed exceeding 170 is indicative of a formidable expert. Another person concurred. That 170 was merely a conservative estimate. Witnessing him execute a 4-hit combo in mid-air without any gear, I suspect his speed might well surpass 200, wouldn't you agree? A speed of 200. Within our guild, perhaps only the president possesses such prowess. Not only should we refrain from offending him, but we should also seek to befriend him. Such a masterful player likely comes from a noteworthy background. The group engaged in animated discussion, while Yu Zhongyan remained silent. He understood the underlying truths. After numerous dungeon runs together, his resentment towards Yi Xiu had significantly waned. If he could successfully eliminate that fellow again, it would be a fitting conclusion. However, upon realizing this person was a top-tier expert, he felt an undeniable pressure in confronting him, which reignited the embers of his resentment. This sensation was perplexing. A complex mix of envy and jealousy. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed his three companions were engrossed in observing Jun Mo Xiao engage a monster, their exclamations of amazement unceasing. Yu Zhongyan hastily turned to see that they had indeed arrived at the spider cave, where Jun Mo Xiao and Appo's exceptional skills were now fully on display. The weak monsters in the forest of green had not allowed his abilities to shine, with his high attack power. They fell too swiftly for any true skill to be revealed. The bosses, though slightly sturdier, were dispatched in a fray, rendering their prowess less apparent. Now, as he faced the more resilient spiders solo, the level of his technique became unmistakably evident. His combo had reached 17 hits and had not faltered since the airborne 4-hit strike. It appeared he utilized a wall rebound to follow up with an upward thrust. I genuinely thought he would miss that final strike. It was simply exquisite. The trio continued to express their admiration, which left Yu Zhongyan feeling quite uncomfortable. As he approached to speak, Tianqi had already turned to face him. Take my advice. Do not pursue conflict with this individual. If you are displeased, simply ignore him. I will handle the negotiations. Yu Zhongyan silently nodded, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. He understood that Tianqi and the others were preparing to court this skilled player. What guild would not desire to recruit such a talent? In contrast, he was merely an ordinary member of the Moonwheel Guild, and no one would go out of their way to confront a player of such caliber on his behalf. That was a splendid display. The green spider was felled by Jun Mo Xiao in a single, fluid motion, prompting Tianqi and the others to swarm in with expressions of awe. Their admiration entirely genuine, for the man's skills were indeed beyond reproach. Brother, it seems your prowess is truly extraordinary, Tianqi remarked. Nothing special, he replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by their praises, much like how he had previously disregarded Yu Zhongyan's attempts to sabotage him. Are you an expert from another guild? Tianqi inquired. Though he internally doubted this possibility, guild members rarely operate in such solitude. This man was likely a lone wolf. No, I'm just by myself. As expected. Really? You lack a guild? With your level of skill, it would be difficult to find someone of your caliber without a guild vying for you. Tianqi feigned surprise. I'm in a new district. There's no guild yet, Yi Xiu replied. Tianqi paused, realizing that while there may not be a guild in the new district, it was implausible for such an expert to be a novice in the game. Yet, the man remained reticent. leading Tianqi to surmise he might have had some unpleasantness with his original guild, prompting him to explore a new district. This was an opportunity. It was a chance to showcase the warmth of the Moon Wheel Guild's community. Which district were you in before? Tianqi initiated a question-and-answer game. I haven't played in a long time. The response was evasive, leading to a stalemate in the dialogue. Oh, Tianqi could only respond with that, pondering how to find a breakthrough in their conversation. However, it was evident that the other party was not particularly interested in chatting, continuing to lead the way. This time, Tianqi and the others closely surrounded Jun Mo Xiao, seemingly having accepted him as the core of their team. Yu Zhongmian felt a twinge of discomfort but chose to remain silent. With such a formidable expert at the helm, their progress through the dungeon was remarkably smooth. The antidotes they carried, it turned out, were rendered unnecessary, as Jun Mo Xiao skillfully drew all the spiders' aggro towards himself. With his adept maneuvering, rolling, jumping, and evading, the group occasionally became so entranced by Jun Mo Xiao's elegant techniques that they forgot to engage the monsters. I remember there are many spiders in this area. Defeating this first mini-boss will trigger their appearance, and the poison and webs are randomized, presenting a challenge, Tianqi remarked. Yet, as they spoke, they noticed Jun Mo Xiao had already charged ahead to engage the enemy. Reluctantly, Tianqi redirected his words. All right, let's move forward. Tianqi's memory served him well. Indeed, there were numerous spider minions in this cave, 7, to be exact, with 3 poisonous and 4 web-spitting. As soon as they approached, all 7 spiders surged forward in unison. Go on, Tianqi called to his 3 brothers. He felt too embarrassed to give orders, knowing Jun Mo Xiao's skill far surpassed his own. However, with 7 spiders in total, Tianqi believed that even Jun Mo Xiao could not draw all their aggro, especially since they were only at level 10 and lacked any area aggro skills. Thus, he rallied everyone to share the burden. Suddenly, with a sweeping motion of his spear, Jun Mo Xiao struck a wide arc, cleaving through 4 spiders in a single blow, while 2 lunged forth and 2 others prepared to ensnare them in webs. Jun Mo Xiao executed a nimble backward jump, evading the webs while simultaneously turning midair to unleash 2 precise thrusts, striking the 2 spiders behind him. As he landed, he rolled out of the way of the webs being spun by the newly struck spiders, then executed a stunning upward strike, sending the 7th spider soaring into the air. Unable to unleash its web, the 4 observers were momentarily left in a state of disarray. Is this even human? They all wished to exclaim. But the current voice-chatting glory would make their words audible, which seemed inappropriate. Yet, no other words could convey their feelings at that moment. A 180-degree sweep. Good grief. They could only express through private messages. To jump back, turn in midair, and accurately strike twice. The timing of that rolling upward strike was impeccable, maximizing the launch. They unanimously agreed. This cannot be human. All these techniques were merely combinations of basic actions, yet not everyone could execute them. Take the 180-degree sweep. For instance, it is merely a standard attack, but achieving such a sweep relies on the speed of mouse movement, which must be swift and broad. Moreover, it is also influenced by the character and Oppo's attack speed and attributes. At level 10, being capable of executing a 180-degree sweep is certainly beyond the reach of an average player. Chapter 14, Spider Cave, Part 3. The crowd was utterly captivated. Even Yu Zhongmian had to concede that this individual had, through sheer skill, achieved the impossible feat of attracting 7 minor monsters at level 10. A truly unreasonable accomplishment. My friend, your prowess as a battle mage is simply overwhelming. Tianqi's compliment was devoid of any flattery. He felt he would suffer internal injury if he did not express his admiration. Fortunately, Jun Mo Xiao, surrounded by the 7 monsters, maneuvered with remarkable ease. Tianqi and the others felt compelled to join the fray. Being seasoned players, they expertly managed aggro, maintaining the rhythm Jun Mo Xiao had established, and what they initially believed would be a daunting challenge with the 7 minor monsters was ultimately resolved with relative ease. Yet, all 4 understood that this effortless resolution hinged upon the extraordinary performance of one individual. Without him, such a situation would have been inconceivable. As the last of the 7 small spiders fell, a peculiar scream echoed, heralding the arrival of the first mini-boss. Before the players even laid eyes on the spider, they heard its ominous voice, followed by a thick cloud of purple mist billowing toward them. It's a poisonous spider, Tianqi shouted. But the purple fog came unexpectedly and enveloped a large area. 2 of the players failed to evade it and hurriedly pulled out antidotes, only to be alarmed when their health continued to plummet. Why isn't it working? They gasped in shock. The antidote's level is too low, Yishio remarked. Damn. Both players cursed in unison, Realizing this was an oversight from their previous experiences when they had dominated the dungeon at lower levels. At that time, their levels had suppressed the monsters, and such minor poisons had gone unnoticed. They had never considered the need for antidotes. Now, having meticulously prepared for this battle, they found their efforts thwarted in a crucial boss fight. What a cruel twist of fate. Jun Mo Xiao swiftly provided healing to the player with the lower health before charging toward the first boss, simultaneously directing the unpoisoned Tianqi and Yu Zhoumian. Tianqi, position at 1 o'clock. Xiaoyu, take 4 o'clock. Xiaoyu. Yu Zhoumian nearly choked in disbelief, yet there was no time for hesitation. Tianqi dashed toward the 1 o'clock position without question, and Yu Zhoumian followed suit. The first boss emerged from the poisonous mist, a formidable creature that was significantly larger than an ordinary spider. While hitting such a massive creature was easier than striking a smaller one like the night cat demon, its size came with its own advantages. Being heavier, it was less susceptible to floating techniques or other displacement skills, which would be less effective depending on its weight and the attacker's strength. To the current players, this first boss was a behemoth. Although Jun Mo Xiao's initial strike found its mark, the creature barely flinched, indicating that such a standard attack had no true floating effect on it. Yi Xiao, experienced as ever, was not surprised. His fingers danced over the controls as Jun Mo Xiao unleashed a flurry of 4 successive strikes. The giant spider screeched and, rearing back, unleashed a dense fog. Jun Mo Xiao had already pivoted and was sprinting away. Despite its size, the boss moved with surprising speed, leaping toward Jun Mo Xiao in a crushing attack. Jun Mo Xiao rolled aside just in time, while Yu Zhoumian, now feeling sidelined, exclaimed, "Hey, are we just supposed to watch while you take all the action?" The other two, one to 7 o'clock, the other to 9 o'clock. Yi Xiao shouted. "How far is that?" They asked while running. "About 2 meters radius." Yi Xiao replied. As they took their positions, the four formed a small circle, exchanging puzzled glances. Unsure of Yi Xiao's intentions, was he merely arranging seats for them to watch the show? As Jun Mo Xiao continued to evade the boss, it became clear that he was leading it toward them. Suddenly, the boss leaped high, threatening to crush Yu Zhoumian beneath its bulk. In that moment, Yi Xiao shouted, "Don't move. It's a retaliation." Yu Zhoumian's instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, she rolled aside, only to see Jun Mo Xiao already executing a specialized floating attack on the descending spider boss. The floating effect of this technique far surpassed that of a regular attack. As the spider was momentarily suspended in midair, its trajectory shifted, although the floating effect was waning. The creature's altered direction caused it to land directly in the midst of the 4 players. Front kick, Tianqi commanded, initiating an attack that propelled the boss backward. The player at 9-0 and Oppos, clock followed up with a series of thrusts, pushing the boss further away. The player at 7-0 and Oppos, clock, a knight, executed a displacement skill, sending the boss retreating. However, the 4-0 and Oppos, clock position remained unguarded, as Yu Zhoumian hesitated, fearing that Yi Xiao was trying to eliminate her. Although she began to return to her position, it was too late. All understood Yi Xiao's strategy, to use their skills to bounce the boss around like a game of billiards. The synergy of their long-standing camaraderie was evident, allowing them to execute this plan flawlessly, just as it seemed that the carefully crafted situation might unravel due to Yu Zhoumian's indecision. Jun Mo Xiao's figure unexpectedly appeared at 4 o'clock. The others were momentarily taken aback. Jun Mo Xiao had previously headed for 11 o'clock. How had he suddenly materialized here? They glanced toward 11 o'clock only to discover another Jun Mo Xiao standing there. "Wow!" Tianqi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Ninja Level 10 Skill, Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 15, The Spider Cave, Part 4. The Shadow Clone Technique is inherently a skill designed to confuse opponents. However, for seasoned players, discerning the real from the illusion is rather straightforward. Thus, its deceptive effect is markedly more pronounced when utilized against NPCs. In the context of player versus player combat, this technique is frequently employed by ninjas as a means of instantaneous relocation. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao exemplifies this perfectly. His clone remains in place while his true self swiftly traverses to the 4 o'clock position, which should have been guarded by Yu Zhoumian. The onlookers were still anxious, as the battle mage at the 10th level lacked such mobility skills. How would Jun Mo Xiao manage to redirect the spider boss back? Their concerns were soon proven unwarranted. Although Jun Mo Xiao lacked skills, he possessed unparalleled technique. With a swift heavenly strike, he slightly lifted the spider boss off the ground, seizing this fleeting opportunity to execute a series of thrusts, causing the boss to be propelled towards Yu Zhoumian. At that moment, Yu Zhoumian had positioned himself at what was originally Jun Mo Xiao's 11 o'clock location. accompanied by Jun Mo Zhao's shadow clone. Yu Mian felt a tinge of embarrassment, wishing that Jun Mo Zhao would have berated him for his earlier actions, yet the latter remained silent, expertly guiding the boss towards him. Fully aware of his role, Yu Mian promptly executed a series of thrusts, sending the massive spider flying once more. Mentally preparing for the impending criticism from his teammates, he was instead met with astonished exclamations. "It's bleeding." The bloodshed did not originate from one of their party members, but rather from the spider boss itself. This bleeding state was not something that could be triggered by mere ordinary attacks. It required either a weapon with such an effect or a skill that could induce it. At present, none of the party's weapons possessed this capability. However, a skill that could create such an effect did exist: the series of thrusts, a technique of the battle mage. The bleeding effect from this skill, however, was a hidden feature, not a chance-based trigger, but reliant on the player's execution. To activate it, the two segments of the thrust must overlap perfectly on the same spot of the target. Same spot here does not merely imply striking the arm twice. Rather, it means that if the first thrust creates a wound, the second must penetrate that very wound. Achieving this would yield a probability of triggering the bleeding effect, estimated to be around 50% based on player testing, though the exact figures remained undisclosed due to its hidden nature. Such a probability is considered quite high, but the prerequisite is the successful execution of this operation. While this task may seem trivial against a stationary target, it requires swift reflexes and precision in the heat of battle. Glory is replete with similar hidden skill effects that demand exceptional dexterity to unleash. If it had been an ordinary player who triggered the bleeding with their thrusts, Tianqi and the others might have dismissed it as mere luck. Yet, witnessing Yishio, through Jun Mo Zhao, achieve such a feat, they unanimously recognized it as sheer skill. Their admiration for Yishio's dexterity transcended just his technical prowess. His control over the boss and the strategic direction of the team was flawless. He was not merely an adept player, but a paragon among the elite. Tianqi found himself somewhat embarrassed to approach Yishio, as their Moonwheel Guild was hardly a formidable presence in glory, ranking beyond the top 50 in the realm of the gods, without a single record to their name. This rather ordinary guild left Tianqi feeling unworthy of Yishio's exceptional capabilities. It was unclear whether the others shared Tianqi's sentiments, but collectively, they continued to engage in combat with quiet determination. Though minor mistakes occurred during the skirmish, Yishio promptly offered guidance, preventing any significant disasters. And the first boss was dispatched without incident. Upon looting, they found a blue item, while low-level equipment held little interest for them. They unanimously requested Jun Mo Zhao to claim it. Though Yu Mian did not vocalize his thoughts, he silently chose to forego the item. Yishio assessed the situation and discovered it to be merely a level 10 blue belt, slightly better than nothing. Since the others relinquished their claim, he graciously picked it up and donned it, continuing onward. The subsequent encounters followed a similar strategy. The second boss, a ranged attacker that spewed webs, proved bothersome as it frequently ensnared them, swinging about like a Spider-Man. However, under Yishio's leadership, the five ultimately cornered this foe. This time, rather than engaging in a game of billiards, they systematically employed skills that induced rigidity, and under Yishio's direction, they incapacitated the second boss before it could unleash another web. The four members' reverence for Yishio deepened once more. He served as their main tank, a significant source of damage, occasionally providing healing, while also orchestrating tactics and directing the team. Words failed them. Their admiration had become a near reverence. The final boss of the Spider Cave, the Spider King, represented a significant challenge within the dungeon, combining the abilities of both smaller bosses, able to spew webs and exhale poison. Its hairy, eight-legged form, adorned with grotesque patterns on its abdomen, was even more repulsive than the previous two bosses. Facing this ultimate adversary, Tianqi and his companions felt no trepidation, for they understood that with Jun Mo Zhao at the helm, overcoming this amalgamation would pose no issue. As anticipated, the encounter unfolded without peril. The dual-natured Spider King was merely bulkier and possessed a few more tricks than its predecessors. Yishio adeptly orchestrated the team's control, ultimately leading to a successful defeat of the creature. First kill. The system announcement boldly displayed the names of the five-member group: Yu Mian, Tianqi, Mu Yunshun, Qiansheng Li, and Jun Mo Zhao, celebrating their achievement of the first kill in the Spider Cave of Zone 10. Tianqi and his companions transitioned from astonishment to elation. Their level advancement had been steady, yet they never anticipated claiming the first kill in the Spider Cave. This triumph was largely attributed to the prowess of Jun Mo Zhao. Without him, such a seamless victory would have been implausible. Meanwhile, in a novice village, 5 players within the spider cave echoed their dismay upon seeing the system announcement. Before them, the final boss, the Spider King, was left with but a sliver of health, poised to be vanquished within 10 seconds. Yet, they found themselves falling short in those very 10 seconds. Regret and dissatisfaction consumed them as they envisioned countless scenarios that could have salvaged those crucial moments, ultimately resigning themselves to the harsh reality. They had bravely aspired to achieve the first kill of every dungeon in Zone 10, but here they were, having only reached the second dungeon, watching the glory slip away. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds lost. Was Jun Mo Xiao not the same player who had previously claimed the first kill against the Nightcat Demon? The Spider King had fallen, and the 5 had successfully completed the dungeon, yet no joy accompanied their victory. Could it be him? Who was this player? He had already made 2 announcements, Blue River, just like you. Updating early, then resting, everyone rises, then votes. Chapter 16, The Lord Boss, Part 1. This Blue River is indeed the player who, like Jun Mo Xiao, received a dual announcement from the system. He is no ordinary player. He belongs to one of the 3 major guilds in Glory, the Blue Stream Pavilion. Within the realm of the gods, he wields the swordsman character Blue Bridge Spring Snow, ranking among the 5 elite players of the Blue Stream Pavilion. However, seasoned players are well aware that top guilds like Blue Stream Pavilion are backed by professional clubs, and the 5 elite players do not represent the pinnacle. The true professionals from their affiliated club teams are the real experts. The Blue Stream Pavilion operates under the Blue Rain Club's team, with the foremost expert being Huang Xiaotian, whose account, Night Rain Sound Annoyance, is renowned as the Sword Saint in the Glory community, standing side by side with the legendary character, the dual god One Leaf Autumn. As the 10th district opened, Blue River led a group of players from the Blue Stream Pavilion to venture into the new area, aiming to develop the guild's influence and recruit fresh talent. If it weren't for the ambition of such prominent guild members, there would be no grand aspirations to dominate all dungeon records in the new zone. However, who would have thought that their plans for the level 10 dungeon, Spider Cave, would falter merely 10 seconds shy of success? The brothers were disheartened, and Blue River's mood was no better. Jun Mo Xiao, muttering this name, Blue River shared the collective confusion felt by his comrades. The battleground for guilds of their caliber primarily lies within the realm of the gods. After years of competition, they were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Each guild had likely sent their best to the 10th district, and they had gathered intelligence on each other. Yet, this Jun Mo Xiao was absent from their intel. Could it be that some expert had stealthily entered the fray with a hidden account? Do we have any information about the 4 players in his party? Blue River inquired. None, replied one of his companions. Let us reach out to brothers stationed in various villages and see if they know anything. Due to the random distribution of novice villages, it was unlikely that all the members from Blue Stream Pavilion would be gathered together. Each player was independently leveling up while scouting promising newcomers, with plans to reunite after reaching level 20 to establish a guild. Leading the Blue Stream Pavilion players, Blue River naturally served as the command center. In truth, no major guild could expect to have representatives in every novice village, as the distribution was entirely random. However, while they once again charged into the Spider Cave to intensify their grinding, they finally received some feedback. Yet, this information only served to further confuse them. The report indicated that outside a certain village's Green Forest dungeon, a member of the 5-man team named Moonlit Slumber had publicly accused Jun Mo Xiao of deliberately sabotaging by stealing a hidden boss. What nonsense is this? The group listened, baffled. This Jun Mo Xiao first stole someone else's hidden boss for the first kill, and then teamed up with these players to achieve the first kill in the Spider Cave? Such bizarre occurrences left even the 5 seasoned players perplexed. Let us not dwell on this. Focus on leveling up. We will surely cross paths after reaching level 20, Blue River stated solemnly, continuing to lead the charge. Outside the Spider Cave in a certain village, Tianqi and the others were still reveling in the excitement of their first kill. They were leagues behind experts like Blue River, so the notion of a first kill had remained a mere fantasy until now, and the reality of it left them speechless with exhilaration. Meanwhile, their great contributor, Jun Mo Xiao, maintained an unflappable demeanor, casually remarking, "Quite a bit of experience gained. Expert, we owe this to you." Tianqi and the others surrounded Jun Mo Xiao. After playing Glory for so long, they finally grasped what it meant to be a top-tier expert. A top-tier expert could turn a dungeon that would typically send novices running into an effortlessly traversable path. Tianqi even felt that such an expert was worth following, even at the cost of leaving a guild behind. In stark contrast to the exuberance of Tianqi and his companions, Moonlit Slumber was in a rather dark mood. He watched as his former adversary transformed into a hero in the eyes of his brothers, and in the recent dungeon, he had harbored petty thoughts, leading to some discontent among his comrades. If he didn't say something soon, he would truly lose face. With gritted teeth, Moonlit Slumber stepped forward to Jun Mo Shao. Your skills are impressive, I admit. However, I swear that one day I will catch up to you. Are you serious? Yi Shou chuckled. Absolutely. Moonlit Slumber replied with a provocative tone. Good luck, Yi Shou responded, moving away. Moonlit Slumber was left feeling frustrated. You look down on me. You mock me. Aren't experts supposed to respond to challenges like this? You just casually said good luck as if it were nothing? Hey, don't make a fuss, Little Moon. Tianqi approached to calm him down. Who are you calling Little Moon? Moonlit Slumber retorted angrily. Let's get back to the dungeon. We need to focus on leveling up. Tianqi urged, while the other two comrades, Mu Yunxin and Qian Sheng, wandered off to request Jun Mo Shao as a friend. Hey, why didn't you call me? Tianqi rushed after them. Moonlit Slumber, gritting his teeth, unexpectedly received a friend request from Jun Mo Shao. He declined it without hesitation. If he were to send another request, Moonlit Slumber thought. But that scenario never materialized, as Jun Mo Shao had already entered the dungeon. Tianqi followed suit, and Moonlit Slumber was left behind, receiving a message from Tianqi moments later. Moonlit Slumber was frustrated. Upon entering the dungeon, he discovered that the four had already progressed significantly, only realizing he was absent recently. He contemplated leaving again, but Tianqi's message arrived once more. Appreciating his brother and Apos' concern, Moonlit Slumber decided not to let that guy and Apos' presence cool the camaraderie and ultimately caught up with the others. Tianqi, adept at managing relationships, keenly sensed Moonlit Slumber and Apos' discontent and engaged him in private conversation to soothe his feelings, lifting Moonlit Slumber and Apos' spirits considerably. The dungeon run continued smoothly, and they swiftly completed another round. They decided to dive into a third run, but upon entry, the system prompted, You have stumbled into the lair of the Spider Lord. Hidden boss. Tianqi gasped, then turned to Jun Mo Shao. Without this expert, they would never have dared to confront the hidden boss under the current conditions. The system was considerate in this regard. Hidden bosses would not obstruct players' paths, but were optional to defeat, with the ultimate goal being the final boss. At this moment, the group collectively looked toward Jun Mo Shao, hoping he had a strategy to handle the hidden boss. Oh, a hidden boss has appeared, Yi Shou remarked. Regarding the hidden boss, are we unable to defeat it? Tianqi and the others expressed slight disappointment. It's not that we can't defeat it. I have some specific needs. The Spider Lord seems to drop powerful spider silk, right? If you could spare that for me, I would be willing to forego any other materials or equipment. You may take whatever else you desire, Yi Shou stated. The narrative then veered into promotional territory, with mentions of advertisements for various novels, including Rebirth of the Law God and Rebirth of the Hunting Stars, urging readers to support upcoming chapters. Chapter 17, Lord Boss, Part 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianqi and the others unanimously agreed. To them, the worth of this adept had already eclipsed the valuable materials dropped by the hidden boss. They had been struggling to find a means to show goodwill, and now that this expert had expressed a need, it was truly fortuitous. Not to mention that they would gladly part with the powerful bead. At this juncture, they wouldn't hesitate to relinquish all their materials. Moreover, Tianqi, eager to demonstrate his goodwill, turned to say, Xiaoyiya, please hand over the captain's position to this esteemed expert. Should you call me that again, I shall slay you. Yu Zhongmian gritted his teeth. Haha, how adorable. Why not embrace it? Tianqi chuckled, yet he refrained from pushing the jest too far, quickly adding, if you prefer not to call me that, then let the captain be given to the esteemed expert. Yu Zhongmian comprehended the implication by allowing the other party to assume the captaincy and designating them to allocate resources. It would entirely dispel any doubts, fostering mutual trust. At this point, Yu Zhongmian realized that Jun Mo Shao no longer needed to employ any schemes. If he truly wished to monopolize the rewards, he could simply state it, and none of them would object. Resigned, Yu Zhongmian transferred the captaincy without further ado. However, Jun Mo Shao did not alter any captain privileges. He merely remarked, let us proceed, and continued leading the group onward. Their method of attack remained unchanged, and naturally, everything went smoothly. As they approached a fork in the cavern, everyone understood that one path led directly to the Spider Lord's lair. Jun Mo Shao, unhesitant, strode towards the lair of the hidden lord, with the four trailing closely behind. This passage was unlike any found in ordinary dungeons. Along the way were numerous spider eggs that would hatch upon approach, unleashing tiny spiders that scurried about, attacking players. Though their damage was minimal, their small size and swiftness made them difficult to hit. The four stared in exasperation, realizing that it took them several attempts to land a single blow. While Jun Mo Xiao effortlessly dispatched each spider with a single thrust of his spear, clearing the way with remarkable speed. Witnessing their own clumsiness, they felt a surge of relief at his support. Without him, they might have encountered the Spider Lord, but the journey could have taken them an hour. Do you think we might still be the first to defeat the Spider Lord? Qian Xingli mused, harboring a flicker of hope. That depends on our luck. We cannot ascertain if we arrived early enough, Tianqi replied. If we are the first to slay it, it would signify that we are indeed the earliest team to venture into the spider's den. Our speed is commendable. This is our third round. And without any system message announcing the first kill of the hidden boss, I believe our chances are quite significant, Qian Xingli analyzed astutely. If one lacks strength, they would not dare to confront a hidden boss. Mu Yun lamented. Thank goodness for our esteemed expert, Tianqi remarked. Indeed, the other two concurred. Do you not find yourselves rather disgusting? Yu Zhongmian scoffed, disdainful of the trio's constant attempts to ingratiate themselves with Jun Mo Xiao, seemingly unperturbed by his presence. The three felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment, their frustration directed towards Yu Zhongmian. Let us not forget the initial conflict was sparked by your own missteps. Why could you not take a step back? Tianqi admonished him in private. Yu Zhongmian, though aware of the truth in Tianqi's words, could only maintain a stance of dissatisfaction. Tianqi, growing impatient, declared, if you continue to be displeased, once we exit this dungeon, I suggest you depart and stop causing trouble. Yu Zhongmian felt a pang of bitterness. Was this truly the moment that he would be cast aside in favor of the expert? Indeed, it was. Yi Xiu had remained at the forefront, and upon spotting another cavern within the first, he recognized it as the Spider Lord's dwelling. How do we defeat it? Tianqi inquired. Wait a moment. I shall consult the strategy, Yi Xiu replied. The four were instantly thrown into disarray. What was this? Only now, at such a crucial moment, did he decide to review the strategy? Was there truly a need for such last-minute preparations? Esteemed expert, are you? Tianqi stammered, unsure of how to voice his thoughts, while Jun Mo Xiao stood unfazed, indeed delving into the game to consult the strategy. The four were left bewildered. They had firmly concluded that he was a remarkable expert, yet how could such a distinguished player find themselves in this predicament? Could it be that he has been replaced? Tianqi voiced a terrifying hypothesis. I told you, such an impressive expert. Why would he not remain in the realm of the divine and venture out alone to tackle a new area? Qian Xingli remarked. Damn it. Was it truly a master aiding us before, and now a mere pretender has taken their place? The boss won't even be fought without consulting a strategy? Mu Yun lamented. Esteemed expert, how could you abandon us like this? Even if we could just defeat this boss. The three lamented with tears in their eyes. Yu Zhongmian remained silent. Yet he too began to entertain a thought. Could it be that this individual, so calm and unperturbed, was not the same person he had encountered initially? Lost in such imaginings, Yi Xiu returned after reviewing the strategy. All set, Yi Xiu announced. Esteemed expert, have you been replaced? Tianqi cautiously inquired. Replaced? Yi Xiu looked puzzled. Did you play this account all by yourself? Tianqi pressed. Of course, Yi Xiu affirmed. Then I find myself perplexed. Such a remarkable expert requires a strategy to defeat the boss. Tianqi queried. This dungeon has not been accessed for many years, without consulting the strategy. How could I recall how to defeat it? Yi Xiu explained. And previously, Tianqi began. Previously, I too consulted the strategy. Yi Xiu confirmed. The four were left dumbfounded. When did you do that? Tianqi asked. While learning the skills, I glanced over it briefly. However, it was quite lengthy. So I didn't review the hidden boss portion, Yi Xiu clarified. The four remained bewildered. They had long since studied the strategies for the spider's lair. Yet there was no mention of Jun Mo Xiao's method of command within their research. What strategy had he examined? Meanwhile, Yi Xiu began to elucidate the approach for the Spider Lord. Having just reviewed the Spider Lord's introduction, we can still employ the tactics used against the web-spitting small boss, surrounding it and executing continuous stuns through coordination. However, there is a challenge. The Spider Lord will constantly spawn spider eggs, which cannot be interrupted by any skills. The hatchlings will resemble those in the corridor and, upon biting, will impose a 3-second mandatory immobilization on the target. You are all familiar with the immobilization status, correct? One cannot move or attack, nor can one be attacked. Although it inflicts no damage, it will disrupt our coordination, so we absolutely must avoid being bitten by the small spiders. What should we do then? Tianqi inquired. I will handle the small spiders, you need not worry. Therefore, our primary challenge lies in whether the four of you can synchronize your attacks on the Spider Lord to achieve consecutive stuns. With the arrival of a new week, a fervent surge towards the rankings commenced. Do not hesitate to click for recommendations. Chapter 18. The Lord Boss, Part 3. Is this the strategy from the guide? Tianqi and his companions are far from novices. They cannot be easily deceived. The strategies they have perused do not even hint at such an approach. If any guide were to suggest it, the author would surely be ridiculed mercilessly. Why? Because this concept exists solely in the realm of theory. Maintaining an infinite stasis against the Spider Lord with just 4 individuals is feasible. However, relying on a single person to ensure not a single misstep in eliminating all the smaller spiders is a daunting task. If even one tiny spider goes uncontrollable and bites any member of the quartet, their coordination is bound to falter. The Spider Lord possesses the ability to ascend and descend, ensnare with webs, drag opponents, and spew venomous mist. It is the most formidable among the 3 hidden bosses. If the 4 are engaged in a frantic assault, a sudden retaliatory opportunity for the Spider Lord could result in their immediate demise. What do you think? Is it achievable? Yet Yishio continues to inquire. Hey, that question should be directed at yourself, right? Can you guarantee that not a single small spider will slip through? Yu Zhongmian retorted. Of course. Thus, the crux lies with you. As the 4 of you encircle the highest level Spider Lord, the rhythm of your cooperation must accelerate. My further prompts will be futile. By the time you respond to my cues, it may already be too late. Hence, it relies solely on your mutual understanding. How does that sound? Any objections? Yishio asked. Are there alternative strategies? Tianqi queried, honestly expressing their lack of confidence. Given your occupational skill sets, there are likely none. Yishio responded. Did you devise this strategy after examining our professional skills? Indeed. The 4 were taken aback, once more astonished. They were still perplexed by Yishio's assertion of having consulted the guide, as none of the strategies mentioned corresponded to their several encounters in the spider cave. Now, they realized that Yishio's reference to the guide was not to glean tactical maneuvers, but rather to comprehend the characteristics of the spider cave boss, subsequently crafting a strategy tailored to their team. Without experimentation or acclimatization, he directed them, resulting in an immediate victory. What left the 4 in awe was not the flamboyance of his maneuvers, nor his exceptional awareness, nor his outstanding leadership. Rather, it was his profound understanding of the game. At that moment, Tianqi and the others felt that the term expert scarcely sufficed to describe him. A more elevated vocabulary was required. Yet the 4 hesitated. This time, they could not rely entirely on him. They too needed to stand their ground. They were not experts. They were merely seasoned players, slightly more adept than novices embarking on their gaming journey. Could they truly achieve what Yishio proposed? They were beset by doubt. As the 4 hesitated, Yishio did not press them. The 5 simply stood quietly outside the lair of the Spider Lord. At that moment, a system message flashed across the screen, announcing that the first kill of the hidden boss, the Spider Queen, had been accomplished in the spider cave. Tianqi gritted his teeth. Surely, this was not the time to forfeit a first kill. Even in a typical dungeon, encountering a hidden boss hardly ever resulted in abandonment. If all else failed, a hasty retreat was always an option. The novice village dungeon had its advantages. Forcibly exiting meant that while players would respawn as corpses, they would not lose experience. After all, the novice village was quite accommodating to new players. Shall we give it a try? Tianqi glanced at the other 3 brothers, who, upon seeing the system's first kill notification, felt their spirits ignited, responding in unison. Let us go for it. Tianqi declared on behalf of his comrades to their captain, Jun Mo Shao. The 4 were sufficiently prepared to execute the strategy, recalling the rhythms from their previous encounters. Now, they simply needed to accelerate their pace, relying on instinct rather than attempting to calculate timing. Yishio instructed. Understood. I will initiate the encounter. Yishio commanded, directing Jun Mo Shao to the cave's entrance. He did not enter. Instead, he merely raised his weapon hand slightly before swiftly retreating. You initiated it? The 4 were astonished. Indeed, Yishio affirmed. The 4 scratched their heads in confusion. How was the monster activated? They had not witnessed the event, having assumed Jun Mo Shao was about to enter the lair. Little did they know he merely lingered at the entrance. Such an initiation method must belong to a ranged class. He must be armed with a gun. As they speculated, a piercing roar emanated from within the lair. The Spider Lord, roused from slumber, seemed to shake the very cave with its awakening. Spread out, be vigilant. Yishio called out, prompting Tianqi and his companions to split into pairs and take their positions. From the cave emerged a thick mist, and the Spider Lord, exhaling poison, lunged directly at Jun Mo Shao. Instead of retreating, Jun Mo Shao charged forward to meet it, seemingly on the verge of being pounced upon, when suddenly, he lowered his body and executed a swift slide beneath the Spider Lord's abdomen. See, I told you he was armed, Qian Shengli exclaimed. noting that the sliding maneuver was a fundamental attack action for ranged classes. Having slid past, Jun Mo Xiao leapt into the air, twisting mid-flight to thrust his spear into the Spider Lord's rear, using its forward momentum to propel the beast into the quartet's ambush. Go! Yishio shouted. Yet the four found themselves somewhat flustered. In previous encounters, Yishio had required some time to lure the monster into position, yet here, against the most powerful boss, he executed the maneuver with such elegance and efficiency, delivering the boss directly into their grasp. Allow me to engage first, Tianqi shouted as he surged forward. Then I shall follow, Mu Yunshin declared. I will too, Qian Shengli added. Even Yu Zhongmian, reluctant as he was, had to step forward. As a result, after Yu Zhongmian's turn, Tianqi was left in tears. My skill is still on cooldown. Too swift. Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao had already dashed over to deliver a dragon tooth strike, keeping the Spider Lord in its stasis. Now is the time to familiarize yourselves with the rhythm, Yishio instructed, guiding Jun Mo Xiao to thrust his spear and launch a small spider that had just hatched from one of the Lord's eggs. Tianqi observed that the Spider Lord did not immediately unleash its full capabilities upon spawning. The initial egg-laying appeared rather slow, indicating they had time to gel, as this exceptional player was entirely capable of managing a few small spiders while maintaining their stasis. It's speeding up. After one round, Tianqi found his skill still on cooldown. Do not panic, maintain the rhythm, Yishio reminded them. Faster. Qian Shengli acted too soon. Still too fast. Still Qian Shengli. Again too fast. This time it was Xiao Yuyu. Qian Shengli had adjusted his rhythm. But now it was Xiao Yuyu's turn to align. Yishio, while battling the small spiders, observed which individual was struggling to synchronize. The Spider Lord's health steadily diminished, and the frequency of its egg-laying visibly increased, from 1 to 2, then 3. Alright, that's the rhythm. Finally, they achieved a harmonious coordination on this round. Good morning. Click to recommend and collect. How are you all this morning? Chapter 19, Lord Boss, Part 4, Rhythm. The four members of Tianqi muttered these words, their minds bordering on a state of delirium. In their eyes, there was no sight of the Spider Lord. No target to attack. All that occupied their thoughts was how to seize the moment to unleash their skills. As one successful round followed another, their hearts swelled with joy. Had they truly mastered it? Although they could not articulate the sensation, it felt as though they had reached a pivotal moment where their skills would be unleashed instinctively. At this juncture, Yishio could no longer attend to them. After a quick encouragement, he began to dart around the Spider Lord, targeting the smaller spiders. His shots were precise, never missing. Each small spider fell with a single strike. In this moment, only Yishio possessed such prowess. Other players, despite their technical skill, were limited by the current state of the new zone, where their weapons were only level 10, rendering them incapable of executing such lethal efficiency against the small spiders. If a small spider required 2 hits to be defeated, then even Yishio could not guarantee the complete eradication of the field. Maintain your focus. Keep it up, Yishio reminded the four as he busily engaged in combat. He understood that this mechanical repetition could easily lead to a numbing inertia. A momentary lapse in concentration could spell disaster. The four members of Tianqi dared not let their guard down, their eyes glued to the movements of their fellow brothers. They had no time to concern themselves with Jun Mo Xiao's progress in dispatching the small spiders, even though they understood that clearing the small spiders was an even more arduous task that could also lead to fatal mistakes. The Spider Lord's health had already dwindled to half. Tianqi continued to perform the same actions with rapidity, their fingers feeling somewhat stiff, leading them to question their endurance. Boldly, Tianqi stole a glance at Jun Mo Xiao's situation. Jun Mo Xiao was darting about, and the Spider Lord was now laying 6 eggs at once. 6 small spiders hatched, mindlessly charging towards their targets without regard for reason or animosity. Jun Mo Xiao's spear was entirely black, save for a glimmer at the tip, and with a flourish, it sent forth a flurry of icy lights. Each small spider that was struck let out a shrill cry before meeting its demise. Oh no! Tianqi's heart sank as he noticed one small spider racing toward Mu Yunshin, while Jun Mo Xiao seemed too far to intervene. Suddenly, there was a muffled bang, and a spark erupted around the small spider, which exploded into fragments. What just happened? Tianqi was momentarily bewildered, but he did not forget his mission. Ensuring his own attacks did not falter. It was as if the marksman had struck it. Tianqi pondered, realizing he had been so focused on the small spider that he had overlooked Jun Mo Xiao's actions. Recalling the earlier incident of luring the boss from a distance, it seemed certain that Jun Mo Xiao was equipped with other professional weapons as well. Feeling somewhat revitalized, Tianqi glanced at his fellow brothers, who were all intensely focused on their tasks, their necks rigidly fixed in place. Tianqi suddenly discovered that this brief diversion of attention had alleviated some of the fatigue and tension in his hands. Yet, he dared not share this realization with his brothers. A moment's distraction could have unknown consequences. Let us hope nothing goes awry. At this moment, Yu Zhongmian felt he was nearing his limits. His hands had grown exceedingly stiff, seemingly devoid of flexibility. He could hardly recall how he executed his actions with each round. His gaze fixated on the screen, it suddenly felt distant, obscuring everything before him. Feelings, remember the feelings. Yu Zhongmian repeatedly reminded himself, burdened by immense pressure and fearful of making a mistake. He knew his brothers had begun to harbor some doubts about him, and he was determined not to let Jun and Mo Xiao look down on him. Hold on. Yu Zhongmian gritted his teeth, persisting as he observed the Spider Lord's health initially dwindling rapidly, but now it felt as though it was declining at a snail's pace. After such a lengthy battle, why was there still a third remaining? Would he be able to endure until the end? While Tianqi found a moment of respite in his days, Yu Zhongmian only felt an increase in pressure. Yet, regardless of their individual struggles, neither made any errors, and their rigid coordination continued unabated. Just then, Qian Shengli suddenly cried out in alarm. He had faltered. In the initial phase of their collaboration, he had been the slowest to adapt, perpetually missing the rhythm. After holding on for so long, he finally made a mistake, and like before, his actions hastened. In his case, the Spider Lord remained immobilized, allowing Yu Zhongmian to keep pace. But what about afterwards? When it came to Tianqi, there was no solution. Due to Qian Shengli's premature actions, Tianqi's skill could not cool down in time, leaving him powerless to keep the Spider Lord immobilized. The four felt a wave of despair wash over them, hoping that the miraculous expert would find a way to salvage the situation. Just then, they witnessed the Spider Lord raise its rear, coinciding with the spawning of 8 eggs. It was over. The four despaired as Yu Zhongmian released his skill, casting a mournful glance toward Tianqi. Tianqi had no skills left and was utterly at a loss. What actions would the uncontrolled Spider Lord take? They could not foresee any of it. Tianqi dodged. Amidst the despair, a voice erupted, igniting a spark of hope within them. Without hesitation, Tianqi sidestepped, and Jun Mo Xiao's spear sliced past him, thrusting directly at the Spider Lord. The immobilization was restored, but the 8 small spiders, now uncontrolled, scattered, preparing to pounce on the group. They were at a loss, unsure whether to continue attacking the Spider Lord or to address the small spiders. Then, they saw Jun Mo Xiao, having struck the Spider Lord with his spear, take 2 steps forward. To their astonishment, his spear split into 2 segments, one in each arm, and with a deft motion, he seized the Spider Lord with both hands. Huh! Jun Mo Xiao raised his arms, lifting the Spider Lord overhead, then executed a backward flip, slamming the Spider Lord behind him with a judo throw. This skill was not merely damaging to the target. Upon impact with the ground, it generated a small seismic wave that caused area damage. Jun Mo Xiao's judo throw produced a shockwave that perfectly encompassed the 8 small spiders. The small spiders flipped onto their backs, crumpling into lifeless bodies. Tianqi, Yi Xiu called out, and Tianqi, already prepared, swiftly delivered a punch, maintaining the Spider Lord's immobilization. Everyone, be cautious. Such situations cannot always be salvaged, Yi Xiu warned. Currently, the rankings were 14th in weekly points, 10th in weekly pushes, and 2nd in new book rankings. Comrades, let us rally our efforts. Continue to cast your votes and clicks onward. Chapter 20, The Lord Boss, Part 5. As dusk descended, the players, one after another, launched their attacks. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat, gripping their mice so tightly that they felt slick, yet there was no time to wipe their hands. Their eyes were glued to the screen, leaving no room for complacency. The situation stabilized once more, and the 4 players, focused and determined, had no time to reflect on the earlier chaos. The Spider Lord's health continued to dwindle under their relentless assault, decreasing from 1/3 to 1/4, then to 1/5. Watch out. It's about to turn red, Yi Xiu warned. What do we do when it's red? Tianqi inquired. When the hidden boss's health turns red, it will undoubtedly unleash a powerful attack, Yi Xiu explained, recalling the strategy guide he had studied. The Spider Lord would enter a rage state when its health was critically low, making it immune to being stunned. Let us go for a strong kill, Yi Xiu commanded. Surprisingly, instead of feeling anxious, the 4 players felt a thrill of excitement. They had been maintaining their current strategy for far too long. They yearned for a change, even if it meant risking defeat. It's red, Tianqi shouted. Step on a small spider, Yi Xiu directed. Huh. Although Mu Yunshan was perplexed by the command, he instinctively engaged a small spider that lunged at him, as if it had been sent for him specifically. The small spider bit down on Mu Yunshin, rendering him immobile, while the Spider Lord twisted its body and lunged at him with its grotesque maw, causing Mu Yunshin to scream in fright. However, to his surprise, nothing happened. Though the small spider's bite had imprisoned Mu Yunshin for 3 seconds, it also rendered him invulnerable. Even the Spider Lord could not inflict harm upon him. Yi Xiu cleverly utilized this to grant the rest of the team 3 seconds to unleash their fury upon the Spider Lord. While the Spider Lord raged and continued to spawn eggs, Yi Xiu remained vigilant, clearing out the small spiders but deliberately avoiding those targeting Mu Yunshin. Realizing the tactic, Mu Yunshin began seeking out small spiders to bite him. Although they were not masters of the game, they were familiar enough to grasp the tactical intent behind this move. Due to their previous coordinated attacks on the Spider Lord, they had amassed a significant amount of enmity. As the highest attacker among them, Mu Yunshin had drawn the most hatred. Yi Xiu's strategy capitalized on this, turning the small spiders, which were initially meant to disrupt the player's coordination, into a protective shield. This tactic was impossible to employ earlier in the encounter. It was only now, at this late stage, that Mu Yunshin's enmity had reached a sufficient level. Furthermore, only now had the Spider Lord's spawning capability been pushed to its limits, producing a sufficient number of small spiders. Mu Yunshin endured their bites, remaining invulnerable throughout. The damage from the small spiders was minimal, and Jun Mo Xiao was quick to provide healing whenever necessary, ensuring Mu Yunshin remained unscathed. The Spider Lord unleashed webs and venom, utilizing every available method of attack, but to no avail. Amidst this sustained assault, someone eventually accumulated more hatred than Mu Yunshin. The Spider Lord shifted its focus, but the next target, Yu Zhongmian, had already learned from Mu Yunshin's strategy and sought out small spiders to bite. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao, responsible for clearing out small spiders, had anticipated this move and left behind spiders that were zeroing in on Yu Zhongmian. What had begun as a perilous battle against a red-blooded boss had devolved into a playful skirmish, with the players mockingly toying with the Spider Lord until they finally defeated the strongest creature of the spider lair. The first to flash was the system notification. Jun Mo Xiao, Tianqi, Mu Yunshin, Xiao Shengli, and Yu Zhongmian had completed the first kill of the hidden boss, the Spider Lord. Awesome! Tianqi and the others cheered, their excitement palpable. If possible, they would have lifted Jun Mo Xiao and tossed him into the sky. They were certain that without him, they would never have achieved this victory. Keeping the Spider Lord immobilized had been a considerable challenge, but the task of managing the small spiders was even more daunting. The most impressive feat was Jun Mo Xiao's timely interventions, his precise control over the hatred for the small spiders, and the overall design of their strategy. Words failed them. Tianqi and the others found it difficult to articulate their admiration. Having played Glory for so long, they never imagined encountering someone as formidable as Jun Mo Xiao. Brother expert, for powerful spider silk, strands dropped. Tianqi exclaimed, rushing to report the loot to Yi Xiu, who decided to forfeit his share without hesitation. The others followed suit, adhering to their agreement without a second thought. Thank you, Yi Xiu replied, collecting the 4 strands into his inventory. The rest is yours, Yi Xiu affirmed, keeping his promise. Take it all, take it all. In a rare display of humility after the drop, the players exhibited their complete admiration for Yi Xiu, leaving no room for hesitation. Aside from the powerful spider silk, the Spider Lord also dropped 2 spider venom vials, a pair of level 15 chestnut wood boots with light armor, and an increase of 3 points in strength. Additionally, a purple weapon was discovered, the Peachwood Saber, level 15, weighing 2.6 kilograms with an attack speed of 8. Its physical attack was 165, and magical attack was 178, requiring 10 strength and 14 intelligence. The saber belonged to the sword category, primarily chosen by swordsman characters, with an attack power skewed towards magical attributes. In Glory, weapons typically leaned towards either physical or magical attributes, while the Thousand Machine Umbrella maintained a balance between the two, indicating it was a product of refined craftsmanship. In contrast, the Peachwood Saber's attributes were perfectly aligned with those of the Thousand Machine Umbrella. A level 15 purple weapon equated to a level 5 silver weapon. However, this Peachwood Saber boasted additional attributes and a faster attack speed than the Thousand Machine Umbrella, making it superior in terms of stats alone. Upon seeing the saber, Yi Xiu remarked on his good fortune that day. The blue gear was a guaranteed drop from the boss, and the hidden materials were a certainty from the hidden boss. But the skill book and this purple weapon were truly rare finds, requiring a stroke of luck to acquire. Even though lower-level equipment would soon be obsolete, possessing such a purple weapon would provide a significant advantage during the level 15 to 20 phase, and being a purple weapon, it could be utilized until level 25. For this saber alone, players who had originally intended to avoid the swordsman class during the solo period might reconsider their choice. The 4 players swallowed hard. Particularly Mu Yunshin and Yu Zhongmian, who were already playing swordsman classes. This weapon was exceptionally fitting for them. This saber isn't useful for me. So whoever wants it can take it, Yi Xiu declared, decisively choosing to forego the item, adhering to his earlier statements. Brother expert, you should take it all. Tianqi insisted earnestly. If it weren't for you leading us, we wouldn't have encountered these items. Without you all teaming up with me, I would have found it difficult to defeat the Spider Lord. Yi Xiu replied. The 4 players paused, realizing the implication. Did he not say he couldn't defeat it? He merely indicated it would be challenging. Another wave of excitement washed over them. Night Party members, raise your votes. Chapter 21. The dawn breaks as the day broke. Yi Xiu decisively relinquished his claims, prompting Tianqi and his companions to be more forthright. They were all old acquaintances, and the division of spoils proceeded harmoniously. The spider venom was a lucrative commodity, and whoever collected it would profit equally upon its sale. The ordinary blue boots, crafted from chestnut wood, were hastily contested, only to be outshone by Mu Yunshin's splendid score of 100 points. As for the peachwood saber, it ideally suited either Mu Yunshin or Yu Zhongmian, depending on their intended classes. Having just acquired the chestnut boots, Mu Yunshin, despite their lesser value compared to the saber, chose to forego it without hesitation. Ultimately, Yu Zhongmian claimed the peachwood saber, a mix of exhilaration and an odd sensation coursing through him. With the first kill of the spider cave behind them and now the Spider Lord defeated, they reaped considerable experience, catapulting Jun Mo Xiao to level 12. While Tianqi and his trio were also assured of their ascension. The subsequent task of vanquishing ordinary bosses was familiar territory, allowing them to dispatch foes with ease. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yu Zhongmian found himself in a quandary. He had initially resolved to part ways after this venture, yet having just acquired the saber, departing now felt somewhat disloyal. To leave would be unseemly. To stay, however, would mean facing Tianqi's earlier remarks, making it all the more awkward. In the end, Tianqi, well-versed in social niceties, approached him and treated their earlier conversation as mere jest, deftly allowing the matter to pass. With Jun Mo Xiao at the helm, they re-entered the spider cave. In stark contrast to Yu Zhongmian's internal struggle, the members of Blue Stream Pavilion, led by Lan He, were engulfed in frustration. They had failed to secure the first kill of the spider cave, and 2 of the 3 hidden bosses had already been claimed by others. This marked their 4th foray into the dungeon, yet they remained empty-handed, steeped in disappointment, when a system announcement rang out. The last of the 3 hidden bosses, the Spider Warrior, had also been claimed in a first kill. The Spider Warrior fell to the forces of one of the 3 major guilds, Zhong Chaotang. While the first hidden boss had been slain by another major guild, Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. This illustrated a shift in the balance of power among the 3 guilds. As a newcomer, Jun Mo Xiao had made his mark by securing the top position on the first kill leaderboard in the 10th district, 3 times no less, while pilfering 2 first kills in the level 10 tier. The members of Blue Stream Pavilion found themselves in a rather embarrassing predicament. While it could be attributed to sheer bad luck regarding the hidden bosses, the memory of those 10 seconds of first kill triumph now felt like a stab in the heart. All opportunities for glory had slipped away. Lan He and his companions exited the dungeon, their spirits considerably dampened. What manner of individual was this Jun Mo Xiao that even the villagers took notice? Lan He mused, his irritation palpable. In stark contrast, Yi Xiu and his team were imbued with fervor, bustling in and out of the dungeon, reveling in their endeavors. The opening night of the 10th district passed in a flurry, with some rejoicing while others lamented. Chunguo awoke to find it was already 11 o'clock, nearing noon. Her routine had typically been quite disciplined, seldom indulging in late sleep. However, the previous night's excitement with the newcomer had led her to retire later than usual. After calculating the time, she realized she had enjoyed a solid 8 hours of slumber, and with a satisfied stretch, she propped herself up from bed. Living in the internet CAF, specifically in a suite on the 2nd floor, she shared a roof with Yi Xiu. Compared to Yi Xiu's initial arrival, Chengguo had become thoroughly acclimatized to her surroundings, having grown up in Xinhui Internet CAF, where she dined, slept, and studied. While her peers returned home after school, she would dive straight into the CAF, often causing misunderstandings. Xinhui Internet CAF was her home, a notion deeply ingrained since childhood. Her father managed the CAF with the same care he would a household, nurturing it from its humble beginnings when both he and Chunguo were much younger. Now, the CAF had expanded significantly, yet she found herself alone within its walls. The year she sat for her college entrance exams, Her father tragically passed away from a sudden heart attack. Chengguo had no recollection of her mother. After the funeral, when relatives debated the CAF's future and how to care for Chengguo, she, without a second thought, discarded her college acceptance letter and took over the CAF, continuing her father's legacy amidst the astonished gazes of family and friends. 9 years have since elapsed. Chengguo was now entirely capable of affording a comfortable residence. Yet the thought had never crossed her mind. She found solace living in the CAF. Within its walls, she felt a sense of stability and tranquility, a feeling akin to home. Solitary, yet never lonely. What a splendid day it is, Chengguo remarked as she stood by the window, gazing at the silver world bathed in brilliant sunlight. Let Dad enjoy the sunshine too, she quipped, placing a framed photo of her and her father on the windowsill, facing outward. After getting dressed and freshening up, Chengguo cheerfully wandered around the living room, noticing the storage room door ajar. Peering inside, she found no sign of Yishio. Where is he? She muttered. Upon opening her door, Chengguo stepped into her internet CAF, which was bustling with activity due to the new opening in the 10th district. Night owls were leaving, only to be replaced by early risers. Each screen displayed scenes from Glory, with everyone adorned in headsets, immersed in animated conversations and cheers. Descending to the front desk, Chengguo inquired with the duty attendant about Yishio's whereabouts. The attendant pointed toward the smoking area. Still playing? Chengguo exclaimed, striding in that direction. The smoking area was clouded with smoke, and Yishio was at the heart of it. Chengguo frowned, waving away the haze as she approached him, lifting his headphones. Still playing? Are you trying to kill yourself? Yishio swiftly turned, acknowledging her with a nod and returning to his gameplay. Glancing at the screen, Chengguo saw they were in the spider cave. What level are you at? Level 17. Chengguo gasped, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the experience bar for Jun and Mo Xiao. Level 17 was already a thing of the past, and they would undoubtedly reach level 18 upon exiting this dungeon. With 20 minutes remaining until noon, achieving level 18 within 12 hours of the new district's opening would certainly set a record. While the system did not maintain such statistics, countless players would brag about their leveling feats on forums. Her gaze shifted to Yishio's teammates. Yu Zhongyan? I feel like I've seen that name before. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled, isn't he the one who spammed your chat last night? Indeed. Then why are you still teaming up with him? Chengguo questioned, perplexed. Because he spammed the chat, others wouldn't team with me, Yishio replied. Who asked you for that reason? Chengguo retorted, annoyed. Am I supposed to engage in a verbal duel with him? Yishio chuckled. Rise early, read more, and vote. Chapter 22. Yishio's Retirement, Part 1. Chengguo remained perplexed. Even if Yishio did not mind, how could the others possibly accept him into their ranks? What was truly happening here? Chengguo inquired. I suspect they initially intended to use me as a pawn, but later realized my skills were beneficial to them. So they let me off the hook, Yishio replied. So you are willingly toiling for them? Don't you have any ambition? Chengguo felt indignant on Yishio's behalf. Not really. It's fine, Yishio said casually, as he deftly struck down the Spider King, who was besieged by 5 opponents. Chengguo noticed a flurry of notifications in the information bar, as teammates Tianqi, Yu Zhongyan, Mu Yunxi, and Qianxing all opted to forego the loot dropped by the Spider King. What does this mean? Chengguo exclaimed in surprise. My contributions were significant, so they insisted I choose the gear first. Alas, what can I do? Yishio remarked, also decisively opting to pass. With the privilege of priority selection, he had already acquired a full set of blue gear, yet these individuals still insisted he take a look at it. Chengguo was left speechless. Yishio's modesty was clearly an understatement. This was no mere labor. He was evidently the leader here. After defeating the boss, the privilege to select equipment was reserved for the core members of the team. Moreover, such an arrangement typically required mutual recognition among friends, allowing those who labored diligently to be prioritized. But the individuals she had seen earlier, they had seemed like adversaries plotting against each other before sleep, and now, they had all become his subordinates overnight? Please clarify what's going on here, Chengguo insisted, unwilling to relent until she uncovered the truth. It's simply because I was of great assistance, Yishio replied. How great could it be? I led them to achieve the first kills of the Spider Cave and the Spider Lord, Yishio stated. You accomplished 3 first kills in one night? Chengguo was taken aback. She had played for 5 years without witnessing a single first kill. This individual had played for less than 12 hours and managed to secure 3. The contrast was staggering. Just good luck, Yishio said, stretching and rising from his seat. The group had already exited the dungeon, and faint farewells echoed through his headset. Yishio seized Chengguo's headset and shouted a few goodbyes into the microphone before promptly logging out of the game. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep, Yishio declared. Do you want to eat something before sleeping? Chengguo asked, eyeing him critically. Frankly, she could not discern any signs of fatigue on Yishio's face. Though he appeared slightly lackluster after an all-nighter and morning session, he had looked just as disheveled during their initial meeting, making it difficult to gauge the toll of sleep deprivation on him. No need. I'll eat after I wake up. Yishio turned off his computer and called out before dashing away. Chenghua had given him the key to the two-bedroom suite yesterday, and he returned to his modest little storage room, burying himself under the covers. The room was quite suitable for daytime slumber, with the door closed. The light from the small window above rendered the room virtually free of distractions. Yishio quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, darkness had enveloped the world once more. It was hard to imagine that someone who had just experienced significant upheaval could sleep so soundly. Rising from the bed, Yishio chose not to turn on the lights. Instead, he fished out a cigarette, lit it, and quietly enjoyed it before stepping out of the room. Both bedroom doors were locked. Yishio knew one belonged to Chenghua and the other to a girl named Tang Ro, who was said to be the longest-serving employee at the Xinhua Internet CAF, having worked there for nearly 2 years. However, she had taken a leave of absence recently. As for the other staff members, they resided in nearby apartments, where Chenghua had rented a suite for them. Yishio was currently on standby for a spot there. Chenghua assured him that as soon as someone vacated, he would have a chance at a bed. While on his way to the restroom, Yishio noticed a sticky note on the mirror. Bored, he glanced at it and discovered it was addressed to him. Chenghua had prepared toiletries for him, neatly arranged on the sink. Yishio peeled off the note, feeling a bit bewildered. He had not anticipated this new boss to be so thoughtful. As for feeling moved, such a small gesture hardly warranted it. Gratitude was more appropriate. After freshening up, Yishio checked the time and realized it was already past 9. Having gone a day without food, he needed to find something to eat. Exiting the suite, he stepped into the Internet CAF, only to sense something amiss. Though the second floor was a premium area with higher fees, it felt unusually desolate at that moment. Puzzled, Yishio descended the stairs, only to find the first floor shrouded in darkness, with no lights on. What happened? Yishio wondered, scanning his surroundings. Although the lights were off, there were plenty of people, many of whom were crowded in the aisles. A massive 200-inch projection screen hung on the south wall, displaying visuals from a projector, with sounds resonating throughout the CAF. Everyone was eerily quiet, sitting at their computers or standing in the aisles, seemingly oblivious to the CAF's purpose, treating it more like a cinema as they silently watched the projection. Yishio soon heard the familiar commentary, with 2 names repetitively echoed. Yishio, 1 Autumn Leaf. The screen displayed poignant snippets from his illustrious career in glory, with the commentator passionately recounting his numerous achievements and accolades. 3-time league champion, 3-time most valuable player, 2-time output star, and 1-time one-hit kill. Whether as a team player or an individual, Yishio stood as a pinnacle in the Glory Professional League, a goal for all current players to surpass. Now, let us collectively reminisce about the splendid moments brought to us by the battle god, 1 Autumn Leaf. The commentator intoned somberly, as the screen began showcasing the awe-inspiring feats of the battle god. These scenes alone could ignite excitement in any audience. Yet, in that moment, the Internet CAF remained hushed, devoid of cheers or applause. Everyone simply observed the unfolding images in silence, acutely aware that all of this had become history from that very noon onward. At noon that day, the Jiashi Club held a press conference announcing the retirement of Captain Yishio. This enigmatic expert had not even attended his own retirement announcement. The only evidence was a retirement statement personally signed by Yishio, presented by the club's manager. The manager then declared that the retired Yishio had declined any offers for other positions within the club and had left Jiashi Club alone. The visuals continued to flash by, battles, clashes, records, while the commentator aptly narrated the unfolding story, eventually leading to the dismal state of Yishio and Jiashi. Among the audience in the CAF, faint sobs began to emerge. Finally, a cover appeared. I forgot to shout out yesterday. Thanks to artist Hal for the illustrations, to Half Moon for the lettering, and to the enthusiastic contributors of choices, Watermark, Zhago, Xiaomu Ji Chong, Yiyunjio, by Shui Shui, and of course, the actively engaged opinions from Butterfly. You are all talented individuals. Chapter 23, Yishio's Retirement, Part 2. The club can invite new generation masters like Sun Xiang to rejuvenate itself. However, what of the once great kings? They must bear the ravages of time alone, choosing to depart in silence during such moments. He leaves with grace, yet his heart is far from willing. He yearns to continue fighting, believing his career has not reached its end. Yet, he finds himself devoid of options. Accepting the conditions to remain at the club as a sparring partner? It appears to be a choice that embodies humility and endurance, yet Yishio perceives the deeper implications. He understands that the club anticipates his unwillingness to accept such indignity, thus presenting him with this option. Should he unexpectedly acquiesce? The club would undoubtedly devise other means to coerce him. It is a cruel reality, but for the club, this is merely a business decision, devoid of any personal sentiment. The league has become merciless due to commercialization. Yishio is not yet ready to retire. The club is well aware of this fact. The condition of retirement serves as proof of their awareness. They wish to rid themselves of this burden, yet fear that rival competitors might seize the opportunity to grow stronger. They would rather see Yishio diminish than allow him to become a contender. Thus, forcing Yishio into retirement becomes their ultimate goal, and undoubtedly, they have succeeded. Yishio comprehends all of this, yet he can only follow their script. The struggle of mutual destruction? He is reluctant, for he still has a path to tread. A year of forced retirement may prove to be an opportunity, a step back to embrace a broader horizon. Though this step appears daunting, as the credits roll across the screen, Yishio can no longer bear to watch. The media's intention to evoke sentiment is evident, causing some in the internet CAF to weep openly. Yet, who among the audience can rival his own heartache, nostalgia, and sorrow? Escaping the crowd, Yishio steps outside the CAF, exhaling a breath of relief, only to hear sobbing from behind. Turning, he finds Chunghwa alone outside the door, her eyes glistening. They both recognize each other's presence, and it seems inappropriate to remain silent. Yishio greets her. "Boss, are you crying? You beast, do you feel nothing at all?" Chunghwa retorts. "Quite the contrary. I couldn't withstand it, and had to escape." Yishio replies. "Get lost." Chunghwa scolds. "Do you have any tissues?" Yishio searches his pockets. "How about a cigarette box?" "I'll go get some," he says, rushing back into the CAF before Chunghwa can protest. Inside, the sounds of weeping amplify, with men and women alike in tears. Yishio, overwhelmed, feels a wave of sadness wash over him. Fully aware of the reason for their tears, the thought stirs warmth in his eyes. He hurriedly approaches the front desk for a pack of tissues, then rushes back outside, handing them to Chunghwa, turning away to light a cigarette, taking a deep drag. "What are you doing? Are you crying too? Do you need tissues?" Chunghwa seems to sense something. "How could that be? I would never cry." Yishio turns around, exhaling smoke that envelopes Chunghwa's face. The tears that were just wiped away by the tissues now flow again, soothed by the smoke. Chunghwa, surprisingly silent, hands back the tissues to Yishio and turns to re-enter the CAF. Leaning against the CAF door, Yishio finishes his cigarette in silence, wipes his nose with a tissue, and strides toward the small restaurant across the street. By the time Yishio returns, toothpick in mouth and looking satisfied, the special screening in memory of Yishio has concluded. Yet, the atmosphere in the CAF remains heavy, many patrons with red eyes. Thankfully, it seems most share the sentiment. So there is little shame in their emotions. Those like Yishio, who appear composed, are easily perceived as heartless beasts. If he doesn't clarify that he does not play glory, he feels awkward greeting anyone. Chunghwa is nowhere to be found. So Yishio approaches the front desk to inquire with the young lady about the special screening's origins. He learns that whenever there is a glory competition, the Xingshin Internet CAF hosts such live screenings. Though there was no match today, the significant event of Yichio's retirement prompted the electronic competition channel to produce a special program, leading Xingshin CAF to screen it as if it were a match. In previous screenings, the atmosphere would be electric, with players fired up and the CAF bustling with excitement and increased revenue. However, following today's event, the Glory players exhibit an unprecedented emotional restraint. Some head home to hug their pillows, while others seek solace in drinks with friends. Of course, some remain in the CAF to continue gaming, as not everyone is a fan of Yichio, and some remain indifferent to his retirement. Yet, the prevailing mood has affected all. Even those who persist in playing seem somewhat disheartened. The entire Xingshin Internet CAF feels unusually quiet. During normal hours, Glory players would be engaged in lively discussions or shouting with fervor. As Yichio contemplates what to do, he spots Chunghwa descending from the second floor and promptly greets her. "Boss, am I starting my official shift today?" "Yes," Chunghwa replies. "But you can't just sit anywhere. You need to stay near the bar." "Can I play games?" "Yes, but only on that computer." Chunghwa points to the one where the barmaid is currently watching a Korean drama. "What about smoking?" Yichio inquires. Chunghwa gives him a look, reluctantly nodding. "Go ahead, but when I come in the morning, there better not be any smell of smoke or ashes." "Understood," Yichio responds. Chunghwa then teaches him how to check customers in and out, concluding with, "Most of the guests at this time are night owls. They usually leave by 11 p.m. and the machines shut down automatically at 7 a.m. You'll mostly just be here to supervise. If customers need assistance, they'll ring the bell." "What if there's a machine malfunction?" Yichio asks, though he is not an expert in electronics. Restart it, Chen Guo instructs. Yi Xiu wipes his brow. Restarting might not be enough? Just switch to another machine, Chen Guo advises. Yi Xiu wipes his forehead again, intending to ask more, but Chen Guo interjects. You're on the night shift. There are plenty of spare machines. Just remember to note any issues for the technician to handle the next day. Got it, Yi Xiu nods. Tonight, we wrap up early so everyone can rest sooner. Chapter 24. Dungeon Records. Not long ago, Chen Guo had been discreetly wiping away tears over Yi Xiu's retirement. But now she was as composed as usual. After thoroughly briefing Yi Xiu on the essentials he needed to know, she casually found a computer to play Glory. Yi Xiu stood nearby, casting a few glances her way. He noticed that Chen Guo had entered the arena to engage in a duel, yet her focus was clearly elsewhere. She made several glaring errors during the match, some of which were quite elementary. After losing 3 consecutive games, she slammed her keyboard and exited the game, only to find Yi Xiu nonchalantly picking at his teeth, feigning indifference. After shooting him an irritated glance, she retreated to the second floor. Yi Xiu checked the time. It was not long until his shift began at 11 o'clock. The barmaid, evidently adept at managing time, had the progress bar of her Korean drama impeccably timed. As the episode concluded, it coincidentally struck 11. The barmaid stood up and smiled at Yi Xiu. Brother Yi, I'm off work now. Go ahead. Yi Xiu replied, having waited long enough for the computer. The net CAF was not solely staffed by this barmaid at 11. During the daytime and evening, the atmosphere was bustling. Unlike the desolation of the night shifts, making it impossible for one person to manage alone. Although the CAF staff were not yet familiar with Yi Xiu, they recognized him and greeted him politely before leaving one by one. The internet CAF fell into an unusual silence, the sounds of keyboards and mice resonating clearly. In stark contrast to the lively news server from the previous night, this was an entirely different scene. Yi Xiu sighed softly, reflecting on how all of this was a consequence of his retirement. As he settled into the bar, he inserted his account card and logged into the game. As soon as he came online, a series of messages flooded in. Upon opening them, he found that Tianqi and his companions were lining up to greet him. Master, you've arrived. Tianqi, Mu Yunxin, and Qian Shengli all sent the same greeting, with no sign of Yu Zhongmian. Are you all here? Yi Xiu replied to all 3. Yu Zhongmian isn't here, Siqi responded. Still sulking? Yi Xiu thought of the young man. No, he's just in a bad mood. Didn't you announce your retirement today? He really liked you. So he's feeling a bit down and wanted Oppos. TB coming to play tonight, Tianqi explained. Yi Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. He expected that the lad was actually a fan of his. What would he think if he found out that the person he idolized was Yi Xiu himself? The very figure he had once viewed with contempt? It's going to be tough to defeat the hidden boss in the spider cave without another person, Yi Xiu remarked. Shall we recruit someone else? Tianqi inquired. How about we head to the skeleton graveyard? Yi Xiu suggested. Sure. Tianqi eagerly agreed. The skeleton graveyard was a dungeon meant for players of levels 15 to 20. Tianqi and his friends had long wished to venture there, hoping to secure a few first kills under Yi Xiu's leadership. However, Yi Xiu's aspirations and needs differed. He didn't place any value on the glory of first kills. Additionally, to achieve a first kill, one must consistently maintain their level within the top tier. This was something Yi Xiu could not manage, not due to a lack of skill, but simply a lack of time. When he logged off earlier that morning, his character, Junimo Xiao, was prominently ranked in the top 5 of the 10th district at level 18. But now, when he checked the rankings again, Junimo Xiao's name had vanished, replaced by players who had all reached level 22. Why? Because large guilds organized their players to level up and snatch first kills, with multiple individuals sharing an account to keep the character online around the clock, employing a strategy akin to a war of attrition. No matter how skilled Yi Xiu was, he couldn't compete against such tactics. For these reasons, the value of first kills in ordinary districts was generally low. Aside from the prestige of having one's name attached to a record, it mainly reflected the speed of leveling rather than the team's true skill and strength. In contrast, the true measure of a team's technical prowess and capability was demonstrated through dungeon completion records. This record was time-bound, initially established by a unified system, and whenever a team broke the record, their name and new time would be displayed. This record could be repeatedly broken, with substantial rewards. Unlike first kill records which only yielded experience and money, a team would be guaranteed at least one piece of purple-grade equipment, alongside various random rewards. This honor system did not exist in the novice area. It only began to appear in dungeons for players above level 20. Yi Xiu casually glanced at the records, noting that the first kill for the level 20 dungeon, the Frost Forest, had long been accomplished. The original system record had already been refreshed. With the current record set at 26 minutes, 12 seconds, and 48 milliseconds, logged at 18:23 in the afternoon by a team from the guild grass hall. Yishio scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had a vague recollection of the circumstances surrounding that dungeon, but he knew that record would inevitably be surpassed. Currently, the highest level players were just level 22, and the ultimate results were typically achieved by teams of level 25 players. If even one player in the group exceeded level 25, the dungeon results would be rendered invalid. Master, we've arrived at the skeleton graveyard. Tianqi messaged him at that moment. The levels of these guys remained consistent with when he logged off, indicating that they, like Yishio, had spent the day resting. All right, I'll be there shortly. Yishio quickly directed Jun Mo Xiao to run towards the skeleton graveyard. Technically, they could have entered this dungeon as soon as they reached level 15 that morning. But Yishio had a pressing need for powerful silk, a resource vital for enhancing his 1,000 machine umbrella. He had expressed this need to Tianqi and the others yesterday, indicating that he would not be switching dungeons after reaching level 15. Nevertheless, the four companions had chosen to stick around, grinding in the spider cave alongside Yishio. They continued to grind, yet the powerful silk remained insufficient. This item was guaranteed to drop from the hidden boss, the Spider Lord, while the ordinary bosses, the Spider King, and smaller ones, had only a slight chance of yielding it. Yishio and his team had worked tirelessly until 11 o'clock, encountering the hidden boss 3 times, including one instance with the Lord, yielding 5 powerful silks. The other 2 encounters were with Spider Warriors, which dropped none, along with a few drops from smaller bosses. In total, they had gathered only 16, including the 4 obtained during their first kill, falling short of the 40 Yishio needed by 24. At the current pace, he would need to grind for another 2 days. Yishio contemplated this, realizing that Tianqi and his group had managed to level up to nearly 18 by sticking with him in the spider cave. Once they surpassed level 20, they would be 5 levels below the dungeon, where level 5 was a significant threshold in glory, impacting equipment, skills, and experience gained from defeating monsters. If a player exceeded the dungeon level by 5 levels, the experience gained would diminish sharply, making it impractical for Yishio to continue bringing Tianqi and his friends to the spider cave as unpaid labor. Relying solely on luck for grinding was not a sustainable strategy. He would need to explore other avenues. As Yishio pondered, Jun Mo Xiao arrived at the skeleton graveyard and sent a party request to Tianqi. After quickly joining the party, Tianqi messaged, "Should we add another person?" "It's fine if we don't," Yishio replied. Speaking of which, the skeleton graveyard also contained essential materials, which he had yet to acquire. His 1,000 machine umbrella had not been of much use for long, and it was already becoming a burden. The challenges of leveling a low-level character were no small feat. Yishio sighed as he stepped into the skeleton base. Chapter 25. Are you listening to me? Do you have any requests, Master? Yishio donned his headphones as he noticed a message from Tianqi. "I require the sword of the skeleton warrior," Yishio replied. "The decorative sword?" Tianqi inquired. Surprised. "Indeed," Yishio confirmed. "Oh, since there's a demand, let's not add anyone else. Just the 4 of us." Tianqi was quite astute. Prioritizing needs meant that adding another person could lead to confusion, and one could never be sure if they would honor their commitment. If one were to designate a leader for distribution, it might scare off unfamiliar players. Who knows if they would even allocate roles fairly? Thus, sticking with familiar faces was the most prudent choice. Agreed. Yishio concurred with this hassle-free plan. One by one, Tianqi and the others entered the dungeon, chanting in unison, "Let there be a hidden boss." "Are you addicted to hunting hidden bosses?" Yishio chuckled. The trio emitted mischievous laughter. Ever since they had followed Yishio, they had developed a fascination for hidden bosses. Without them, it was merely a matter of overwhelming their opponents, devoid of any challenge. "Let us go," Yishio declared, as Jun Mo Xiao brandished his spear to clear the path, with Tianqi and Mu Yunshun following skillfully. The skeleton graveyard was drizzled with rain, and ghostly green flames flickered in the distance, accompanied by the faint sound of ghostly wails that occasionally pierced the air with chilling shrieks, sending shivers down one's spine. Something felt amiss. It wasn't just the chilling sensation. It felt as though a breeze brushed against his ear. Yishio, with his fortitude, discerned that this was not a mere figment of his imagination, but rather something tangible. He swiftly maneuvered, instinctively turning his head to the left, only to be met by a pallid face with 2 beady black eyes staring unblinkingly at him, its cherry-red lips seemingly poised to drip blood. With a slap, Yishio's left hand crashed onto the keyboard, stabilizing his character just in time. His sudden actions pressed down 7 or 8 keys, causing Jun Mo Xiao to flounder in the game. Fortunately, They were only contending with minor enemies, and Tianqi and the others quickly intervened, managing to hold their ground. However, after spending so long in the dungeon with Yishio the previous day without witnessing a single blunder from him, how could he suddenly be fumbling like a novice today? Could it be that a faux expert had emerged? Yet, they had already established voice communication, and it certainly sounded like Yishio. At that moment, Yishio hastily turned back, rapidly regaining control of the situation. Tianqi and the others exhaled in relief, only to hear Yishio remark, "Boss lady, why are you out here at this hour with a face mask, pretending to be a porcelain doll?" "What?" Tianqi was taken aback. There was gossip. Qian Shengli leaned in closer. The trio immediately fell silent, straining to listen while battling. "I couldn't sleep, so I came down to sit for a bit," Chengguo said as she peeled off her face mask. Tianqi stepped back. Qian Shengli nudged forward, and Mu Yunshin kept watch in all directions. Yushu directed the battle. Chengguo quietly observed as they fought, suddenly exclaiming, "I believe Yichio should not retire." Indeed, Yishio agreed. It is merely that he occupies such a high position that whenever there is an issue with Jiashi, he is the first to be thrust into the limelight, Chengguo explained. "Oh, I have been following Jiashi's matches. I feel Yichio and the god of battle, One Leaf and Autumn, are not as formidable as they once were. There are numerous reasons for this," Chengguo added. Yishio remained silent. The current professional league is increasingly mature, teeming with talent. Players like Gun King, Sword Saint, King of Fighters, and Magician possess skills that rival Yichio's, and their characters are equally powerful as One Leaf and Autumn. Silence ensued. The era of being a singular dominant force is long gone. Yet people still hope Yichio can, as he once did, achieve glory through sheer will. This expectation is undoubtedly excessive. Chengguo continued, "Tianqi, pull back a bit. You're too far forward. Mu Yunshun, stand close to Qian Shengli. I can hold my ground here alone." Yishio commanded while deftly executing maneuvers. "Hey!" Chengguo erupted, rising to grab Yishio by the neck, shaking him while bellowing. "Are you even listening to me? Are you hearing what I'm saying?" All the patrons in the internet CAF perked up. Regulars cast curious glances in their direction, eager to witness who dared provoke their formidable boss. As the high decibel of her roar hinted that someone might be in for a dire fate this evening, Yishio's headphones slipped, revealing the trembling voices of Tianqi and the others. "We heard you. We heard you." Despite the chaos, Yishio maintained his composure, his hands steady as he continued to operate flawlessly. In the game, Jun Mo Zhao's performance remained impeccable, while Yishio himself struggled to breathe under the grip of Chengguo. Yishio felt as though he might lose consciousness, but finally, Chengguo relented, releasing him. He coughed loudly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the screen, asking Chengguo, "What did you say?" while hastily retrieving his headphones, shouting into the microphone, "Tianqi, fall back, retreat." After issuing the command, he tossed the microphone aside and swiftly returned to the keyboard, so preoccupied that he didn't have time to adjust the headphones on his head. They were currently facing a boss, and with one less participant. Yishio's control over Jun Mo Zhao was indispensable. Chengguo, observing Yishio's relentless focus, found herself exasperated. She couldn't possibly strangle him to death. Could she? Resignedly, she sat back down and booted up the game on the computer before her. "You play with me for a while." Yishio glanced back. "That computer is the server. I am the boss," Chengguo retorted. Yishio was speechless. This rule held far more weight than any prohibition against using the server. "How can I play with you?" Yishio asked without turning, fully engaged in a fierce battle with the boss. "I have an account for District 10 as well." Chengguo waved a card in front of Yishio. Yishio merely acknowledged with an "O," still not turning back. Chengguo was infuriated, contemplating whether she should just eliminate him and bury him in the backyard. "Then you can take on the game tasks first," Yishio suggested. "I'm not doing the tasks. Take me into the dungeon," Chengguo huffed, determined to defy Yishio's guidance. "You're only level 1. How can you enter the dungeon?" Yishio replied. "The Green Forest is the lowest level dungeon, for levels 5 to 10. You cannot enter unless your character is at least level 5. "Find a way," Chengguo insisted. "All right, let me think." Yishio mused, his fingers dancing on the keyboard, until he quickly snatched up the microphone again. "Qian Shengli, return to your original position. You're about to be surrounded." "What is going on with you guys? You're making too many mistakes." After shouting, he tossed the microphone down, only to hear the sound of knuckles cracking behind him. Chengguo gritted her teeth and asked, "Have you come up with a solution?" "I have an idea," Yishio replied hurriedly. "Really?" Chengguo was astonished. This was a seemingly insurmountable system constraint. How could he have a solution? "Forget the tasks. Let us just hunt monsters until you reach level 5, Yishio proposed. "I'll kill you first." Chapter 26. Forgotten to consult the strategy guide, of course. Yishio was not killed by Chunghua, nor could Chunghua possibly enter the level 5 green forest at level 1. In the end, she could only lonely embark on her tasks with her level 10 character. After all, this was still a faster method than simply grinding monsters. Amidst his busy schedule, Yishio finally took a moment to glance back. Catching sight of the character on the screen, Zhu Yanxia, this ID seemed familiar. Chunghua nearly slammed her head against the monitor. Turning to him with gritted teeth, "That's my main character's ID." "Oh, that explains it." Yishio's head quickly turned back. Chunghua suddenly realized that since she had sat down, aside from that initial glance when she was applying her facial mask, she had yet to see Yishio's face directly. It was merely a skeleton graveyard. Was it necessary to be so focused? Yet, upon reflection, she found it hard to be angry, as the situation indeed required such concentration. The randomness of monster spawns in this dungeon was quite high, and it was not uncommon for a pile of scattered bones to suddenly come together to form a skeleton, or for one to emerge from a loose patch of soil. There was no fixed route or target in this dungeon. Each visit was a fresh experience, demanding players' attention and quick reactions. Moreover, with only 4 members in their party, focus was even more essential. Realizing this, Chunghua acknowledged that all of Yishio's actions were reasonable, and her frustration was unwarranted. She could only continue to sulk while completing her beginner tasks. At this point, it had only been a day since the 10th district opened, and the beginner area was still teeming with novice players, causing Chunghua's progress to be rather sluggish. Even a top-tier expert like Yishio took 2 hours to finish his tasks in such an environment. Chunghua, needless to say, was in no better position. Although conditions were somewhat improved from the previous day, with the same overarching challenges of queuing and competing for monsters, the fundamental dynamics remained unchanged. During this time, she suddenly heard a cold voice beside her. "I knew it would be like this." Chunghua felt a surge of anger, thinking he was mocking her. However, upon turning to look, she noticed that Yishio had donned his headphones at some point and was intently focusing on the dungeon. Was he speaking to her? Chunghua mumbled to herself, ultimately refraining from causing a scene, and continued to quietly defeat monsters. Yishio and his party navigated the skeleton graveyard dungeon with relative ease, though the process was somewhat arduous. Tianqi and the others were clearly a bit out of their depth, frequently falling victim to the sudden appearances of skeletons. When the final boss fell, all 3 of them were drenched in sweat. Had it not been for Yishio, they would surely have failed if they had brought Yu Zhongyan instead. This dungeon was not so difficult that it required a top-tier expert, but the effective damage dealt to players was substantial, necessitating a dedicated healer. Clearly, this dungeon was a lesson from the novice village, teaching players the importance of class cooperation. With Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao present, performing healing, dealing damage, and tanking monsters, they easily crushed the skeleton cave. After exiting, Yishio glanced back at Chunghua, who was still queuing in the novice area, and decided not to engage, re-entering the dungeon. Tianqi and the others felt a bit anxious, fearing they might be a burden. With a player of Yishio's caliber, he could easily find partners far superior to them. What if they performed poorly and earned his disdain? Thus, this time, the 3 of them were entirely focused, being careful and cautious. Their reaction speeds to the suddenly emerging skeletons markedly improved, significantly hastening their progress through the dungeon. The skeleton cave dungeon also featured 3 hidden bosses: the skeleton warrior, the skeleton mage, and the skeleton lord. However, the game did not provide hints upon entering regarding the appearance of these hidden bosses, as they could emerge unexpectedly from any shadow at any moment. Only at that moment would the system issue a notification, often leaving unlucky parties with team members who had been swiftly eliminated by the boss. With Yishio leading, such careless mistakes were unlikely to occur. However, after successfully clearing the dungeon for the 2nd time, the hidden bosses still did not appear. Having completed the dungeon twice, Yishio looked back at Chunghua, who was still preoccupied with competing for monsters outside the novice village, and noted her character had already reached level 4 and would soon advance to level 5. "Let us hurry and grind again," Yishio thought, hastily re-entering, and Tianqi and the others followed suit without hesitation. "Kill, move, move." Suddenly, a slight tremor was felt from a crooked tombstone ahead, and the 3 of them continued walking, unaware. Yishio quickly shouted, "Retreat." Now, the 3 had learned to execute Yishio's commands without question, promptly jumping back. Jun Mo Xiao swiftly darted through them. After the tombstone trembled slightly, it suddenly burst forth from the ground, flying straight towards the 4 of them. Yishio called out a warning, "Be careful." The already alert Tianqi and the others quickly dodged and avoided being struck by the tombstone. As it flew up, a half-exposed skeleton body emerged from the ground, revealing a remarkably intact skeletal frame, indicating that this was no ordinary skeleton monster with missing ribs. The system message solemnly announced, "You have stepped into the resting place of the skeleton warrior." Finally, they had encountered it. Yi Xiu felt relieved. "How do we fight it?" Tianqi and the others hurriedly inquired. As the half-exposed skeleton warrior shot up from the ground like a rocket, displaying its powerful jumping ability. Dust that had settled on its bones cascaded down like rain, and it brandished a gigantic sword that, though battered, was as large as a person. "This is bad," Yi Xiu remarked. "What's wrong?" Tianqi and the others anxiously asked. "I forgot to consult the strategy guide," Yi Xiu admitted. The three of them nearly spat blood. "You're truly remarkable, expert brother. Should I help you look it up?" Mu Yinshin called out. "No, if the boss targets you, you'll be done for," Yi Xiu replied as the skeleton warrior's massive sword struck the ground, creating a seismic shockwave with a vast radius. The slower-moving Qiansheng was knocked flat by the force of the shockwave. The skeleton warrior scanned the area with its dark eye sockets, seemingly searching for a target to attack. "Someone lure it, so I can check the guide," Mu Yinshin suggested. "No need," Yi Xiu said as he removed his headphones and turned to shout, "Boss! Boss! What is it?" Chen Guo responded, focused on her gameplay, not turning around. "Help me look up a strategy guide," Yi Xiu requested. "A strategy guide? What strategy guide?" Chen Guo turned around in surprise. "The strategy for the skeleton warrior," Yi Xiu said, controlling Jun Mo Xiao while gesturing at the screen. Chen Guo nearly crashed her head into the monitor again. "You only start looking up strategies after encountering the boss? What were you doing earlier?" As the clock struck 3, the night party members prepared their recommendation votes. The countdown of 2 hours and 15 minutes now began. Chapter 27. Strategy for 24 hits. Yi Xiu's response was remarkably simple and unadorned, leaving Chen Guo with no grounds for rebuttal. She was merely queuing up to defeat monsters, feeling no urgency at all. Quickly, she exited the game and searched online for strategies regarding the skeleton graveyard, simultaneously asking Yi Xiu, "Which boss was it?" "The skeleton warrior." He replied, "I primarily want to see how to achieve a 100 drop rate for his sword." "Sword? A 100 drop?" For Chen Guo, it had been 5 years since she had ventured into this dungeon at an appropriate level. She was somewhat familiar with the sword because she occasionally guided newcomers, so she had a vague recollection of it. However, she was utterly oblivious to the specifics of such strategies, as her memories primarily revolved around overpowering foes with her high-level character, rendering guides unnecessary. "There is indeed a way. Just use that as your search theme," Yi Xiu confidently asserted. Though he had forgotten the exact details, he was certain such information existed, as it was something he had authored. Chen Guo hastily typed in keywords such as skeleton warrior, sword, and 100 drop rate. Indeed, her search yielded results. Upon examining the post date, she discovered it was published 10 years ago. Clicking on it, she exclaimed, "It's a post by Yi Xiu." The author's name, One Leaf in Autumn, was well known within the Glory community. Everyone was aware that before the professional league began, when Glory was merely an online game, Yi Xiu had already gained fame as a skilled player. Otherwise, he would not have been invited to become a professional player as soon as the league was established. "Yes, that's the one. Check how many hits are needed to strike the sword's ring," Yi Xiu instructed. I've never seen this post before," Chen Guo admitted, bewildered by Yi Xiu's reference. She quickly skimmed through it and ultimately found the information Yi Xiu sought. 24 hits, along with images detailing the effective areas. "Would you like to see?" Chen Guo inquired. "Zoom in for me," Yi Xiu replied. Chen Guo opened the image and maximized it. "Hey, look, at lightning speed." Yi Xiu turned his head, pausing for less than a second before swiftly returning his gaze. "Have you finished?" Chen Guo asked, astonished. "Yes," Yi Xiu affirmed. "What else do we need?" "Nothing more," he said, recalling that there were indeed requirements regarding physical attacks. While he couldn't remember the exact numbers, he was confident that with the 180 physical attack of his 1000 machine umbrella, combined with his strength attributes, Jun Mo Xiao would surely meet the standards. Tianqi, move to the left. Mu Yunshun, circle around to the back. Qianli Sheng, step back a bit. The next shockwave will damage you. Yi Xiu began directing the trio's movements while he sought out an opportunity to attack. Previously, the four had merely dodged. Without Yi Xiu's commands, none had ventured to attack. The others assumed Yi Xiu was devising a strategy to tackle the skeleton warrior, unaware that he didn't require a guide to vanquish it. He was solely interested in the method to guarantee a drop of the sword. This sword was merely a decorative item, having no impact on the character's strength, which was why there existed such a guaranteed method for obtaining it, albeit requiring a high level of skill. At this moment, Chen Guo had set aside her game and stood behind Yi Xiu, eager to witness how he would manage to strike the sword's ring 24 times. She had read the guide, which stated that the ring was located at the skeleton warrior's waist, square in shape and not very large. From the perspective of the game's visual display, it was nearly impossible to locate it within a 2-meter range. However, Yishio was already maneuvering Jun Mo Xiao into position. During his healing of the trio, the skeleton warrior had already locked onto Jun Mo Xiao as its primary target. Yishio deftly dodged left and right, while Tianqi and the others circled around, awaiting Yishio's command to commence their assault. Yet, after reviewing the guide, Yishio's arrangement for the trio placed them even further away. They were unaware of his intentions, only following orders. Upon witnessing Jun Mo Xiao confront the skeleton warrior, their hearts tightened. The fight was finally about to begin. The skeleton warrior charged forward, the sound of its bones grinding together echoing ominously. Yishio commanded Jun Mo Xiao to advance rapidly, his eyes keenly searching the skeleton warrior's waist. Standing behind him, Shun Guo realized executing this in practice was far more challenging than the guide suggested. The guide had clearly outlined the ring for viewers, but in combat, the skeleton warrior's unsteady movements obscured the ring, complicating matters. The skeleton warrior, towering and wielding a massive sword, raised it as it approached within 2 meters of Jun Mo Xiao. Yet, Yishio remained unperturbed in terms of attack speed. His 1,000-machine umbrella surpassed that of the giant sword, which was typically the slowest. With a steady hand, Yishio pushed the mouse, and Jun Mo Xiao thrust forward with a spear, landing a precise strike. The skeleton warrior momentarily staggered, and Jun Mo Xiao seized the opportunity to close in with a sky strike. The skeleton warrior weighed more than the Nightcat demon, but was not as cumbersome as the bloated spider bosses in the spider cave. After being struck by the sky strike, the skeleton warrior floated neither high nor low. Jun Mo Xiao followed through with a spear swipe, producing a sound entirely different from the previous impact against the skeleton warrior's dry bones. "I hit it," Chen Guo exclaimed excitedly from behind Yishio. "Just once," Yishio replied casually, flicking his fingers as Jun Mo Xiao's spear struck again, delivering a sweeping attack while the skeleton warrior lay on the ground, adding another hit to the ring. Not being greedy, Yishio immediately maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao to retreat after the second successful strike. As the skeleton warrior rose, it unleashed a small shockwave, a common tactic among most bosses to prevent players from exploiting down states with repeated attacks. Watching from behind, Chen Guo felt elated at the 2 successful hits on the ring initially, but upon reflection, she realized that achieving 2 precise strikes on such a small target in mere moments was an extraordinary feat. Just then, she heard another sound. Jun Mo Xiao had perfectly timed his retreat, narrowly escaping the shockwave. Once the wave passed, Yishio commanded Jun Mo Xiao to charge once more. The spear aimed directly at the ring. The skeleton warrior retaliated with a sweeping attack, but Jun Mo Xiao executed a backward roll just in time, the massive sword grazing past him. Observing from a distance, Tianqi and the others could hardly discern whether the attack had inflicted damage on Jun Mo Xiao. However, from the shared team interface, they noted that the strike had been entirely evaded. The sun had emerged to cast its light upon their endeavors. Chapter 28. Professional standards. Tianqi and his companions dared not utter a sound, fearful that it might disrupt Jun Mo Xiao's battle. At the same time, the trio remained on high alert, ready to spring into action at any moment. However, as they waited, they observed Jun Mo Xiao engaged in a perilous duel with the skeletal warrior, showing no inclination to summon them for assistance. The 3, one to the left, one to the right, and one directly behind the skeletal warrior, held their positions firmly outside the potential shockwaves of the creature's attacks. Could he be attempting a one-on-one? Mu Yunshin messaged Tianqi. "Honestly, I have my doubts," Tianqi replied. "Facing a hidden boss alone, just typing those words sends chills down my spine," Mu Yunshin remarked. "Indeed, it's not impossible," Tianqi acknowledged. "How formidable is our skilled brother? What is his true background? At this level, I feel our guild leader pales in comparison," Mu Yunshin concluded. "Absolutely inadequate," Tianqi affirmed. The unfortunate guild leader of the Yulin Guild was venerated for a mere 200 actions per minute, but after just a day of exploring District 10, 3 traitors had emerged from the Revolutionary Party, showing contempt for their leader. At that moment, Qian Shengli messaged, "Is he really going for a one-on-one?" In the game, voice communication was limited to the current vicinity, leaving the trio to rely on written messages to avoid disturbing the skilled brother engaged in monster hunting. "It's possible," Tianqi and Mu Yunshin replied in unison to Qian Shengli. "How impressive. Should we record this?" Qian Shengli inquired, noting the game's recording feature. "Well, he hasn't mentioned it, so perhaps it's best not to," Tianqi suggested. "Ah," Qian Shengli replied, falling silent as the 3 continued to observe Jun Mo Xiao's monster hunting. The spear in his hands was wielded with unparalleled finesse. evoking the grace of a martial arts film. Tianqi and the others were awestruck. In comparison, the combat of ordinary players seemed crude and unrefined. Standing behind Yishio, Chunghua struggled to count the number of successful hits. From her perspective, she saw far less than Tianqi and his companions. As she shared Jun Mo Zhao's first-person view, this limited her ability to track his movements, and the constant shifts in perspective left her feeling dizzy. She could hardly keep pace with the rapidly changing visuals on the screen, often losing track of the character's direction and the skeletal warrior's position. However, amidst the chaos, Yishio's maneuvers remained clear and precise. Chunghua, feeling lightheaded, looked to Yishio's hands and noticed that his left hand was moving significantly faster than when she had last observed, while the right hand wielding the mouse moved with impressive swiftness but minimal motion, deftly clicking either the left or right button after a quick adjustment. Chunghua was astonished. She understood that left clicks represented normal attacks and right clicks signified skill attacks, with the cursor indicating the direction and position of each strike. Yishio's movements were decisive and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Regardless of the rapid changes on the screen, the mouse would always arrive precisely where it needed to be, delivering attacks without a hint of tremor. Yishio's right hand was not only swift, but also remarkably steady. The professional standard truly is unparalleled, Chunghua marveled. Meanwhile, a faint rustling sound emanated from the headphones hanging around Yishio's neck. Chunghua could distinctly hear it, and had to rely on that subtle sound to keep count. 20. This marks the 20th hit, she noted, but where was Jun Mo Zhao's health? Throughout this exchange, he had suffered no damage, indicating that the skeletal warrior had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Mu Yunshun, crushing mountain strike. Yishio suddenly called out, lowering his head to speak into the headset. Are we making our entrance now? Mu Yunshun, initially believing their assistance was unnecessary, wasted no time in drawing his sword upon hearing Yishio's command. Just then, Jun Mo Zhao executed a sky strike, launching the skeletal warrior towards him. Mu Yunshun met the assault with a crushing mountain strike, cleaving the skeletal warrior from midair to the ground, delivering a flawless 8-strike combo. The maximum potential of the move. Block. Yishio reminded Mu Yunshun, who was already anticipating this and had assumed a defensive stance. The skeletal warrior's shockwave collided with the sword, pushing Mu Yunshun back with a resounding crash. His 4-level block could nullify 70 of physical damage, and given that this shockwave was not a major attack, the remaining 30 was negligible. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Zhao had already leapt clear of the shockwave, immediately countering with a dragon tooth strike that rendered the skeletal warrior immobilized. Mu Yunshun, grasping the unspoken strategy, was ready with his immobilization skill, no further prompting required. Tianqi, Qian Shengli, Yishio called, as both rushed forward, quickly grasping the tactical intent and preparing their immobilization skills. What is happening? Chunghua wondered, puzzled by Yishio's sudden request for assistance. Did you not see? Yishio asked, prompting Jun Mo Zhao to glance down. Chunghua immediately noticed that the skeletal warrior's sword lay quietly at its feet, having been shattered and dropped as a result of the previous battle. What is going on? Wasn't it supposed to be 24 hits? Chunghua questioned, surprised. Indeed, it was 24 hits. Yishio confirmed. Yet I only heard 20 hits, Chunghua countered. 4 of those strikes were part of a combo, resulting in 2 attacks. The speed was so rapid that you likely didn't notice. If you add those 4, it totals exactly 24, Yishio explained. Chunghua was astonished. A double strike hitting the same spot? That should produce a hidden bleeding effect, right? I don't recall seeing that happen. Did none of them trigger? Bleeding effects are immune in skeletal states, Yishio replied. Feeling embarrassed, Chunghua flushed. Numerous creatures in Glory possess immunity to bleeding states, and skeletal types are among them. Without flesh, what could bleed? This concept was fundamental knowledge, and she, an experienced player, had momentarily forgotten it. It's all his fault, with the perspective shifting so much. I forgot what creature we were fighting, Chunghua grumbled as she returned to her computer. Outside the novice village, players were still abundant, and low-level monsters remained to be contested. Just as she was fuming, she heard Yishio ask, Boss, are you planning to stay up all night? Chapter 29. The first kill squad, what is going on? Chunghua retorted. If you plan to stay up all night, then you can stay here while I take a seat in the smoking area, Yishio suggested. If you sit in the smoking area, then who is on duty? You or me? Chunghua replied, visibly annoyed. Well, how about you change your seat, boss? Don't you dislike the smell of smoke? Yishio remarked. Tears streamed down Chunggua's face. Though she understood he was considering her feelings, why did it feel like she was being rejected? Meanwhile, Yishio had already grasped the cigarette box in his hand, signaling that it was time for Chunghua to make a choice. Either sit here and take over his shift or go play elsewhere. Forget it. I won't play anymore. I'm going to sleep, Chun Guo declared angrily, quitting the game and storming off. Yi Xiao turned to watch her leave, only to suddenly notice that she had left her account card on the table. It wasn't forgetfulness. Chun Guo treated the internet CAF like her home. Leaving things around was quite normal for her. An idea sprang to mind for Yi Xiao, and he quickly called out, "Boss, you left your card. Do you want me to help you level up tonight?" "Do as you wish," Chun Guo casually replied. Yi Xiao nodded, swiftly lighting a cigarette with a nearly 300 speed. Placing it between his lips, the siege by the skeletal warriors continued unabated, yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed, conversing and lighting his cigarette without losing focus on the game. Soon enough, the skeletal warriors were vanquished. The sword Yi Xiao needed was already lying on the ground, which he promptly picked up, choosing to abandon the other items. Tianqi and the others ceased their squabbling, dividing the equipment among their classes while casually tossing other materials into their bags. "Master brother, we saved the high-level materials we obtained from yesterday's hidden boss fights. We'll keep them for now and sell them later when the prices go up. With the new server opening, there are plenty of unscrupulous merchants preying on newcomers with low prices. Once the prices stabilize, we'll sell them and share the profits with you," Tianqi explained. "I've already taken my cut. The rest is yours," Yi Xiao replied. "Those who can do more should take more. Don't be too modest, master brother," Tianqi added. Yi Xiao chuckled and chose not to elaborate further. The four continued to finish the dungeon, and Tianqi inquired, "Should we add another person?" Yi Xiao understood his intention. They had already acquired what they needed. Adding another member could indeed enhance their efficiency. "It's up to you. However, I'll only be leveling up to 20 today. Afterwards, I need to help a friend level up," Yi Xiao stated. "Okay, do you need our assistance?" Tianqi asked, though he had overheard much of Yi Xiao's conversation with Chun Guo through their open microphones. "No, you all can carry on with your own business," Yi Xiao replied. "Got it." Tianqi and the others remained silent, having only known Yi Xiao for a day. Even though relationships can form quickly within online games, as adults, they were all quite aware of their boundaries. Once they exited the dungeon, Tianqi began calling for people to join the team. Forming a group in the novice zone was remarkably easy. After a long list of applications, he ultimately chose a level 17 female player to join them. The female player, named Chunyu, was ecstatic upon entering the team. "Tianqi, Mu Yunshun, Qiansheng Li, Jun Mo Xiao. Is this not the team that achieved the first kill in the Spider Cave and against the Spider Lord? I can't believe I'm joining such an elite squad." Upon connecting to voice chat, Chunyu enthusiastically expressed her excitement to everyone. With the popularization of voice chat in Glory, the prevalence of deception had significantly diminished. When players engaged in activities together, they communicated directly through voice, and if any female character solely typed without speaking, suspicions would arise immediately. Of course, if a male player had a voice resembling that of a woman, it would be an unexpected talent that left others defenseless. As Tianqi and the others listened to the girl's chatter, they casually walked about a meter in front of her, and Yi Xiao understood they were assessing her appearance. The character templates in Glory consisted of only two types, male and female. Players could either design their own appearance using an editor or have it randomly generated. For those who preferred realism, they could even scan their own photographs into the editor, which would subsequently create an in-game character model resembling them closely. Thus, the appearance of female players in the game was a matter of great curiosity for male players. It was said that some experienced players could discern the authenticity of a female player's appearance at a glance. The three of them seemed devoid of such wolf-like instincts. After a brief observation of the newcomer Chinyu, they concluded with the word ordinary. Whether she was genuine or not remained uncertain. Chinyu, however, was quite enthusiastic, expressing her admiration for the first kill squad and stating how honored she felt to join. She then expressed surprise that the elite team members were still at level 18. And finally inquired whether she had a chance of becoming a permanent member of the first kill squad. To this, Tianqi could only regretfully explain that they had another team member who was absent that day, leaving a spot open. Chinyu was disappointed but didn't give up. Since she couldn't join as a core member, she began to apply for a substitute position and inquired about the guilds and organizations they belonged to. This question put Tianqi and the others in a difficult position. It was evident outsiders viewed them as a prestigious squad to be revered. They had yet to enter the dungeon, and neither had Chinyu. However, once they began their work inside, experienced players would quickly realize that Jun Mo Xiao was the only true expert among them, while the others were not particularly noteworthy. Chunyu's inquiries and expectations ultimately fell upon the shoulders of the master brother. Now she was asking about guilds and such. Tianqi and the others did have a guild, but with the aura of the master brother. Flaunting their guild's name would only serve to embarrass themselves. Let us focus on the dungeon, Tianqi suggested, swiftly changing the topic as he made his way inside. Mu Yunshun and the others hastily followed suit. Upon entering the dungeon, it was Yi Xiu who took charge. The moment he spoke, Qinyu curiously interjected, Who is talking? Having just joined the team. She had been chattering away, while Yi Xiu was only speaking for the first time since they entered the dungeon. Jun Mo Xiao is our squad's expert. Our first kill was entirely thanks to him. Without him, our team would be insignificant. Tianqi seized the opportunity to speak candidly, feeling a considerable sense of relief afterward. Bowed down to the expert. Qinyu typed, adding a voice message to accompany her words. Let us go. Yi Xiu chuckled, leading the way ahead. As he commanded and dispatched monsters, his mastery became increasingly apparent. Yet, in the face of such undeniable skill, Qinyu exhibited little excitement. Tianqi and the others recognized that she was a genuine novice player. This girl is doomed, Mu Yunshin whispered. Yes, her starting point is too high. As a newcomer, she has encountered such extreme talent. How will she blend in with the ordinary players later? Tianqi remarked. A tragedy, Qian Shengli lamented. Today's third update is a bit delayed. Chapter 30, Dual Account Hidden Brush. Qinyu is undoubtedly a remarkably obedient newcomer. Since entering the dungeon, she has maintained a quiet demeanor, attentively listening to instructions and diligently executing them. Although, as a novice, she inevitably makes mistakes, she is always quick to express her apologies, leaving others reluctant to overly chastise her. Interestingly, when she falters, Tianqi and the others seem even more anxious than she is, fearing that the seasoned expert might become impatient with her. However, as the dungeon progressed past its midpoint, Tianqi and the others began to relax. The expert, with his impressive skills, was not the aloof master they had envisioned. In fact, his patience with Qinyu surpassed theirs. For instructions that Qinyu struggled to comprehend, the expert even took the time to explain specialized terminology to her. Yet, with the addition of a novice, the efficiency of their dungeon runs was somewhat affected. Observing the expert's nonchalance, Tianqi and the others decided not to dwell on it. They fought monsters while simultaneously guiding Qinyu, creating a delightful atmosphere. Through their conversations, they discovered that this was Qinyu's very first dungeon experience. She had previously leveled up solely through questing, completing all tasks available outside of dungeons, leaving her with a multitude of dungeon-specific tasks to tackle. Consequently, she was thrilled to find herself in such a prestigious team. Under the expert's guidance, after completing a round of the dungeon and entering again, Qinyu began to display impressive skills. She was merely unfamiliar with glory but was not entirely inexperienced with gaming. Eventually, after several rounds in the dungeon, Jun Mo Xiao and Tianqi reached level 20, while Qinyu was still striving to attain level 19. Recognizing this, Yi Xiu decided to lead the team through a few more rounds, bringing Qinyu along to level 20 as well. During this time, two hidden bosses emerged, which Yi Xiu successfully defeated. However, they encountered no equipment of purple-orange quality, only some rare materials. Unbeknownst to the novice Qinyu, these materials were actually the most valuable items in low-level dungeons. She was merely drooling over the prospect of equipment. Nevertheless, Tianqi and the others, being in the presence of the expert, felt embarrassed to act greedily and took the opportunity to explain the material's worth to Qinyu. To their surprise, she was exceptionally considerate, opting to forego the materials, citing her novice status and inability to utilize them. This decision endeared her to Tianqi and the others immensely, who vowed to remember her kindness and promised to share the profits from any future sales. All right, you all carry on. I'll take my leave, Yi Xiu said as they exited the dungeon. Aren't you going to change classes? Tianqi inquired. Once you hit level 20, everyone needs to change classes and leave the novice village. I'm not in a rush. You go ahead, Yi Xiu replied. Then we'll be in touch. Tianqi responded. Farewell, great god. At this point, Qinyu had become somewhat familiar with the group, having listened to Tianqi and others recount Jun Mo Xiao's heroic exploits. She ultimately settled on referring to him as the great god. Yi Xiu chuckled, bidding farewell to the four before they headed back to the novice village to undertake their class change quests. Meanwhile, he directed Jun Mo Xiao toward the Green Forest dungeon and logged into the game using Chun Guo's account card, bringing the level 5 Zhu Yin Xia into play. Indeed, while Glory does not permit dual accounts, having two computers allows one to play multiple accounts without restriction. This was precisely Yi Xiu's strategy. As long as there were two or more players, it constituted a team, thereby opening the opportunity for hidden quests. He still required some materials from the Dark Knight Cat Demon. On the first run, no hidden quests emerged, prompting Yishio to exit the dungeon without hesitation. Both characters entered a vulnerable state, where health and mana were entirely depleted and all attributes dropped by 80, rendering them nearly incapacitated. However, this was still preferable to traversing the entire dungeon. Jun Mo Xiao was already lacking experience in the Green Forest. Initially intending to practice alongside Zhu Yanxia, Yishio opted for a more casual approach at Chun Guo's suggestion. After a brief break for a smoke and some water, he returned to find both Jun Mo Xiao and Zhu Yanxia had recovered. Upon re-entering the dungeon, still no hidden quests appeared, prompting him to decisively exit once more. If he could manage 10-minute intervals, that would amount to 6 attempts in an hour. In contrast, soloing the Green Forest would take approximately 15 to 20 minutes, thus saving a significant amount of time. However, this method would only be effective in the novice village. Subsequent dungeons would impose limitations on the number of attempts. During this 10-minute interlude, Yishio reviewed strategies, realizing he had forgotten quite a bit of early game knowledge. It was impractical to peruse strategies while already in a dungeon. 10 minutes passed, and he re-entered the Green Forest, yet still no hidden quests appeared. Yishio remained unperturbed, opting to exit and consult the guide once more. After the 4th and 5th attempts, it seemed as if Yishio's luck had been exhausted on the first day, as he had encountered no hidden quests at all. Finally, on the 6th attempt, the system issued the long-awaited prompt for the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Yishio exhaled in relief and began the dungeon run. Theoretically, Zhu Yanxia would become irrelevant once inside. He could exit or leave her at the entrance without consequence. However, since he needed to complete the dungeon anyway, he decided to utilize her for experience points. Thus, he juggled both characters, positioning Zhu Yanxia while Jun Mo Xiao engaged the monsters, ensuring they were within effective range to eliminate them for Zhu Yanxia's benefit. The scene was quite the spectacle, drawing the attention of patrons passing by the Internet CAF's front desk at midnight. "Man, you're playing by yourself, and you've got 2 computers running? That's insane," one onlooker exclaimed. Yishio turned and smiled without uttering a word, his focus unwavering. Once the Dark Knight Cat Demon appeared, the outcome was assured. The items Yishio sought would drop without question. Luck merely determined the quantity. When the coveted Dark Knight Cat claws dropped, Yishio's luck rekindled, yielding 4 claws in total. Coupled with the 2 from earlier, he now possessed 6, needing only 2 more to fulfill his requirement. After dispatching the Dark Knight Cat Demon, Yishio elegantly exited the dungeon and continued his relentless 10-minute cycle of brushing for hidden quests. On the first try, nothing dropped. The second attempt yielded no results either. As he prepared to test his luck for the 3rd time, he suddenly noticed a pending system notification. Upon inspection, he found a message stating that a player named Lan He had requested to add him as a friend. Lan He? Who might that be? Yishio mused, scanning the vicinity for a player by that name, but finding none. It seemed likely that the player noticed his level 20 character stationed outside the Green Forest and sought his assistance. Yishio casually clicked to ignore the request, only to discover another notification, followed by yet another, and then more still. In a fit of persistence, this player named Lan He sent a total of 18 friend requests within those 10 minutes. Ignoring a request does not equate to rejection. The ignored messages can be resubmitted. Yishio marveled at the tenacity of this individual and decided to accept one of the requests. At this rate, I might just start admiring myself. Chapter 31. A True Talent. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan He from the Blue Creek Guild, known by my main account, Blue Bridge Spring Snow. As soon as my friend request was accepted, a message promptly arrived from the other party. There were no trivial greetings. He got straight to the point, indicating a person of considerable confidence. "Hello," Yishio replied succinctly. Having navigated the glory circle for a decade, he was well aware of Blue Creek Guild, one of the 3 major guilds. However, he was less familiar with Blue Bridge Spring Snow. If it had been Huang Xiaodian and his sword saint, Night Rain, he would have been more acquainted. Unbeknownst to Lan He, the individual he was attempting to engage with was a far more seasoned expert than himself. After all, the name Blue Bridge Spring Snow held considerable weight in the gaming community. Confident that Yishio was aware of his identity, Lan He proceeded with the conversation. "Brother, what are you busy with?" "Running dungeons," Yishio replied, not pausing in his activity as both Jun Mo Xiao and Zhu Yanxia had already entered the Forest of Green. "Oh, which dungeon?" Lan He inquired. "The Forest of Green," Yishio answered. Lan He was momentarily puzzled, then deduced what he believed to be the only possibility. "Are you bringing friends?" "Sort of," Yishio responded. We are 1 person short for Frost Forest. Would you be interested, brother?" Lan He messaged. "Oh, why seek me out?" Yishio questioned. The inquiry left Lan He deeply contemplative. The explanation was rather lengthy, stretching over an entire day. Initially, When Jun Mo Zhao's team claimed 2 first kills in the Spider Cave, Blue Creek Guild found it embarrassing to have achieved nothing in that dungeon, stirring considerable frustration among its members. However, after discreetly inquiring about Jun Mo Zhao, who had made the leaderboard 3 times, in this team, they discovered some unusual circumstances. The first kills had been secured by this individual's teammates, one of whom was previously at odds with him. The contentious Moon Mid-Sleep had posted about hidden bosses, which coincided with Jun Mo Zhao's solo capture of the Night Cat Demon. The posts accused Jun Mo Zhao of deliberately causing the team's demise to monopolize the boss for himself. How could such a despicable character end up in the same team as Moon Mid-Sleep? What transpired during that time remained a mystery, but it indicated one crucial point. This team, which managed to secure 2 first kills, was not a friendly gathering but a wild team with internal conflicts. The fact that they achieved 2 first kills indicated their formidable strength, with Jun Mo Zhao clearly being the focal point. How could this scoundrel, who supposedly caused the death of his entire team, be accepted again? What was the basis of this acceptance? Moreover, a keen-eyed player from Blue Creek Guild noted a detail. The team's rankings during the announcements of the 2 first kills differed. The first kill had Moon Mid-Sleep as the captain, while the second kill saw Jun Mo Zhao take the helm. The captaincy is a serious position, capable of expelling members and determining the distribution of loot. The willingness of this team to hand leadership to someone labeled a boss thief spoke volumes about their reliance on him. Without his prowess, they could not have secured those first kills. This individual was indeed a rare talent, likely unbound by any guild. A guild member would not be scavenging in wild teams. A guild member would certainly be online around the clock. Through a day of observation and analysis, Blue Creek Guild reached this conclusion. As the saying goes, it is easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a single general. Such talent should be actively sought after. Thus, Lanhe sent out 18 friend requests in rapid succession. The requests were neither accepted nor declined. They were either unnoticed or ignored. Lanhe resolved to demonstrate his sincerity through this method. In truth, his approach was quite effective. The series of 18 friend requests ultimately persuaded the initially indifferent Yishio to accept. However, when queried about why he sought Yishio, Lanhe opted not to elaborate on the convoluted details and simply stated that the new area had just opened and they had secured 3 first kills, indicating expertise. Therefore, he hoped to forge a friendship. To be frank, we are preparing to challenge the current completion record of Frost Forest, and we require a top-tier player like you. If we break the record, the purple gear is yours. Our guild merely seeks the record. Lanhe was not in a hurry to recruit someone into the guild. After so long in glory, everyone was aware of the prominent talents in each guild. Yet, Jun Mo Zhao had never crossed his radar. Lanhe speculated that this individual was either a skilled player from a guild casually exploring the new zone, or an unconcerned hermit uninterested in guild affiliations. The former would be unlikely to engage, while the latter would likely reject a direct approach. Thus, Lanhe decided to invite Yishio to join a dungeon run to foster camaraderie. All being experts, a pleasant cooperation would likely lead to mutual admiration. Furthermore, they needed to witness his prowess firsthand to ascertain if he was indeed as worthy of recruitment as they suspected. The promise of purple gear was merely a token of goodwill. The Frost Forest gear was merely a level 25 purple item. It was better to have something than nothing. There was no need to linger over low-tier equipment. Frankly, if he was indeed a great expert, he would not be overly concerned about such trivialities. Yet, it was the most substantial bargaining chip available for the current dungeon. Upon receiving this invitation, Yishio's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied to Lanhe. The purple gear is unnecessary. If possible, I would prefer some other items. What do you mean? Lanhe asked. Rare materials. Yishio specified. Haha, you are indeed an astute one, Lanhe remarked. He realized that Yishio was well versed in the game. He was not fixated on low-level purple gear. Indeed, the most valuable items were rare materials that would retain their worth even in the late stages of the game. 72 power silk threads, Yishio proposed. Not a problem, Lanhe readily agreed. Although power silk threads were considered rare materials, they were sourced from beginner area dungeons and could be farmed infinitely, dropping even from ordinary bosses, thus rendering them relatively inexpensive among rare materials. I also need a silver pendant of the White Witch, Yishio added. Certainly, I can provide that now, Lanhe replied with a smile. The silver pendant, like the sword Yishio had obtained from the skeleton warrior, was an attribute-less accessory, devoid of value, merely trinkets favored by some ladies. And I need 8 white wolf fangs, Yishio stated. Brother, you are requesting power silk threads, a silver pendant, and now fangs? Is that not a bit excessive? Lanhe expressed his displeasure. As the afternoon drew late, contrasting sharply with the brightness of the morning, the day continued to unfold. Chapter 32. The Art of Bargaining. The White Wolf and the White Sorceress are hidden bosses within the Frost Forest. The mithril pendant, lacking in practical utility, is of no concern to Blue River. However, the fangs of the White Wolf are indeed a valuable commodity. The Frost Forest is no longer a mere tutorial dungeon for novice players. Each individual is permitted a maximum of 4 forays per day, and the likelihood of encountering a hidden boss during those attempts is uncertain. Moreover, even upon encountering a hidden boss, there exists a 2/3 chance that it will not be the White Wolf. Should Yishio merely desire the 8 White Wolf fangs, Blue River would not hesitate. Yet, the requirement of 72 powerful silk threads coupled with the 8 fangs left Blue River feeling that the man was insatiably greedy. A true scoundrel who would imperil an entire team for the sake of a hidden boss. Regardless of his technical prowess, his character is questionable. Is it truly wise to recruit such a person into the guild? As Blue River began to waver, Yishio leisurely replied to his message. Is that too much? I shall forego the mithril pendant, all right? Blue River chuckled in disbelief and quickly responded. Brother, we are all reasonable individuals here. The mithril pendant holds little value for me. But the powerful silk threads and White Wolf fangs, how many do you deem appropriate? How about a choice between the two? Yishio inquired. This is indeed a tough decision. Yishio replied. You cannot have your cake and eat it too, brother, Blue River said with earnestness. Then I shall take the White Wolf fangs. Yishio declared. Very well, Blue River exhaled in relief. But could we perhaps negotiate a reasonable amount of powerful silk threads? Yishio continued. What about 40? Brother, that's. Blue River was at a loss for words. 30 then? How about 25? Yishio suggested. Surely, that must suffice? 24? At that moment, Blue River's heart softened. It seemed rather undignified for the esteemed Blue Brook Guild to haggle over a single silk thread. He decisively pounded the keyboard. All right, let it be settled. Oh, just as Blue River began to breathe a sigh of relief, another message arrived. Could you spare a few more mithril pendants? After all, it makes little difference to you, does it? Blue River nearly toppled from his chair in exasperation. What sort of person is he? The mithril pendant is practically worthless, yet he insists on taking advantage? What on earth do you need so many for? Blue River questioned, perplexed. Such items may appear useless to us, yet for some, they hold a different value, Yishio replied. Blue River immediately recognized that Yishio was likely referring to those enchanting young ladies who favor such adornments. Was he, after all, seeking these for the purpose of courting? Accepting one as a gift might be understandable, but requesting so many raises questions about his intentions. With a deep sense of disdain for Yishio, Blue River inquired. Then how many do you want? Since you are indifferent, why not just give them all to me? Yishio replied. We don't have many left, just 2. Blue River reluctantly fabricated a lie, simultaneously regretting his earlier claim of indifference. Indeed, while the pendant may lack practical worth, it is a rare ornament, and bestowing it upon the guild's ladies would be quite generous. Giving them all away to this man felt somewhat painful. Yishio merely responded with an ellipsis, igniting a flush upon Blue River's cheeks. His pretense had been rather clumsy. However, having already embarked on this path, Blue River steeled himself. Is that settled then? What if we encounter a hidden boss? How shall we divide the spoils? Yishio asked once more. Let us draw lots. Blue River answered with enthusiastic candor. Another ellipsis followed, and Blue River sighed. An individual who strives to gain an advantage would not easily be swayed in this matter. Drawing lots appears equitable. Yet Blue River and his 3 companions are close friends, while this outsider stands alone. Thus, the odds are heavily stacked in their favor. Clearly, Yishio is aware of this disparity. Haha, just kidding. Blue River quickly deflected, realizing that if a hidden boss were to appear, the record might slip from their grasp, and it would be unseemly to let his companions toil in vain for items that drop from the hidden boss. Let my brother select one first, shall we? Agreed. Let's settle on that, Yishio replied. By the way, when will you be joining us? Our team is already in the Frost Forest. Blue River inquired. Oh, just a moment. I'm wrapping up this dungeon, Yishio replied. All right. Blue River nodded, then glanced at Yishio and his friends' list. Are you not going to change your class first? No need. I'll stick with this for now. Blue River was taken aback. But let us not discuss it further. I must focus on clearing the dungeon, Yishio concluded. Blue River silently closed the chat window, reflecting on the situation. Something felt amiss. After pondering for some time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. What was I thinking? My intention was to invite this fellow to join our dungeon run to foster camaraderie, yet I ended up bargaining over rewards with considerable emphasis. The nature of our interaction has entirely shifted, making it akin to hiring someone to work for us. Does the Blue Brook Guild truly require the services of an outsider? Upon realizing this, Blue River felt a pang of regret for the rewards he had so fervently negotiated, as if he had given them away for nothing. Yet suddenly, he recalled the conditions tied to those offerings, the broken record. Blue River froze. They are merely one person short. The notion of breaking the record was merely a pretext. The Blue Brook Guild had brought forth 40 elite players to this new district. How could they possibly be lacking in manpower? The absence of a member was simply a convenient reason to invite someone, while the broken record served as a guise for a shared goal, facilitating communication. To be candid, Blue River did not believe that inviting a random individual could truly lead to a new record being set. After midnight, the dungeon attempts reset, and Blue River had already led the most elite 5-man team of the Blue Brook Guild through the Frost Forest thrice, maintaining a consistent gap from the current record held by the Tsangjong Hall. If one person could alter that record, surely they would have to possess strength surpassing that of his guild's elite. Blue River acknowledged that Jun Mo Xiao was indeed talented, yet he did not perceive him to be beyond the capabilities of their guild's elite. Yet now, this individual seemed genuinely intent on bargaining over the rewards for clearing the dungeon. Could he be serious? He is only level 20 and has stated he won't be changing classes. How could he possibly believe he could set a new record? Blue River, how have your negotiations with that person gone? Just then, a skilled teammate, Shizhou, inquired. I've secured his participation. He'll be here shortly. Who among you can make room? Blue River looked towards the other 14 members. Oh, I'll take a break then. One of them replied. Blue River acknowledged with a sound, and the individual promptly exited the team. The remaining 4 settled at the dungeon entrance, awaiting the arrival of Jun Mo Xiao, while Blue River's mind remained plagued with uncertainty. Later that evening, he inquired about the cover issue, noting that the update was delayed. The cover was an unexpected change and would soon revert to the original. Everyone should remain calm and disregard it. Chapter 33. Let us have some fun. Yishio swiftly dispatched the Dark Knight Cat Demon and collected 3 of its claws, bringing his total to 9, which met his requirements and filled him with satisfaction. In addition, he had managed to gather 4 Dark Knight Cat claws, though he had no personal use for them. They would certainly be valuable to someone else. Once he assisted them in conquering the dungeon and securing their record, he anticipated that a barter exchange would be well received. As expected, he prompted Jun Mo Xiao to withdraw from the dungeon, while Zhu Yanxia had already exited the game. After a brief 10-minute respite to recover from the precarious state, he returned to the novice village and expended his 255 skill points. A small advantage over the typical 250 points that players of level 20 would possess, thanks to a skill book that granted him an extra 5 points. Once he completed the allocation of his skills, he departed from the novice village and officially embarked upon the journey in the Glory Continent. Here, the system would no longer assist in managing the influx of players. The Frost Forest sprawled before him, teeming with fellow gamers. Many dungeons in Glory lack fixed entrances. For instance, the Frost Forest itself serves as a dungeon, allowing entry from any direction. Where are you? He inquired. I have arrived near the Frost Forest. The area surrounding the Frost Forest was bustling with activity. Following his departure from the novice village, market trading began to flourish, transforming the vicinity into a bustling marketplace where numerous vendors set up shop. As Yishio strolled, he casually browsed a couple of stalls, noting the chaotic pricing. Novice players, fearing loss from underpricing, tended to set their prices higher, while seasoned players engaged in trading rare materials, offering equipment suitable for those around level 20. However, such gear would only catch the eye of newcomers, as most quests yield green items, which pale in comparison to blue ones. Players like Jun Mo Xiao, who leveled up through dungeons, were already outfitted in complete blue gear. Having found no noteworthy items, he received a message from Lan He with coordinates. Yishio hurriedly made his way there, and soon, the name Jun Mo Xiao appeared above him, causing the 4 members of Lan He's team to gasp in astonishment. This was the first renowned expert from District 10 to capture their attention, and his eclectic mix of gear was utterly bewildering. The 4 stared, attempting to identify the peculiar equipment adorning Jun Mo Xiao. In Glory, there are no systems for appraising or inspecting player profiles. Players must rely on their keen eyes to discern the details and design of the gear. Jun Mo Xiao's ensemble featured a complete array of cloth, leather, chain, and plate armor. Such a style is commonplace in the novice village, but it became exceedingly eccentric within the Glory Continent, as all players who had left the novice village were at least level 20 and had undergone their class transitions. Though it was not prohibited to wear varied types of gear post-transition, players typically chose equipment suited to their class proficiency. Occasionally, one might don a few pieces from other categories due to special requirements, but Jun Mo Xiao's complete ensemble of 5 diverse types was truly a rarity. While the 4 remained in a state of perplexity, Yishio guided Jun Mo Xiao to their side, and donned his headset. After testing the audio with a couple of hellos, he responded affirmatively. "Hello, everyone," Xiao greeted. "Hello, Lan," he introduced the others. "This is Shizhou, Deng Huayi, and Lei Ming Dianguang, all elite members of our Blue Stream Pavilion." "Hello, everyone. Please bear with me for just a moment," Xiao interjected, but then fell silent. The other three, seizing the opportunity while Jun Mo Xiao had yet to join their party, flooded the team chat with comments. "Are you sure you found the right person?" Deng Huayi inquired. "Is he not going to change his class?" Lei Ming Dianguang questioned. "He's just taking a look around," Deng Huayi remarked. "If he can't help us secure the record, that's fine. Our main goal is to gauge his capabilities." He added, "I can already discern his proficiency from his ID," Lei Ming Dianguang stated. "What do you mean?" Jun Mo Xiao. "Doesn't it suggest that he is here for a laugh?" "He must be some sort of joke," Lei Ming Dianguang said. "Let us not judge by appearances. Perhaps he simply hasn't transitioned yet, which is quite normal," he offered, unsure if he was providing himself an excuse as well. He, too, found Jun Mo Xiao's eclectic attire somewhat disconcerting, for it had been years since he had encountered such a free-spirited fashion on the Glory Continent. Could he be aiming to play as a free agent? Shizhou, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Being a veteran player, he recalled a time when free agents were prevalent. Free agents? That is a thing of the past. Didn't the lack of a class awakening quest prevent them from leveling past 50? Deng Huayi countered. Though not as seasoned as Shizhou, he was well informed about this history. This was during the 3rd anniversary of Glory, when the level cap was raised from 50 to 55. Players needed to complete an awakening quest to continue gaining experience at level 50. Free agents, lacking such quests, remained capped at level 50. The disparity in equipment and skills at level 55 was significant, and as the level cap continued to rise, the gap between free agents and other classes would only widen. It was clear to all that being a free agent had become irrelevant. Is he planning to reach level 50 before transitioning? Deng Huayi speculated. Wouldn't that leave him lacking in attributes? Lei Ming Dianguang questioned, puzzled by the notion. Each class has unique attribute growth. A level 50 swordsman and a level 50 elemental mage would exhibit stark differences in their attributes. A free agent's development would not mirror that of any class. And once reaching level 50, transitioning would not amend the disparity accrued between levels 20 and 50. Who knows? Does anyone still care about that? Deng Huayi remarked. The group fell silent. They were skilled players, experts in their own right. Yet this was a topic they had never considered necessary to explore. Who would remain unclassed at level 20? It had been years since they had encountered such an individual. Why speculate? Let us just ask him directly, Deng Huayi said, stepping forward to confront Jun Mo Xiao. Brother, are you planning to play as a free agent without transitioning? No response came. Brother, are you there? Deng Huayi called out. He mentioned he would be a moment. Perhaps he stepped away. He suggested. Regarding free agents, does he have all the weapons? Lei Ming Dianguang curiously circled Jun Mo Xiao, who stood empty-handed, as his weapon, the 1,000-machine umbrella, was currently being arranged by Xiao in the equipment editor. In that moment, the umbrella's original form was transformed as the editor automatically generated its intricate construction diagram, which spans several pages due to its complexity. Meanwhile, Xiao cautiously selected the Dark Knight Cat claws obtained from the Dark Knight Cat demon in the Green Forest, carefully placing them into the diagram's designated slots for the umbrella's ribs. The first update of the day had arrived, wishing everyone a delightful weekend. He reminded them not to forget to vote, as he had no weekends of his own. Chapter 34. Let us bring on some violence. 1, 2, 3. The usual lethargy had vanished from Xiao's visage. His eyes were wide open, brimming with intense focus. With steady precision, his right hand meticulously placed the claws of the Dark Knight Cat one by one. After deftly inserting all 8 without a hint of deviation, he exhaled softly. Stretching his right hand, he selected the structural diagram for the umbrella's inverted state, and, with equal care, extracted the 8 ribs from their connection axis to the umbrella pole, swiftly removing the axis itself. The connection axis, delicately crafted, was tossed aside into a frame. Alongside another compartment housing the Dark Knight Cat's eye stones obtained from the Dark Knight Cat demon. After clicking a copy option next to the compartment, a progress bar appeared, and the stones began to rotate and polish within the compartment. Upon completion of the progress bar, the copied connection axis bore an uncanny resemblance to the original removed from the Qianji umbrella. Xiao returned the original connection axis to the materials library of the editor, while the replicated one made from the Dark Knight Cat's eye stones was reattached to the top of the Qianji umbrella. Each rib clicked softly into place as it was embedded, and once all 8 were secured, the structural diagram returned to its original form. Yi Xiu meticulously inspected it once more before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the structure displayed in the editor, he lit a cigarette and fell into a contemplative trance. The essence of crafting self-made equipment lay within the structural diagrams and the research of the requisite materials. Most of the research concerning the Qianji umbrella had been completed, and though some aspects remained incomplete, there were already ideas in place. The only unknown territory was the enhancements beyond level 50, as the era in which the Qianji umbrella was conceived had only reached a pinnacle of level 50. Yi Xiu pressed the confirmation button on the edit interface, and another progress bar emerged. The structural diagram of the Qianji umbrella animatedly played on the background screen. When the progress bar concluded, the image stabilized, showcasing several modified areas. The tips of the umbrella ribs now protruded beyond the edge of the umbrella's canopy, adorned with the 8 claws of the Dark Knight cat. Closing the editor and returning to the game, Yi Xiu checked the attributes of the Qianji umbrella within the package of Jun Mo Xiao, finding no changes. With a swift movement of his mouse, Jun Mo Xiao brandished the umbrella and with a shake transformed it into a spear form. The spear's tip, embedded with the 8 claws, gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Sharp and formidable. Upon examining the attributes of the Qianji umbrella, a startling revelation unfolded. Qianji umbrella, spear form, level 15. Weight, 3 kilograms, attack speed, 5. Physical attack, 290, magical attack, 220. Compared to its umbrella form, the magical attack saw minimal enhancement, yet the physical attack remarkably surged by 110 points. Standing 5 to 25 levels short of comparable orange, purple, blue, green, and white spears of the same level. Suddenly, Jun Mo Xiao drew forth his weapon, startling the onlooking four from Blue River. Observing the spear in his hand, they were astonished that even as elite players, they could not identify it. Is our brother back? Blue River approached, initiating conversation and sending a team invitation. Indeed, Yi Xiu accepted the invitation. Shall we add our guild first? This way, the dungeon records will reflect our guild's name, Blue River suggested, sending another invitation. Having reached level 20 and exited the novice village, they had already established the Blue Creek Pavilion Guild. Understood. Yi Xiu confirmed and became a member of the Blue Creek Pavilion. If all 5 members of the team belonged to the same guild, all completed game challenges would be recorded under the guild's name. Shall we begin? Wait. As Yi Xiu spoke, he assessed the equipment of the 4, deducing their respective classes. Blue River, swordsman, wielding a level 20 purple weapon, Flame Sun, a light sword. Shizhou, priest of the Holy Word class, equipped with a level 20 purple weapon, Holy Light Cross. Deng Huayi, paladin of the Holy Word class, armed with a level 20 purple weapon, Justice Guardian, a battle axe. Laming Dianguang, elementalist mage, carrying a level 20 purple weapon, Purple Copper Staff. Aside from their weapons, the 4 donned primarily blue gear, with a few purple items, showcasing commendable choices for their respective classes. Within just 1 day of the server launch, their equipment was already at such a level, indicating not merely individual luck, but rather the collective strength of their guild. What is the matter? Deng Huayi inquired impatiently. If we aim for a successful run, I suggest we adjust our class composition slightly, Yi Xiu proposed. How so? Blue River asked. Let us drop the priest. Yi Xiu stated bluntly. Before Shizhou, the priest, could speak, Deng Huayi erupted. Drop the priest? Are you joking? Without a priest, we could enhance damage output and speed, Yi Xiu replied calmly. Brother, that idea seems a bit reckless, Blue River countered patiently. True, the pressure will be greater. Yet everyone here is skilled. If we focus on positioning and evasion, healing won't be necessary, Yi Xiu asserted. Everyone already doesn't need healing. It's meant for the main tank. Deng Huayi interjected. Indeed, so. My point is, we don't need a main tank either. The paladin's damage output is limited. We should replace them with someone more aggressive. Seriously? Deng Huayi exclaimed, having just defended Shizhou, only to find himself deemed expendable. No main tank. What about when we face bosses? Who will control the aggro you? Yes, Yi Xiu replied. The entire team fell silent, as Yi Xiu was now within their ranks, and there was no private space for discussion. Blue River frowned, saying, So your suggestion is to form a 5-output damage team? Precisely. That is the fastest composition for clearing dungeons, Yi Xiu affirmed. Do you think this is a novice village? Deng Huayi protested. Regardless of the dungeon, an all-output strategy is fastest, Yi Xiu maintained. While that may be true, the real question is, can an all-output team survive to finish the dungeon? Blue River questioned. Certainly. But I would prefer to take the lead, Yi Xiu insisted. Blue River felt targeted, having already faced 2 objections, and now his leadership was under threat. All right, Deng Huayi suddenly shouted, I want to see just how capable you are. Shizhou, leave the team and call someone else. Having spoken, Deng Huayu exited the team. Shizhou remained in a state of confusion, while Laming Dian Guang called out, Hey, are you saying you're quitting the team? Assuming there'll be no loss if you die? How pathetic. Deng Huayi scoffed at Laming Dian Guang, urging Shizhou, hurry up and leave. I'm calling for reinforcements. After receiving 2 calls that afternoon, both asking him to replace a gas canister. What is going on here? Chapter 35, A Surge, Part 1. Shizhou was evidently not as impulsive as Deng Huayi. He remained in the group and sent a message to Lan He. What shall we do? Lan He replied with a question of his own. What do you think? I am quite curious, yet regretfully excluded from witnessing it firsthand, Shizhou remarked. So, do you think he is just boasting? Lan He inquired. Not likely. Perhaps his lack of a class change emboldens him to venture without a priest. He can temporarily fill in when needed, Shizhou responded. Indeed. I don't see why he would waste everyone's time. Let us give it a try. Lan He declared. Then I will withdraw, Shizhou said as he left the group. Yun Gui approached. Most of the guild members have exhausted their attempts, Deng Huayi noted. Yun Gui, being a member of their elite team, had temporarily stepped away to make room for Jun Mo Xiao and was now returning. Finding the remaining member in the elite hall proved challenging. The elite hall was filled with skilled players who were eager to participate in dungeons, aside from Lan He and his team, who had intentionally waited. Most had either completed their attempts or were engaged in their final run. Upon seeing Deng Huayi calling out for players, the skilled gamers expressed curiosity. Everyone knew that Deng Huayi's team already boasted the 3 strongest damage dealers in the guild, all of whom were online. Why were they still calling for more damage? Is there anyone who hasn't yet ventured into the Frost Forest? The more aggressive, the better. Hurry, let us break records. Deng Huayi continued to post fervently in the guild channel without offering any explanations. I'll join. Finally, someone responded. And Deng Huayi recognized it was Ji Yuqing Cheng. She was a rare female player in the elite hall, where the ratio of women to men was quite low, and everyone treated her like a treasure. Teams scrambled to include her in their next dungeon run, turning it into a privilege, ultimately leaving the skilled female players without a fixed team. Qing Cheng, please come over. Deng Huayi, ever chatty, reported her position. Yun Gui and Ji Yuqing Cheng soon arrived, joining Lan He's group. Yun Gui was familiar with the team dynamics, but Ji Yuqing Cheng felt somewhat lost. This team lacked a main tank and a healer, and an unfamiliar person had joined, without a class. Do you think these 2 are suitable? Deng Huayi remarked with a hint of sarcasm directed at Jun Mo Xiao. Consequently, Yishio seriously scrutinized them. They will do. Yun Gui was also an elemental mage, wielding a level 20 purple water spirit staff. Both the water spirit staff and the purple copper staff had similar basic attributes, with differences only in additional properties. One enhanced the fireball skill, while the other boosted the frost snowball skill. The choice of staffs indicated that these 2 elemental mages followed different elemental paths. As for Ji Yuqing Cheng, she was a mage scholar, considered a scientist among mages, utilizing numerous magical tools in combat while maintaining a certain level of close combat capability. She wielded a level 20 purple crystal magic wand instead of the mage scholar's signature broom. Thus, Yishio was unable to deduce her skill path from her weapon and had to inquire, what school of magic do you practice? Dark System Body Technique. Ji Yuqing Cheng replied. Is it enhanced by the skill Xiao Lulu? Yishio asked. Yes, it scales with level, Ji Yuqing Cheng answered. Oh, splendid. Yishio remarked. Is the deity satisfied? Deng Huayi inquired from the side. Yes, we are ready to proceed. Yishio responded. Ji Yuqing Cheng was still trying to comprehend the situation when she heard Lan He announce. Everyone listen. This dungeon will be led by Jun Mo Xiao. You are leading? Ji Yuqing Cheng was taken aback. Yes, Yishio affirmed. Why? Ji Yuqing Cheng was puzzled. For the record of completion, Yishio explained as he stepped into the dungeon. Hey, wait. Lan He called out, but he had already disappeared into the forest, evidently having entered the dungeon. Lan He felt quite irritated. How could they discuss strategies outside the dungeon? Once inside, the timer would start, and any further explanations would waste precious time. The deity has already entered. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and tremble, mere mortals. Deng Huayu laughed heartily. I'll find you later, Lan He muttered. And the 4 of them hurried into the dungeon. The small monsters in the Frost Forest were a type of goblin with green skin and blue noses, featuring ranged attackers, melee fighters, and even magic users, showcasing a diverse array that was far from the monotonous and predictable creatures of the beginner village. Moreover, all goblins looked identical, without attacking. One couldn't discern their types. Once Lan He and his team entered the dungeon, the timer officially commenced. No one lingered at the entrance. They hurried forward while listening to Yi Xiu's instructions. With a mage scholar, we can handle more. We will execute a surge strategy. Lan He was taken aback. How do we execute a surge strategy? You don't know what a surge strategy is? Yi Xiu seemed more surprised than Lan He. Of course, Lan He knew. In Glory, a surge strategy meant pulling all the monsters at once and obliterating them in one fell swoop. However, this tactic was only viable with a certain level of suppression and a powerful main tank, and he had never heard of it being used in dungeons of the same level. A surge strategy is. I understand. I just don't see how we can execute it, Lan He replied. I'll pull the monsters, then Xiu Lu will gather them together. The fire mage will unleash flame impact, and the ice mage will cast blizzard, and then. What you said is no different from what you did in T say. Fine, go ahead and pull the monsters. Lan He lamented, tears streaming down his face. He certainly understood this basic process. But the crux of a surge strategy relied on the person initiating the pull. Whether they could return alive with a horde of monsters was a pressing concern. In the end, Yi Xiu's casual remark, I'll go pull the monsters, encapsulated this critical issue, and Lan He felt any further discussion was a waste of time. Resigned to whatever fate awaited them, he sent a dripping sweat emoji to express his current feelings. The other three, witnessing Lan He's sentiments, resigned themselves as well, each sharing the dripping sweat emoji. Only Yi Xiu concluded with a smile, calling out, let us go. Jun Mo Xiao dashed forward. And as Lan He and the others watched his retreating figure, they felt as if a valiant warrior had set forth on a one-way journey. It must be said. He was quite audacious, and I admire him. Amidst the thunderous banter, a voice called from ahead, keep up. The four, faces still dripping, stepped forward. Spotting Jun Mo Xiao approaching two goblins. One began throwing stones while the other started casting ice arrow, prompting the four to exclaim in unison, what a tragedy. We're starting with two ranged attackers. Stones and ice arrows flew forth, but it appeared Jun Mo Xiao merely swayed slightly, and the projectiles whizzed past him. No way. Is he zigzagging? Lan He gasped in astonishment. As midnight struck, the weekend had arrived, and surely everyone was still awake, right? Well, there's no need to say it. Vote. Chapter 36, A Surge, Part 2. The Z-shaped jitter is merely a maneuver in motion, shifting left and right, while relentlessly advancing forward, ultimately tracing a Z-shaped trajectory. However, when executed with great speed, the movement amplitude diminishes significantly, causing the character to change direction instantaneously, appearing less as a movement and more as a mere tremor. If one could merely execute this rapid maneuver to create the illusion of jittering, many players could achieve that. Yet, to effectively apply the Z-shaped jitter in combat signifies a player of exceptional skill. Relying solely on such minimal movements to evade attacks speaks volumes about the precision of one's judgment and execution. Not only Blue River, but also Thunder and Lightning recognized the brilliance of this maneuver. At this moment, they were astounded by the finesse of the operation as Jun Mo Xiao charged toward two goblins, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike, sending a wave of energy that sent the goblins flying. This was the Battle Mage's level 15 skill, Falling Flower Palm. This ability possesses a formidable knockback effect, and due to the small stature and light weight of the goblins, they were propelled several meters away with the blow. Without pausing, Jun Mo Xiao darted towards another set of goblins. As soon as a player entered their aggro range, the goblins brandished their clubs, preparing for close combat. Consequently, Jun Mo Xiao did not approach them, but continued his forward charge. The two goblins that were knocked back had since regained their footing. One prepared to throw a stone, while the other conjured an ice arrow. Jun Mo Xiao, remaining 2 meters away, swiftly brandished his spear, producing 2 piercing sounds. The goblins were interrupted. One failed to throw the stone, and the other's ice arrow spell was thwarted. Jun Mo Xiao executed another sweep of his spear, knocking both foes down and effortlessly stepping over them. His next target lay straight ahead at the 10 o'clock position, where 2 more goblins awaited. This time, one brandished a club while the other began to conjure an ice arrow. As the ice arrow flew forth, Jun Mo Xiao leaped, soaring over the goblin with the club. Mid-air, he thrust his spear, interrupting the goblin conjuring the ice arrow, and upon landing, he circled behind it. One goblin turned to pursue, while the other raised its club. Jun Mo Xiao raised his hand once more, unleashing the falling flower palm, sending both goblins flying, fortuitously colliding with the previously distant goblins. The 2 goblins lamentably succumbed once again before they could cast their spells. In this manner, all the goblins stationed or patrolling were roused by Jun Mo Xiao's actions, either lured or struck. The melee goblins frantically waved their clubs, chasing after him, while the ranged goblins busily executed their own attacks, transforming the frost forest into a cacophony of chaos. Blue River and his companions trailed behind, hesitating and uncertain. There was no denying that Jun Mo Shao possessed remarkable skills. However, the mayhem he created made it seem as though a team of elite players had descended upon the dungeon. At that moment, Blue River's party could no longer see Jun Mo Shao. Before them loomed a multitude of shouting goblins, relentlessly pursuing. As for Jun Mo Shao, they could ascertain he was still alive from two indicators: the party list, which showed that his health was still more than half, and the occasional glimpse of him leaping, swiftly obscured by the goblins. This must be more than 20 now. Yun Gui's voice trembled slightly. To cause such a ruckus in a dungeon at level 20 is truly magnificent. Are we not going to attack? Ji Yuqing Chung had already readied her Shurilu. I am curious how he plans to return. Thunder and Lightning gazed at the swarm of goblins blocking their path, admiration lacing their tone. You're not suggesting I simply toss out Shurilu, are you? That would be futile. Ji Yuqing fretted. Due to the varied attack styles of the goblins, they had split into two factions. One group relentlessly pursuing with clubs, while the other maintained a distance, only advancing when Jun Mo Shao stepped out of their range. What are you all doing? Are you all questioning me? I know nothing, Blue River exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, Thunder and Lightning began bouncing excitedly, attempting to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond the goblin horde. This comical display left the others unable to laugh, and Blue River hurriedly inquired, what is going on? The goblins are clustered beautifully, Thunder and Lightning exclaimed. Oh, Blue River felt an impulse to jump and see. Yet as one of the top 5 masters of Blue Stream Pavilion and the president of District 10, he maintained a modicum of dignity and casually inquired, how are they clustered? How would I know? They're just in a big mass. Thunder and Lightning replied while bouncing. Suddenly, all 4 heard a series of thunderous claps. Falling flower. By heavens, that strike felt exhilarating. Thunder and Lightning shouted, while the other 3 watched as the goblins ahead became disarrayed. The impact of the falling flower palm had sent countless goblins flying, with the knockback club-wielding goblins colliding with their ranged counterparts, resulting in a significant collapse. Their line of sight expanded, revealing Jun Mo Shao with his spear raised in his right hand, his left hand pushed forward, his cloak billowing, maintaining the pose of the falling flower palm amidst a chaotic sea of goblins surrounding him. This moment lingered for less than a second, yet the image of Jun Mo Shao as commanding presence was indelibly etched in their minds. The very next instant, the disoriented goblins began to rise. Undeterred and ready to charge once more, Jun Mo Shao leapt into the air, prompting Thunder and Lightning to seize the moment to jest. What is he doing? Is he planning to fly over here? And indeed he flew. He truly flew. Thunder and Lightning exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Facing them, Jun Mo Shao leaped. Pivoting 180 degrees, and amidst the crack of gunfire, he was propelled backward toward them. Blue River and his companions, recognizing the situation, understood this was an aerial maneuver employed by gunmen, firing midair and utilizing the recoil to achieve backward flight. The greater the recoil of the weapon, the farther the backward distance. Jun Mo Shao's maneuver indicated a weapon of at least rifle caliber as he soared over the horde, landing directly behind the 4. The goblins, frantically turning, charged forward like a tidal wave, only to be met by Blue River and his companions. The 4 were drenched in sweat, and then they heard Jun Mo Shao's voice, Mage attack, prepare to unleash Shurilu. They quickly focused their attention, astonished. At that moment, the goblins, madly pursuing, had their ranged members casting spells in place while the melee fighters rushed toward them, all the minions conveniently clustered together, a perfect opportunity for a group attack. The first wave had arrived here. I would like to express my gratitude to Slacker for lending me their game account. Chapter 37. The Wave Flow, Part 2. Quick, attack. Lonnie exclaimed urgently. Surprisingly, this unclassed individual had successfully completed the most challenging aspect of drawing the monsters. However, annihilating this horde in one fell swoop was far from simple. It was inconceivable that 2 mages could dispatch them with mere spells. Thunder and Lightning, along with Yun Gui, wasted no time, with one casting Flame Impact and the other unleashing Blizzard. Though both spells belonged to different elemental schools and were of the same level, their effects varied significantly. The Fire Mage emphasized explosive power. Upon release, Flame Impact ignited a fiery array beneath the goblins, erupting in a tremendous blaze that soared over 3 meters high. The goblins were thrust into the air, screeching and tumbling amidst the flames. Yet this skill was not akin to a firework. The fiery column dissipated in an instant, and the goblins were already plummeting toward the ground. Just as the blizzard commenced to descend, with hailstones the size of buns mercilessly pummeling the goblins, while Flame Impact delivered a brief burst of damage. Blizzard lasted for 4 seconds, with an average of 1 strike per second. In terms of total damage, Blizzard was superior, but the instantaneous output of Flame Impact was undeniably more potent. This exemplified the unique characteristics of the ice and fire elements. Shiralu, Yisho shouted, as Ji Yuqing Chung had already prepared, promptly tossing Shiralu right into the heart of the monster pile. Shiralu resembled a rag doll and had a taunting effect on monsters within a 2-meter radius, compelling them to direct their ire toward it. However, this was not without its conditions. Firstly, Shiralu's level could not be lower than that of the monsters, and secondly, it was ineffective against elites, bosses, and lords unless enhanced through another passive skill, Shiralu Improvement. Currently, Ji Yuqing Cheng's level was insufficient to learn this improvement, but her Shiralu scaled with her level, ensuring no issues there. Upon its deployment, all the goblins surged toward Shiralu. Just hold them for a moment, Ji Yuqing Cheng cried out after throwing it. Although Shiralu had an impressive duration of 20 seconds, its health was quite limited. The goblins, attracted by its taunt, would not simply observe, they would attack. With such a multitude of goblins, Shiralu would be shattered in no time. Both Thunder and Lightning's Flame Impact and Yungui's Blizzard had cooldowns, 6 seconds and 8 seconds, respectively. At this moment, the two were desperately casting their single-target spells, clearly overwhelmed by the horde of goblins. Enough, Yisho declared as he urged Jun Mo Shao forward. With Shiralu's effect in play, the goblins became more organized. The melee attackers surrounded Shiralu, while the ranged ones began their assault. Shiralu barely lasted a second before being obliterated. Yet at that moment, Jun Mo Shao plunged into their midst, brandishing a spear, with a staff in each hand, seizing a goblin and executing a suplex. The impact of the suplex sent shockwaves through the ground, toppling a row of goblins. Swordsman, prepare Silverlight Slash, Yusho commanded. Lan He, who had yet to make his move, paused momentarily at the order but quickly regained composure, brandishing his sword, the Sunfire, and advancing. As all the goblins were rising, Lan He leapt into the air, targeting the small monsters directly below. He thrust his sword forward, akin to flying on a blade, descending swiftly into the throng of foes. Swordsman skill, Silver Light Slash. The greater the height of the jump, the more powerful the strike, with an expanding shockwave radius. As one of the top 5 experts of the Blue Stream Pavilion, Lan He grasped the intent behind Yisho's command immediately. This execution of Silver Light Slash was executed flawlessly, the shockwave radiating outward, causing the recently risen goblins to collapse once more. The sequence of area skills did not aim for exceptionally high damage. Rather, it sought to ensure the amassed goblins remained incapacitated, unable to rise and retaliate. However, even the suplex and Silver Light Slash had cooldowns. Relying solely on these two skills would not suffice for complete control. Shiralu's cooldown was even longer, at 30 seconds, making it impractical to depend on it in the short term. What other area skills does this guy possess? Lan He pondered, recalling various skills from different classes that resembled the suplex or Silver Light Slash. Just then, he heard the next command, Shadow Cloak. Ah, of course, Lan He realized, as Ji Yuqing Chung stepped forward and waved her hand, conjuring a dark purple cloak that enveloped many goblins at its center. With a swift contraction, the goblins were ensnared and collapsed in unison. The cooldown seemed to align perfectly, Lan He calculated, before hearing the next command, Flame Impact. Indeed, the cooldown for Thunder and Lightning's Flame Impact had concluded, and he promptly unleashed it. As the cast completed, the goblins were once again rising defiantly. A pillar of fire erupted, sending goblins tumbling through the air before they hit the ground again, 2 seconds passing. Lan He then realized that even this could be considered a crowd control skill. Truly, these experts managed to exploit skills that were not inherently crowd control to achieve similar effects. Executing a wave flow in a dungeon of the same level was remarkable. Lan He understood that at this juncture, as long as no one made a critical mistake, this wave flow would indeed succeed. He recognized that the others felt the same way. With astonishment, under Yusho's commands, skills were unleashed one after another, as the goblins struggled to rise and fell repeatedly. As a myriad of items littered the ground, the 4 finally regained their composure. Over 20 goblins had, against all odds, been cleared in one wave. Let us press on. Their leader seemed unfazed by the miraculous feat and immediately urged them forward. Lan He and the others hastily followed, casting only a cursory glance at the scattered loot, deeming it unworthy of their time. After all, there was no time to waste on trivialities when clearing the dungeon was at stake. At that moment, a message from Deng Huayi arrived. How's it going? Still alive? Master, you truly are a master. Lan He replied. What are you on about? Deng Huayi responded. Puzzled. We're executing a wave flow through the dungeon. Lan He explained. Are you joking? Deng Huayi was incredulous. Just wait to see us on TV, huh? Glory players colloquially referred to appearing on the system announcements as getting on television. Dang Huayi, bewildered, closed the message window, prompting Shisho to ask, "What's the situation?" "They are executing a wave flow against the monsters," Dang Huayi reported. "A wave flow?" Shisho was taken aback. "Sanjiang has recommended it. Everyone can vote for the King's Avatar in the Sanjiang channel as the most compelling book of this period. Additionally, today marks the last day of this week. The third update will be released around midnight, continuing the push for the next week." Chapter 38. What is the output? The pace of progress was astonishingly swift, bringing a smile to Lan He's face. Yishio felt quite relieved as well. Lan He's quartet far surpassed Tian Shiyu and Zhong Mian in both equipment and skills. After the initial wave of command, he hardly needed to give further instructions. Once the four understood his intentions, they could assess the situation and act with precision at the most opportune moments. In just 2 waves, the minor creatures en route to the Frost Forest's first boss were entirely vanquished. Glancing at the time, Lan He noted it had taken less than 5 minutes. The minor creatures were no longer a concern. The real challenge lay ahead with the boss. The first boss, the Goblin Sentinel, was more robust than the typical goblin, wielding a spiked club with formidable physical attack power. Though lacking in flashy skills, the sheer force of its blunt attacks left many teams at a loss. The reason was simple. Conventional tanking methods required a hefty defense and stamina to withstand such high-damage bosses. Without meeting these standards, only skilled players could cope, while ordinary players could only watch helplessly as they collected loot. On a technical level, Lan He no longer harbored any doubts about Jun Mo Xiao's ability. With a character at level 20, he could effortlessly maneuver over 20 goblins. Anyone who claimed otherwise was surely mistaken. However, faced with the boss, Lan He was less concerned about Jun Mo Xiao's skills failing against the Goblin Sentinel and more anxious about whether he could maintain aggro. A single misstep could result in the boss's massive club targeting the mage, leading to almost certain demise. "I'm initiating the fight. Everyone, output your best," Yishio instructed. "How long should we wait?" Lan He asked professionally, aware that a typical tank would usually engage first to build some aggro, preventing an immediate threat of overtanking. "No need to wait. Just charge in," Yishio replied. "Charge in?" The four exclaimed in surprise. "We're racing for the record. Time is of the essence. Let us go?" With that, Yishio had already begun typing, propelling Jun Mo Xiao forward. The four hesitated momentarily, but did not dare to underestimate the situation. Having saved considerable time with the minor creatures, they decided to play it safe against the boss. Thus, the four acted in perfect harmony, refraining from unnecessary actions, while Jun Mo Xiao lunged at the Goblin Sentinel with a spear thrust. Dragon Tooth, Heavenly Strike, Charge, regular thrusts. And strikes ensued in rapid succession. What are we waiting for? At the sound of the call, the four snapped back to reality, momentarily bewildered. From the moment Jun Mo Xiao engaged the boss, the Goblin Sentinel was sent tumbling through the air, a dazzling display of infinite aerial combos. The four, unable to resist, found themselves eager to see how many hits Jun Mo Xiao could land before the boss fell. However, with the shout, they quickly remembered they were not merely spectators, and hastily began their spells and attacks. Fire, ice, starburst, and shining blades. Each assault flowed seamlessly, with everyone ensuring they did not obstruct another line of sight or movement. Yet, a hint of caution lingered in each heart, worried that their excessive power might provoke the boss's wrath. Although Jun Mo Xiao urged everyone to output to their fullest, he was not a professional tank. A dedicated tank, like a knight, would possess numerous aggro control skills post-class change, with many pre-level 20 skills also contributing to aggro management. While Jun Mo Xiao could learn such skills, they lacked the aggro effects that were inherent to a true tank's abilities. Consequently, the four tempered their assault, holding back as they focused on maintaining aggro. In the midst of the skirmish, Jun Mo Xiao abruptly declared, "Give it your all. We won T over tank." Seeing his confidence, the four felt it would be impolite not to respond, gritting their teeth and unleashing their full potential. Each began furiously maximizing their damage output. In Glory, there were no auxiliary indicators for aggro calculations. Output and healing statistics were only tallied after a dungeon's completion. All four were masters in their own right, familiar with their strongest strategies. Previously, they had restrained themselves to avoid overtanking, but now a part of them secretly hoped for an overtank moment, feeling that without it, their output would seem inferior. Ultimately, the Goblin Sentinel never once glanced at any of the four. Its attention was solely on Jun Mo Xiao. He moved with incredible speed, deftly attacking the Sentinel without pausing in his motion. He constantly circled the goblin, never remaining stationary. Lan He, also a melee class, grew increasingly alarmed as he observed Jun Mo Xiao's tactics. The system boss responded rapidly, able to follow his every move, whether he turned left or right, effectively avoiding the boss's attacks. Yet, in a player versus player scenario, this approach would surely leave any ordinary player reeling. It was clear that Jun Mo Xiao was also a formidable contender in PvP. Eventually, the Goblin Sentinel succumbed, yet the four received no acknowledgement for their efforts. They felt somewhat sheepish to label it a gang-up. They had indeed surrounded it and exerted themselves, but it appeared the boss remained blissfully unaware of their presence. Brother, how can you maintain aggro so steadily? Lan He couldn't help but inquire. He felt that even a professional tank like Deng Hua you would have struggled to keep up with such overwhelming output. As long as my output exceeds yours. That's all that matters, Yi Xiu replied. Lan He was left speechless. Yun Gui was astonished. Ji Yu Qing Cheng was at a loss for words. And Lei Ming Jianguang remarked, so he's not a tank. He's just an output monster. The four were left in tears. Indeed, it turned out that their opponent was simply a more ferocious output dealer. Without pausing, Jun Mo Xiao proceeded to engage the next wave of minor goblins. With the four trailing behind, whispering, his output surpasses ours, Yun Gui murmured, and by a considerable margin. Otherwise, he wouldn't maintain such steady aggro. Ji Yu Qingqing added, his technique is exceptional, I concede, but to maintain aggro solely through output, his attack must certainly be formidable. Does anyone recognize that spear he wields? Lan He inquired. Not familiar. It looks odd, like a giant garlic, Lei Ming Jianguang responded. Is that how your garlic looks? Yun Gui teased. Artistic exaggeration, do you understand? Lei Ming Jianguang retorted. Get lost, Yun Gui scoffed. Enough chatter, let us focus on the fight, Lan He urged. Ahead. Jun Mo Xiao began to draw the next wave of monsters. The four remained vigilant. Despite their prior successes, they were acutely aware of the risks involved. Any miscalculated skill could lead to losing control over a few goblins, with dire consequences. Lead, gather, obliterate. Each member executed flawlessly, and after 2 waves, the minor creatures leading to the second boss were eradicated. Faced with the second boss, Lan He and his companions held nothing back, launching their full assault. The result was that once again, they found themselves silently trailing behind Jun Mo Xiao as he ventured forth to initiate the next wave of monsters. So fast. We're surely going to break the record, Lei Ming Jianguang exclaimed with genuine admiration. And by a significant margin, Lan He added, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This is exhilarating. Yun Gui seemed equally pleased. Ji Yu Qing Cheng, however, remained at a loss for words. Output and such matters were no longer a topic of conversation. In the previous week, with the robust support of comrades, we secured 6th place for the weekly points, 6th for weekly pushes, and 2nd for the new book. Thank you all. Now, as a new week begins, comrades, pick up your mice, click, and cast your votes. Continue to wield your support without hesitation. Forward, onward, onward. Chapter 39. Frost Sane. The ultimate boss of the Frost Forest is the Goblin Lord, Frost Sane. The very fact that he bears a name signifies that this dungeon's boss is regarded with greater importance than the hidden bosses of novice villages. In terms of physical stature, Frost Sane does not appear markedly different from an ordinary goblin. However, his sinister visage exudes an air of cunning and treachery. At least he lacks the comically prominent blue nose characteristic of regular goblins. His entire body is enveloped in a striking azure hue, and when he turns his back, concealing his face, he could almost be mistaken for an adorable pet. Yet, all players are acutely aware that he is anything but endearing. Frost Sane wields an ice blade in his right hand, which is nearly as tall as his diminutive form. The mere act of swinging it conjures chilling gusts of wind, extending his reach far beyond what players perceive. Due to his unique attack methods, the primary tank often finds himself under control, necessitating that teams bring 2 tanks to alleviate the pressure when confronting both the first boss, the Goblin Sentinel, and Frost Sane. As for Yi Xiu, he is no ordinary player adhering to conventional strategies. When he and his 3 companions arrived, he simply declared, "Let's go," prompting Jun Mo Xiao to charge forward with his spear. This is a testament to the exceptional caliber of his team. Had he been accompanied by the likes of Tian Qi, he would have had to elaborate further, requiring more oversight during the battle. In contrast, with the reliable Blue River at his side, things are considerably more manageable. The 4 members of Blue River wasted no time in following suit. Jun Mo Xiao took the lead, swiftly attracting Frost Sane's attention. This goblin's speed is twice that of an ordinary goblin. His short legs move with the swiftness of a whirlwind, and in an instant, he was upon Jun Mo Xiao. The next moment, Frost Sane was launched into the air. Impressive. The 4 from Blue River silently admired the feat despite the simplicity of the action. Striking a target as swift and agile as Frost Sane is no trivial matter. In their previous encounter in the Frost Forest, Blue River's tank, Lanternflower Knight, had only managed to land a hit on the third attempt, establishing enmity after a flurry of small strikes. This was already considered a commendable performance. In contrast, less experienced teams often find their tanks incapacitated before enmity is properly established, leading to the unfortunate scenario of the healer becoming the target of Frost Saint's wrath. As Jun Mo Shao sent Frost Saint airborne, he followed up with a series of skills, executing a combo while the boss was suspended. However, being a named boss, Frost Saint was not without his defenses against endless airborne assaults. Suddenly, a flash of blue light enveloped him midair, and he vanished from sight. The members of Blue River were unfazed. They recognized this as one of Frost Saint's teleportation abilities. As they searched for his new location, they heard a sound of impact, and upon looking, they saw Jun Mo Shao's spear repeatedly striking Frost Saint. The four shared a moment of surprise, only to glance back and find Jun Mo Shao still at his original position. Shadow clone. They quickly discerned the situation. Such skills were not uncommon. What astonished them was how Jun Mo Shao was able to keep pace with Frost Saint's teleportation. They recalled that Frost Saint exhibited certain telltale signs before teleporting, much like a mage casting a spell, where one could deduce the target location from the gestures and incantations. Yet, this was a spell with an instantaneous effect, and the signs were fleeting. The fact that Jun Mo Shao could accurately pinpoint Frost Saint and Appo's new location was a feat that seemed only theoretically possible. Frost Saint and Appo's teleportation, of course, had a cooldown, and after one failed attempt, he found himself on the receiving end of Jun Mo Shao's relentless assault, clearly at a disadvantage. It was likely that he had not felt so humiliated in his lengthy tenure as a boss, desperately attempting to retaliate with blade or spell, only to be thwarted at every turn. Everyone forward. Blue River observed that their four-member team had inadvertently begun to appreciate the spectacle of a one-on-one duel, quickly rallying to join the fray. The battle against Frost Saint was a precarious dance on the edge of enmity. With a team of skilled players like Blue River, who relied on a single tank, they needed to carefully gauge the enmity between their tank and Frost Saint to avoid aggro mismanagement. However, with Jun Mo Zhao's powerful output ensuring that Frost Saint would not have the chance to unleash empty attacks, their concerns dissipated. Even if Frost Saint's primary enmity was not directed at them, they could not escape the occasional miss. The goblin's speed was astounding, and he was no fool to remain stationary even after the tank had established enmity. Teleport. He teleported again, Blue River exclaimed. Frost Saint's teleportation cooldown was refreshingly rapid, and today he had met his match. Jun Mo Zhao's shadow clone technique allowed him to teleport with equal swiftness. The four could only bemusedly chase after him, this scene having played out numerous times before. Be cautious, he is nearly in the red, Yishio suddenly declared in a grave tone. Indeed, the others responded, having already noted the severity of Frost Saint's condition. Once he entered the red zone, his spells would enter a state of invulnerability, rendering him immune to standard interruptions while significantly increasing his casting speed. He could unleash a deadly spell summoning multiple ice tornadoes, which would be catastrophic for the players surrounding him. Fall back. Blue River suddenly noticed a fierce glint in Frost Saint's eyes as he twirled his massive ice blade, preparing to conjure the ice tornadoes. He quickly shouted, retreating from Frost Saint's vicinity. The other three, while not close-range attackers, focused intently on adjusting their positioning, knowing that the ice tornadoes would not target any specific aggro and would disperse chaotically. To their astonishment, there was a loud crash, and instead of the tornadoes emerging, Frost Saint found himself slammed to the ground. Jun Mo Shao had executed a body slam, a skill capable of breaking through invulnerability. Why are you running? Did you not learn the split wave slash? Yishio remarked, puzzled. Blue River understood the comment was directed at him. The split wave slash was a skill of the magic swordsman that could also break through invulnerability. As a skill available below level 20, Blue River, having transitioned to a swordsman, could learn it, and most swordsmen typically did so at least at the first level, not for damage, but specifically to counter invulnerability. While skills that break invulnerability could indeed interrupt spells cast under such a state, this was Frost Saint they were dealing with. The tank often drew aggro onto healers, who would dare risk the entire team's fate on whether his skill could accurately land. Blue River was not entirely lacking in confidence, but the potential of a single misstep jeopardizing the entire situation made him opt for caution. As a result, he was called out. Feeling somewhat awkward, Blue River sheepishly replied, I haven't learned it. A chorus of disapproving hisses arose, but the other three quickly grasped his feelings and refrained from hissing for too long. You should learn it. Breaking through invulnerability is quite useful, Yishio stated. I know. I don't have enough skill points at the moment. but I'll allocate one level to it later. Blue River felt his face flush, acutely aware that he was being schooled on fundamental knowledge. Currently, we are ranked third in the weekly challenge, with the top spots held by the Titans Tomato and Potato. The pressure is immense. Everyone, let us give it our all. Shall we charge ahead? If it proves too difficult, I might just change my name to Chili Pepper. Chapter 40. Record refresh. Lon. He returned with a sense of dissatisfaction. Eager to launch another attack, he had hoped to perform a wave slash when Frostshown unleashed his ultimate ability, seeking to redeem himself. But he regretted having just claimed he hadn't learned it. How could he explain this sudden display of skill? Had he inadvertently learned it without noticing? The thought was too embarrassing. Just imagining it made him blush. The greatest threat from Frostshown's rampage had been neutralized by the unwavering confidence of Junimo Xiao. With no new tricks up its sleeve, it finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the 5 players. As the equipment dropped, Lan He and his companions were far more preoccupied with the system message window. Congratulations to the players of Blue Creek Pavilion, Lan He, Thunderbolt, Junimo Xiao, Yun Gui, and Ji Yuqing Chung for breaking the record for clearing the Frost Forest dungeon with a time of 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. The 4 of them had experienced the entire process of this dungeon run firsthand. Even during the first wave of monsters, they had recognized that as long as they played without error, breaking the record was inevitable. They should not have been surprised by the outcome. Yet the magnitude of the record-breaking achievement still left them exhilarated. The previous record held by the Midgrass Hall was 26 minutes, 12 seconds, and 48 milliseconds, and they had shattered it by over 5 minutes. Such a significant improvement in records was nearly unheard of. As seasoned players, they understood that records were typically improved by mere seconds, and a leap of over 5 minutes was simply unreasonable. In stark contrast, other players were left utterly stunned upon seeing the system message. Tianqi and others, who had recently transitioned from novice status, were struggling in the Frost Forest dungeon when the news flashed across their screens. Tianqi paused, and the newcomer Xinyu exclaimed, "Look, it's the Master. The Master is on TV." Newcomers were quick to grasp the concept of being on TV. Indeed, Tianqi replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. They were aware that Blue Creek Pavilion was one of the 3 major guilds in Glory, and only such elite guilds were worthy of a player of the caliber of the Master. As for their second-rate guild and players, simply having been on TV twice under the guidance of the Master should suffice as a source of pride. While the 3 felt a sense of melancholy, Xinyu continued, "Frost Forest? ISNT that the dungeon we're currently in?" "Yes," exclaimed Tianqi. 20 minutes. We've already been at it for 20 minutes. Where are we now? Xinyu inquired. Halfway, Tianqi replied, dejected. This is the influence of knowing the Master, with such a disparity in performance. It raises doubts about one's abilities in the game, and that is quite serious. The 5th member of their party, a priest named Yue Yang, had been focused on healing and had not spoken much. Hearing their discussion, he suddenly interjected, "Is your record primarily due to that person's contribution?" Tianqi was taken aback. The 3 had indeed made appearances on TV, such as when Xinyu joined their party. This had added pressure when recruiting newcomers. If another player assumed they were part of a divine team, how would they measure up without the Master's presence? The potential embarrassment was palpable. Yue Yang had not previously expressed any astonishment, engaging only in ordinary banter and coordination during battles. Tianqi and his companions believed he had not noticed their status as members of the record-breaking team, which left them feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. However, it became clear that he had been aware of their identities all along. While they struggled through half of the Frost Forest in 20 minutes, Junimo Xiao had managed to break a record in the same span of time. This stark contrast highlighted that Junimo Xiao was indeed a true expert, while the others were merely average. The inevitable awkwardness ensued, and the trio responded helplessly, "Yes, it was all thanks to that brother." "Of course I thought so. After 20 minutes with you, it's hard to see what makes you experts," Yue Yang remarked. "You're being too straightforward," the trio retorted, feeling even more uncomfortable. All right, let us proceed under my guidance." Yue Yang suddenly became animated. "Why?" everyone asked. "I am Yue Yang, an expert from the Dominant Ambition Guild. I held my tongue to gauge your abilities, but I can no longer remain silent. Your tactics have been disorganized. Allow me to take charge," he asserted. "Dude, who does that? Compared to the Master, who is so humble and lets his actions speak for themselves," Tianqi thought, feeling disheartened. "Please, let us finish the dungeon quickly. I have matters to attend to," Yue Yang insisted. "Let me take over." "Please," he pressed. "Fine, you can take over," Tianqi conceded, feeling disillusioned by the notion of expertise. "Now, let us proceed under my direction." In the blink of an eye, Yue Yang had even changed his equipment, wielding a resplendent cross pendant that clearly indicated he was no ordinary player. Goodness, this guy was just pretending. Tianqi and his companions realized. As Yue Yang began to issue commands, he also messaged his guild. I misjudged. The record-breaking team has only one true expert, Junimo Xiao. The rest are imposters. It was too late. Junimo Xiao had already been taken by Blue Creek Pavilion. A record improvement of 5 minutes was astounding and undoubtedly due to this individual's presence. Alas, Yue Yang sighed. What are you doing? I'm stuck with these imposter experts in the dungeon, he replied. Meanwhile, the previous record holders from Midgrass Hall were also in an uproar. 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. This is outrageous. Lonnie doesn't have that kind of skill, exclaimed Che Qianzi, the president of the Midgrass Hall, who had previously led the charge to break the record. It must be that Junimo Xiao. His addition certainly elevated their performance, said the expert Pang Dehai from the same team. Damn it. I need to ask Lan He. Che Qianzi exclaimed, sending a message to Lan He. As top-tier experts from the 3 major guilds, they were familiar with one another, having added each other as friends in the realm of the divine. Hey, what's the deal? You've got a real expert in your midst. Che Qianzi messaged Lan He. Haha, are you impressed? Can you break 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds at level 25? Lan He replied with a sense of pride, feeling a bit downtrodden in front of the expert, yet still reveling in the glory. The updates were becoming increasingly late. It felt like a race against time. Chapter 41. A clean departure. When Blue River and the others emerged from the instance, Shizhou and Lanternflower Knight were still waiting outside. Long before, while they were watching the team on the screen, both had been utterly impressed. They were original members of the team and were fully aware of its prowess, unmistakably attributing the 5-minute record improvement to the remarkable skills of Junimo Xiao. Lanternflower Knight, who had previously harbored doubts about Junimo Xiao, felt a twinge of embarrassment and finally stammered, truly a master. I worship you. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. On the other side, Shizhou inquired with Thunderclap about how the instance was completed. Thunderclap spoke animatedly, while Yun Gui and Ji Yuqing Chung exchanged knowing glances. Could you possibly exaggerate any further? At this rate, you'd have cleared the instance in 10 minutes. Well, the record has indeed been broken now, Yishio remarked to Blue River. Indeed, quite impressive, Blue River responded eagerly. Hey, Yishio hesitated. I'm here. About the items. Yishio continued. What items? Oh, I was so elated I forgot. Blue River realized Yishio was referring to the promised items. Shizhou, where are the items? Blue River had not brought the items himself, but he had signaled to Shizhou to fetch them once the record was confirmed to be breakable during the instance. In Glory, a character's movement, jumping, and attack speed are significantly influenced by their weight, so during critical moments like record-breaking runs or player killing, everyone tried to enter with the lightest load possible. Shizhou approached Junimo Xiao and submitted a trade request. Upon Yishio's acceptance, the items appeared in the trade window: 72 power silk, 2 silver pendants, and 8 white wolf fangs. What's going on? Yishio was puzzled. This was precisely the initial price he had called out, not a counteroffer. Brother, this directly boosted the record by 5 minutes, saving us an immense amount of effort, Blue River explained. Oh, is that so? Yishio chuckled in disbelief. He sought these materials not for profit, but to craft the 1,000-machine umbrella. He originally only needed 24 power silks, calling for 72 merely to leave room for negotiation. After all his calculations, he was now receiving 72 willingly. Who would refuse free items? Yishio graciously accepted them. Besides, Blue River's point was quite valid. A 5-minute record improvement indeed saved them considerable hassle, as they would have had to compete with other guilds repeatedly for that time. Thank you, Yishio said. You're welcome. But brother, you see, Blue River began, only to be interrupted by a startling realization. He left. How could he have left already? Blue River exclaimed, shocked that the moment he received the items, the person had exited the guild. He had intended to persuade this individual to remain within their guild. Offering more items was a strategy not only due to the impressive record, but also because they confirmed he was indeed a formidable player worth cultivating. I knew it, Blue River thought in frustration. Negotiating a price turned this into a mere transaction. To recruit such a master, one should build a rapport. What are you looking at? Yishio, who had already left the guild, questioned Blue River, who was still mulling over his unfinished thoughts. Let's keep in touch and collaborate more in the future, Blue River said weakly. All right, Yishio replied. Brother, do you want to run another instance? Need more people? Just say how many and I can arrange it. Blue River offered. Oh, not for now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Yishio replied. Oh, goodbye. Blue River lamented as he watched Jun Mo Xiao depart, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Thunderclap, Shizhou, and the others had seen the system message of Jun Mo Xiao leaving the guild and were bewildered, quickly returning to the conversation. Why did he leave? Yun Gui inquired. Well, the task is complete, so why wouldn't he leave? Blue River retorted. Why didn't you persuade him to stay? Shizhou asked. His skills are such that he could exit the guild faster than I could speak, Blue River replied, exasperated. Does this endeavor rely on speed of operation? The others were left speechless, wondering if Blue River had been driven to madness by his frustration. Attracting such high-caliber players cannot be achieved solely through incentives. Given their skill level, even helping out a bit would justify the benefits offered to them. Thus, one must cultivate numerous connections and foster relationships, Shizhou advised. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. How did it turn into? Blue River lamented, contemplating how a potential alliance had devolved into a mere transaction. Perhaps we should employ the beauty strategy and swiftly inform the leader to send over a few charming ladies, Thunderclap suggested. Cough, cough. Someone cleared their throat. Then coordinate with Jiyu, Thunderclap added. Jiyu Qing Chong, however, remained silent, simply gazing at the fading silhouette of Jun Mo Xiao. Jiyu, are you fixated on that direction? Do you? Lantern Flower Knight circled around Jiyu Qing Chong. Are you eager to take action? Jiyu Qing Chong, unperturbed by the banter, quietly stated, don't you think this person is excessively powerful? The group fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Surely, we are all considered top-tier players in Glory, right? Even if we aren't, Blue River certainly qualifies, doesn't he? Yet, this individual's prowess seems to exceed our own. What level of mastery does that place him at? Jiyu Qing Cheng mused. Cough. I haven't played my alt for quite a while. Blue River admitted. We all have alts, Ji reminded him. His weapon is superior to mine. I suspect it could be an orange tier weapon, Blue River speculated. He hasn't even switched classes yet, Ji pointed out. In summary, everyone had their advantages and disadvantages. Fine, I concede. This person's skill likely surpasses mine. Blue River realized he could not regain his pride, but with so many players in Glory, it wasn't surprising to encounter hidden experts. They had seen such individuals before, such as Rushing Willow. At the mere mention of this name, a hush fell over the group. They all understood that it was a name that did not please Blue River. This individual was a rising star within their guild. Lanchi Pavilion, previously lacking prominence, but recently demonstrating remarkable strength in the realm of the gods and various battles. With the guild's growing focus on him, his equipment had improved significantly, leading many to speculate whether it was time to update the 5 great masters of the guild. Among those frequently compared to Rushing Willow, Blue River's main character, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, was notable, as both shared the same class, swordsmen. Swordsmen, with their distinct martial arts flair, were immensely popular in Glory and considered one of the most sought-after roles. Rushing Willow, after gaining attention, had become rather boastful, often flaunting his damage and kill records in the guild channel, regaling tales of defeating formidable players in the arena or single-handedly taking down foes in the wild. Clearly eager to compete with Blue River's Blue Bridge Spring Snow, almost challenging him to a duel. This time, Blue River had been tasked with leading a team for the exploration of District 10, and rumors circulated within the guild suggesting that this was a deliberate move to elevate Rushing Willow's status by sidelining Blue River. Everyone is amazing. The click count has reached the top, thank you. The recommendation votes are still in 3rd place, so those who have votes, don't forget to cast them daily. Chapter 42. Awaiting the right price. Lon, he is a person who values his reputation. Being ridiculed by Rao and Shui Yang in the guild left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ultimately, he took the initiative to invite Rao and Shui Yang for a friendly match in the arena. Naturally, Rao and Shui Yang eagerly accepted this opportunity. While sparring among guild members is a common occurrence, this particular match held greater significance. The outcome would determine who among them was worthy of being recognized as one of the top 5 experts of Lan Shigu. However, the match never took place, as the president of Lan Shigu intervened at that moment, instructing Lan He to lead a team to explore the 10th district. Lan He temporarily departed from the realm of the gods and busied himself in the new area, setting aside his displeasure for the time being. Yet, an unexpected formidable player suddenly emerged, prompting thoughts of Rao and Shui Yang to resurface, leaving his companions at a loss for words. In the midst of this silence, Lan He received a message. Upon opening it, he found it was from Che Qianzi of Zhongqiao Tang. Why did you just break the record? And now the expert withdraws from the guild? Lan He was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. You shameless person, have you infiltrated our guild again? Don't be so hypocritical, as if you haven't done the same in our guild, Che Qianzi retorted. I haven't infiltrated. Lan He replied with indignation. The act of sending in undercover agents is indeed common, but since the new area had just opened the previous day, Lan He had yet to engage in such tactics. Be mindful, just don't send in your spies, Che Qianzi messaged. An idea struck Lan He, and he responded, Heh, if you actively recruit our members, you can only blame your own poor judgment. Che Qianzi was momentarily stunned by this reply. What do you mean? Lan He chose not to respond. TCH. I know you're just trying to bluff me, Lao Lan. Such childish tricks won't work, Che Qianzi said. I don't have time for you. I'm leveling up. Lan He replied, continuing with his activities. While Lan He busied himself, Che Qianzi found himself in a quandary. After reporting back, he learned that Jun Mo Xiao had already withdrawn from Lan Shigo. Che Qianzi was delighted, preparing to recruit him while also planning to taunt Lan He. Unexpectedly, Lan He responded with a cryptic remark, insinuating that Jun Mo Xiao was intentionally released to attract attention from the major guilds. Che Qianzi suspected this was merely a ruse by Lan He, but he couldn't be entirely certain. Dealing with undercover agents is notoriously challenging in the game, and overthinking it only adds unnecessary stress. However, Jun Mo Xiao, as a character of such caliber, was a different matter altogether. Such a prominent player would undoubtedly be highly valued by any guild, not merely a basic character hanging around. If this individual were indeed an undercover agent, it would be disastrous. A powerful guild in Glory had previously fallen due to infiltrators. The highly regarded expert within their ranks turned out to be an undercover agent sent by a rival guild. Eventually, the undercover faction matured, revealing their true nature, and they absconded with a group of resources, leaving the guild severely weakened. The final blow came when, during the recovery process, another key figure turned out to be an undercover agent, leading to another betrayal at a critical moment. This caused the once formidable guild to falter. Since that incident, guilds in Glory have become exceedingly cautious regarding ambitious experts, especially among the larger guilds. In the prior undercover crisis, the infamous infiltrator had taken advantage of the opening of a new area, embedding himself within an exploration guild, steadily rising through the ranks until he reached the realm of the gods. His tenacity truly earned him the title of the king of undercover agents in Glory. And what of Jun Mo Xiao? Suddenly emerging in the 10th district, he drew attention like no other. Such a player would undoubtedly be a target for recruitment among the major guilds. Could he be an undercover agent as well? In these times, even infiltrators have grown so ostentatious? Che Qianzi pondered, yet he resolved to make contact with Jun Mo Xiao. As long as he remained vigilant and maintained control, he would be fine. Having left the Frost Forest, Jun Mo Xiao was now heading toward Bulls. The Frost Forest lies on the southwestern border of the Glory continent, with Bulls being a small frontier town in its vicinity. Regardless of the district, this place is typically the first stop for newcomers leaving the beginner's village, bustling with activity. After departing from the beginner's village, Jun Mo Xiao headed straight to the Frost Forest to tackle a dungeon, not having the opportunity to register at Bulls yet. The location of registration is crucial. A character respawns at the registration point upon death, as per the rules of Glory. Bulls might be small, but it is equipped with all necessary facilities. Yishio instructed Jun Mo Xiao to first visit the warehouse to store the powerful beads he had just acquired. Upon seeing the 88 powerful beads in the storage box, Yishio couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. After retaining 48 beads, he transferred the remaining items into the material library of the equipment editor. Just as he was about to enter the equipment editor, a message notification appeared. Upon checking, it was from Tianqi. Congratulations, expert brother. I just saw you break the record for the Frost Forest dungeon. Impressive. Tianqi's message read. Hehe, it's nothing. Jun Mo Xiao replied. Have you joined Lan Shigo? Tianqi inquired. No, I just helped them break a record temporarily. I've already withdrawn, Yishio responded. What? Tianqi exclaimed in surprise. How many times have you run the dungeon? Yishio suddenly asked. Twice, Tianqi answered. Need a hand? I still have 3 runs left. Yishio thought to use up the dungeon runs first. Yes, of course, Tianqi replied, realizing that the expert brother was willing to run the dungeon with them, which thrilled him. I'll be right over. Yishio immediately instructed Jun Mo Xiao to leave the warehouse and head back to the Frost Forest. Tianqi and his companions were just ordinary players, lacking the prowess of Lan Shiji's experts. Teaming up with Lan Shigu would yield greater efficiency. However, Yishio preferred to team up with Tianqi and the others. He recognized the recruitment intentions of the major guilds and understood that Lan Shigu had the strength to provide the resources he needed for the 1,000-machine umbrella. However, joining a guild would entail certain responsibilities and obligations. The guild would assign teams for dungeon runs, leveling, and quests, which would require him to reciprocate by aiding others in their endeavors. Yishio did not wish to be bound by such constraints. For someone of his exceptional skill, remaining independent from any guild meant he could collaborate with any guild he chose. Having assisted Lan Shigu in breaking a record today, he could just as easily help Zhong Qiaotang next time. Anyone with a modicum of insight would recognize his value. Any guild aspiring to set records would seek him out for assistance. Thus, remaining unattached and awaiting the right opportunity was far more advantageous than becoming ensnared in a single guild. The first update is here. The next one will be around 4 in the afternoon. Your votes and support are welcomed. Chapter 43. No priest Tianqi and his companions had just exited the dungeon. And under the guidance of a player named Yue Yang, the latter half of the dungeon had indeed proceeded with greater ease, indicating that he was a more skilled and experienced player. However, Tianqi and his group held no reverence for him, unbeknownst to them. Not only Shunyu, but they themselves had already been tainted by the influence of skilled players. Although Yue Yang was undoubtedly of high caliber among players, he did not impress them in the slightest. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yue Yang curiously lingered nearby, exuding an air that seemed to invite praise without reservation, only to receive a system message stating, "You have been kicked from the party." Furious, he exclaimed, "Why was I kicked? Don't you have something to attend to? Hurry along." Tianqi retorted, "I have nothing to do now," Yue Yang replied. "Sorry, but there's no room left. We have friends coming over," Tianqi stated. At this, Yue Yang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Is it Jun Mo Xiao?" "That's none of your concern," Tianqi shot back. Yet Yue Yang stubbornly refused to leave, stubbornly hovering around the 4 of them. Tianqi was exasperated, contemplating the idea of eliminating this nuisance. But the fact that Yue Yang was a formidable player made him hesitate. What was Yue Yang's intention in clinging to them? Tianqi could surmise, and his frustration mounted. They could not compete with such an expert. Their own skills were mediocre, and merely teaming up with a skilled player was already a stroke of luck. Now, if an elite team from the Bachi Xiong-Tu Guild were available, would the elite players still choose to associate with them? They had only known each other for a day, with no camaraderie established yet. As he was lost in thought, Jun Mo Xiao's figure gradually approached, and Xinyu called out, "Great God!" In the game, the louder the voice, the further it traveled. And one could only imagine Xinyu, whether at home or in an internet CAF, bellowing at the top of his lungs. It would indeed look rather foolish if there were bystanders. Jun Mo Xiao raised his spear in greeting, and as Tianqi and the others prepared to approach, Yue Yang darted ahead like a rabbit, quickly introducing himself. "Are you Jun Mo Xiao? It's an honor to meet you." "I am Yue Yang from Bachi Xiong Tuesday." "Hello," replied Yishio, turning to the now gathered Tianqi and the others. "Are you friends?" Yes. I am Tianqi's close companion from the dungeon," Yue Yang declared. "Who are you?" Tianqi had never encountered someone so shameless. "Tianqi, don't forget your companions just because we exited the dungeon," Yue Yang insisted. Tianqi was tempted to kick him out, but hastily sent an invitation to the elite player instead, calling out to Yue Yang, "We're heading into the dungeon. You should attend to your own matters. Take me along. Take me along," Yue Yang implored, his demeanor reminiscent of a novice from the old Server S starting village. "Begging to be carried. There's no space left," Tianqi replied. "Come on, good lady. Can you make room for your brother?" Yue Yang shamelessly targeted Shunyu's soft spot. As a newcomer who had never encountered such a brazen individual, Shunyu was at a loss, on the verge of conceding to Yue Yang when Yishio intervened just in time. "You're a priest?" Yishio inquired. "Yes, I'm a skilled one," Yue Yang replied, proudly displaying his dazzling silver cross pendant. Although Tianqi and the others did not recognize it, they could tell it was a quality item. "Ice crystal cross, an orange weapon," Yishio exclaimed. "Wow, truly a master with discerning eyes. Take me along," Yue Yang praised. "We don't need a priest," Yishio declared. "Instant kill. This is an instant kill." With those 6 words, the lively Yue Yang fell silent. And Tianqi and his companions could not help but admire their elite player. "We don't need a priest." What an imposing declaration. If it were anyone else standing at the entrance of the Frost Forest dungeon proclaiming that they did not need a priest, even Tianqi would have scoffed at their arrogance. But when the elite player said they did not need a priest, it was simply understood that a priest was unnecessary. The priest could continue playing elsewhere. "Let us enter the dungeon," Tianqi called out. No one paid any further attention to Yue Yang, who stood like a statue as the 5 of them formed a line to enter the dungeon. "How do we kill this?" Tianqi asked, directly handing the party leader role to Jun Mo Xiao upon entering. "I'll pull the monsters. You all focus on dealing damage," Yishio instructed. Although the primary challenge of a one-pull strategy rested on the shoulders of the main tank, it also placed significant demands on the rest of the team. With Yishio at the helm, Tianqi and his companions felt a sense of ease in their dungeon run. However, Xinyu, lacking awareness, innocently asked, "Great God, can we break the record?" Wasn't that a self-deprecating question? They were unable to break any records. And the issue lay not with the elite player, but with their own lack of skill. Embarrassed, Tianqi and the others rushed to answer the awkward question on behalf of the elite player. The dungeon progressed smoothly, and when the boss dropped equipment, Tianqi and the others willingly allowed Yishio to choose first. However, if the gear was specialized for their own classes, Yishio would defer to them. The 2 dungeon runs were swiftly completed, but they encountered neither hidden bosses nor impressive equipment. Yishio was still able to enter another dungeon, while Tianqi and his group had exhausted their attempts and could only leave with regret. Upon exiting, they found Yue Yang waiting outside. Having initially departed after the first run, seeing the 5 of them, Yue Yang rushed over, grinning. "No more attempts left?" This fellow was annoyingly cheerful, which made Tianqi want to punch him. Yue Yang, having joined them in a dungeon, was well aware that they could only attempt it twice. "I still have one more," Yishio stated honestly. "What a coincidence, I have one more too," Yue Yang replied. "Is that so?" Yishio smiled. "Even more coincidentally, I have 3 friends over here, and we all have just one attempt left." "Isn't that lucky?" "That truly is lucky," Yishio acknowledged. "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we just run this dungeon together?" Yue Yang suggested. "Should we also try to break a record?" Yishio inquired. Yes, Yue Yang exclaimed joyfully. "If we're going to break a record, there are 2 conditions," Yishio stated. "Go ahead," Yue Yang replied. "First, there will be a fee," Yishio said. That's negotiable," Yue Yang replied. "What is the second?" "We don't need a priest," Yishio chuckled. "The second update will arrive soon. The third update will be available around 11 o'clock. Please click and vote." Chapter 44. Various charges. Laughter erupted from Tianqi and the others, their mirth reaching a level that could easily mislead onlookers into thinking they were unhinged. Previously, they had scorned Xinyu Gao for his naivety, but now their laughter was unabashedly boisterous. Many players outside the dungeon turned their perspectives to investigate the source of such raucous laughter, and were greeted by the sight of a player named Yue Yang inundating the current channel with over 20 cartoonish expressions of faces blown to smithereens. What happened? Players inquired among themselves, yet no one had the answer. Thus, they cautiously maneuvered their characters closer, eager to glean some information. It soon became evident that the animated Knight Wei Yang was gritting his teeth and speaking. "What kind of class setup do you require?" 3 fire element mages with spell attack over 430, above level 22, and 1 shadow cloak-wielding mage scholar, Yishio replied. Knight Wei Yang was taken aback. Bringing 3 mages meant assembling a team that epitomized offensive power. Mages were frail, with low defense and health, and even a mage scholar donned only light armor, rendering the entire group exceptionally vulnerable. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. This was indeed a zero-tolerance team, meaning no mistakes were permissible. Knight Wei Yang was not particularly surprised by such stringent demands. The current record stood at an impressive 20 minutes and 24 seconds. To shatter such a formidable record, one needed to adhere to exacting standards. A team that faltered would undoubtedly squander precious time in recovery, rendering them incapable of competing for the record. Such a team might not even be feasible at this moment, Knight Wei Yang remarked. In truth, they would struggle to assemble such a group in the near term. Furthermore, not even the most prestigious guilds could currently boast 3 fire element mages with a spell attack of 430 or higher. A spell attack of 430 implied that the weapon had to be a level 20 purple staff. And how easily does one acquire a purple staff? Even if one did drop, it might not be suited for fire element mages. At present, Bachi Xiong 2 only had 3 purple elemental mages, and unfortunately, none of them were fire element. That's all right. We can reconnect when the time comes, Yishio suggested. Are there no other options? Knight Wei Yang inquired. At level 25, perhaps, Yishio replied. Level 25 marks a new phase, with new equipment and skills, significantly enhancing everyone's capabilities. Records established in dungeons like Frosty Forest, which range from level 20 to 25, are invariably set when the entire team is at level 25. All right, let's add each other as friends, Knight Wei Yang proposed. Sure, Yishio agreed, and they exchanged friend requests. After a serious exchange, Knight Wei Yang's true self emerged. Now that we no longer need to focus on breaking records, we are short 1 member. You can join us for the next run. What? Tianqi and the others gasped in astonishment. This individual was truly a relentless, indomitable force. Fine, Yishio concurred. Then the charges can be lower. Is there a fee involved? Do you charge for joining them as well? Knight Wei Yang questioned. There is no fee. However, equipment distribution is at the captain's discretion, And I am the captain, Yi Xiu clarified. That is acceptable. We do the same. Night Wei Yang replied readily. Tian Qi and the others exchanged glances, feeling quite displeased. While their team prioritized equipment distribution for skilled players, they were aware that their leader was fair-minded and never hoarded items suited for others. During the Spider Cave incident, he even relinquished a purple weapon, despite having a past conflict with Yu Zhongmian. Just so you know, I haven't even changed my class yet. I want all the equipment, Yi Xiu stated. Just a few pieces of equipment. Let's go, Night Wei Yang urged. He frequently sent party invitations, but they were automatically declined by the system due to the other parties still being in a group. Finally, Yi Xiu exited his group and added Jun Mo Xiao to Night Wei Yang's party. This formed a standard team of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. After which Night Wei Yang passed the leadership to Jun Mo Xiao. Let's move. Yi Xiu directed Jun Mo Xiao into the dungeon. Onward, Night Wei Yang called, following closely behind the other 3. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. He was not in a hurry to break records, but rather curious about Jun Mo Xiao's abilities. In the frosty forest, snowflakes drifted down silently, and the 5 stood in a row, motionless and quiet. This static tableau persisted for approximately half a minute. Hey, Night Wei Yang seemed to be testing his microphone. What are you asking about? Yi Xiu replied. Is anyone speaking? I haven't heard anyone at all, Night Wei Yang remarked. Isn't it that no one is speaking? Yi Xiu countered. Indeed, no one is speaking, the other 3 confirmed. Why is no one speaking? Night Wei Yang queried. Who are you asking? You. Why should I speak? Yi Xiu retorted. To give commands. Night Wei Yang insisted. Me? Give commands? Yes. Command fee. The barrage of expressions resembling faces blown to smithereens flooded the chat. The other 3 were left bewildered. Come on, you can't be serious. Hee. Yi Xiu chuckled. How do we determine the command fee? Night Wei Yang realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today. After all, he was the one trying to curry favor. He felt a twinge of frustration. 10 white wolf hairs, Yi Xiu stated. Brother, you are quite the negotiator. The 4 exclaimed in unison. The white wolf hair was not a brush, but a rare material dropped by the hidden boss in Frosty Forest. You don't have to command us, Yi Xiu offered. After some contemplation, Night Wei Yang decided that to fully gauge a skilled player's competence, it was indeed essential to hear his commands. With a determined sigh, he conceded, fine. But I need to go outside to get them. I don't have them on me. Will he keep his word? Yi Xiu asked the other 3. Major guilds rarely go back on their word. For instance, after a verbal agreement with Lan He, Yi Xiu never doubted the other party would go back on their promise. However, Night Wei Yang and Appo's audacity was truly astonishing, and skepticism was warranted. He will keep his word, the other 3 quickly assured. All right then, Yi Xiu acquiesced. Quickly now, Night Wei Yang urged. Okay, tank, pull the monsters, damage dealers, focus on output. Healer, keep an eye on the tank, Yi Xiu commanded. The 4 were momentarily stunned, and another half-minute of silence ensued. Is that it? Night Wei Yang asked. Of course. What sort of command is that? Night Wei Yang exclaimed in frustration. You are all skilled. You know what to do, Yi Xiu replied. Night Wei Yang realized he might have been tricked. If they were to proceed in such a methodical manner, their team could function independently without any guidance. No. He had to ensure he received his due for the 10 white wolf hairs. This will not do. You must give step-by-step instructions, Night Wei Yang insisted. Fine. Tank, go engage the 2 goblins at the 10 o'clock position. There are 3 possibilities. If both are ranged, move in swiftly, and, just as you're about to be hit, use Falling Phoenix Hammer to leap over their attacks and stun both monsters. Then engage one to secure aggro. If one is ranged and the other is melee, use Starfall Hammer to interrupt the ranged monster, and when the melee monster approaches, use Pushback to maintain aggro on the ranged one. If both are melee, initiate with Falling Phoenix Hammer to knock one back and establish aggro with the other. Understand? The tank was left in tears. Are you treating me like an idiot, giving such detailed commands? The 3rd update has been completed successfully. Please anticipate tomorrow's continuation. Chapter 45. Original strategy 30 minutes, 8 seconds, and 71 milliseconds. This was the time achieved by Yi Xiu and his companions after successfully clearing the dungeon. Led by Yi Wei Yang, it was a rather conventional performance, as a typical 5-man team usually completes the Frosty Forest in around 30 minutes. While the result was unremarkable, Yi Wei Yang seethed with frustration throughout the entire process. The guidance provided by Jun Mo Xiao was relentless. However, just like the knight he was directing, he merely elucidated the most ordinary strategies in a straightforward manner. This run would be immensely beneficial for 4 novices, yet for Yi Wei Yang, it felt utterly pointless. He saw no exceptional skills displayed by the so-called expert, which left him and his companions feeling particularly stifled. They were skilled players themselves, but this methodology and leadership felt downright pedestrian, making them appear foolish. Yi Wei-yang suspected that Jun Mo Xiao was deliberately concealing his true prowess, perhaps making mistakes in an attempt to provoke some brilliance from them. Thus, the seasoned expert patiently explained to Yi Wei-yang where he had erred and how he should proceed. Hearing the stifled laughter of his three companions, Yi Wei-yang realized he had indeed been regarded as foolish. The only hint of distinction was that Jun Mo Xiao had not changed his class. Yet his damage output equaled that of the other two in the party, suggesting his weapon was at least formidable. However, what was this spear? Yi Wei-yang had never seen it before. "Brother, you're leading us astray," Yi Wei-yang exclaimed after leaving the dungeon. "What do you mean? Is my direction incorrect?" Yi Xiao inquired. Yi Wei-yang was at a loss for words. Despite the commonplace nature of the guidance, it was impeccable, with no detail overlooked. Had Yi Wei-yang not intentionally made mistakes, following his instructions would have led to no mishaps. This at least indicated that the fellow's foundational skills were remarkably solid. Yi Wei-yang endeavored to convince himself that this dungeon run was not in vain, that he had indeed gained something. "Going to fetch the white wolf whisk?" Yi Xiao asked. Yi Wei-yang's eyes brimmed with tears. Now that's what one would call a true gain. After obtaining the white wolf whisk, Yi Xiao bid farewell and departed. Yi Wei-yang remained, rooted at his computer, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone poked him twice. Turning, he saw one of his teammates from the recent dungeon run, who pointed at the computer screen, indicating he wanted Yi Wei-yang to take a look. The screen displayed not game footage, but a post on the Glory Games forum. Leaning closer, Yi Wei-yang heard his companion say, "I kept thinking his guidance sounded so familiar, so I came to check." After a brief glance, Yi Wei-yang nearly spat blood onto the screen. To hell with the foundational skills and the impeccable guidance. The bastard's instructions were nothing more than a verbatim recitation of a strategy guide, word for word, which naturally ensured that no detail was overlooked. They had been played. 80 white wolf whisks, his companion remarked, all for a strategy post that exceeded 1 million views. Yi Wei-yang felt utterly helpless. They had been duped, but it was also self-inflicted. The other party had never said they wanted to run the dungeon with him. He had insisted on joining. They hadn't mentioned needing a guide. He had stubbornly requested one. Initially, they hadn't even recited the strategy. It was he who had insisted on step-by-step guidance. Step-by-step, indeed. With the quality of their team, he had never heard of needing such detailed instructions. To make such a demand was inherently foolish, and now, the folly had become painfully evident. "Beast." Yi Wei-yang gritted his teeth and furiously typed a message to Jun Mo Xiao. "Brother, that was rather unscrupulous of you. Using a strategy guide to deceive us?" "Not at all. That strategy is indeed my original work," Yi Xiao replied. "Is that so?" Yi Wei-yang quickly turned to his companion. "Who wrote that strategy?" Clearly oblivious to the matter, his companion flipped back to the previous page and said, "Yi Xiao." Yi Wei-yang erupted in fury, turning back to hammer the keyboard. "What nonsense! That strategy was penned by the great Yi Xiao." "Indeed, that would be me," Yi Xiao replied. "Shameless. Utterly shameless." Yi Wei-yang was rendered speechless. "I have to step away for a moment. I'll be in touch." He received a message from Yi Xiao. Avoiding confrontation, how cowardly. At 3 in the morning, what could possibly be so urgent? Yi Wei-yang pondered. At the Xinhui Internet CAF, Yi Xiao was busy delivering several bottles of Coke to guests. The night passed without incident. By 7 in the morning, as guests began to log off, Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao finally reached level 21. Leaving the novice zone, leveling up became significantly slower. The experience required saw a considerable increase, and the number of dungeon runs began to be restricted. While level 20 players could refresh the skeleton graveyard indefinitely, it had now been downgraded to a dungeon suitable for players 5 levels lower, thus offering diminished experience. After reaching level 20, players needed to rely more on quests and defeating wild monsters to level up. Among the leaderboard in District 10, Yi Xiao noticed the names of Lan He and Yi Wei-yang, both at level 24. Clearly, they had achieved such feats by remaining online for 24 hours, reaching such heights within less than 2 days of the server's opening. Characters nurtured by their guild displayed a stark contrast to ordinary players. Following this top tier of level 24, levels 22 and 23 were nearly void of players, consisting of only a small fraction. Meanwhile, levels 20 and 21 were filled with those who had rushed into the game and labored diligently since the launch, like Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Qi. Their gaming hours were indeed quite intense. Morning, Brother Yi. The morning shift staff, including the cashiers and other attendants, arrived punctually to greet Yi Xiao. Morning, Yi Xiao replied, logging out of the game and vacating the computer at the counter. "Everyone's busy, I'm off." "All right." After exchanging pleasantries, Yishio stretched and headed back to his upstairs suite. Upon opening the door, he heard the television blaring in the living room. "Boss, you're up so early?" Yishio remarked as he entered, only to find the television on and Chungwa sprawled out on the sofa, sound asleep, without any covering, curled up like a shrimp. "Boss, go back to bed," Yishio said, giving her a gentle nudge. Chungwa turned over, her face contorting with annoyance at being disturbed. With a sigh, Yishio noticed that her room was also wide open. He stepped inside to find something to cover her with. Glancing around, he observed that the floor, walls, and ceiling were quite new, yet the furniture and bed appeared quite old. Not pondering it further, he grabbed a blanket from Chungwa's messy bed and draped it over her, turned off the television, and retreated to his meager storage room for some rest. The consequence of sleeping for an extra 5 minutes was waking up to find it was already past 9. A tragedy. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't indulge in just 5 more minutes. Chapter 46. Effortless glory. Chungwa could hardly recall the number of times she had dozed off while watching television on this very couch. Often, she would awaken from the cold, silently crawling back into bed. This time, however, she found herself snugly wrapped in her own familiar blanket, the scent unmistakably her own. Still in a state of semi-consciousness, she mistakenly believed she was in her bed, comfortably turning over, only to tumble off the couch with a thud. On the floor, Chungwa clutched her blanket, taking a moment to gather her thoughts before realizing she was still on the couch. The fall was harmless, given the low height of the couch, leaving her both exasperated and amused. As she got up, she noticed the door to the small storage room was closed. Understanding that it was the new arrival, Yishio, who had orchestrated this situation. After returning the blanket to her bedroom and freshening up in the bathroom, she was halfway through her routine when someone knocked on the door. With a toothbrush in her mouth, she opened the door to find a girl standing outside, beaming and laden with bags. "Ah, Xiaotang, you're back," Chungwa exclaimed, foam spilling from her mouth. "Yes. Why are you only just getting up?" Tangro asked, unable to manage her keys with her hands full, having resorted to knocking instead. "I stayed up late last night," Chungwa insisted, still attempting to converse despite her mouth full of foam. "First, brush your teeth," Tangro said, entering the room and casually dropping her bags before pushing Chungwa towards the bathroom. "I heard you hired someone new?" Chungwa asked, toothbrush in hand, while Tangro leaned against the door, glancing at the closed storage room. "Indeed. Did they tell you?" "Yes. I heard they had nowhere to stay, so I let them sleep there. Word is, they made you quite upset after just one day." Tangro seemed to have picked up a fair amount of gossip downstairs. Chungwa felt speechless, for it was not merely an annoyance. She had contemplated ending Yishio's existence the previous night. Yet, despite his exasperating behavior, he had also covered her with a blanket and draped a coat over her shoulders, leaving her with mixed feelings about him. "What's the matter?" Tangro noticed Chungwa lost in thought. "Nothing. He plays Glory exceptionally well," Chungwa replied. "How good is he? Is he like you?" Tangro teased. "You little rascal." Chungwa rolled her eyes, feeling a bit downcast at the mention of her skills. Tangro had never played Glory before. Chungwa had attempted to coax her into joining, showcasing the game's allure while simultaneously battling in the arena with her character, Ji Yanxia. Multitasking. Chungwa suffered a humiliating defeat, but Tangro immediately expressed her desire to give it a try, which brought Chungwa some relief. In their first match, Tangro also faced a disheartening defeat, prompting her to ask Chungwa for operational details. In the second match, she lost again. So Chungwa offered some strategies against their current opponent. By the third match, Tangro managed to turn the tables and emerged victorious. "That was easy," Tangro declared, though the enthusiasm she had moments ago seemed to fade. Chungwa stood there, utterly astonished. A complete novice. After just 2 matches to familiarize herself with the controls and strategies, was already capable of defeating others. Chungwa could not quite gauge the skill level of the opponent, but she quickly borrowed an account from a player in the internet CAF that matched the opponent's profession. Although Chungwa played a gunner, she had knowledge of other classes, certainly more than someone who had only played 3 matches. However, despite her experience, she still faced defeat. Chungwa could hardly believe it. She coaxed the increasingly reluctant Tangro to play several more matches. While Tangro managed to win a few, the losses piled up, clearly indicating her growing proficiency. It was then that Chungwa recognized the astonishing reason behind Tangro's success: her natural reflexes. This girl possessed an innate speed that left Chungwa, who had played Glory for 3 years and considered herself fairly skilled, feeling utterly humbled. Such talent. It was a waste for someone so gifted to neglect Glory. Chungwa became increasingly determined to draw Tangro into the world of Glory, but her efforts were largely in vain. Despite her animated descriptions of the game's allure, Tang Rou responded with nothing but yawns and sleepy expressions. After 2 months of relentless effort yielding no results, Chen Guo faced a moment of utter despair. The challenge tasks of the Divine Domain. To enter the Divine Domain, players must complete a series of tasks, including regular monster-killing quests, boss slaying, material gathering, and victorious arena battles. However, the most daunting of these were the skill challenge tasks. These not only required defeating opponents, but also meeting numerous operational requirements set by the system, such as the number of combo hits, total damage dealt from behind, and the frequency of aerial pursuits. Countless players found themselves stuck at this juncture, unable to progress. Chen Guo was among them, firmly trapped in the skill challenge, unable to meet the criteria. In an unexpected turn, it was Tang Rou who, after a few days of study using Chen Guo's account, effortlessly completed the skill challenge task for her. Chen Guo was left speechless, finally understanding why Tang Rou had shown no interest in the game. For her, the achievements that required arduous effort from most players were merely childish play. Glory, by its very name, was intended for players to regard their equipment, skills, and records as badges of honor. Players recognized the value of these achievements precisely because they were hard-earned. Yet for Tang Rou, how could she feel a sense of glory when she could complete tasks that left many players struggling? No one would regard taking a sip of water as an accomplishment. Despairing yet unwilling to concede defeat, Chen Guo occasionally sought Tang Rou's assistance against formidable opponents, only to have her repeatedly ask, "Is it really that simple?" Such comments made it increasingly difficult for Chen Guo to maintain her composure. It was disheartening to hear someone so effortlessly mastering what she struggled against. Consequently, in recent months, Chen Guo had refrained from such attempts. However, upon mentioning Yixiao, the long-buried thought rekindled within her. Suddenly, wiping her mouth and tossing aside her towel, with her hair in disarray, she announced her intention to rouse Yixiao. "I'll go wake him up, and you can all have a go." "Hey, wait a minute." Tang Rou quickly grabbed Chen Guo. "He just finished a night shift and needs his rest. Let's wait until he wakes up." "Oh, that makes sense." Chen Guo reconsidered, momentarily setting aside her plan, only to remember something. "By the way, his hands are just as beautiful as yours." Well then, students must understand that after snoozing for an extra 5 minutes in the morning, one should refrain from indulging in another 5 minutes of sleep in the afternoon. Otherwise. Chapter 47. As I am a solo player, you help me cover up, and I will leave breakfast for you. When Yixiao rose to wash up, he caught sight of a sticky note on the mirror once more. After tidying himself up, he stepped into the living room, only to be left speechless and choked up. It was 3 in the afternoon. What kind of breakfast was this? Moreover, it was cold. Nevertheless, it was a gesture from the boss, so he felt compelled to show some appreciation. Yixiao grabbed a stick of youtiao, stuffed it into his mouth, and headed out with it still clenched between his teeth. The internet CAF continued to thrive with the excitement of a new season of glory. Yet the spaciousness of the Xinhui venue meant it was rare for all the seats to be occupied. As Yixiao wandered around, searching for an empty spot in the smoking area, he discovered to his dismay that his cigarette pack was empty. This was a greater torment than eating cold youtiao. What made matters worse was that he had no money for more cigarettes. How was he to survive? Yixiao mused that he might need to request an advance on his wages from the boss. After all, while she covered his meals and lodging, he hardly consumed much, averaging only 1 or 2 meals a day. He wondered if the savings could be converted into funds for cigarettes. However, considering Chen Guo's disdain for smoking, he felt that this idea was unlikely to materialize. Lost in such thoughts, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind and swiftly turned around. It was Chen Guo, and in that instant, the youtiao nearly brushed against her face. Chen Guo was irked and immediately began to scold him. "You're holding a cigarette in one hand and youtiao in the other. Is there anything you can't juggle? Can't you at least use your hands?" As she mentioned this, she recalled how aesthetically pleasing Yixiao's hands were. Such beautiful hands, tarnished by smoke and grease. It was a pity. Was it truly right to hold a cigarette and youtiao in such a manner? Shaking her head, she shot him a glare and said, "Follow me." Yixiao complied and followed Chen Guo towards the front desk, where Tang Rou was seated. Upon seeing Chen Guo leading Yixiao over, Tang Rou stood up with a smile. "Tang Rou, meet Yixiao." Chen Guo introduced them. "Hello." Tang Rou extended her hand, and Chen Guo looked at that hand with envy. Yixiao's hands were indeed attractive, but they were still the hands of a man. If they belonged to a woman, they might have appeared somewhat large. In contrast, Tang Rou possessed hands that could genuinely be described as feminine, delicate and graceful, reminiscent of exquisite jade. "Hello, hello," Yixiao replied, hastily trying to chew the youtiao he had just stuffed into his mouth, rendering his words somewhat unclear. He reached out to shake Tang Rou's hand, and she, being considerate, discreetly glanced at Yixiao's hands while maintaining her polite gaze locked onto his eyes. Their handshake was brief, and both withdrew their hands quickly. Yishio maintained his usual demeanor, though internally he was quite surprised by this girl named Tang Rou. Her appearance and figure were remarkable. Yet what truly set her apart was the air of grace she exuded. Every aspect, her posture, appearance, attire, was pleasing and free from discomfort. She was the epitome of a beauty without flaws, captivating from every angle. Though her short hair initially struck one as unconventional, upon closer inspection, it appeared refreshingly charming. However, Yishio's astonishment did not rest solely on her looks. He was perplexed as to why such an outstanding girl would willingly work as a temporary staff member in an internet CAF for nearly 2 years. Regardless of the size of the Xinhui CAF, only the owner, Chun Guo, could truly prosper. For the average employee, even if the pay was somewhat better, it was hardly a promising career. Positions like network administrator or cashier, what young person would aspire to such roles as their life's ambition? They were merely temporary jobs to make ends meet. For someone as exceptional as Tang Rou, such work seemed beneath her. Come, you two, let us play a game. Chun Guo redirected the conversation, eager to get to the point. She had been waiting for this moment all day, resisting the urge to drag Yishio out of bed directly. What game? Yishio inquired. Glory, what else? Chun Guo replied. Oh, you play Glory too? Yishio asked Tang Rou. I don't play. I don't know how. Tang Rou laughed. Chun Guo was displeased by this. You don't play? What does that make me? You genuinely know how to play. I'm just a casual player, Tang Rou clarified. What does casual mean? Yishio asked, puzzled. Don't listen to her modesty. She's quite skilled, Chun Guo remarked, already ushering both of them to their respective machines. You can use my Ji and Xia. Chun Guo offered before turning to Yishio. What about you? You reached level 20 last night, right? What class did you switch to? Not switched yet, Yishio replied. Why not? I play as a solo player, Yishio stated. A solo player? Chun Guo was astonished. The era of solo players was something she had not experienced. Merely hearing tales from seasoned veterans, who referred to it as a legend. How does a solo player operate? How do you level up after level 50? Chun Guo asked. Once it was impossible, but now it is, Yishio explained. How do you level up? Chun Guo pressed. In the realm of the gods, Yishio responded. Are you joking? You want to take on the realm of the gods challenge at level 50? Chun Guo exclaimed, eyes wide. Impressive, right? Impressive, my foot. Chun Guo retorted, contemplating the complexity of the challenge, but struggling to articulate just how difficult it was, as there were numerous hurdles involved. If you want to see it, just don't fire me, Yishio said with a grin. You've lost your mind, Chun Guo concluded. Yishio chuckled, logging into his account while saying, my character is only level 21. Can I compete with yours at level 70 in the correction arena? You want to use that lousy character? Chun Guo's eyes widened. What else should I use? Yishio asked, confused. What class do you want to play? I can lend you an account. This was the purpose behind Chun Guo's earlier inquiry about Yishio's chosen class. With the number of regulars at the CAF, borrowing an account temporarily was quite feasible. A solo player. Get lost. Tang Rou, watching the exchange with interest, noted that Yishio could indeed provoke Chun Guo. Just play a casual round. It doesn't have to be so serious. Tang Rou suggested. Exactly, Yishio agreed. How can a level 21 character compete with a level 70? Chun Guo insisted. In the correction arena. Yishio replied. Chun Guo was left speechless. The correction arena was merely for practice, with wins and losses not affecting character assessments. In the correction arena, the system would adjust all character attributes and equipment. Thus, even after adjustments, a level 21 character would still lack the skills acquired after level 20, which could not be compensated for. Even in the correction arena, a level 21 character would still be at a disadvantage against a level 70. Don't forget, I'm a solo player. Level 20 or 70 doesn't matter. Yishio remarked. Chun Guo realized the truth in his statement. Indeed, for a solo player, it was irrelevant, as they wouldn't possess any mid to high-level skills beyond level 20. The tale of 5 more minutes of sleep is one we all understand. Chapter 48. The ever-changing all right. Today I shall open my eyes and witness the legendary siren. Chun Guo exclaimed, recalling that since she began playing Glory, the siren playstyle had become extinct. Let's create a room. Let us choose that map, the smallest one, she commanded, placing her hands on her hips behind Tang Rou. The Arena of Glory is a shared server, allowing players from different regions to compete against each other. Characters are identified by their regional server names, enabling differentiation even among those who share the same name. Invite him, Junimo Xiao. Yes, those 3 characters, Chun Guo instructed as Tang Rou sent out the invitation. The system promptly responded, the player you invited is not in the competition area. What are you doing? Hurry up, Chun Guo urged. Wait a moment. I need to allocate my skill points. Junimo Xiao had leveled up last night, grinding through dungeons and quests, accumulating skill points that he had yet to use. Stop dawdling, Chun Guo muttered impatiently. Though she was anxious, Tang Rou was unhurried, examining the gear on Zhu Yanxia. Have you acquired any good equipment recently? Despite not playing, she was well-versed in Zhu Yanxia's account, thanks to Chun Guo's penchant for sharing details. None, it's not that easy, Chun Guo replied, casting an annoyed glance at Yi Xiao, who was conspicuously waving at her, signaling her to come over. What is going on? Chun Guo grumbled, approaching him with a questioning gaze. She specifically wants me to battle her. There must be no special reason, right? Yi Xiao whispered. What do you think? I have no idea, hence I'm asking you. Chun Guo responded. Shouldn't we let her? Yi Xiao suggested. Let her? You better win against her first. Chun Guo retorted. Oh, I see. Yi Xiao nodded, teleporting Jun Mo Xiao into the arena. All right. As Tang Rou invited him, Yi Xiao accepted, and Chun Guo hurried back behind Tang Rou. However, Yi Xiao did not rush to prepare, instead craning his neck to inquire. Are we just going to fight like this? Shouldn't we add some stakes? What stakes? Chun Guo asked, puzzled. For example, we could wager a pack of cigarettes, Yi Xiao proposed. Chun Guo nearly exploded with frustration, but was interrupted by Tang Rou's cheerful agreement. Sure, but I neither smoke nor have any. How about we wager 100 yuan? All right, sounds good, Yi Xiao replied enthusiastically. Then let Guo Guo bear witness. I'm betting 100. Tang Rou produced 100 yuan and handed it to Chun Guo. Are you too serious? Chun Guo was taken aback. Just a casual game. Tang Rou laughed. Fine. Chun Guo took the 100 with resolve and turned to Yi Xiao. What about you? Me? Well, I have a pack of premium cigarettes. Are you out of your mind? Chun Guo exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Pulling out her own 100 to wave it. I'm borrowing this from you. I'll deduct it from your salary. All right. I'll pay you back immediately. Yi Xiao assured her. Feeling confident, are we? Let us begin. Tang Rou declared. Let us start, Yi Xiao echoed. The scene shifted as both combatants entered the arena. Set on the smallest ring map, each occupying a corner. Chun Guo took on the role of outside commentator. He hasn't changed classes. This is called Siren. The skills are quite varied, and by observing the weapon in his hand, one can deduce what class skills he might employ. Oh, Tang Rou acknowledged. Though she had never formally played Glory, her year-long association with Chun Guo had exposed her to numerous PK matches, allowing her to familiarize herself with various character classes. What weapon is he holding? Tang Rou pointed at the screen. This. Chun Guo squinted for a long while, unable to identify it, and directly asked, What weapon do you have in hand? Cheeky. Yi Xiao retorted, Why ask? It looks like an umbrella to me. Tang Rou remarked as she maneuvered Zhu Yanxia a few steps forward to get a closer view. An umbrella? There's no such weapon. It's a broom, right? Chun Guo leaned in for a better look. I'm coming, Yi Xiao announced, prompting Jun Mo Xiao to dash straight towards Zhu Yanxia. Tang Rou's reflexes were indeed quick. As soon as Jun Mo Xiao moved, she deftly aimed and fired, but in a flash. Jun Mo Xiao dodged the shot with a quick maneuver known as the Z-pattern shake, a technique that, while simple in theory, is challenging to master in practice. Having evaded the shot, Jun Mo Xiao closed the distance, crouching low to execute a sliding tackle aimed at Zhu Yanxia. How cunning, Chun Guo marveled. Though the sliding tackle belonged to the gunner class, it was a physical skill, making the weapon used inconsequential. This attack did not reveal what item he held. Tang Rou's speed was indeed as impressive as Chun Guo had anticipated. As the sliding tackle struck, Zhu Yanxia rolled aside and sprang back up, ready to retaliate with her own physical skill. Evasion, repositioning, and attacks were executed with remarkable swiftness. Unexpectedly, a silver flash erupted before them as Jun Mo Xiao withdrew a gleaming sword from the mysterious weapon in his left hand. This silver flash was not just a weapon being drawn, it was the swordsman's skill, draw slash. This strike caught Chun Guo completely off guard. Even if she wished to respond, her reflexes would likely lag. Unlike her, Tang Rou had already pressed 2 keys on the keyboard and pushed her mouse, causing Zhu Yanxia to leap back just in time to dodge the draw slash, while simultaneously preparing to fire back. With this maneuver, she not only evaded the attack but also managed to shoot a cannonball, using the recoil to propel herself further away. It was an impressive 3-in-1 response. Chun Guo was about to cheer in admiration when she realized that after the draw slash, Jun Mo Xiao's sword had already returned to its sheath, and he was now pursuing Zhu Yanxia with both sword and sheath. The change occurred so swiftly that Chun Guo had no time to ponder which attack from the swordsman involved the sheath. She merely noted that as he closed in on Zhu Yanxia, his weapon suddenly unfurled like an umbrella. In an instant, the umbrella flipped inside out, and as the ribs bent back, it transformed into a massive spearhead that pierced Zhu Yanxia. Following that, Jun Mo Xiao flicked his wrist, sending Zhu Yanxia spinning in a half-circle, toppling her onto the ground. Chen Guo gasped in astonishment, realizing that this was no ordinary attack. The skill was called Round Dance Staff, a technique belonging to the Battle Mage class. While it was not unusual for a siren to possess this skill, the perplexity lay in the fact that Jun Mo Xiao had just utilized a swordsman's technique. How could he seamlessly switch to a mage's spear? Tang Rou was equally astounded, struggling with her own execution. After several exchanges, she found her reactions lagging, a situation she had not anticipated. Given Glory's immersive first-person perspective, skills like Round Dance Staff, rather than dealing raw damage, created a disorienting sense of chaos that could easily unsettle opponents. Chen Guo, being an experienced player, was not easily thrown off. However, Tang Rou, who only played occasionally, struggled to maintain her composure amid such sudden shifts in perspective. In a frantic attempt to regain her bearings, Zhu Yanxia found herself unable to rise. Glancing up, she saw Jun Mo Xiao pinning her to the ground, and the mysterious weapon in his hand had reverted to its original form. Finally, they could see up close that it indeed resembled an umbrella. Its tip aimed threateningly at Zhu Yanxia's head. Before they could fully process the shock, the umbrella's tip erupted with flames, firing a volley of shots that struck the downed Zhu Yanxia. This was a gunner-class skill, step shot. Haha, today's early start is quite commendable. Those who have yet to rise should feel deeply ashamed. Chapter 49. Truly inept, what in the world is this? Chen Guo exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The weapon in Jun Mo Xiao's hands was none other than a trinity weapon, capable of transforming between a sword, spear, and gun. In contrast to Chen Guo's shock, Tang Rou, who was not particularly well-versed in Glory, remained relatively unfazed. Her fingers danced over the keyboard as she executed a whirlwind kick with her character, Zhi Yanxia. Jun Mo Xiao leaped back to evade, but Zhi Yanxia quickly launched a counterattack with an anti-tank cannon. Tang Rou's movements were swift, and the skill activated rapidly at close range, catching Jun Mo Xiao squarely and reducing him to a wisp of smoke on the spot. Both Tang Rou and Chen Guo were momentarily stunned. It was well known that in the correction arena, such an instant kill was impossible. Even if one were to be defeated, a corpse would remain, not vanish like a spirit ascending. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from Zhi Yanxia's neck. It was the assassin skill, Throat Slit. This skill required the user to strike from behind, providing a backstab bonus that ignored defenses. Though it was a low-level skill, its damage was substantial. As for the Jun Mo Xiao who had previously turned into smoke, it was now clear to both of them that it was the ninja skill, Shadow Clone. Jun Mo Xiao had conjured a clone to absorb the whirlwind kick, while the real him maneuvered behind Tang Rou to execute the throat slit. After enduring a series of blows, Tang Rou's expression turned serious. The sounds of the keyboard and mouse filled the air as Zhi Yanxia made a swift move through the blood spray, executing a 180-degree turn in midair with remarkable agility. Just as she sought her next target, her view shifted, revealing a flash of steel accompanied by a cloud of blood, a warrior's skill, Mountain Crusher. Although the skills learned by casual players lacked the enhancements of specialized professions, their inherent effectiveness remained intact. Mountain Crusher struck midair, sending Zhi Yanxia crashing to the ground, followed by a brief bounce. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jun Mo Xiao launched a knee strike, propelling Zhi Yanxia into the air, and with a flick of the Thousand Machine Umbrella, unleashed a barrage of fire upon her. This skill, known as barbecue, was familiar to both Chen Guo and Tang Rou. After being scorched by gunfire in midair, Zhi Yanxia landed gracefully, only to find Jun Mo Xiao had vanished from sight. Instead, a green-skinned goblin appeared, wobbling as it hurled a stone her way. Both Tang Rou and Chen Guo were at their wits' end. This was a summoning pet from the mage class. With a swift shot, Tang Rou dispatched the goblin, only for Jun Mo Xiao to descend from above, raining down blows upon Zhi Yanxia. The martial artist's skill, Eagle Tread. Now, Tang Rou had long shed her nonchalant demeanor from the beginning of the match. After being stomped, Zhi Yanxia readied her cannon, aiming to blast Jun Mo Xiao down. However, Jun Mo Xiao once again targeted her with the umbrella's tip, and a burst of flame erupted, sending a spray of blood into the air. Utilizing the recoil from the shot, Jun Mo Xiao executed a graceful retreat. Close combat was particularly disadvantageous for a gunner, and Tang Rou had always struggled to create distance with her flying cannon. Yet, it was her opponent who had chosen to fly away this time. Zhi Yanxia, battered and with little health remaining, had yet to land a single blow on Jun Mo Xiao. Unwilling to concede, Tang Rou prepared to attack once more, only to hear Yi Xiu from across the arena say, "Perhaps we should stop fighting?" "Why?" Tang Rou inquired. "Because you really don't know how to play," Yi Xiu replied. For a moment, Tang Rou was at a loss for words. Aside from the snippets of glory that Chun Gua excitedly shared with her, she was entirely uninformed about the game. Nevertheless, her rapid reflexes had allowed her to help Chun Gua defeat numerous opponents she herself could not conquer, even achieving the challenging Goddess Domain skill challenge that had stymied many players. Tang Rou may not have been familiar with glory, but her prowess was undeniable. This was precisely why Chun Gua had gone to great lengths to entice her into the game. Yet, it was also the reason Tang Rou could never muster interest in it. Many would find themselves effortlessly navigating a new endeavor and thriving, but Tang Rou was the opposite. She found it impossible to take seriously that which came so easily to her. After much time spent pondering, Chun Gua had come to realize that Tang Rou possessed an exceptionally strong competitive spirit. When faced with challenges beyond her grasp, she would instinctively push herself to overcome them. Much like when Ji Yanxia had attempted the Goddess Domain skill challenge, triumphing only after numerous failures. The determination she exhibited during that time seemed to eclipse Chun Gua's own enthusiasm for glory by 100-fold. Chun Gua had believed this time would finally sway Tang Rou. But after completing the skill challenge, Tang Rou quickly lost interest in glory once more. Farming gear was something Tang Rou had never taken seriously, viewing it as a mere exercise in luck. Ultimately, to her, glory was a simple affair. To pique her interest, her perception would need to change. Thus, Chun Gua sought to find an opponent that Tang Rou could not easily defeat, hoping to impress upon her the game's inherent challenges. Unfortunately, this backfired, as any skilled opponents Tang Rou encountered were swiftly dispatched by her. Chun Gua had recounted tales of renowned figures and true experts from the professional realm to Tang Rou more than once, only to be met with her dismissive smile. There was no alternative. Facts spoke louder than words, but finding such experts proved elusive for Chun Gua. It was not until the morning when Tang Rou returned that Chun Gua suddenly conceived the idea of letting Yi Xiu give it a try. Chun Gua could not ascertain Yi Xiu's true strength, but he had certainly navigated the professional scene, which meant he had to be stronger than the average player. At worst, he would simply earn another dismissive remark from Tang Rou. This had been Chun Gua's initial intention. However, once she began interacting with Yi Xiu, his demeanor soon exasperated her, causing her to forget her original plan and instead root for Tang Rou to defeat Yi Xiu, seeking a form of vindication. As Tang Rou struggled to mount any sort of defense, and Yi Xiu suggested she lacked skill, Chun Gua finally regained her senses. Doesn't know how to play? Chun Gua mused, finding the assessment rather excessive. If that was considered ineptitude, how would one categorize all of Tang Rou's previous defeats? Moreover, Yi Xiu's prowess was undeniably overwhelming. He had maintained complete control over Tang Rou throughout the match. Watching competitions and recorded matches had never revealed such extraordinary talent. It seemed the disparity lay in the challenge. Professional players were evenly matched against one another, but when faced with ordinary players, the outcome was clear. Yi Xiu had now risen, nodding as he remarked, "Your execution is quite rapid, yet the coordination between your hands is utterly lacking. Your adaptability and judgment during rapid perspective shifts are virtually non-existent, and your understanding of equipment and skills is woefully insufficient. With so little practical experience and a rigid fighting style, do you really consider yourself capable? At this level, if you wish to defeat me, you might as well wait another century. It has been a long wait, hasn't it? The second update is here. If you've read this far, do cast your vote, and then it's time for a meal. How wonderful life is." Chapter 50. Once more, hey, you've gone too far. Chen Guozhen was genuinely annoyed. Though she intended to provoke Tang Rou, she did not expect Yi Xiu to belittle her so thoroughly. Was such harshness truly necessary? "Oh, my apologies," Yi Xiu replied. "I may have been a bit excessive. 100 years is merely an exaggerated expression. It doesn't actually take that long." Chen Guozhen was taken aback by his apparent admission of fault, but her astonishment quickly transformed into indignation when she heard the latter part. "Can't you say something nice?" she remarked, casting a glance at Tang Rou, lamenting her own predicament. She constantly sought to challenge this girl, yet now that she had done so, she feared it might be excessive. The execution was fairly swift. I mentioned that already," Yi Xiu said. "And what else?" Chen Guozhen pressed. "Additionally, she's quite attractive," Yi Xiu mused, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Chen Guozhen nearly choked on her own frustration. Was he indeed complimenting someone? The crux of the discussion revolved around gaming, yet he had interjected with a comment about looks, clearly indicating that he deemed her utterly inept in the game. Tang Rou was about to ignite with fury. Chen Guozhen glanced down to see Tang Rou biting her lip, her right hand gripping the mouse tightly. Were it Chen Guozhen in her position, she would have likely hurled the keyboard at him by now. But Tang Rou, being who she was, merely coldly stated, "Let us finish the game first." "No need for that. I was just going easy on you earlier. Otherwise." After an eagle strike followed by silver light, falling blade, and heaven strike, you would have already been defeated, Yi Xiu retorted. Then why didn't you continue? Tang Rou inquired. If I had, I would have won and taken your 100 yuan. But you're clearly not skilled enough. Winning that money wouldn't sit right with me. So let us forget it. Yi Xiu concluded, turning back to Chen Guozhen. Boss, that 100 is mine, deducted from my wages as agreed. You. Chen Guozhen was fuming, grabbing the 100 yuan and tossing it at him. Take it. Thank you. Yi Xiu replied hastily, catching it. His pockets weren't completely empty, but he treated cigarettes as a fixed expense, something to be planned for in advance. Once you've lost, there's no need for you to give it back. Just keep the 100, Tang Rou said, rising to retrieve her own bet of 100 yuan to hand it over. Really, I must insist that you don't, Yi Xiu said. Take it. Chen Guozhen glared at Yi Xiu, aware of Tang Rou's strong-willed nature. If Yi Xiu stubbornly refused to accept the money, it would create an awkward situation. She feared that he might be just as obstinate, which would complicate matters further. Ultimately, Yi Xiu replied, then give it to the boss. I'll return her the money. You scoundrel. You're passing the ball to me, Chen Guozhen fumed. Yet, seeing that Tang Rou was entirely uninterested in escalating the conflict, she had no choice but to take the money herself. Then this settles the score. Let's play another round, Tang Rou declared, sitting down again. Chen Guozhen, overwhelmed with emotion, thought to herself how different Tang Rou was. She wouldn't shout and argue like Chen Guozhen. She was a woman of action, a steadfast believer that deeds spoke louder than words. Since this was a practice match, scores were not kept, and players could enter or exit freely. After taking her seat, Tang Rou immediately opted for a rematch, placing another 100 on the table without waiting for Yi Xiu's response. It's still 100 for this round. Although I'm not very skilled, I hope you'll take it seriously. Yi Xiu glanced at Chen Guozhen, who shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she could no longer intervene and that he was on his own. All right then, Yi Xiu said, settling down without further comment. As the new round commenced, Chen Guozhen stood silently behind Tang Rou, merely observing without further commentary or theatrics. The situation mirrored the previous match, with Zhu Yinxia suffering a complete defeat without even grazing the hem of Jun Mo Zhao's attire. The only difference was that Jun Mo Zhao showed no mercy this time, wiping out Zhu Yinxia's life entirely. Again, Tang Rou exclaimed, immediately placing another 100 down. Once more, she lost. Again, she called out, only to suffer another defeat. Again, she insisted, yet again met with failure. Yi Xiu remained silent. While Chen Guozhen could not discern his expressions from behind the computer screen, all she could perceive was Jun Mo Zhao's relentless performance, tenacious, cautious, and ruthless, seizing every opportunity without hesitation. The patrons of the internet CAF gradually began to pay attention to the match, with some familiar faces abandoning their own games to witness the spectacle. Many regulars recognized Tang Rou, the beauty who had garnered the admiration of several of them. They were aware that she was inexperienced in glory, yet her skills in PvP were undeniably competent. One by one, they watched as she placed 100 yuan notes on the table, all utterly astonished. As for her opponent, a newcomer who had only recently worked a night shift as a manager, the regulars did not immediately recognize him. However, after observing the battle for a while, someone behind Tang Rou suddenly exclaimed, Jun Mo Zhao. It's the Jun Mo Zhao from District 10. Really? Where? This revelation sparked a wave of excitement, causing those who had not intended to join the crowd to rush over, eager to identify the player behind the screen. Yet, neither Tang Rou nor Yi Xiu seemed distracted, continuing their focused match. Chen Guozhen, taken aback by the crowd's reaction to Jun Mo Zhao, grabbed a nearby patron, asking, "What's the deal with Jun Mo Zhao? The hottest character in District 10, 3 first kills in the Novice Village, record holder for the Frost Forest Dungeon, and he's already joined Bluebrook Guild." Really? I know people from Bluebrook Guild. Jun Mo Zhao helped them set the record yesterday, then left the guild right after. Humph, he turned down Bluebrook Guild? What does he want then? Shoo, he's right across from us. What? That one over there? The oblivious onlookers had yet to realize that the person Tang Rou was battling against was indeed the one they were discussing. Ah, lost again. How many rounds is this now? I have no idea. It started when I arrived. There must be 500 on the table now, right? Yeah, there is. Wow. She just placed another one. Go, Tang him. Thus, Tang Rou continued to lose round after round, totaling 10 consecutive defeats. While one could not say she had not grazed the hem of Jun Mo Zhao's attire, to the spectators, it was evident that she had no viable chance of victory. The earlier cheers of encouragement had transformed into pleas for her to stop, with some even beginning to scorn Jun Mo Zhao for lacking compassion. Again, Tang Rou remained undeterred, calling out once more. Yet, as she reached into her wallet, she froze. There would be no more matches, for she had run out of money. The third update has arrived. Today came early, allowing everyone to retire for the night. Chapter 51. An unconcealable weapon upon hearing Tang Rou's call to continue. Yishio remained unperturbed, firmly gripping the mouse, fully prepared for the next decisive strike against the young woman. However, after her call, the match did not resume, prompting Yishio to rise and glance over, noticing the deflated wallet on Tang Rou's desk. Out of money at last, Yishio chuckled. Is she truly planning to exhaust her funds before conceding? Tang Rou abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Wait for me to get some more." "Forget it, Tang MM," advised those familiar with her. Little Tang. Chun Guo rushed over to intervene, knowing full well Tang Rou's competitive spirit would lead her to gamble until she was bankrupt. The most irksome of all was Yishio, who, after his victories, offered no reprieve. Then, Yishio's voice drifted across the table. It's pointless to indulge in reckless bravado. A jab at her. Chun Guo fumed, turning to retort, only to hear Yishio continue. Take this as an opportunity to learn, at the very least, understand the magnitude of the gap between us. In glory, mere skill is insufficient for victory. If you wish to challenge me, opportunities abound. Chun Guo paused, taken aback by the sound reasoning in his words. Yet, at this moment, could Tang Rou, already fired up, truly absorb his advice? Tang Rou, however, found herself frozen in place, lost in thought. Silence enveloped the room as if everyone awaited a momentous outcome. Chun Guo suddenly sensed movement beside her and turned to see Yishio gesturing towards her, signaling for her to pass over the money. Chun Guo seethed with anger, yet recognized that, given Tang Rou's temperament, the money once offered would never be returned. Ignoring Yishio, she waved her hand at the onlookers. What are you staring at? It's over, disperse. The crowd, realizing Tang Rou would not make another move, shifted their attention to Yishio, flocking to him with curiosity. What kind of weapon do you have? Such a question was irresistible to any player of glory. And even Chun Guo pricked up her ears, torn between listening for the answer and reassuring Tang Rou, feeling overwhelmed. Ah, nothing much, just a toy I made myself. Yishio replied. Self-made weapon? One quick-witted individual deciphered the implications of those words, exclaiming in astonishment. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Self-crafted equipment was not something average players could typically engage with. Glory had been operational for 10 years, and the few methods of crafting self-made equipment shared online yielded items no better than Orange Tier equipment. The legendary Silver Tier equipment, known for surpassing Orange Tier, had only been witnessed in professional leagues. How could these clubs possibly disclose the crafting methods of their competitive edge? Can we take a look? Someone asked Yishio eagerly. Sure. Yishio grinned, revealing the 1,000 machine umbrella. Chun Guo, placing her arm around Tang Rou's shoulders, urged, Come on, let us go take a break. While she instinctively craned her neck, eager to see what Yishio held. Seeing Chun Guo's eagerness, Tang Rou couldn't help but laugh. If you want to see, just go. Chun Guo turned, surprised to find Tang Rou no longer despondent, which greatly relieved her. She continued to guide Tang Rou upstairs, declaring confidently, I'll look again later. If he refuses to show me, I'll have words with him. As the onlookers examined the attributes of the 1,000 machine umbrella, astonishment rippled through the group. They all recognized its value, particularly those currently playing in the new zone who were well acquainted with lower-tier weapons, clearly identifying it as genuine silver-tier equipment, a weapon that transcended the realm of Orange Tier. How did you make this? Someone blurted out. Yishio merely smiled, allowing the question to hang in the air, and no one pressed further. Even the one who initially spoke up, suddenly aware of the sensitivity surrounding self-made equipment. Each piece was a labor of love, and casually inquiring about someone else's hard work was deemed inappropriate. What a pity. It's only level 5. Just started the zone. With the materials available now, how could you possibly create a level 70 weapon? Isn't it said that self-made weapons rely solely on materials, not their level? Come on. If you understand, you should make one yourself. Just hearsay. The players buzzed with speculation while Yishio listened with a smile, refraining from joining the discourse. The high-level content of self-made equipment was something average players only partially grasped, lacking the deeper understanding required. Yet, the emergence of a legendary self-made silver weapon in their midst warranted discussion, though they never failed to add, what a shame it's only level 5. A level 5 weapon, no matter how extraordinary, held little value. This truth was universally acknowledged. While most players recognized that self-made weapons could be enhanced through an editor, the risks of deterioration during the process made the endeavor daunting. A level 5 starting point was perilously low, necessitating significant upgrades. Players instinctively felt that enhancing this item would be less advantageous than crafting a higher-level weapon from the outset. Can you craft silver weapons for other classes? Someone astutely inquired. Recognizing the true value of a craftsman over a mere weapon. None left. This was just a haphazard creation from a pile of materials, Yishio replied. If you can craft more, I'll provide the materials and you can name your price. Others were still not ready to give up. Intrigued by the prospect of self-made equipment, once thought unattainable, manifesting right in front of them. Not possible. If I could, would I be sitting here? Yishio replied. The persistent ones fell silent. Indeed, those capable of crafting self-made weapons were rarer than even top-tier players. They could either profit from their skills in solitude or secure positions within professional club technical teams. Want to team up for a dungeon run? Someone invited Yishio. Clearly from the same 10th district. All out of attempts, Yishio smiled. Perhaps another time. The players exchanged polite banter, gradually dispersing. Yishio let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, self-made weapons were too precious, ideally safeguarded from public scrutiny. In Glory, players could not inspect one another's gear through the system, making concealment easier. Yet, the 1000-machine umbrella was simply too unique. What other weapon in the game could transform like this? Players with even a modicum of knowledge could surmise its self-made nature. This, in fact, constituted the weapon's most significant value and characteristic, making it impossible to hide during practical application. Yishio sighed. Having just closed the equipment interface when Chunguo dashed down from the second floor with remarkable speed, sprinting up behind him. What weapon? What weapon? A self-made weapon. Take a look for yourself. Yishio helplessly reopened the display. As Chunguo admired it, she was filled with 100 unanswered questions, aware that some inquiries were better left unasked. Is that why you plan to play as a free agent? Chunguo queried. Astute, Yishio complimented. You've been quite inscrutable. Chunguo realized she needed to reassess her perspective on Yishio. This individual, cast aside by the professional circuit, was more profound than she had imagined, although she was uncertain just how deep that well ran. Have I hidden anything? Yishio retorted. Chapter 1 has arrived. I suddenly realized I'd forgotten to ask for votes these past few days. Has anyone carelessly overlooked casting theirs? Be alert. Chapter 52. Career choices. After Chunguo finished touring the Qianji umbrella, Tang Rou had already returned downstairs. Yishio and Chunguo both gazed at her in silence. Why was the money just lying there? Tang Rou walked to her original spot, casually stacked the money that was on the table, and handed it to Yishio. Chunguo sighed, realizing that this girl was indeed earnest and wouldn't treat her words lightly. At that moment, Chunguo only hoped that Yishio would quickly take the money and avoid further complications. Yishio did not disappoint her. He stood up and accepted the money. Although this was precisely what Chunguo desired, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon witnessing his action. How could he have the audacity to accept it? Chunguo exclaimed. Why shouldn't I? Yishio and Tang Rou replied in unison. Chunguo felt defeated, realizing she was left in an awkward position. I will win this money back eventually, Tang Rou said as she handed the money to Yishio. I can assure you this will be far more challenging than you anticipate, Yishio replied with a smile, pocketing the money before casually exiting the game and bidding farewell to the two women. Is this guy trying to infuriate me? Chunguo gritted her teeth and said to Tang Rou, relax, just relax. It was quite ironic that the one looked down upon was the one providing Chunguo with a sense of relief. You better practice diligently and then give this guy a good thrashing to diminish his arrogance, Chunguo urged. How great do you think the gap between us really is? Tang Rou inquired. Well, Chunguo felt a blush creeping onto her face. Even if Tang Rou wasn't skilled yet, only Yishio would dare to say such things. In Chunguo's eyes, Tang Rou was already a master. If Tang Rou was more capable than her, then Yishio, being even better, was on a completely different level. How could she possibly gauge the intricacies of their skills or the distance between them? If she could assess their levels, she wouldn't approach the idea of introducing a PK between Yishio and Tang Rou with a casual mindset. I truly cannot discern that, Chunguo admitted. Tang Rou looked down at the still active Ji Yinxia on the screen and after a moment remarked, it seems he is right. I cannot even pinpoint the difference between us or how significant it is. I must undertake a comprehensive study to catch up. At this moment, Chunguo felt a surge of joy within her heart. Finally, Tang Rou was starting to take an interest in Glory as she had hoped, though she couldn't show it on her face. Continuing with a serious demeanor, she said, coincidentally, a new server just opened a couple of days ago. I will get you an account card. Oh, Tang Rou's compliance made Chunguo overjoyed. As someone who ran an internet CAF, she had an abundance of Glory account cards and recharge cards, so she quickly fetched one for Tang Rou and accompanied her to create a new character, naming and entering the game. The beginner tasks in the novice village were the simplest in the entire game. Under normal circumstances, Tang Rou would have tossed aside such trivial matters in less than half a minute. However, today she was unexpectedly earnest. even reading through the beginner guides that Chunghwa thought were entirely unnecessary. This girl had finally channeled her seriousness into glory, and Chunghwa felt a sense of accomplishment. Eagerly initiating a discussion with Tang Rou on a significant matter. What career do you want to pursue? I haven't decided yet. Tang Rou replied. No need to rush your decision. Before level 20, you can learn the basic skills of all professions. You can try them all and see which one feels most comfortable for you, Chunghwa suggested. If I keep it this way and level up without changing classes, I would be playing the same way Yishio does, right? Tang Rou inquired. Yes, just playing around. Don't follow his example, Chunghwa cautioned, startled. Playing around? Tang Rou didn't understand. Once a character reaches level 50, they must complete a job awakening quest to continue gaining experience and level up. However, a player who hasn't changed classes cannot undertake an awakening quest, meaning they will be stuck at level 50. This was precisely why the playstyle of not changing classes had completely disappeared, Chunghwa explained. Didn't Yishio just say you can continue leveling up in the realm of the gods at level 50 now? Tang Rou countered. Come on, the realm of the gods. The challenge tasks you helped me with were so difficult. How could a level 50 account possibly complete them? Chunghwa retorted. Then Yishio, he must be insane. Chunghwa interrupted Tang Rou bluntly. If he can do it, and I cannot, doesn't that just indicate he is stronger? Tang Rou reasoned. Chunghwa paused for a moment before responding. If he can do it, you can certainly give it a try. Anyone can start the challenge tasks in the realm of the gods at level 50. There are no restrictions there. And also, Chunghwa continued. Do you remember Yishio's weapon? That is precisely why he chose to play as a solitary character. He actually has a self-made weapon, and it's only been 2 days since the server opened. I truly don't know how he managed to obtain it, Chunghwa said, becoming puzzled as she spoke. These were her countless unanswered questions, yet she hesitated to ask directly. Self-made weapon? Is that the kind of powerful equipment that only professional players have? Tang Rou inquired. Her questions revealing her status as a novice in glory. Yes. Moreover, it's quite impressive. Although it's only level 5, it truly surpasses the orange weapons in quality. I believe he has a method to upgrade this silver weapon further. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing as a solitary character for just a level 5 silver weapon. Chunghwa explained. How is a silver weapon made? Tang Rou asked. Sister, that topic is far too advanced. I want to know about it too. Chunghwa replied. Why don't you play as a gunner like me? You've played on my account several times already, so you are most familiar with this profession, and it should be easy for you to pick up. Chunghwa was reluctant to delve deeper into the topic of self-made equipment with Tang Rou. She feared that discussing the complexities of the system might ignite Tang Rou's competitive spirit in that direction, which could lead to an obsession. The self-made equipment system was incredibly intricate. Many had attempted to conquer it only to fail miserably. Chunghwa certainly didn't want Tang Rou to waste her precious energy on that. Gunner Tang Rou remained non-committal. Although she had little interest in glory before, she had played a bit here and there. She wasn't particularly keen on the gunner profession. She preferred melee combat types, feeling they required more skill. However, Chunghwa had a fondness for the gunner profession, and Tang Rou didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Just then, she suddenly remembered another profession that Chunghwa often mentioned. Right. That one you frequently talk about, claiming it's the most powerful. What was it called? The god of battle, one autumn leaf. Chunghwa blurted out, but as soon as she spoke, her expression dimmed. I had some matters to attend to this afternoon and couldn't finish the update, so this is the second chapter. The third chapter is being hastily prepared and will be posted before midnight if possible. Additionally, many readers mentioned the level issue of the Qinji umbrella in the previous chapter. The overall level of the Qinji umbrella remains at level 5. It only becomes level 15 when transformed into spear form. Students with questions are punished to read chapter 34 100 times. Could it be that the length of each chapter is causing everyone to skim through anxiously? Chapter 53, Battle Mage indeed, that's right. What profession does the dual god belong to? Although Tang Rou had not retained the name of the dual god, one autumn leaf, in her memory, due to Chunghwa's frequent mentions, it had nonetheless left a faint impression in her mind. More prominent in her thoughts was the gunner, Mu Yu Chung Feng, which was the direct reason for Chunghwa also choosing to play as a gunner. As she idolized this character profoundly, as Tang Rou spoke, she glanced at Chunghwa, only to be met with a look of melancholy on her friend's face. What's wrong? Tang Rou was startled. Having known Chunghwa for 2 years, she was accustomed to her anger, but this sorrowful expression was a first. Yishio has retired, Chunghwa said. Yishio? He is the one behind One Autumn Leaf, right? Tang Rou inquired. Yes. And One Autumn Leaf? One Autumn Leaf still exists. But Chunghwa struggled to articulate the complexity of their relationship. In the cold realm of professional gaming, players and their characters were starkly delineated. For those who cherished the glory of the game, Some envied the powerful characters while others admired the exceptional skills of the professional players. Hence, the title of Dual God was initially perceived by some as belonging to one Autumn Leaf, while others believed it should rightfully belong to Yi Qiu, the player behind the character. This contention gradually subsided, and such titles became associated with the characters themselves. Characters are steadfast, whereas players are but transient. Players may seek transfers. Experience declines, or even fade into obscurity, but characters endure. As long as the club is willing, a character can be nurtured and improved indefinitely, the longer the tenure. The more skill points may accumulate, and the more formidable the gear may become. The most prominent characters in Glory today were established nearly a decade ago. Their legends enduring despite the numerous players who have come and gone. Flowers may bloom again, but youth will never return. A powerful character, under the control of a skilled player, can showcase its might. Yet players, in the face of time's relentless march, cannot conquer this merciless adversary. The relationship between Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf is a rare exception. Their partnership has lasted a decade, a feat unparalleled in the league. While other characters have undergone numerous transitions, with players disappearing behind the scenes and leaving the titles to their characters, the Dual God has always been shared between Yi Qiu and One Autumn Leaf. From the moment the title was proclaimed, it has belonged to them alone. Regrettably, One Autumn Leaf is ultimately a character, while Yi Qiu is, at heart, a player. Players are destined to depart first, leaving the characters to inherit the titles eternally. While other characters have experienced several handovers, the Dual God has only just begun. Thus, many players shed tears. And Chunghua feels a deep sorrow whenever the name of the Dual God, One Autumn Leaf, is mentioned. To her, the instant Yi Qiu left, the title felt irrevocably incomplete, a cherished entity suddenly torn asunder. Tang Rou could not comprehend Chungua's sorrow. She could only sit quietly by her side, holding her hand without uttering a word. However, Chunghua, being who she is, had already mourned deeply the day before. It was not in her nature to linger in despair. After a brief moment of gloom, her spirits soared once more, and she turned to Tang Rou, saying, "The profession of the Dual God is Battle Mage. What, do you want to try it?" "Sure. Who knows? I might become the master of One Autumn Leaf someday, and then I could be the new Dual God," Tang Rou exclaimed. "Ah, this goal is 1,000 times more noble than defeating Yi Qiu. Little Tang, you must strive for this." Chunghua laughed. "All right." Tang Rou nodded in agreement, smiling. "Now let me tell you about the Battle Mage profession," Chunghua said. "Okay," Tang Rou replied, nodding. The Battle Mage belongs to the Mage class, engaging in close combat by enhancing their own attributes through magic. They are proficient with two types of weapons, the staff or the spear. The staff has a typical attack speed of 8, allowing for rapid strikes, while the spear has a slower attack speed of 2 but boasts higher damage and greater range. Personally, I prefer the spear. It exudes a certain dominance. How could one claim the title of Dual God without it? Just look at One Autumn Leaf, who also wields a spear. Guogua Tang Rou gently reminded Chunghua that she was straying from the topic. "Oh," Chunghua coughed lightly and continued. "The primary characteristic of the Battle Mage is their ability to enhance their attributes through magical patterns, and the Fighter S will learn upon awakening. Especially the Fighter S will. This is a passive skill that allows the player to enhance the character's abilities through their own skills. If you see a Battle Mage growing stronger in battle, do not be surprised. One Autumn Leaf is celebrated as the Dual God because Yi Qiu's mastery can." Guogua Tang Rou interjected, her patience wearing thin. All right, let us watch some videos while I explain." "How about that?" Chunghua proposed. Tang Rou nodded. Chunghua didn't even need to search online. She had collected countless videos of the Dual God. Selecting one, she animatedly began to narrate, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Look! This moment, wow, 88 consecutive back attacks. Do you know how much that boosts the Fighter S will? Ha. That fool just ran into it." Guogua Tang Rou sighed for the third time, exasperated. "Don't you think I should start with something more basic? You want me to learn from the very top experts of the Battle Mage right away? Oh, is that so? Let me find something suitable." The two young women immersed themselves in their study of the Battle Mage until a staff member approached to call them to dinner, only to be dismissed impatiently by Chunghua. Then, a voice that had recently invigorated Chunghua rang out behind them. "Hey, are you learning about the Battle Mage?" "Yi Qiu." Chunghua immediately turned around. "What do you want?" "Little Tang wants to play as a Battle Mage?" Yi Qiu inquired. Tang Rou nodded. "I can teach you," Yi Qiu offered. "Humph, no need," Chunghua scoffed. "Boss, do you realize what you just rejected?" Yi Qiu said seriously. "TCH. Chunghua dismissed him entirely, turning back to Tang Rou. "These are all strategies for the Battle Mage written by Yi Qiu. Look, I've organized everything for you." From basic attributes to skills, gear, practical techniques, experiences, and practice methods, along with accompanying videos and exciting highlights. Tang Rou nodded eagerly. Seriously, you don't want real guidance and insist on self-study? Yishio muttered. You go away. Can your guidance compare to these strategies, even a fraction? Guo retorted. I just don't regret it later. Yishio sighed. You're so loud. Guo replied without turning back. Tang Rou, however, turned to Yishio with a smile, saying, I will consult you if I have any questions. Hehe, you'll soon have plenty. The guide you're reading is from 9 years ago. Over the years, there have been system adjustments and advancements in player skills. While this guide is still valid, there are 4 points to be cautious about. The strategies mentioned are completely unsuitable for today's battle mage. Yishio cautioned. The 3rd update is finally done. Here it comes. Sorry for the delay. It's past midnight now. Another advertisement interjected. Rebirth of the Undead World, book number 187-7957, a new work by Ben Tizey. Readers who enjoy online games will surely be familiar with this author, right? Chapter 54. Tang Rou, still a novice in this regard, was entirely oblivious to the situation. As for Guo, she's an avid player of the gunner class. While she had often watched captivating videos about battle mages, she had never truly delved into the intricacies of this profession. The strategy guide they were examining was something she had discovered online with Tang Rou that afternoon. Without hesitation, she had searched the topic, focusing solely on battle mages, and extracted any material penned by Yiqiu or Yiqiu. Upon finding relevant content, she hastily compiled it for Tang Rou to peruse. However, as they began reviewing the first piece, Yiqiu chided them, pointing out that the guide contained outdated information. Indeed, it had been 9 years. Who could say how many updates Glory had undergone? Had any class remained untouched by adjustments? Surely, the game had evolved significantly from 9 years ago, and players had undoubtedly improved their skills. If that were not the case, Glory would not be the sensation it is today. Every game requires room for growth. Is that really so? Guo inquired of Yiqiu. Indeed, he replied. And which 4 aspects are outdated? Tang Rou pressed on. Why don't you two go have a meal? I'll make some revisions to the guide, Yiqiu suggested. One of them was deeply engrossed in the gaming genre, while the other was determined to immerse herself fully. Neither had thought of taking a break for food while researching the battle mage. At Yiqiu's suggestion, they both suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Shall we go eat first? Guo asked Tang Rou. All right, please take care of it, Tang Rou responded, addressing Yiqiu. Go on, go. Yiqiu urged them away. Shortly after, he heard Guo exclaim, Why is tonight's meal so extravagant? Who ordered this? When everyone chimed in that it was Yi Gu treating, Guo shot a disdainful look at Tang Rou, saying, You certainly know how to leverage someone else's generosity. Hehe, Tang Rou chuckled. Honestly, how can you be so unbothered after losing so much? You don't seem to care at all, Guo remarked, observing Tang Rou's casual attitude towards the 1,100 yuan loss. Though she had worked at the internet CAF for 2 years and had intentionally raised Tang Rou's salary, the work itself was hardly different from that of the others. In an internet CAF, what could a girl possibly do? Just man the front desk, really. Thus, her pay was not exceptionally high. 1,100 yuan was not a trivial sum for Tang Rou. Yet, her nonchalant demeanor matched Guo's as the CAF owner. Guo had managed to grow the CAF to its current scale, ensuring a net income of at least 150,000 to 200,000 yuan even during the slowest months. She certainly did not need to fret over 1,000 yuan. However, it had taken her considerable effort to reach this point, establishing a steady clientele. And she did not have a habit of spending extravagantly. Losing over 1,000 yuan in a few rounds of glory was enough to make even Guo feel a twinge of sympathy for Tang Rou. To gamble is to accept the outcome, Tang Rou declared. And what will you eat this month, having lost everything? Guo retorted. Isn't it up to you to see to my meals? Tang Rou laughed. Guo sighed. Her arrangement of covering meals and lodging at the internet CAF had fostered a group of spendthrifts. Eat up, eat up. Once you're done, let us see what that fellow has concocted, Guo urged. Meanwhile, Yiqiu swiftly revised the outdated guide. He then examined the educational materials Guo had compiled for Tang Rou. It was evident that Guo had a strong brand awareness. Anything attributed to Yiqiu or Yiqiu was immediately included. Yiqiu found it amusing yet exasperating, as he began to eliminate unnecessary, redundant, and outdated content, refining the material as much as possible. Just as he was engrossed in this task, Guo and Tang Rou returned from their meal. Guo noticed Yiqiu had clicked on one of her hard-earned guides, scanned it briefly, and then tossed it into the trash bin. She rushed over to confront him. What are you doing? You've got a lot of fluff here. Much of it is repetitive and useless. Let me tidy it up, Yiqiu explained. Is that so? Chen Guo was skeptical. Though she often found herself irritated by Yishio's antics, she was aware of his superior expertise and glory. Can you even manage? These are posts from the esteemed Yichio. Chen Guo protested. Of course I can. If he were aware, he would appreciate the chance to have it reorganized. Yichio replied. Not a chance. You can't throw everything into the trash. I want to review it, Chen Guo insisted. Feel free to inspect what you can understand. Yichio laughed. Chen Guo was exasperated. To be honest, she had never played a battle mage, and after skimming through the intermediate and advanced content in the guides, she was left perplexed. For those sections, she knew Tang Rou would have to explore on her own. Yet, seeing Yichio's professional demeanor, she couldn't help but ask, Can you really teach? Absolutely. You know everything about battle mages? Yes. Aren't you worried Tang Rou will get beaten up? Ha ha ha, it's not that easy. Have you heard the saying, a master leads you to the door, but your cultivation depends on yourself? The principle remains the same. Whether one can excel ultimately relies on their own effort. Even if I don't teach, the strategies are public. Anyone willing to invest the time can learn. My guidance merely helps her save time and avoid detours. That sounds reasonable. Now let me ask you, how can I improve my hand speed? Chen Guo inquired. Are you referring to absolute hand speed or operational hand speed? Yichio probed. Operational hand speed. Of course, Chen Guo replied. Absolute hand speed is just about tapping the keyboard with your left hand and maneuvering the mouse with your right, which is not applicable in practice. What truly matters is operational hand speed, the ability to execute purposeful actions swiftly. Yichio rummaged in his pocket and produced a small item, handing it to Chen Guo. Here, take this and give it a try. What is it? Chen Guo asked, examining the object. It was a palm-sized plastic board with 3 rows of 10 circular whack-a-mole heads. Chen Guo was incredulous. Is this a joke? Yichio turned his head. Just give it a shot. Try what? There's a switch underneath to adjust the level. You should start with the easiest one. I've modified it to ensure you'll love it, Yichio encouraged. Skeptical, Chen Guo flipped the switch. The 10 mole heads flickered, and an electronic prompt instructed her to select a level. After pressing the first mole head, a brief electronic melody played, and the mole heads began to flash rapidly. Chen Guo had played similar mini whack-a-mole games before, where the objective was to hit the lit heads. However, the speed at which the heads flashed exceeded her expectations. She rushed forward, frantically pressing the buttons. Within 10 seconds, all the mole heads blinked in unison, producing a sound as if mocking her, signaling the end of the game. Your hand speed is at 120. Yichio chuckled. Chen Guo was taken aback. A hand speed of 120 can barely last for 5 seconds. Take it and play. It will help improve your reaction time, Yichio explained. If your operational speed is lacking, it's primarily due to slow reactions. Before noon, it was still morning, and everyone chimed in agreement. Chapter 55, Beyond Strategy Xiaotang. Would you care to give it a try? Chen Guo inquired as she handed the mini whack-a-mole game to Tang Rou. No, thank you. It won't be of much assistance to me, Tang Rou replied. My current reaction speed is estimated to be around 200, but my lack of familiarity with the game and experience limits my judgment and, consequently, my responsiveness. I still have room for improvement, but that requires practice within the game. And what about you? What is your reaction speed? Chen Guo asked Yichio. As for me, I have transcended the pursuit of reaction speed. A mere 60 is sufficient to handle you, Yichio replied. Chen Guo suddenly recalled the first time she witnessed Yichio's gameplay, marveling at his seemingly clumsy speed. Yet, with such speed, he had single-handedly defeated the Night Cat demon. At that moment, she found it quite miraculous. Hearing Yichio claim that 60 could vanquish her, she felt no anger. Rather, she increasingly recognized his extraordinary talent. The ability to control one's speed effortlessly is indeed the most significant distinction between professional players and casual gamers. How much longer until you finish organizing the strategy? Chen Guo inquired. Still a while, Yichio replied. Yichio's guide isn't comprehensive. There are other well-crafted strategies from various players that I will incorporate. However, it is not advisable to consult the guide before gaining some experience in the game. It's best to experience it firsthand before studying the strategies. Why not? Following the guide should help avoid many pitfalls, Chen Guo countered. The guide merely encapsulates the experiences of others, representing only the present moment. A strategy that stands today may be surpassed within a year, a few months, or even weeks, as players continuously enhance their skills. Such records exist to be broken. The pinnacle is always in the future, never in the past. Guides serve as references, but rigid adherence to them stifles further breakthroughs. Chen Guo was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing that such profound insights could emanate from this disheveled recluse. This philosophy seemed to dismiss even her idol, the revered Yichio. Under normal circumstances, she would have vehemently debated this point, Yet now she felt devoid of the energy to do so. I suppose I'll just play the game then, Tang Rou interjected. As a machine next to Yishio began processing her account, Yishio nodded and turned his gaze back to Chungwa. Am I supposed to play whack-a-mole? For an instant, Chungwa couldn't shake the suspicion that she was being tricked. Whack-a-mole merely hones your reflexes. True skill must be cultivated within the game. Yishio explained. Understood. Chungwa nodded in acknowledgement. All right, get back to it, Yishio urged. Yes, Chungwa replied, turning to leave. After a few steps, she suddenly realized the audacity of his demeanor. Who exactly is the boss here? She glanced back, only to find Yishio engrossed in his work on the strategy. Appearing remarkably serious, far from his usual lethargic self, she stood frozen, feeling a sudden shyness about interrupting him. Looking towards Tang Rou, she noted her intense focus on the game. Glancing at the whack-a-mole game in her hands, she ultimately chose to walk away in silence. Xiao Tang possesses talent, and Yishio himself is undeniably formidable. But what about me? Xingguo mused at the front desk. She harbored a genuine fondness for the game and aspired to excel. Yet she knew deep down that she could never reach the heights of challenging the past, as Yishio described. At 27, she felt that in the realm of esports, she was more inclined to reminisce about the past than to anticipate the future. Tang Rou, filled with ambition, dove into the game but soon found herself disheartened. Despite her 200 reaction speed, she struggled to overcome the challenges posed by the influx of players in the new area. After a hard-fought battle, she found it nearly impossible to complete her quests amidst the throngs of newcomers. After a half-hour of perseverance, she finally managed to level up from 1 to 2. Exhaling with relief, she glanced over at Yishio, who was still diligently organizing the strategies. His level of concentration was almost overwhelming to her. As she watched, she noticed Yishio's left hand delve into his pocket, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. With a flick, he brought one to his lips without ever diverting his gaze from the screen, his right hand deftly maneuvering the mouse. Just as he prepared to light up, a gentle nudge from Tang Rou interrupted him. You can't smoke here. Guoguo will get angry, Tang Rou cautioned. Oh, Yishio, having unconsciously placed the cigarette in his mouth, realized his mistake only after the fact. Yet, given the secluded location, far from the front desk, he felt somewhat secure. No one will see. Just one, and I won't tell anyone, he insisted, lighting up nonetheless, before turning to her politely. Would you like one? No, thank you. Have you ever smoked? I've tried it, but I didn't enjoy it, Tang Rou admitted. Oh, Yishio nodded, then leaned over to glance at her screen. What level are you? Level 2, she replied. Keep it up. Is this character, Junimo Xiaoyu? Tang Rou suddenly inquired, pointing to the prominent name on the leaderboard. Yishio smiled, noting that his name was listed on 4 different rankings. Are you attempting to break my record? First kills are unattainable now, aren't they? Tang Rou remarked. Indeed, Yishio confirmed with a nod. Tang Rou then focused her gaze on the dungeon record for Frosty Forest. This record cannot be broken by one person alone. Correct, Yishio replied. You'll need 4 partners. And there are records requiring 10 or even 20 players, she noted. Yishio observed her silence, sensing her contemplation. Where should I place the completed strategy? Yishio asked, finishing his cigarette. On the desktop. But it needs to be set up this way. Tang Rou stepped forward to demonstrate. The computers at the Internet CAF had automatic restoration features, but their staff could bypass this by accessing the administrative channel. Watching her deft movements, Yishio asked, how did you train your reaction speed? Tang Rou's actions momentarily faltered at the question, but Yishio, skilled in micromanipulation, caught the subtle hesitation. I haven't practiced. It's just how I am, she replied. Is that so? Yishio chuckled lightly, then stood up, offering her the chair. You can continue here. If you have any questions about the strategy or the game, feel free to ask me. Thank you. And what about you? Tang Rou noticed Yishio preparing to leave. I'm heading to the smoking area. It's safer there. He replied. By the way, has everyone had dinner? If not, it's still not evening. I haven't eaten yet. Chapter 56. Leveling up is no easy task. As Yishio passed by the front desk, he noticed Chungwa inside, fiddling with a miniature whack-a-mole, appearing deep in thought. He chose not to greet her and made his way to the smoking area where he found a machine. Nowadays, Yishio was not only renowned as the character Junimo Xiao within the game, but he had also gained considerable fame in the Internet CAF. Almost everyone playing Glory was aware that Junimo Xiao was the CAF's manager and that he possessed a self-crafted silver weapon. In the smoking area, a multitude of Glory players gathered, many of whom had been present since the afternoon's match and had not yet departed. They greeted Yishio warmly as he arrived. He casually acknowledged their hellos, lit a cigarette, and dove into the game, only to be immediately bombarded with messages. Within 5 seconds of logging in, notification alerts began to flicker incessantly. Upon opening them, he found a series of common greetings. The Master Brothers are here. Xinyu pays respects to the great god. Lan He from the Lan Shigu Guild invites you to level up, and Yi Wei Yang from Ba Chi Xiongtu's early morning dungeon activity reservation. Yi Xiu responded to each, sending a smiling emoji back to Tianqi, Xinyu, and the others, while politely declining Lan He's leveling invitation and Yi Wei Yang's dungeon reservation. The various parties spoke to Yi Xiu with great caution, and after a round of replies, he fell silent for a moment. Soon, however, more system messages flooded in, inundating him with a barrage of friend requests. Am I really that famous? Yi Xiu scratched his head in confusion. I merely broke a dungeon record. A large guild might take note of my skills. But surely it wouldn't elevate me to the status of a revered figure that everyone wishes to approach? He dazedly ignored the deluge of system notifications until someone nudged him. Hey buddy, can we be friends? Huh. Yi Xiu turned around to find several patrons from the CAF gazing in his direction, waving and beckoning. Come on, let's be friends. It turned out they were all from the same CAF. Yi Xiu felt a bead of sweat form, given that it was a newly opened server. The proportion of players from the 10th district in the CAF was quite substantial. Most were engrossed in their own gameplay, but some were eager to make friends, especially since they could interact in real life, thus solidifying their relationships. Consequently, many patrons approached Yi Xiu to add him as a friend. Oh, what is your name? It felt somewhat inappropriate to outright refuse them in person. Yi Xiu inquired about their game IDs and added them as friends one by one. In a short span, Jun Mo Zhao's friend list had swelled to 37, with none of them offline, apart from the few he had met a couple of days prior. Like Tianqi and Xinyu, all were patrons of the Xinhui Internet CAF, predominantly from the smoking area. Additionally, there were even players who traveled from the farthest corners of the CAF just to invite him. Amidst the lively atmosphere, someone jokingly suggested, since we're all from the same CAF, why don't we form a guild together? This proposal was met with a few dry chuckles, as it garnered no real response. Given that Glory only had 10 districts and a public area known as the Realm of the Gods, encountering players from the same district within the CAF was hardly a rarity. The reason Yi Xiu was inundated with friend requests was not solely due to his dungeon record. These patrons were far more aware of a crucial detail. Jun Mo Zhao possessed a silver weapon. This particular asset was far more alluring than mere dungeon records. If Lan He and the others were aware that Jun Mo Zhao had such a hidden skill, they would undoubtedly be even more eager to recruit him. The suggestion to form a guild elicited only a few quiet chuckles, leaving the proposer feeling disheartened as he returned to his own gameplay. Everyone donned their headsets and immersed themselves back into the world of the game. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu took the initiative to send a friend request to another player, Han Yenro. This was the in-game name of Tang Ro. Though Yi Xiu was unaware of its significance, he speculated that it was likely a whimsical combination of the character's name and an additional character. After sending the request, he received no response, leading Yi Xiu to conclude that this girl was likely unfamiliar with the game and had overlooked such system notifications. Sending multiple requests yielded the same result, so he decided to set that aside, organizing his belongings instead as he prepared to hunt monsters and level up. At this moment, the primary challenge in the novice village was the sheer number of players. However, once players exited the novice village, the same issue persisted at the 20-level stage. The novice village had implemented temporary systems to alleviate the pressure, but once outside, all players converged upon the same expanse of land. Although this area was significantly larger than the novice village, the influx of new players at level 20 created a situation akin to that of the novice village, with bustling crowds in Bull's Town and its surrounding areas. Last night, Yi Xiu had taken advantage of the quieter hours to complete some quests, but now, during peak hours, undertaking tasks only served to frustrate him. Accepting and turning in quests required waiting in line, while monster hunting involved competition. All in all, it was quite a hassle. Instead of pursuing quests, he preferred to find a place to grind monsters and level up. What kind of leveling area would have fewer players at this stage? Naturally, it would be one where the monsters were at a slightly higher level. The death penalty in Glory discourages players from taking unnecessary risks, prompting them to opt for quest lines or compete for monsters rather than venture into higher level zones. Leveling in Glory is most efficiently achieved through dungeons, followed by a reasonable quest route, with monster grinding being the least effective. However, given the current circumstances, the lack of available dungeon runs and the queuing for quests made grinding monsters the optimal choice. Difficulty was not a concern for Yi Xiu. As a top-tier player, he faced little challenge from NPCs as long as their level did not exceed his significantly. The experience gained from defeating monsters in Glory is subject to a level range. This range is determined by a standard of 5 levels. Monsters that are more than 5 levels higher or lower than the player yield minimal experience points. Within the standard range, the higher the monster's level, the greater the experience gained. Hence, monsters that exceed the player's level by 5 levels provide the most experience. While 5 levels may not seem significant, in Glory, even a single level difference introduces a level suppression issue. The levels of players are not solely designated for defining attributes like physical damage, magical damage, bleeding, and control states. They also imply a hidden level hierarchy. In the absence of explicit system prompts regarding levels, these attributes default to the player S level. This means that at present, Jun Mo Xiao's damage level stands at 21. With any hidden bleeding inflicted through his combo maneuvers also reflecting a level of 21. When this damage or bleeding level of 21 is inflicted upon monsters that are level 22 or higher, the effects are diminished. The greater the level disparity, the more pronounced the reduction, a phenomenon referred to in Glory as level suppression. The advantages of higher levels over lower ones are not merely confined to the disparities in attributes and equipment. The hidden calculations of level suppression further exacerbate the challenges of engaging in encounters against higher-level opponents. Before noon, today's third update. The Great Yi continues his arduous journey. Chapter 57. The Burial Ground. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao had reached level 21, with a maximum cap of level 25, facing monsters of level 26 for optimal experience gain. However, this additional experience was not as substantial as one might hope. With each level gained, experience increased by 2%, and with an additional 5 levels, the increase was 10%. Yet, the difficulty associated with these 5 levels was not merely a simple 10% more. For players attempting solo endeavors, the risks were considerable, and the experience gained per unit time offered little indication of this 10% advantage, and may even yield less. Nonetheless, the current circumstances were unique. Yi Xiu's decision to tackle monsters beyond his level was not driven by the pursuit of a marginal experience gain, but rather to find a tranquil space amidst the throngs of players for leveling up. After organizing his supplies, Yi Xiu directed Jun Mo Xiao to the 23 to 26 level area known as the Burial Ground. The Burial Ground was not merely a name for a leveling zone, but also the title of a dungeon, akin to the Frost Forest. The exterior of the Frost Forest served as a leveling area for levels 20 to 23, brimming with wild monsters, and entering the forest would lead one into the isolated Frost Forest dungeon. Similarly, the Burial Ground featured a dungeon of the same name for levels 23 to 27. Prominent players like Lan He from Blue Creek Pavilion had already conquered the Burial Ground dungeon. The leaderboard indicated that the first team to clear the Burial Ground was the domineering team of Ba Qi Xiong 2, where Yi Xiu noted a player named Yi Wei Yang, while the other 3 from yesterday's team were absent from the rankings, suggesting they were not among the elite of Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. The completion record for the Burial Ground had already been set 4 times, with the latest achievement temporarily held by Zhong Chaotang. Additionally, Blue Creek Pavilion had managed to secure 2 of the 3 hidden bosses within the Burial Ground. The records for this dungeon seemed to continually revolve around these 3 major guilds. Yi Xiu paid little heed to such matters. Upon reaching the Burial Ground, Jun Mo Xiao quickly observed a significant reduction in player presence. Yi Xiu's level 21 placed him among the mainstream ranks of players, most of whom were diligently competing for monsters in the Frost Forest. There, they could easily encounter level 22 or 23 monsters that could overpower them, making the Burial Ground an unsuitable locale for them. Selecting a favorable spot for monster spawning, Yi Xiu commanded Jun Mo Xiao to transform his Qianji Sand into a spear form and charge forward. The Qianji Sand was fitted with 8 nightcat claws, essentially upgrading the spearhead, and coupled with a change in the connecting axis, this enhancement raised the spear's level to 15. In contrast, other forms and weapon types remained at level 5, resulting in a notable disparity in output effectiveness. The minor monsters in the Burial Ground bore a resemblance to the skeletal creatures of the crypt, being dark, necromantic entities. Zombies, skeletons, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages, all ranging from levels 23 to 26, were characterized by their high attack and defense, albeit with sluggish movements. Given Yi Xiu's prowess, NPCs posed no threat. He maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao through the selected area, engaging in combat with ease. Yi Xiu fought with a casual demeanor, not overly fixated on critical hits, combos, aerial assaults, or backstabs. To fully execute such technical maneuvers required heightened concentration, rapid reflexes, and meticulous control, an endeavor both mentally and physically taxing. However, Yishio had no intention of treating this as a grand final match of the professional league. He merely aimed to level up. After about an hour of monster hunting, Jun Mo Xiao disengaged from combat to consume a drink for mana recovery. Yishio lit a cigarette for a brief respite, just in time to receive a notification, a system message indicating that Han Yanro had accepted his friend request. After an hour, Tang Ro finally noticed Yishio's request and sent a message. Sorry, just saw it. Tang Ro was markedly different from Chunghua. She did not exhibit the same eagerness to forge connections with others. Her demeanor was neither overly warm nor cold. During conversations, one could sense her genuine attentiveness. When she spoke, it felt as though she was addressing you personally. If Chunggua's approach to interpersonal relationships was characterized by a rough, streetwise charm, Tang Ro embodied an academic grace, subtle, measured, and polite. Aside from her slightly flustered demeanor after losing to Yishio and her determined response in the subsequent 10 matches, she rarely presented any flaws. Yishio believed this young woman possessed a notable background, as her composure and poise reflected a refined education. Moreover, her dexterity was remarkable. When Yishio inquired about how she honed her speed, she hesitated, which solidified his belief that her skill was derived from practice rather than innate talent. This was evident in her hands, which bore the marks of meticulous care and attention, similar to Yishio's own. Yishio was confident that her hands were not merely cultivated through gaming. Unlike typical gamers, who often operated their left hand on the keyboard and the right on the mouse, two distinctly different modalities, Tang Ro exhibited an extraordinary balance and stability in both hands, resulting in a slight discord in her gaming speed. If his judgment was accurate, Yishio surmised that her dexterity was likely the product of playing a musical instrument. Feel free to message me with any questions, Yishio noted, recognizing Tang Ro's exceptional nature but harboring no particular curiosity about her backstory. Frankly, he needed to clarify his own direction at present. Closing the chat with Tang Ro, Yishio resumed his monster hunting with Jun Mo Xiao. Suddenly, he heard the rapid approach of footsteps. A figure dashed past Jun Mo Xiao, skillfully striking the small monster that Jun Mo Xiao had aimed to attack. Chapter 58. Monster Stealing Boredom. This was Yishio's only assessment of the malicious monster stealer. In the sparsely populated graveyard, there were ample monsters for players to farm. Yet this individual insisted on targeting specific foes. Such behavior was often born out of a desire to flaunt one's prowess. This person wielded a battle staff and exhibited magical fluctuations beneath his feet, clearly a bona fide battle mage of the second class. The magical aura emanating from him was a signature effect of a skill called Radiant Pattern, which enhances the mage's abilities. Radiant patterns are triggered by a battle mage through various skill attacks, with 5 distinct types available. The resulting patterns hover around the mage for 30 seconds, during which they can be launched at targets, inflicting damage while bestowing a 20-second enhancement on the character. A level 20 battle mage can learn the first Radiant Pattern, the non-attribute Radiant Pattern, triggered by the Dragon Tooth attack. It has the lowest attack power among the 5 types, granting a movement speed increase as its enhancement effect. At level 1, it boosts movement speed by 1, capping at 20 at level 20. Radiant Patterns are the hallmark of the Battle Mage class, embodying the concept of magical enhancement of combat abilities. Although Jun Mo Xiao had reached level 20, he was not afforded the option of Radiant Patterns in the spellcasting skills available to mages. The Battle Mage's technique was proficient. He sent a minor enemy flying and swiftly maneuvered behind it, executing a Dragon Tooth strike that resulted in a mid-air assault and a back attack. A non-attribute Radiant Pattern coalesced at the tip of his staff, gleaming beside him. The effectiveness of the Radiant Pattern varied based on the execution of the attack, categorized into large, medium, and small types, while the enhancement effects remained unchanged. The damage inflicted during an attack was notably different. In Glory, the Battle Mage is an easy class to pick up but challenging to master. The use of Radiant Patterns and the more stringent operational requirements of the Awakened Fighters will make it a classic case of easy to learn, difficult to master. This boastful individual, upon turning to face Jun Mo Xiao, continued to flaunt his skills after stealing a monster. Yishio observed, bemused by the man's inflated sense of self-worth. The very act of showcasing such ostentation, not to mention the peculiar choice of character appearance, revealed the absurdity of his visage. No matter how one might manipulate the game's character editor, achieving such a jarring effect was simply improbable. Yishio shook his head, dismissing the triviality of squabbling over a minor monster with such a show-off. However, just as the boastful player was demonstrating his prowess, he suddenly miscalculated, causing the airborne enemy to crash back to the ground. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle, preparing to have Jun Mo Xiao depart, when he heard the man call out, "Jun Mo Xiao? Yi Xiu turned Jun Mo Xiao's perspective back to the source of the voice. The individual approached while being clawed at by the minor enemy. So it's you, the man remarked. Who are you? Yi Xiu glanced at the man's ID, Qian Cheng, with no recollection. Perhaps he was a newly added friend from the same internet CAF? As Yi Xiu opened his friend list to investigate, the man interjected, I've heard you're quite formidable. Come, let us spar. Who are you? Yi Xiu reiterated. Scanning his friend list of over 30 names, he found no mention of Qian Cheng. That's not the point. I'm challenging you, Qian Cheng insisted. Yi Xiu remained silent, and Jun Mo Xiao simply turned to leave. Hey, don't go, Qian Cheng called after him. But he was still occupied with the half-defeated monster clawing at him. With a swift motion, he executed a heavenly strike, sending the creature into the air. Then followed up with a falling blossom palm. The monster spiraled out, heading straight for Jun Mo Xiao. After leaving the novice village, players were no longer protected by the system and could engage in player versus player combat. As the monster hurtled toward Jun Mo Xiao, he turned abruptly, his spear thrusting forward to impale the airborne foe. With a powerful swing, he sent it crashing to the ground, effortlessly neutralizing Qian Cheng's attack. Impressive. But I still recommend heading to the arena to avoid losing experience out here, Qian Cheng suggested, yet his rival remained unresponsive. Jun Mo Xiao executed another heavenly strike against the downed monster, following it up with a falling blossom palm, this time with swifter execution, sending the creature flying even higher. Humph! Qian Cheng scoffed, thrusting his staff forward, aiming to replicate Jun Mo Xiao's graceful counter. He envisioned how to stylishly maneuver his attack, but to his surprise, the monster that had been soaring suddenly plummeted to the ground, leaving his thrust to miss entirely. Astonished, Qian Cheng realized that if this were not mere coincidence, Jun Mo Xiao had perfectly timed his attack, calculating that he would attempt to intercept the airborne monster with his falling blossom palm, thus positioning it just beyond his reach. Such precise control was astonishing. You still have a long way to go, Jun Mo Xiao remarked, prompting Qian Cheng to look up just in time to see him walking away, while he was still being clawed at by the now-risen monster. Don't go. The boastful individual, fearing embarrassment, was loath to let it go. Humiliated and mocked, he pursued Jun Mo Xiao once more, sending the monster flying as he advanced. Jun Mo Xiao retaliated with a dragon tooth strike, slowing the incoming monster mid-flight, followed by a heavenly strike that propelled it even higher. The monster, now spinning, lunged towards Qian Cheng. I can't believe it, Qian Cheng thought, unprepared for the onslaught. He hadn't anticipated that Jun Mo Xiao would play with the monster for so long before returning it to him. As the flipping creature charged at him, the first-person perspective revealed only the decaying flesh of the zombie, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Qian Cheng was knocked to the ground by the zombie's assault. He quickly extricated himself from the creature, only to find another zombie clinging to his leg, gnashing its rotting teeth. As Qian Cheng swung his staff to fend it off, he inadvertently drew the ire of a skeleton monster, which approached him with a large sword in hand. Isn't stealing monsters your thing? Enjoy your playtime, Jun Mo Xiao called back to him. Glancing over, Qian Cheng was astonished to see that, in the brief time since their last encounter, Jun Mo Xiao had gathered 4 monsters, now unleashing a falling blossom palm that sent them all hurtling towards him. Chapter 59. How to Amuse a Child. For small monsters positioned at 4 cardinal points, accompanied by a menacing skeleton wielding a blade, left Qian Cheng with no escape. The desire to flaunt his prowess faded into oblivion as he tumbled to the ground amidst the chaos, surrounded by the grotesque remnants of these undead beings. The movements of the undead were sluggish, allowing Qian Cheng to be the first to rise from the heap. As he regained his footing, he noticed that Jun Mo Xiao had not retreated. Instead, he advanced with his spear, closing the distance with determination. Qian Cheng was taken aback and instinctively leaped backward, only to feel a wave of regret wash over him. Why did he evade? Hadn't he long desired to engage this individual in combat? Meanwhile, the small monsters, having regained their footing, charged toward Jun Mo Xiao, their ire directed at him rather than Qian Cheng, despite him being the one initially struck. The skeleton, whose original target was Qian Cheng, now redirected its aggression toward Jun Mo Xiao, drawn by the chaos. As the 5 small monsters rose, they surged toward Jun Mo Xiao, prompting Qian Cheng to suggest that they eliminate the smaller threats before engaging in a proper duel. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Jun Mo Xiao's spear had already struck one of the monsters, igniting a fierce battle that left Qian Cheng feeling invisible. Was this man simply here to slay monsters rather than confront him? Was he less valuable than the 5 undead creatures? Hey, Qian Cheng called out. Want a monster? Here's one for you to play with. Jun Mo Xiao skillfully dispatched a small monster with a precise thrust, sending it crashing to Qian Cheng's feet. Stunned, Qian Cheng had never experienced such a sensation before. In past encounters, when he had stolen a monster, the original owner would become furious, often retaliating, only to be bested by him. That thrill was exhilarating. Yet now, the nonchalance of Jun Mo Xiao made him feel childish, as if he were a child being pacified with candy. Frozen in place, Qian Cheng watched as the monster at his feet, still harboring hatred for Jun Mo Xiao, clambered back to rejoin the fray. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Jun Mo Xiao inquired, his tone incredulous. Qian Cheng felt a strong urge to join the fray against Jun Mo Xiao, but he refrained. Once you finish with the monsters, we can have a proper fight, he asserted, his voice suddenly serious, shedding the previous air of mockery. No need, Jun Mo Xiao replied succinctly. Why not? Qian Cheng blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Jun Mo Xiao had already dismissed him once. Why grant him a second opportunity to belittle him? I have no time, came the curt response. Tears welled in Qian Cheng's eyes. He truly was a child, clinging to an adult for amusement, only to be told, Uncle is busy, play by yourself. The parallel between his current situation and that of a neglected child was striking. Qian Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Resigned to waiting for Jun Mo Xiao to finish with the monsters before challenging him, he contemplated whether to assist in the battle, but quickly deemed it inappropriate. Instead, he opted to eliminate a small monster of his own to pass the time. After dispatching it, he turned his gaze back to the ongoing struggle, only to find that there were still 5 monsters remaining. Perhaps he should slay another? Yet, upon doing so, he still saw 5 monsters confronting Jun Mo Xiao. Frustrated, he pondered the skill of his rival. Surely, Jun Mo Xiao could not be this inept at monster slaying. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized that the 5 monsters now facing Jun Mo Xiao were not the same as before. Just then, one small skeleton was pierced and shattered into fragments, revealing that Jun Mo Xiao had summoned a new wave of monsters to continue the onslaught. Qian Cheng felt a surge of anger. Here he was, waiting for a duel, while Jun Mo Xiao was solely focused on leveling up. Determined to disrupt this pattern, Qian Cheng charged in, not as an ally, but as a nuisance, intent on stealing monsters until Jun Mo Xiao could no longer endure it. As he lunged into the fray, Jun Mo Xiao cast a fleeting glance in his direction, prompting an invitation to form a party. What? I don't want to team up with you. I'm here to steal your kills. Qian Cheng seethed, rejecting the invitation in a huff as he continued his assault on the monsters. The small creatures fell even faster, yet the experience points allocated to him were dismal. In their current arrangement, both Qian Cheng and Jun Mo Xiao shared the spoils, but Qian Cheng had neither the first nor the final strike. Despite his efforts to claim the last hit, he found himself without a single one, his total damage output insufficient against Jun Mo Xiao's prowess. Consequently, he received a meager share of experience, while all loot fell to Jun Mo Xiao, leaving Qian Cheng with nothing. To make matters worse, by the time the initial 5 monsters had been vanquished, Jun Mo Xiao had already summoned a fresh batch, ensuring a continuous stream of adversaries. Qian Cheng's attempts to disrupt met with failure, only further accelerating Jun Mo Xiao's progress, while he remained a mere afterthought, a laborer exploited for his efforts. Frustrated beyond measure, Qian Cheng decided to take matters into his own hands, actively summoning a new monster to bring into the fray. However, Jun Mo Xiao simply took the creature he had summoned and left, abandoning Qian Cheng's monster for him to contend with alone. Tears streamed down Qian Cheng's face as he questioned his actions. He swiftly dispatched the monster and called out, "Hey, I'm coming to fight you along with the monster." Enough of this. Focus on leveling up, Jun Mo Xiao replied dismissively. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Qian Cheng raised his weapon, prepared to strike Jun Mo Xiao, when a voice interrupted. "Hey, why are you two leveling up together?" Turning quickly, Qian Cheng spotted a group adorned with the insignia of the Blue Stream Pavilion approaching. Led by the guild's president, Lan He, Qian Cheng sheathed his weapon, ready to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Lan He called out. Despair filled Qian Cheng. "President, are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm not displaying my guild's emblem? I'm trying to conceal my identity." He raced away while sending a message within the guild. The president mistook me for someone else. "What is going on?" Lan He queried, perplexed. "I angered Jun Mo Xiao," Qian Cheng confessed. "What did you do?" Lan He pressed, familiar with Qian Cheng's tendencies. I wanted to steal a monster," Qian Cheng lamented, feeling wronged. He had incurred the wrath of a formidable player without any satisfaction for himself. With the unwavering support of his comrades, he had achieved remarkable milestones the previous week. First in weekly points, third in recommendations, and the top spot for his new book. Such accolades were truly impressive. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his diligent supporters. This week lacked the prominent recommendations of the last, emphasizing the need for continued support. Comrades, do not hold back. Let us unleash a torrent of clicks and recommendations to break records. No need for priests or tanks, just pure damage output. Chapter 60. Wilderness boss Qiansheng is a member of the Blue Stream Pavilion. Despite appearing disheveled in front of Yi Xiao, he is regarded as a rare expert among players. In terms of strength, he is not necessarily inferior to the so-called 5 great experts. To earn the title of the 5 great experts, one must possess not only exceptional skill, but also considerable popularity. With enough followers, one becomes one of the 5. As for Qiansheng, he does have a bit of popularity, but he has a rather notorious flaw. He enjoys stealing monsters. The Blue Stream Pavilion is one of the 3 major guilds, and as such, the standards for its members are quite elevated. While they do not demand absolute humility, the act of stealing monsters is explicitly prohibited by guild regulations, and this is generally accepted by all members. A guild that fosters arrogance and engages in monster theft is doomed to stagnate due to the poor quality of its members. Yet, Qiansheng possesses this unfortunate penchant, and as a skilled player, he is a rarity. The guild is reluctant to lose such talent despite his unsavory behavior, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye. Fortunately, Qiansheng is somewhat discreet, never flaunting the guild's name while engaging in his misdeeds, which prevents the players he bullies from holding Blue Stream Pavilion accountable. When the guild in District 10 began its exploration, Qiansheng, for reasons unknown, decided to participate. Though he had yet to cause any scandal, he remained a ticking time bomb in the eyes of others. Upon learning of his eagerness to venture into the new area, the guild leader wholeheartedly supported him, heaping praise upon him before passing the responsibility of monitoring this potential disaster onto Lanhe. Lanhe was distraught. The exploration of the new area was a time for frequent monster grinding, and Qiansheng's antics felt like a bomb ready to explode in a furnace. Fortunately, at the onset of the new district, it was overcrowded with players competing for monsters, allowing Qiansheng to indulge in his specialty without standing out too much. As for the future, Lanhe contemplated keeping Qiansheng close during leveling to minimize the chances of him stealing monsters. However, by the second day of the new district's opening, disaster struck. Qiansheng had, against all odds, targeted the very talent Lanhe valued most, Jun Mo Xiao. Lanhe was irritated. He had clearly warned the guild about this talent, emphasizing the need to build connections with him. Qiansheng should have recognized this. Yet his method of ingratiation was essentially monster theft. Realizing that this was not the time for grievances, Lanhe acknowledged that since Jun Mo Xiao was someone he aimed to recruit for the guild, Qiansheng's actions were indeed Blue Stream Pavilion's concern. Faking ignorance and fleeing would serve no purpose. This fool. Cursing under his breath, Lanhe hastened to Jun Mo Xiao's side, greeting him with a laugh. What a coincidence to find you here. Leveling up, I presume? Indeed, Yi Xiao replied. Don't mind that fellow. The past few days, everyone in the guild has been singing your praises, and I suspect he came to stir trouble because he was displeased, Lanhe explained. Lanhe's handling of the situation was quite astute. He downplayed Qiansheng's malicious monster theft, framing it as jealousy over Jun Mo Xiao's reputation and skill, thereby providing an easy explanation. Moreover, he inadvertently expressed the guild's appreciation for Jun Mo Xiao, a subtle flattery that went unnoticed. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao was aware that Qiansheng had stolen monsters first and only later recognized Jun Mo Xiao's identity. The jealousy and challenge came after the theft. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao was disinclined to dwell on these intricacies. He merely chuckled and remarked, that kid is rather mischievous, isn't he? Indeed. Look, he even ran away. Fearing my reprimand, Lanhe replied. If it were anyone else, they might have been called back to apologize. But with Qiansheng, it was best to let it go. If he were capable of listening, he would have already been dissuaded from his troublesome habit. So, would you care to join us? Lanhe inquired. No, I prefer to level up on my own, Yi Xiao replied. Actually, we're not here just to level up, Lanhe clarified. Oh, Yi Xiao's interest peaked. It was nearing the end of the day, and Lanhe and his group had yet to finish their dungeon run. Not here for dungeon runs or leveling, could it be Bloodgunner Yage? Indeed, Lanhe confirmed. Yi Xiao's suspicions were validated. Bloodgunner Yage, the wilderness boss of the burial grounds. While wilderness bosses spawn reliably, they are even more valuable than hidden bosses since they only refresh 3 times a week at random times and locations within the burial grounds. Wilderness bosses also feature on the glory leaderboard, with first kills and kill counts. Only one player or team can achieve a first kill, while the top 3 names and scores are displayed for kill counts, similar to dungeon completion records. As of now, no wilderness bosses had been slain in District 10. with only two viable within the player's capabilities, Bloodgunner Yage in the Burial Grounds and Goblin Merchant Lauren in the Frosty Forest. There were no wilderness bosses in the Novice Village. Yishio had his own interest in wilderness bosses, though they were often elusive. Initially, he intended to acquire them through market channels. However, encountering the opportunity now was worth a try. Yet, the most critical aspect of hunting wilderness bosses is not merely defeating them, but stealing the kill. The players also hunting the boss are the true adversaries, often more formidable than the boss itself. While wilderness bosses are challenging, they are still system monsters that players understand well. Coordinated teams can manage them without excessive loss. However, every encounter with a wilderness boss results in casualties due to the chaotic competition. Even if Yishio possessed the strength to solo the boss, he could not outmaneuver the collective power of a guild. The ownership of a boss is calculated differently than that of ordinary monsters. Wilderness bosses boast the most formidable health among all boss-level creatures, requiring extensive damage output over time. If the first and last hits guaranteed 2/3 of the ownership, no one would be willing to undertake the arduous task in between. Thus, the ownership of wilderness bosses is entirely determined by overwhelming damage output. Even the strongest player cannot surpass a coordinated team. Are you interested in joining us to take a look? Lonnie continued. Absolutely. Yishio accepted with enthusiasm. Lonnie chuckled heartily and sent an invitation to join the team. Once Jun Mo Shao became a member, Lonnie expressed a hint of regret. I wish I had known you'd leave the guild first. In the game's mechanics, leaving a guild prohibits joining another for 5 days. Rise and shine, everyone. Click, recommend, and dive into the new dungeons awaiting your exploration. Chapter 61, The Hunt for Aegir, Part 1. The Glory Team has a maximum capacity of 10 individuals, and teams can form alliances with a limit of 10 teams. Upon joining the team, Yishio found it was already at full capacity, and to his surprise, he was acquainted with most of them. Lanhe, Shizhou, Deng Huayi, Lei Ming Dianguang, Jiyu Qing Cheng, and Yun Gui, all present and familiar, greeted him warmly. There were also 3 unfamiliar faces: Lu Yun Shui, a professional ammunition specialist, Xian Lu Wanzhong, a professional gunner, and a rather oddly named priest, Sheng Guang Moni. Lanhe introduced these 3 to Yishio. Additionally, there were 2 more teams totaling 20 members, which Lanhe chose not to elaborate on. In truth, a single 10-member team would suffice to hunt the Bloodgunner Aegir, but the gathering of 30 individuals underscored the competitive nature of hunting wild bosses. The Blue Stream Pavilion had indeed assembled an elite force, with each of these 30 players ranking prominently on the leaderboard of the current district. Yishio surveyed the orderly assembly and remarked casually, "Did I just take Qiancheng's spot?" Lanhe was taken aback, not expecting Yishio to be so observant. Indeed, Qiancheng was the one he had summoned to join the hunt for the Bloodgunner Aegir, but the unexpected presence of Jun Mo Shao complicated matters. Lanhe decided to dismiss the concern, stating grandly, "No need to worry about him. We shall proceed on our own." "When does the Bloodgunner spawn?" Yishio inquired. "We received the news 5 minutes ago, so we quickly gathered our comrades training nearby. The reinforcements will arrive shortly," Lanhe replied. "Is such a large gathering necessary?" Yishio chuckled, observing that even for a contested hunt, such numbers were excessive. With so many surrounding one target, many won't even have a chance to attack. "We must guard against unforeseen circumstances," Lanhe sighed. Yishio understood that this was not about the boss pulling any tricks, but rather about potential player interference. In online games, the most formidable threats are seldom NPCs, but rather other players. "We received word that the members of Zhongcao Tang and Baqixiong Tu are likely to be in the vicinity as well," Lanhe explained. The 3 major guilds, aside from competing for dungeon records, naturally keep an eye on wild boss spawns, and had early on alerted players leveling up to be wary of this particular boss. They've already arrived. Yishio scanned the surroundings and spotted a group of players sprinting towards them, evidently heading in the same direction as the Blue Stream Pavilion. Damn, Lanhe turned to see the same, distinguishing the blurred guild name. It was indeed Zhongcao Tang. Yishio couldn't help but admire Lanhe's keen eye. Even amidst a sea of colorful titles, he was able to discern the letters, a testament to their long-standing rivalry and familiarity. As soon as Lanhe recognized the opposing guild, they too acknowledged the Blue Stream Pavilion. Lanhe soon received a message from Che Qianzi, the president of Zhongcao Tang. "Old Lan, show some decorum. It's clear we arrived first." Both parties knew the location of the Bloodgunner, and based on their movements, Zhongcao Tang was indeed closer. With levels and equipment comparable, the chances of Blue Stream Pavilion overtaking them seemed slim. "Get lost," Lanhe replied. There has never been a precedence for a rival order in wild boss hunts, yet Che Qianzi enjoyed making such claims. "How many are you bringing?" Che Qianzi asked. "About the same as you," Lanhe replied. Shall we collaborate? Che Qianzi proposed. Collaborate on what? Since we both arrived, I suspect Baki Xiong too is nearby as well. We can divide our forces to hold them off, and then each group can compete for the boss based on strength. What do you think? Sounds good. Lan He agreed casually. How many will you send? Half, perhaps? All right. Half a minute passed. Where are your people? Che Qianzi inquired. And yours? Lan He countered. They're ready, just waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. Another half-minute of silence ensued. Seems you don't trust me. I'm reaching out to Baki Xiong too, Che Qianzi declared. Go ahead. I've actually already made arrangements with Baki Xiong too to lie in ambush ahead of you. So be cautious, Lan He replied. Che Qianzi ceased communication thereafter. Both parties were left feeling somewhat helpless. Their acquaintance spanned years, and dealings among the three major guilds had been fraught with mutual understanding and squabbles. Whenever cooperation was discussed, it often devolved into lengthy negotiations, making swift agreements nearly impossible. Neither party dared to trust the other lightly, given the history of both overt and covert conflicts. While Blue Stream Pavilion lagged slightly behind Zhongxiaotang, this minor delay was inconsequential. Even if Zhongxiaotang had arrived first, they would hesitate to engage immediately, wary of being ambushed from behind. Despite the cordiality of their conversation, if a brawl erupted, neither side would hold back. Such is the nature of gaming, a blend of pain and joy. Thus, the two factions maintained their distance, each arriving at the Blood Gunner's location in turn. Upon arrival, however, they discovered a throng of players already engaged with the boss. Baki Xiong too had arrived even earlier. Yet, Baki Xiong too remained passive, observing the chaos as a group of players, seemingly uncoordinated and merely passing through, struggled against the Blood Gunner. The Blood Gunner Ager, clad in white leather armor, bore a ghastly expression, embodying a deathly creature. Armed with a revolver, he moved with remarkable agility, shooting at the haphazard group of players who were utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Although Baki Xiong too had arrived first, they stood back, remaining outside the Blood Gunner's attack range. When the members of Zhongxiaotang and Blue Stream Pavilion arrived, they mirrored Baki Xiong too's behavior. Indifferent to the fate of the hapless players, their focus instead on each other. As the two guilds assembled, a figure emerged from Baki Xiong too's ranks, striding towards Blue Stream Pavilion. Negotiating? Lan He mused inwardly, glancing at Zhongxiaotang, which remained still, their members also observing the approaching individual from Baki Xiong too's day. As the figure approached, Lan He prepared to greet him, only to hear a boisterous voice. Junimo Xiao, what brings you here? Just here to enjoy the spectacle. Yi Xiu replied. This position isn't ideal. Come, let us move to our side. Only someone as unabashed as Yi Wei Yang could make such a brazen invitation. Lan He felt his temper flare. It was as if they were being treated as mere bystanders. What do you mean, not ideal? This is a desolate graveyard, filled with decayed wood, weeds, and dilapidated tombstones. Every spot is the same. There's no better or worse. Here comes the second update. Friends, intensify your output. Chapter 62. The Hunt for Yage, Part 2. Isn't it all the same? Yi Xiu's response seemed rather straightforward. However, it would be prudent to keep a distance, as something may transpire shortly, Knight Wuyo remarked. A jolt of unease coursed through Lan He at these words. They were clearly intended for their Blue Stream Pavilion. On the surface, it appeared to suggest that the tyrannical ambition and the Herbal Hall had already formed an alliance, leaving their Blue Stream Pavilion in a precarious position today. Oh, I have heard that your position is rather insecure, countered the representative from Blue Stream Pavilion. A psychological battle ensued, counter-psychological warfare, and then counter-psychological warfare. The rivalry among the three major guilds often resulted in such convolutions. Lan He found this tiresome, preferring to maintain a calm demeanor amidst chaos, allowing others to grapple with the complexities. Oh, is that so? Are the fellows from Herbal Hall scheming against both our factions? Why don't we join forces? Knight Wuyo suggested. The question of whether to ally or not loomed large. Lan He felt a profound frustration, promptly messaging the leaders from both sides. What is going on? Get over here. The leader of Herbal Hall, Che Qianzi, replied. I'm not up to anything. The leader of Tyrannical Ambition, Yi Dehanton, responded. Haven't I already sent someone over? Neither party was cooperating. Lan He was exasperated. He genuinely hoped for all three factions to send representatives and settle matters through a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Yet he knew that was an impossibility. Even if they superficially agreed, the victor would inevitably face betrayal, a scenario as old as time, where the winning party would be akin to a cicada caught by a mantis, waiting for the blade to strike from behind. Such occurrences had transpired countless times, and in the end, even the victors remained cautious and wary, realizing that agreements were as good as non-existent. rendering the time spent on them utterly futile. The three guilds were acutely aware of their public image, known for their unwavering integrity and commendable reputation. Yet, in the heat of competition amongst themselves, all manner of deceit and shamelessness emerged. Trust and promises became mere illusions. Their true interests lay only in the competition among the three factions. Even if they relied on their strengths to determine the outcome, Lonnie could not bring himself to believe in such a method. He was certain that the losing side would resort to trickery. He understood that every hunt for a wild boss resulted in countless casualties. In that moment, Lonnie found himself reminiscing about dungeons, compared to the hunt for wild bosses. Even the most challenging dungeons felt warm and inviting. There was never any genuine cooperation. Only mutual probing and vigilance characterized the relationships among the three guilds. Observing Knight Wuyo's incessant chatter, Lonnie prepared to draw his sword. In truth, when he had summoned the leaders of the two guilds, he harbored no good intentions. After all, they were all shameless. If they dared to come, he would seize them without hesitation. Yet, with only Knight Wuyo lingering and droning on, Lonnie considered the possibility of eliminating him, as the dynamics between them were all too clear. Suddenly, he heard Yishio's voice. "Isn't that Qiansheng?" Lonnie paused, shifting his gaze to see an individual stepping onto the magical wave, wielding a war club, charging into the fray, without hesitation to strike the boss. Lonnie decided to ignore him. He was clearly a chaotic element without any sense of organization. "I'll go lend him a hand." Lonnie was taken aback when Junimo Shao suddenly declared this and rushed forward, a move he felt utterly incapable of managing. "Hey, where are you running off to?" I haven't finished speaking, Knight Wuyo protested. Lonnie swiftly unsheathed his sword and attempted a powerful slash at the young man, only to find that Knight Wuyo had anticipated his move, skillfully dodging with a backflip. A dignified guild leader resorting to ambush? Knight Wuyo scoffed. As Lonnie made his move, several individuals around him surged forward to engage, but Knight Wuyo had already distanced himself, and members from Tyrannical Ambition swiftly approached, causing those from Blue Stream Pavilion to retreat. They had no intention of clashing with Tyrannical Ambition, especially with Herbal Hall lurking nearby. The three guilds were locked in mutual restraint and entanglement, all too wary to act rashly, while players in the arena continued to fall in greater numbers. Originally a 10-person team, only 5 remained, half of them having perished. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and fight," Junimo Shao shouted as he approached. Hearing the desperate cries from the remaining 5, clearly, they were completely unaware of the underlying tensions among the 3 major guilds. Regardless of how entangled the guilds were, the fate of these 5 was destined for tragedy. They could not defeat the Blood Gunner, and thus they would perish. If they managed to overcome the Blood Gunner, their demise would be inevitable. The 3 guilds refrained from attacking them simply because they currently belonged to the former category, lacking the ability to confront the Blood Gunner. "Join the party," one of the 5 called out to Qiansheng, the 6th player on the field, who rushed into the fray. The opposing team immediately extended an invitation to join, yet he disregarded it. "Admian," Junimo Shao rushed forward, calling out to Yishio, swiftly exiting Lan He's team. "What is he trying to do?" Lan He mused, bewildered. Junimo Shao's sudden rush forward and departure from the team left him perplexed, as it appeared he intended to join a regular team. "If Junimo Shao is the one defeating the boss, should we compete with him?" The representative from Blue Stream Pavilion suddenly remarked. Lonnie was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow aimed to leverage the esteem held by the major guilds towards him, hoping to monopolize the boss without contention? Such a notion seemed rather naive. While the 3 guilds indeed held him in high regard, willing to make concessions in many instances, this was under circumstances where they were the ones initiating. Now, if he sought to exploit this psychology to force the 3 guilds into submission, it would be an entirely different matter. No one would willingly accept such coercion, especially not the 3 guilds. On the surface, they appeared modest and respectful, but if he calculated against them, who would swallow that insult? Qiansheng scoured the area for opportunities. The 5 players were essentially being hunted down by the Blood Gunner. The moment Junimo Shao entered the battle, the dynamic shifted dramatically. The swiftly moving Blood Gunner, inexplicably, was accurately tracked by him, and with a single thrust, he sent the Blood Gunner reeling. This was an attack that Qiansheng had failed to achieve even after a significant duration in the fray. Falling Flower's strike. The Blood Gunner was sent sprawling across the ground. This wild boss was an entity far more formidable than hidden bosses in dungeons. The thrust barely lifted the Blood Gunner. Had another player taken control, executing a follow-up airborne assault would have been questionable. In the midst of the airborne chase, the effect of the blow would be amplified. The higher the elevation, the greater the enhancement, and thus the Blood Gunner was lifted only to a modest height. Jun Mo Zhao's strike had already reached its limit in terms of launching the opponent. In a blink, two figures of Jun Mo Zhao materialized in the arena. One remained in place, while the other darted behind the blood gunner. Shadow clone, the one that appeared behind was, of course, a mere illusion, which immediately seized the blood gunner and hurled him aside. Judo skill, throw. The blood gunner was sent flying once more. The members of Herbal Hall erupted in astonishment. Why was the blood gunner drawing ever closer to them? Why were they unable to ascend the recommendation list? Tears flowed. Was there no one passing by to lend full support? Join the party. Chapter 63, The Hunt for Yag. Part 3. The hatred of the blood gunslinger could not possibly be directed towards the players of the Zongkeatang. In truth, it had yet to endure any substantial assault. At this moment, after being struck down by Jun Ma Xiao's three-part throw attack, the blood gunslinger's animosity had surged dramatically. Upon landing from the throw, instead of crashing to the ground, it executed a roll and swiftly regained its footing. This skill, known as recovery, is a universal passive ability among players, akin to sprinting and rolling. Once learned, it can be utilized by performing a roll at the precise moment of impact, allowing the character to spring back to their feet rather than fall. Executing this technique requires a certain level of skill. One must roll in the direction of the fall, timing it perfectly at the moment of contact. Moreover, some skills render recovery ineffective, such as the battle mage's whirlwind staff, judo's back throw, and the sharpshooter's foot shot, all of which negate recovery. The blood gunslinger could also perform a recovery, albeit with a chance of success. Having endured Jun Ma Xiao's three-part assault, it executed a recovery roll and was immediately poised to fire. With a deafening bang, the blood gunslinger swung its right hand back, and sparks erupted from the gun's muzzle, followed by a second shot. A startled cry erupted from a player within Zongkeatang as he hastily crouched down, narrowly avoiding a shot that grazed his scalp. However, the second gunshot rang out behind him, and a fellow player, unable to evade in time, was struck directly in the forehead, resulting in a spray of blood as he staggered back, losing half of his health. The Zongkeatang priest rushed forward to provide aid, bewildered by how the blood gunslinger had suddenly fired at them. Yet from the perspective of the Blue Stream Pavilion, the sequence of events was crystal clear. After Jun Ma Xiao had thrown the blood gunslinger, somehow a long gun had appeared in his possession. The first gunshot had not emanated from the blood gunslinger, but rather from Jun Ma Xiao himself, having struck the blood gunslinger's right hand and causing it to inadvertently shoot backward. Was this mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? The members of Blue Stream Pavilion could not ascertain. They only understood that this action had transformed an offensive strike into a defensive maneuver, simultaneously delivering damage to the blood gunslinger while neutralizing its potential retaliation. As for the shot that had struck the Zongkeatang player, it seemed to be nothing more than a fortuitous accident. Nonetheless, this stroke of luck filled the players of Blue Stream Pavilion with delight. What was Jun Ma Xiao truly up to? Amidst the laughter directed at the Zongkeatang players for being hit by the errant shot, Shizhou furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Jun Ma Xiao's intentions. Was he genuinely attempting to provoke the blood gunslinger in front of him? Lantern Flower Knight murmured in agreement as they both approached Blue River. Remarkable, a splendid display of the whirlwind staff. As they neared, they heard Blue River exclaim in admiration. The two exchanged glances, bemused. Was he truly lost in the brilliance of the other's maneuvers at such a critical moment? Upon awakening Blue River from his reverie, the discussion turned to a more pressing matter. If the other guilds remain inactive, how can we proceed? Shizhou was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he intended to leverage the mutual restraint among their three guilds, rather than simply relying on their hesitance to compete for the monster? Blue River glanced toward Zongkeatang on his left, and then to the imposing presence of the Baki Xiongtu on his right. He observed the peculiar movements of the guild leaders as they, too, seemed to be monitoring each other's actions. Indeed, in this tense moment, none dared to advance. For anyone who stepped forward would be like a mantis trying to catch a cicada, unaware of the great yellow bird lurking behind. This realization left Blue River feeling distinctly uncomfortable. He quickly sent a message to the members of Zongkeatang and Baki Xiongtu. Shall we simply watch as the boss is taken down? Old Blue, have you learned the art of cunning? Came the reply from Che Qianzi. Not at all. Why don't you Blue Stream Pavilion act swiftly to reclaim the boss, while we provide support from outside? Responded Yi Du Han of Baki Xiongtu. Blue River was at a loss for words. Both Zongkeatang and Baki Xiongtu clearly held reservations about him. The crux of their skepticism lay in their unfamiliarity with Jun Ma Xiao's capabilities. They doubted his ability to handle the blood gunslinger. However, even Blue River, upon reflection, recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite having raided dungeons alongside Jun Ma Xiao and gaining a more intuitive understanding of his prowess, He could not shake the feeling that no one at this level could confront the Blood Gunslinger alone, not even the most elite of players. The issue lay in the fact that mana would inevitably run dry. Given the Blood Gunslinger's health and the output capabilities of players at this level, victory was unattainable without sufficient mana. Even with an abundance of potions, it would be futile. Observing Jun Maxiao's rapid-fire offensive tactics, it was clear that the rudimentary potions from the novice village were wholly inadequate for sustaining such an endeavor. Without mana, skills could not be employed, and relying solely on basic attacks would prove utterly ineffective against a boss. Skills, compared to regular attacks, not only boasted greater power, but also offered various crowd control effects. Skills like Sky Strike's effective launch, Dragon Tooth's brief immobilization, Falling Flower Palm's knockback, and the Whirlwind Staff's ability to bypass recovery all impart unique advantages that standard attacks lack, thereby exerting a degree of control over opponents' movements. Contemplating these aspects, Blue River suddenly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the members of Zhongkeatang and Baki Xiongtu were the more formidable adversaries at this moment. He could not help but glance around once more. The 5 ordinary players within the circle continued to be disregarded, treated as if they were already dead. Blue River had no inclination that Jun Maxiao's advance would concern them. When Jun Maxiao departed from the group, he could not intervene. Instead, he beckoned Qian Cheng to join his team. The only one who seemed to acknowledge the presence of those 5 was Yi Xiao. After a relentless series of strikes, accomplishing what those 5 could not have imagined, Yi Xiao suddenly instructed Jun Maxiao to execute a whirlwind staff, sending the Blood Gunslinger tumbling between them. Still watching? Attack! Yi Xiao commanded. The 5 players, as if awakening from a dream, promptly raised their weapons in response. Do not strike recklessly. Follow my lead. Yi Xiao shouted, yet his own Jun Maxiao's offense never faltered. The 5 players, still dazed, finally realized a crucial fact. Jun Maxiao, the one and only Jun Maxiao. It was not just the 3 major guilds that had taken note. Even players in the Xingxin Internet Café were astonished to see the illustrious name of Jun Maxiao. Those who had hastily invited him to join their ranks now turned their attention to the fierce battle unfolding between Jun Maxiao and the Blood Gunslinger, only then noticing the ID hovering above Jun Maxiao's head. This was the Jun Maxiao who had achieved 3 first kills in the novice village. The same Jun Maxiao who had led Blue Stream Pavilion to break records in the Frost Forest dungeon. Frenzied Warriors cross/. Yi Xiao shouted as Jun Maxiao plunged Dragon Tooth into the Blood Gunslinger. The Berserker reacted swiftly, swinging his heavy sword, and with 2 swift motions. The temporarily immobilized Blood Gunslinger could not evade, receiving a cross-shaped cut that erupted in a spurt of blood. Rogue Santos. As Yi Xiao called out this command, a sky strike propelled the Blood Gunslinger into a brief state of levitation. The first time we cleared the dungeon, new members have joined the team. Chapter 64. The Hunt for Yage, Part 4. Rogues belong to the combat class, utilizing a variety of underhanded tactics typical of street thugs. At this moment, the rogue, upon hearing Yi Xiao's summons, unhesitatingly hurled a handful of sand at the blood marksman. Yi Xiao was taken aback, realizing this individual was a novice. He quickly advised, wait until the sand toss cooldown is over and aim for the face directly. That is the true essence of the sand toss technique. The hidden effect of the sand toss is that when aimed at an opponent's eyes, it has a chance to induce blindness. Due to its concealed nature, the probability and duration of blindness are not quantified within the system. However, players have determined that even the most basic sand toss possesses a 50% chance of causing blindness, lasting up to 4 seconds. When the skill is maximized, the chance escalates to a staggering 100, with a duration of 8 seconds. This effect is indeed terrifying. In the early days of glory, rogues wielded the sand toss to great effect, throwing sand at those they deemed unpleasant. In a state of blindness, a player's screen becomes shrouded in darkness, rendering them unable to see anything. Rogues would seize this opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, acting most despicably. However, in contemporary gameplay, players have discovered numerous countermeasures against the sand toss. The simplest method involves changing one's perspective when sand is thrown, upward, downward, sideways. Any direction suffices. Although the sand toss does inflict some minor damage by soiling clothes, it pales in comparison to the terrifying hidden effects, which are easily endured by any player. Yet, there exists an even more formidable counter to the sand toss, a piece of adornment known as glasses. Like the secret pendant and other items Yi Xiao has acquired, the glasses possess no attributes, they are purely decorative. However, they can render the blindness effect of the sand toss utterly negligible. In glory, rogues harbor an intense disdain for glasses. Fortunately, NPCs do not shamelessly wear glasses to feign sophistication. NPCs affected by blindness lose their sense of direction, potentially failing to retaliate against players who taunt them. Yi Xiao aimed to encourage the rogue player to trigger the blindness effect, but to his surprise, this rookie tossed the sand at the blood marksman instead. It was perplexing how this level 23 player had managed to reach a level higher than his own. Brick Strike. Yi Xiao continued to patiently guide the rogue. Brick Strike is the system's official name for this skill. Yi Xiao feared the novice player might not recognize the colloquial term, hence his use of the standard terminology. Among players, this skill is commonly referred to as the brick. Indeed, bricks are ubiquitous in street battles and are often wielded as weapons. In Glory, a rogue's brick can be used for both slapping and throwing, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Additionally, this skill carries a special effect, with a 50% chance of causing a 3-second stun. However, to achieve this effect, the strike must land on the target's head. Moreover, the brick has a hidden effect. When it strikes the head from behind, the stun chance escalates to 100, lasting 4 seconds. Yi Xiao had no time to provide a detailed explanation to the rogue, but fortunately, the fact that a brick to the head causes a stun is not a secret. It is clearly stated in the skill description. The rogue player evidently recognized this, directing the brick precisely toward the blood marksman's head. Regrettably, his throw resulted in a misdirected flying brick. The damage was halved, the stun chance was halved, and the stun effect was halved, and the brick veered off course. Fool, lift the brick and strike the back of the head. Another player, taking on the role of Yi Xiao's guide, chimed in. The art of brick striking was never a mystery. The novice rogue nodded earnestly. Fiery impact. Yi Xiao summoned the elemental mage. A burst of flames surged upward, and Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction. At least this mage was not as inexperienced as the rogue. However, against the blood marksman, the low-level fiery impact's effect was rather insignificant. Yet, Yi Xiao had already instructed Mo Xiao to follow up with another skill. Mountain Smash. Demon Sword. Unleash your soul. Sand Toss. Fiery Impact. Demon Slash. Yi Xiao commanded succinctly and decisively. The 5 players, who had previously been treated as mere fodder, suddenly realized that defeating the blood marksman was far simpler than they had imagined. The blood marksman, once elusive, now resembled a practice dummy. Every swing of their swords, every brick thrown, and every spell cast found its mark. The more experienced player among them recognized that this seamless execution was the result of Mo Xiao's orchestration. He skillfully maneuvered his attacks to keep the blood marksmen within their strike range, while directing their skills to provide continuous control for the next attacker. Thus, they engaged in a harmonious rhythm of assault against the blood marksman. The blood marksman, however, was not without its means of retaliation. Its counterattacks were consistently aimed at Mo Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao had already discerned its patterns. He dodged each strike with precision, never endangering his teammates. The once chaotic group of 5, initially perceived as mere corpses, had been transformed by Yi Xiao into a cohesive team. As the 5 players executed their skills with ease, Yi Xiao himself was far from relaxed. He understood that a single misstep in skill execution or a moment of poor judgment in command could lead to a drastically different scenario. Meanwhile, the 3 major guild players, who had been positioned at a distance, were now utterly dumbfounded. They had arrived in great numbers, each leading dozens of players, yet they stood back, watching in disbelief as this impromptu 6-man squad hunted the boss without daring to intervene. Each one was fidgeting, feeling increasingly foolish. Behold, this is the commanding style I yearned for. Night Wei Yang exclaimed from the Ba Qi Xiong Tu guild. Is now truly the time for such exuberance? President Yi Duhan Tan replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. This Mo Xiao is more fearsome than we imagined, the observers from Zhong Chaotang remarked. Having previously only harbored speculation about Mo Xiao's capabilities, now they bore witness to his prowess, leaving their president, Che Qianzi, speechless. If this continued, the blood marksman would indeed be vanquished by this individual. Lantern Flower Knight from the Lan Shi Gu guild called out to Lan He. Thus, the 3 guild leaders began their peculiar dance, shifting back and forth, observing the reactions of the other 2 guilds. Unspoken, they all understood the appropriate course of action. They must eliminate the remaining players while ensuring Mo Xiao remained untouched. Should anyone dare to attack Mo Xiao, they would come to his aid. Lonnie commanded. Aid whom? Someone inquired, perplexed. Of course, we don't aid those 2 scoundrels. Lonnie retorted. The others nodded in understanding. Which team has an open slot? Immediately invite Mo Xiao to join. Lonnie instructed. A somber expression crossed the faces of the group. No slots were available at present, but soon enough, vacancies would arise, as it was inevitable that someone would fall. Those who fell would return to the town of their residence, automatically leaving the party. Simultaneously, The three major guilds sprang into action. I observed the data for the recommended dungeon dwindling alongside the boss above. Fellow players, intensify your output. Vote, vote, push forward, and let the equipment drop. Chapter 65, The Hunt for Yage, Part 5. Ah, it seems those individuals are coming to assist, the rogue player suddenly exclaimed, his tone surprisingly filled with delight. Yishio sighed. This fellow truly did not comprehend the situation. How could these guilds come to their aid? They were merely here to seize the monsters. Their earlier inaction was simply due to the fact that this motley crew was not worth the trouble. The blood gunner could easily wipe them out. Get out of here, Yishio commanded in a low voice. What? The rogue player was baffled. The other 4 players were also novices. Had they been more experienced, they would have understood the prowess of the blood gunner and would not have gathered together like lambs to the slaughter. However, they were not as naive as the rogue player and sensed something amiss. Why did those individuals choose to act precisely when they seemed to be defeating the boss? Assistance? True assistance would be akin to a timely rescue. In this precarious situation, who could say what their intentions were? Are we just going to stand here and wait for death? Yishio urged. Then all our efforts would be in vain. The berserker in the group remarked, realizing the gravity of their predicament. But now that they had fought so hard, why retreat? Still uncertain, Yishio replied. The 5 were engulfed in confusion. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. As he spoke, the attacks of Junimo Shao did not cease. The 3 major guilds hastily approached, and the ranged players, like gunmen, were already drawing their weapons and aiming. Flee. At last, one among them took the lead and turned to run. The 3 major guilds hardly regarded these players. Given their mutual wariness, they did not attempt to encircle them. When they saw the 5 attempting to flee, they did not immediately send anyone to pursue, but instead assessed the movements of the other guilds, for that was their true competition. The 3 guild leaders shouted simultaneously for a halt. 100 players came to an abrupt stop, exchanging bewildered glances. The blood gunner was almost within reach. Yet charging in to surround the boss would leave them vulnerable to ambush from the other guilds. The 3 leaders were unified in their considerations. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The 5 fleeing players, having run a short distance, suddenly realized that Junimo Shao had not followed. Turning back, they saw him still engaged in combat with the blood gunner. What is he thinking? The 5 were perplexed. They were inexperienced in the game, but not devoid of intellect. This person instructed them to flee while remaining behind, an oddity that left them uncertain of his intentions. Consequently, they came to a halt. Get further away. It's dangerous here. Yishio suddenly sent a message in the team channel. But they aren't here to kill us. The rogue novice protested. Trust me, Yishio replied, typing only 2 words. These newcomers were utterly oblivious. If a player of Blue River's caliber were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Engaging in such an intense, fast-paced battle with the blood gunner while managing to type. What astonishing dexterity that would require. The rogue novice instinctively began to run, calling to his companions, run. The other 4 hesitated for a moment. 2 followed the rogue novice, while the other 2 remained rooted in place, still skeptical of Yishio's words. They suspected he was deliberately trying to separate himself from them. Yishio noticed the differing reactions among the 5 and felt regret for those who doubted him. He lacked the time to explain. His mouth was occupied directing the battle, and he had no time to type. The previous 2 messages had already stretched his speed to its limits, nearly hindering his actions. Shouldn't the ranged players attempt to attack first? Blue River inquired of his subordinates, suggesting that they hold back the front line and let the ranged players deal some damage first. But we cannot guarantee that we won't accidentally hit Junimo Shao. The ranged players were apprehensive. The blood gunner was swift, and the battle was characterized by rapid movement. At this moment, Junimo Shao and the blood gunner weaved in and out, making it impossible to predict where any attacks would land. What on earth is he doing? Blue River was frustrated. Meanwhile, Che Qianzi from the herbal hall stepped forward, calling out, Good sir, bring your team to join my guild. All spoils will belong to you. Damn it. Blue River silently cursed Che Qianzi for his cunning. Joining this guild would mean that the previous damage would count for the entire team. Why hadn't he thought of this strategy? Brother Imo Shao, join us. Blue River quickly approached, feeling a certain closeness to Junimo Shao. With identical offers, there was no reason for Junimo Shao not to join them. Join us, and all rewards will be yours, plus an additional 20 white wolf hairs. Knight Weiyang from the Tyrant's Might Guild also chimed in, clearly believing that Yishio had a special fondness for those items. Don't listen to him. They've only just cleared the Frost Dungeon a few times, and he promises 20 white wolf hairs. Blue River hastily interjected. We have 20 over here. Che Qianzi countered. Shizhou muttered to himself. Could this be his true intention? Blue River was equally troubled. This fellow truly lacked any sense of camaraderie, insisting on turning everything into a transaction. Jun Mo Shao, however, remained unfazed, continuing to engage the monster, prompting the three guilds to feel that their offers were insufficient and to raise the stakes further. The two players who had not fled were utterly stunned. Just the promise that all spoils would belong to them had their hearts racing. And the subsequent offers from the three guilds seemed to be items they had never even heard of, yet they were evidently valuable enough to be used as bait. They were desperate. They wished they could respond on Jun Mo Xiao's behalf. However, they quickly realized that it would be of no use if Jun Mo Xiao agreed. For their party leader was not him. Only the party leader had the authority to accept or apply for guild membership. They swiftly checked the party list. The leader was the rogue novice. In a frenzy, they called out in the team channel, "Come back. Why aren't you running?" The rogue novice replied, "Run? What for? These guilds are offering us conditions to join them, providing us with equipment and valuable items. Leader, come back." The two were so excited they could hardly articulate their thoughts, scrambling to send messages. Such good fortune. The rogue novice, who knew little, was dazzled by the prospect of equipment and quickly decided to return. The other two, seeing the messages in the team, were equally thrilled. Only Jun Mo Xiao remained indifferent. The leaders of the three guilds crowded around him, extending invitations to join their guilds, only to realize, upon seeing the system prompt, that he was not the leader. There was no way around it. The other 5 players were simply too forgettable. Where had the leader gone? The 3 guild leaders began to concern themselves with the individual who had previously been overlooked. At that moment, Jun Mo Xiao suddenly spoke, "Be cautious." What? Everyone was bewildered. Just then, Jun Mo Xiao delivered a spinning strike that knocked the blood gunner to the ground. The blood gunner erupted in a sudden flare of crimson light, emitting a chilling wail. What? Have they entered a berserk state? The 3 major guilds, seasoned veterans, were taken aback. How much health does he have left? A collective shock rippled through the crowd of over 100 players. The third update is here. For those who haven't voted yet, hurry and do so. For those who tend to sleep late, remember to vote by midnight. After observing carefully today, the recommendation chart has drawn closer to the second place. Chapter 66. The Legion of the Undead. When life descends to 10, the character's health turns red, and in this state, the boss enters a frenzied state, a timeless truth within the realm of glory. With the watchful eyes of numerous seasoned players upon them, how could they allow a single team to reduce the blood gunner's health to the critical 10? Yet, paradoxically, the blood gunner, despite not being in the red, suddenly spiraled into a berserk state. As experienced veterans, they were acutely aware of the formidable skills that accompany the blood gunner's frenzy. Had it been them battling the monsters, they would have certainly prepared in advance before the blood turned crimson. However, no one anticipated that the blood gunner would unexpectedly enter a berserk state at that moment. The red health is not the sole trigger for frenzy, Shizhou suddenly remarked. Blue River's expression had already shifted. Indeed, with certain bosses, there exist alternative conditions besides the red health state that can provoke a frenzy. In essence, frenzy is a desperate act of self-preservation by the boss at the brink of peril. High-tier wild bosses like the blood gunner do not solely perceive the red health as a critical state. There are other factors that compel them to unleash their fury to avert crisis. Is it a 200-hit combo? Blue River blurted out. By the time they recognized these signs, it was already too late. The moment the blood gunner emitted a chilling scream, a surge of undead began to rise from the earth, as if awakened from slumber. The ground quaked, and gravestones tilted, revealing remnants of stone coffins that seemed to stir to life. The blood gunner's frenzy summoned forth his legion of the undead, the quantity determined by the number of players within his aggro range. At this moment, a tragic reality unfolded. The leaders of the 3 major guilds were all within the blood gunner's aggro range, having just invited Jun Mo Xiao into their party. They represented not merely themselves, but the entirety of their respective guilds present. Under normal circumstances, prior to reaching red health, the party leader would be the first to exit the blood gunner's aggro range. Throughout the years, this setup had allowed the 3 guilds to outmaneuver each other countless times. They were exceedingly familiar with the blood gunner's devastating abilities. Hee. The blood gunner's cries persisted, while hordes of zombies and skeletons clawed their way from the soil, emerging from beneath gravestones and coffins. Maintain formation. Protect the healers and mages. The leaders of the 3 guilds issued nearly identical commands. The newly summoned undead legion would not inherit the blood gunner's aggro. They would indiscriminately attack anyone in sight. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted in the burial grounds, pitting hundreds against one another. The zombies and skeletons summoned by the blood gunner were not inherently stronger than the ordinary foes of the burial grounds. But the issue lay in their levels. All were at level 26, the highest tier in the burial grounds, imposing a level disadvantage on all players present, complicating the situation significantly. Coupled with the suddenness of their appearance and their random distribution, the three major guilds were caught unprepared, resulting in immediate casualties. The faces of the three guild leaders darkened. They recognized this as a deliberate maneuver by Jun Mo Xiao to trigger the 200-hit combo. This combo statistic is calculated based on the attacked party, not the attackers. However, as the Blood Gunner faced a relentless onslaught, surpassing the 200-hit threshold was easily achievable, making it a mechanism that restricted players from overpowering opponents through sheer numbers. Normally, one would be vigilant about the Blood Gunner's attack patterns. Interrupting a combo is far easier than allowing it to persist. Yet, Jun Mo Xiao had orchestrated a 200-hit combo precisely when the three guilds had surrounded him, evidently aimed at inciting frenzy to ensnare the three guilds. What of the Blood Gunner now? His aggro remained fixed on Jun Mo Xiao despite the frenzy. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed a barrage that reduced Jun Mo Xiao to a mere wisp of smoke. The players from the three guilds felt no satisfaction, for this was merely Jun Mo Xiao's shadow clone. Where was his true self? As the shadow clone dissipated, the real Jun Mo Xiao executed a remarkable flying gun technique, propelling himself a considerable distance. Relentlessly, the Blood Gunner pursued him, while the players from the three guilds remained entangled with the Undead Legion, unable to divert their attention to intercepting him. The trio of Rogue Little White stood in stunned silence. They had been eagerly returning to join the team and claim their rewards, only to be met with this unforeseen calamity. They watched helplessly as two of their teammates were swiftly torn apart by the Undead Legion. The trio halted abruptly, finally grasping the perilous situation Jun Mo Xiao had alluded to. They then witnessed him evading the Blood Gunner while being closely pursued. Confused, they speculated whether Jun Mo Xiao was fleeing for his life or pursuing some other agenda, until they saw his directive in their party chat. Run. Where to? The trio inquired. Hide and kill the boss, Yishio replied. The three, bewildered, turned and fled. This way, Yishio gestured, leading them. The three guilds observed this unfold, frustrated by their inability to allocate personnel, each fuming with indignation. That guy has led the Blood Gunner away, they all exclaimed. Blue River was nearly apoplectic, messaging Jun Mo Xiao. Brother, that's rather unscrupulous. At that moment, Jun Mo Xiao was simply fleeing, occasionally pausing to thwart the advancing Blood Gunner. Yet he still found time to respond to Blue River. What happened? Yishio replied. What do you mean, what happened? Blue River fumed at the message, preparing to retort, only to realize he was at a loss for words. Indeed, what had transpired? Had he merely devised a strategy to seize the Blood Gunner? Was that truly unscrupulous? Such norms did not exist in the realm of glory. Wild bosses have always been subject to competition. Typically, it was the three guilds vying against one another. But today, if someone outside the three guilds managed to claim the Blood Gunner, it suddenly became unscrupulous? Blue River was rendered speechless. Aside from him, Night Unending also sent a message. You're ruthless. Hee, Yishio replied. But don't get too complacent. With your limited numbers, can you defeat the Blood Gunner before we eliminate these trash mobs? Do you think running far means we can no longer find you? Night Unending countered. Then you should hurry, Yishio replied with a smile, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Where are we running to? Rogue Little White queried. Before Yishio could respond, another voice called out. Oh no, someone is coming our way. Don't panic. Give me the team leader, Yishio instructed. Without hesitation, Rogue Little White transferred the leadership to Jun Mo Xiao. System notification, player Tian Qi has joined the team. Player Qian Sheng Li has joined the team. Player Mu Yun Shun has joined the team. Player Yu Zhong Mian has joined the team. Player Chen Yu has joined the team. Attack! Yishio shouted. And Rogue Little White's trio stared in astonishment at the surge of players rushing forward, some calling him Great God, others Master Brother, while some remained silent, all converging upon the Blood Gunner. Chapter 67. Acceleration Brother Master, you are truly righteous, exclaimed Tian Qi and others as they rushed forward, excitement evident in their voices. You all have quite the audacity, Yishio chuckled. He had informed this group of the precarious situation they were in. Extracting oneself from the jaws of a tiger was no small feat, and he was uncertain whether the three major guilds would relent. Yet, these individuals showed no hesitation. Arriving swiftly, even the young girl Shinyu had joined them. However, it was likely that this newcomer was simply caught up in the excitement without fully understanding the circumstances. Fear what? Yu Zhongyan shouted, fervently attacking. She had not logged in the previous day, and upon her return today, she found herself a bit behind, having trained hard all day to barely reach level 21. Are all these people you called? The trio of rogues stood by, still in disbelief. Indeed, Yishio replied. When did this happen? The rogues inquired. When I joined your party, Yishio stated. You had a plan back then? The trio looked alarmed. Realizing the depth of his foresight, Yi Xiu merely smiled, refraining from elaboration, as he began directing everyone's positions and skill combinations, even meticulously instructing them on potion usage. Potions had cooldowns. Knowing how to consume them effectively to sustain one's combat was an art in itself. At that moment, it appeared as if 9 players were battling a monster together, but in reality, the other 8 were merely puppets, acting entirely on Yi Xiu's commands. Initially, they stumbled a bit. After all, Yi Xiu could only vocalize one instruction at a time. However, after some time, even those who were not considered experts, like Tianqi, had grasped the essence of the strategy, and the rogues were performing commendably. Yi Xiu meticulously assessed each individual's damage output, contemplating whether they could eliminate the Blood Gunner before the 3 guilds dealt with the Undead Legion. He quickly reached the conclusion that merely standing there and attacking would not suffice. Thus, he began adjusting their tactics and creating space. The Blood Gunner, akin to a wounded sheep, was being relentlessly pursued and attacked, bleeding and retreating in a pitiful manner. At this juncture, Yi Xiu knew that he could no longer afford to engage in reckless maneuvers like a 200-hit combo. However, the inevitable frenzy at 10 health was unavoidable. Yet it posed little challenge for him. As the Blood Gunner's health plummeted, Yi Xiu calculated the timing on both sides. The 3 guilds were likely nearing completion, while the Blood Gunner still had 20 health remaining. Their efforts to kill and push it back had indeed created some distance, but time was still tight. Yi Xiu turned his gaze towards the direction from which they had come. The buried bones were devoid of obstructions, offering a clear view. A large number of players in the distance seemed to be converging toward them. The 3 major guilds had indeed finished their task. On their side, their output had been maximized under Yi Xiu's guidance. Unless they could somehow exchange for higher-level equipment, which was clearly impossible, or, "Brother Master, they are coming." Tianqi suddenly spoke, evidently aware that time was running short. "Yes, we must accelerate," Yi Xiu replied, realizing that it was time to take a risk. "What do you mean?" the 8 inquired. "Increase your speed, everyone focus," Yi Xiu instructed. At this moment, the only solution was to enhance their speed. Yi Xiu himself had no issues. He had deliberately controlled his speed to match the groups. However, now, to eliminate the Blood Gunner within the limited time frame, the entire team needed to quicken their pace. This posed a challenge since many in the team were novices, but there was no alternative. Speed could not enhance a character's attack speed, as that was determined by their class and equipment, a fixed statistic. What could be improved was the speed of operation. A faster operational speed meant quicker skill execution and swifter transitions between movements, rolls, attacks, and so forth. Yi Xiu aimed to enhance the team's operational speed, which required effective hand speed. On screen, 2 points appeared, A and B, with the task of moving the cursor from A to B. A professional player's ability lies in executing this task with the utmost speed, accurately stopping at B. Conversely, a casual player would need to slow down their speed to ensure precision at point B. If they forced themselves to accelerate, they might miss the mark entirely, thus losing optimal effectiveness. Yet, Yi Xiu could not afford to dwell on such concerns now. Fortunately, they did not need to elevate their speed drastically. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to reach professional-level hand speed immediately. He estimated that a 20 increase in pace would suffice. From his observations, some individuals, like Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan, had the capacity for such an increase without difficulty. Mu Yunxi and Qianxing Li were more conventional. Their ability to adapt would depend on their focus. As for the other 4 novices, he had little faith in Shunyu. She struggled continuously, making frequent errors. Surprisingly, the rogue, despite being a novice, displayed commendable hand speed, accurately following his commands without deviation. The other 2 were better than Shunyu, but not as adept as the rogue. "Let's go for it. Speed it up," Yi Xiu shouted, accelerating his own pace first. His call prompted the others to follow suit. As expected, Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan quickly kept up, and Mu Yunxi managed well, while Qianxing Li was a beat slow. A tad sluggish. Shunyu was already in disarray, but the rogue continued to impress Yi Xiu with precise attacks, even outshining Tianqi and Yu Zhongyan. The last 2 were also flustered, their attacks becoming erratic. "Do not panic, concentrate." Yi Xiu scanned the group. Aside from Shunyu, who was beyond salvation, Qianxing Li and the 2 others still had potential. "This won't do." Shunyu was in disarray, her attacks missing entirely. "Shunyu, just focus on your own attacks. Unleash your skills as soon as they cool down." Shinyu's skill level was lacking, and she had unwisely chosen the assassin class, which demanded high precision. In the realm of glory, the saying goes that a slow assassin is a tragedy, easily bullied in PvP. Shinyu was indeed a tragedy, and Yi Xiu had given up on her. The remaining 7 players coordinated seamlessly, which brought Yi Xiao immense satisfaction. Qianxing Li's speed had picked up, and the two gentlemen were no longer as frantic as at the beginning. Although they still made occasional mistakes, Yi Xiao managed to save the situation. Their hand speed had only increased by 20, while Yi Xiao had effectively doubled his own to correct their errors. If Chunguo were behind Yi Xiao at that moment, she would surely take back her words about him being a handicapped player. Yi Xiao's hand speed was at least 160. If he were truly clumsy, then Chunguo would be utterly incapacitated. Faster, 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 Tianqi shouted, using this mantra to rally himself and increase his speed, inadvertently motivating the others. Yet, his own increase was minimal, and the group followed suit almost unconsciously. Only Yi Xiao could discern this subtle improvement, which was indeed a pleasant surprise, enhancing their chances. We're nearing the red health. Tianqi suddenly shouted. Accelerate the output. Let's take down the blood gunner tonight, loot the gear, and make the leaderboard. Chapter 68. The blood gunner's first kill. Yi Xiao moved swiftly, handing over the team leader's duties to Tianqi, instructing everyone, step back. The seasoned players, despite never having faced the blood gunner, were familiar with its infamous tales and quickly retreated, understanding the danger. The trio of rogue novices, now more attuned to the situation, asked no questions and followed suit without hesitation. Yi Xiao, of course, had a clearer understanding than even Tianqi. Once the 8 players had exited the blood gunner's aggro range under Tianqi's guidance, Yi Xiao unleashed a flurry of skills with breathtaking speed. The health of the blood gunner plummeted to a mere 10%. The blood gunner, now glowing ominously and letting out chilling cries, began its summoning ritual. However, forewarned by the players, only one remained within its aggro range, and it was not the team leader. A boss with fully comprehended mechanics was destined to be toyed with mercilessly by players. Yi Xiao's task was to keep the blood gunner contained during the summoning phase, ensuring it didn't retreat into a crowd. For Yi Xiao, this was as effortless as a meal. Upon completing its summoning, a solitary skeleton appeared beside the blood gunner, appearing pitifully frail. The players remained still, having only perused guides on the blood gunner. Although they had participated in guild raids against wilderness bosses, they had never encountered such a decisive phase. Would they be able to engage after the blood gunner's rampage and summoning? They were uncertain. Attack! They finally heard Yi Xiao's command. The 8 players rushed back in, demolishing the summoned minion in an instant, for its loneliness had left it vulnerable. The onslaught continued. Is the blood gunner only summoning once? Tianqi inquired. Indeed. There's another summon at 5% health, plus a chaotic barrage before its demise, Yi Xiao replied. Boss is quite the nuisance. It will start shooting chaotically at level 26, Tianqi remarked. Everyone, be cautious and dodge. The final chaotic barrage has a high critical hit rate. Getting hit multiple times could be fatal, Yi Xiao cautioned. How do we dodge that? Yu Zhongmian questioned. For you, just run farther away, Yi Xiao answered. With the situation appearing favorable, those with higher skill levels sensed they could swiftly eliminate the blood gunner, allowing conversations to become more relaxed. As the boss reached 5% health, the 8 players once again stepped out of the aggro circle, and the blood gunner summoned another solitary zombie, which was promptly turned into paste. The players from the 3 major guilds drew closer, and Yi Xiao received a message from Yi Wei Yang, who was reveling in her triumph. Haha, still killing? You've worked hard. Why not join our guild S team now? Yi Xiao ignored her. At this critical moment, slaying the boss was paramount. The 3 guilds were nearing. Yet the blood gunner's health remained. Tianqi and the others grew anxious, sensing they might be running out of time, lacking the clear confidence that Yi Xiao exuded. They could almost hear the sound of guns being loaded from the approaching guilds. Scatter! Yi Xiao suddenly shouted. Tianqi and the others fled without a backward glance. The sight of their retreat made the 3 guilds instinctively halt. Here they come again. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Is it really that coincidental? Another questioned. Follow my lead. Lan He decisively commanded, transferring leadership to another team captain while charging ahead with his elite 10. The other guilds, Baki Xiongtu and Zhong Qiaotang, made similar decisions, each sending forth a 10-man team. Thus, even if the blood gunner went berserk, it would only summon 30 minions, leaving them prepared to handle the undead army while taking down the blood gunner. The 3 teams raced, competing against one another, momentarily disregarding those still engaged with the blood gunner. It was a habitual instinct. One team should dispatch 3 to eliminate those foes. Lonnie shouted. They could not allow the opposing team to persist. Even if they didn't kill them, they needed to force them into a disengaged state to clear their damage statistics. As for Yi Xiao, Lan He lamented, if cooperation fell through, it would indeed complicate matters. Lan He hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, the president of Baki Xiongtu had already responded. dispatching 3 from his team. Lan He glanced at Zhong Chaodang, noting they had sent players, but he didn't see Che Qianzi. Where's Che Qianzi? Lan He inquired. The Zhong Chaodang players looked awkward. Yes, down. Down? Lan He exclaimed, bursting into laughter. How amusing. His laughter was infectious, as even he found it hard to believe. When the undead army was summoned, chaos ensued, and it was not unusual for someone to fall. Yet, Che Qianzi was no novice. His skills were commendable, and his equipment surely superior, capable of lasting longer than many others. The image of his despair was vivid. Lan He's laughter left Zhong Chaodang players feeling disgruntled, but the real annoyance came from behind. What is so funny? Knight Du Han Tan from Baki Xiongtu inquired. Che Qianzi is down, Lan He replied. Is that so? Congratulations. Knight Du Han Tan responded, maintaining an air of indifference. Congratulations indeed, Lan He said, eliciting a groan from Zhong Chaodang players. At this moment, those approaching the blood gunner heard Yi Xiu shout, Everyone, be careful. Lan He, buoyed by the news of Che Qianzi's demise, cheerfully assured, Don't worry, brothers, we can handle this. That's reassuring, Yi Xiu smiled. Wait, Qian Sheng suddenly exclaimed. This monster hunting enthusiast had a sixth sense for the boss's health, and, even from a distance, sensed impending doom. What's wrong? Lan He asked. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The blood gunner began to glow ominously once more, letting out its chilling cries. This time, it struck a pose, legs wide, arms crossed over its chest, lifting the right hand that held the gun. Chaos barrage. The experts cried in despair. As the blood gunner unleashed its chaotic barrage, its call echoed, and its right hand became a blur, unleashing a torrent of bullets almost simultaneously in all directions. Theoretically, it was still wielding a revolver, but it fired more than 6 bullets without the need for reloading. This was a skill. The players from the 3 major guilds were caught in the onslaught, ducking and covering their heads in panic. 3 fell instantly, unable to escape the high speed and short range of the attack. They crouched, lay prone, and twisted, disregarding their dignity in a desperate bid for survival. But the first to be struck was Yi Xiu. Yet, all that was visible to the others was a wisp of smoke. Another shadow clone. This time, the real Yi Xiu appeared above, executing a fighter's skill, eagle tread, landing atop the blood gunner. 1 kick, 2 kicks. The spear was thrust forward, performing an aerial pirouette. Although the blood gunner was in a berserk state, the pirouette was a grabbing skill that ignored such status effects. Yi Xiu executed a near 270-degree arc with the spear, pinning the blood gunner beneath it. The chaotic barrage ceased, and the experts from the 3 guilds felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu had already initiated the Sky Strike Dragon Tooth coupled with falling flowers. The blood gunner let out its most anguished cry. System announcement. Tian Qi, Yi Xiu, Baozi Ruqing, Mu Hua, Liang Liang Jun, Mu Yun Shun, Yuzhong Mian, Qin Sheng Li. Qin, you have completed the first kill of the blood gunner. The faces of the 3 guild players turned ashen. Yi Xiu quickly messaged his team, Let me have the blood red rifle. You may take whatever else. Chapter 69, Relentless Pursuit. Wow. Whether Yi Xiu managed to acquire the blood-colored rifle remains uncertain, yet he was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Even Qinghua, who was engrossed in a game of whack-a-mole at the front desk, was startled by the uproar. Numerous patrons in the Xinhui Internet CAF rose to their feet, collectively gazing in a particular direction, and many abandoned their games to rush over. What is happening? Qinghua queried, peering towards the commotion. Jun Mo Sha has achieved the first kill, an excited patron exclaimed. Why are you so thrilled about that? Qinghua responded, bewildered. What did he kill? The blood gunner, came the reply. The wild map boss. Qinghua gasped in astonishment. Securing the first kill on such a creature is even more challenging than in dungeons. She had once witnessed the chaotic scene of a wild map boss being hunted, where the major guilds battled fiercely amidst clouds of smoke, engaging in both the boss fight and covert sabotage against one another. It was nearly impossible for lesser guilds to participate. They would simply meet their demise. And solo players had no chance whatsoever. Despite being a low-level boss, the blood gunner exemplifies the game's prestige, a distinction that transcends mere levels. Qinghua followed the crowd to Yi Xiu's terminal, only to hear him urgently shouting, Run, run, hurry up. A hush fell over the crowd. This rallying cry seemed somewhat off. It appeared that the first kill may not have been as triumphant as it seemed. Soon, players from the 10th district brought tidings of whispered rumors. I heard it was snatched from under the noses of the 3 major guilds. Seriously? That is impressive. The crowd gasped, suddenly finding Yi Xiu's frantic command to run less alarming, recognizing him as a figure of valor and intelligence. All eyes were fixed on Yi Xiu's screen, where his character was sprinting for dear life. occasionally glancing back to see a horde of pursuers, the players from the three major guilds, hot on his heels. Taking down a boss is no easy feat. The spectators lamented. Are there any players from the three major guilds in the 10th district? Someone asked, half-jokingly. Silence ensued. They're probably too furious. Another quipped. Boss, go check if anyone has fainted at their computer. Call 120. Someone teased Chunghua, eliciting laughter. Yet Chunghua remained silent, as did many others. Their gazes fixed on the screen, anxious to see if Yi Xiao could evade danger. The three major guilds were not to be trifled with. To offend all three at such a low level was not viewed as courageous wisdom by many, but rather as foolishness. What fate awaits such a fool? That was their concern. Chunghua? Perhaps she alone did not hold a purely voyeuristic perspective, watching Yi Xiao furiously tap at the keyboard. She felt a pang of worry for him. You all run ahead. I'll hold them off. Suddenly, everyone saw Yi Xiao type this message in the team channel. Wow, what a real man. They collectively praised. Through Yi Xiao's screen, they noticed that all 8 of his teammates were considerably faster than he was, leaving them puzzled as to how this situation arose. Jun Mo Xiao turned around, and fortuitously 4 players had just reached his rear. He swept his spear horizontally, catching them off guard as they failed to anticipate his sudden counterattack. Following this, he executed a small jump, drawing his sword midair. The impact wave of his silver sky slash struck perfectly, hitting all 4 players. Such swift maneuvers. An onlooker exclaimed. The silver sky slash could only be executed while airborne, and Jun Mo Xiao had barely leaped before unleashing the skill, making it nearly imperceptible to the spectators. Among the 4 players, 3 collapsed, while one managed to perform a successful recovery. In the midst of rising, he executed a heaven strike. Qianqing. He truly is a skilled player. The ability to recover is fundamental, yet mastering it is no simple task. The other 3 players, in that fleeting moment, may not have lacked the desire to recover. But whether due to Jun Mo Xiao's rapid silver sky slash or their own timing miscalculations, they evidently failed. Only Qianqing not only successfully recovered but also launched a counterattack. However, his heaven strike was not fully executed before Jun Mo Xiao tripped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Breaking the move. Breaking the move is also a form of attack judgment, akin to combos or aerial pursuits. It signifies interrupting an opponent's attack. At that moment, Qianqing aimed for a heaven strike, only to be thwarted by Jun Mo Xiao's foot, resulting in a break. Haraha! As gunfire erupted, the spectators erupted in laughter at the fallen Qianqing. Yet, a few discerning players could not share in the laughter. To successfully recover from such a swift silver sky slash, Qianqing was no amateur. His quick reaction in attempting the heaven strike was commendable, yet he was still outmatched by Jun Mo Xiao's superior skill. If it were them in his position, what would happen? Many found themselves unable to smile at that thought. The 4 who surged forward were swiftly knocked down, all being battle mages who relied on their speed from non-elemental enhancements to outpace others. Otherwise, in a new area with new characters, before they could stack equipment and attributes, their movement speeds would be quite similar. Though the 4 lay defeated, Jun Mo Xiao had no opportunity to eliminate them. The spectators observed with clarity, at that moment, he had completely exhausted his mana. Don't follow me any longer. Yi Xiao suddenly crouched down, as if whispering in Qianqing's ear, prompting amused chuckles from the audience. This was merely a bluff. With no mana left, it was purely intimidation. Yi Xiao rose and continued his flight, while the audience grew anxious, eager to know if the 4 would pursue. Yet, Jun Mo Xiao did not look back. They understood that Yi Xiao, with his headset on, could hear the footsteps behind him. His calm demeanor suggested he was truly unperturbed. How could he not be? The audience was more aware of Jun Mo Xiao's prowess than the patrons of the CAF. The 3 who charged were effortlessly defeated, and even Qianqing, capable of a counter, was felled. The 4 no longer dared to pursue, opting to wait until they could regroup for a collective attack. Did you catch up? At that moment, Lonnie messaged. We caught up, but we can't win, Qianqing replied, frustrated. Then let us withdraw, Lonnie suggested. Qianqing watched as Jun Mo Xiao grew ever more distant, remaining motionless. The 3 colleagues beside him mirrored his reaction. Breakfast, clicks, and recommendations. Very important. Chapter 70. Replication Enhancement. The members of the 3 major guilds ultimately ceased their pursuit. Yi Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, removed his headphones, and turned to glance behind him. He had sensed a surge of excitement from the crowd trailing him. Bro, that was impressive, everyone exclaimed in unison. Yi Xiao chuckled modestly. It was merely luck. Did anything drop? Someone inquired curiously. I obtained a blood-red rifle, Yi Xiao replied. Upon seeing this piece of equipment drop, he quickly claimed it. And Tianqi and the others became more vigilant. They certainly had no intention of competing with the expert, But what about the three newcomers? In Glory, there are no equipment bindings. Any item, even if unusable, could always be sold for a profit. Consequently, chaotic scenes often unfolded in wild parties when raiding dungeons. If one sought gear, joining a guild or teaming up with friends was always preferable, as such groups would prioritize roles. Wild parties were merely venues for gaining experience and earning money. Thus, upon hearing Yi Xiu's desire, Tianqi and his companions, while not overly eager, decided to observe the attitude of the three strangers. If any of them showed interest, they could also join in and help their expert reclaim the item, leveraging their numbers for a greater chance of success. However, in reality, their concerns were unwarranted. The three newcomers promptly relinquished the blood-red rifle. After Tianqi and the others followed suit, the blood-red rifle finally found its way into the possession of Jun and Mo Xiao. The others had yet to examine the remaining items in detail, as the expert kept urging them to hurry on. In the frenzy, they hastily cast their votes, barely noticing who had secured what before dispersing. The outdoor boss, which could only be challenged 3 times a week, was generous with its loot. They had just secured 4 pieces of blue gear, all at level 25. Truth be told, their luck had not been particularly favorable, otherwise. Outdoor bosses had a chance to drop orange gear as well. Yet, in comparison, the thrill of securing the first kill was even more exhilarating. The frenzy among the members of the 3 major guilds was not merely due to the theft of 4 pieces of blue gear. Tianqi and his friends reveled in the sight of their names gracing the leaderboard, their smiles widening. As for Yi Xiu, he was also the focus of intense scrutiny. But after engaging in a few brief exchanges, the crowd began to dissipate, as they were not particularly familiar with one another. Only Chen Guo remained standing there. "Boss," Yi Xiu called out, glancing at the time before hastily logging off and shutting down his computer. It was nearly 11. He needed to take over the night shift. Seeing Yi Xiu's hurried demeanor, Chen Guo refrained from mentioning that she had not summoned him to take over, but rather to indulge in the gossip. At 11 o'clock, the internet CAF became notably quieter, with many who had crowded around Yi Xiu now logging off, while the excitement for the new Glory server still lingered. People had work and studies to attend to. The number of individuals who could afford to game all night was perpetually limited. As the staff shifted and departed, Chen Guo felt the CAF grow even emptier, with Yi Xiu now the solitary figure behind the front desk. When she peered over, she found him engrossed in the game once again, a sight that inspired her disdain for this gaming recluse who seemed to know nothing beyond his virtual world. While Chen Guo scoffed, she made her way to another corner of the CAF. There, she spotted Tang Rou, still fervently engaged in her game, the glow of the screen flickering across her face, unwavering in her focus. Chen Guo approached and noticed Tang Rou diligently completing her tasks. The girl was rather unfortunate, having chosen to play during peak hours, making her endeavors particularly arduous. Now, with fewer players online, her situation had improved slightly, and she was enjoying herself. Chen Guo tapped her shoulder, prompting Tang Rou to turn and exclaim loudly, "What is it? I took your headphones off. It's 11 o'clock, Chen Guo stated. "Huh? It's already 11? I had no idea." Tang Rou responded in surprise. "What level are you?" Chen Guo asked. "Level 6. The peak hours had indeed slowed Tang Rou's progress. "Are you not going to sleep?" Chen Guo suggested. "You go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer," Tang Rou said, reattaching her headphones and returning to the game. "Then I'll be off. Get some rest early," Chen Guo remarked, but Tang Rou showed no sign of hearing her, clearly engrossed in her virtual realm once more. As Chen Guo left, she felt a pang of confusion. Once the most devoted player of Glory herself, she now found herself eclipsed by Yi Xiu and Tang Rou's fervor. Had they truly diminished her own dedication? She pondered this as she ascended to the 2nd floor to rest. The CAF had transformed into an oasis of focus, with each patron absorbed in their respective games. Upon logging back into the game, Yi Xiu was promptly bombarded with inquiries from Tianqi and the others, who were concerned about his sudden disconnection. "I'm fine, but you all should be cautious," Yi Xiu reassured them. "Whatever." Tianqi and his companions dismissed his concerns with a wave. To be honest, their newfound boldness was largely attributable to Yi Xiu. Previously, they had revered the experts of the 3 major guilds as gods, but after several excursions with Yi Xiu, they realized how narrow-minded their original perspectives had been. In comparison to Yi Xiu, they had no right to idolize anyone. Now, having successfully claimed a boss from the 3 major guilds alongside Yi Xiu, they felt an exhilarating sense of superiority, their pleasure far outweighing any lingering anxiety. As for Xun Yu and the others, the newcomers remained blissfully unaware of the complexities at play. They were simply thrilled to have received equipment. "I'm heading back to town," Yi Xiu announced to the group. "Okay. Take care, expert brother." They all responded eagerly. "Be careful," Yi Xiu reminded a few more before guiding Jun Imo Xiao back to Bull's town. Inside the safety zone of the town, he felt secure from any attacks, allowing him to carelessly toss Jun Imo Xiao aside and open the equipment editor. He swiftly imported the newly acquired blood-red rifle into the editor. The past few days had seen his material collection go smoothly, and he already had several components for upgrading the 1000 machine umbrella. After accessing the blueprint, Yi Xiu began to carefully disassemble the umbrella's canopy, which consisted of 8 segments interconnected to form a complete surface. He selected one segment to place into the replication template, while in the materials slot, he added 5 strands of strong spider silk. The replication commenced, and upon completion, the 5 strands were woven into the shape of the canopy. He repeated this process 7 more times, crafting a canopy made from 8 strands of strong silk. After reassembling the new canopy, he moved on to the components of the firearm and the concealed sword. The umbrella's handle was disassembled into 2 parts, the handle and the sword concealed within. Both served as templates for replication. For the handle replication, he included the blood-red rifle and the scabbard of the skeleton warrior's sword as materials. The concealed sword was simply the skeleton warrior's sword. He clicked to replicate, and upon completion, he carefully reassembled the new components back into the 1000 machine umbrella. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xiu worked with remarkable precision, yet it appeared deceptively simple. Aside from disassembling and reassembling the umbrella, it mainly involved clicking to replicate. However, without the original 1000 machine umbrella template, where would the replication function come from? As for the second update, it has arrived quite early today, hasn't it? Fellow students who have finished their midday break, please cast your votes. Chapter 71. Weapons and Skills. Yi Xiu glanced at the materials box within the equipment editor, noting the rare materials he had recently collected, although they were of no immediate use. After exiting the materials box and confirming the modifications to the 1000 machine umbrella, he concluded the progress bar and exited the editor. Returning to the game, he unfurled the 1000 machine umbrella to observe the effects of the recent changes. Its original form remained at level 5, yet the sword and gun forms had both been upgraded to level 15. The weight remained unchanged at 2.3 kilograms, with an attack speed of 5. However, the physical and magical attack values differed significantly from the level 15 spear form. In the sword form, the 1000 machine umbrella boasted a physical attack of 240 and a magical attack of 265. In its gun form, the physical attack was 238, while the magical attack stood at 210. The distinctions among the spear, sword, and gun, each representing different weapon types, naturally led to variations in their attributes. Even within the same class, weapons would emphasize different aspects. For instance, in the sword category, the highest physical attack is found in heavy swords, typically having an attack speed of 1, the slowest. The highest magical attack is associated with short swords, having a speed of 5, while the fastest are light swords, boasting a speed of 9. Additionally, there are 2 other categories, great swords and sabers. The great sword leans towards physical attack, but does not surpass the heavy sword, featuring a slightly faster speed of 3, while the saber emphasizes magical attack, akin to the short sword, but with a marginally higher speed of 7. Thus, swordsmen must choose their weapons based on personal habits and needs. For instance, magic swordsmen and ghost swordsmen, who primarily focus on magical attacks, seldom opt for heavy swords. Conversely, berserkers and swordsmen, who emphasize physical attacks, would not consider short swords unless they possessed unique effects. The light sword category is an exceptional case, usable solely by swordsmen. The game's classification indicates that only those who pursue the ultimate mastery of the sword can wield such swift light swords. Due to its speed advantage, the light sword's attributes are reminiscent of the saber, albeit with slightly lower physical and magical attack values. At this moment, the 1000 machine umbrella's sword form attributes lean towards the saber type, yet its shared attack speed of 5 aligns with that of the short sword, rendering it somewhat inferior when compared to an equivalent saber. However, examining the spear form, with a remarkable physical attack of 290, it stands as the most potent physical attack weapon among the mage category, akin to the status of heavy swords in the sword category. Originally, the spear shared the same attack speed of 1 as the heavy sword, but now it boasts an attack speed of 5, making the 1000 machine umbrella spear form decidedly superior to an equivalent spear. After thoroughly reviewing the various forms and confirming the successful edits, Yi Xiu opened Jun Imo Xiao's skill list. At level 20, skill points would reset once, and although Jun Imo Xiao was a free agent, he too would benefit from this reset. However, other classes would receive another opportunity to reset skill points upon their job awakening at level 50, which free agents do not have. Therefore, from this point onward, the allocation of skill points needed to be approached with caution. Yet, with a decade of experience in glory, Yi Xiu was well-versed in all skills, revered as a textbook example. He merely needed to clarify Jun Mo Zhao's optimal skill combination. For free agents, the skills available were now laid out before him. Glory comprises 6 major categories, each with 4 job advancements, totaling 24 professions, averaging around 5 skills per profession below level 20. In total, there were 120 skills available for free agents. While the quantity was indeed impressive, these were low-tier skills, and their power paled in comparison to mid- and high-tier ultimate abilities. Nevertheless, even among these 120 low-tier skills, careful selection was imperative due to the limited skill points available. Although the skill points required for low-tier skills were minimal, all below 30 points, some skills had level restrictions, necessitating thoughtful consideration regarding their allocation. Otherwise, even with a full complement of skill points, totaling merely 5,000, it would be impossible to max out all 120 skills. At present, Yi Xiu had not finalized his ultimate plan, but had prioritized learning several essential skills, intending to evaluate the additions in terms of level after practical combat experience. While scrutinizing the skill list for any omissions, he was suddenly enveloped by the aroma of tea. Startled, he looked up to find Tang Rou standing at the front desk with a teacup in hand. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. His habit of staying up late was well established, and in the past, Su Mucheng would often brew him a cup of green tea during his late-night endeavors, believing that late-night workers required ample green tea. Now, he observed Tang Rou taking a sip from the teacup. Yi Xiu felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had misinterpreted her gesture, thinking she had come to bring him tea like Su Mucheng used to do. "What are you doing?" Tang Rou inquired. "Just checking out skills," Yi Xiu replied. "Oh, I can learn skills too now?" Tang Rou responded. "Sky Strike and Dragon Tooth?" "Indeed, both are useful skills, but the choice of level depends on personal preference. Familiarize yourself with both skills first," Yi Xiu advised. "All right," Tang Rou said, clutching her cup as she departed, leaving behind the lingering fragrance of tea that left Yi Xiu momentarily dazed. He silently lit a cigarette, continuing to contemplate his skills. Meanwhile, He gazed at the online status of Jun Mo Zhao in his friend list, feeling an unprecedented sense of conflict. The encounter with the blood gunner had taken him by surprise. His initial intention in inviting Jun Mo Zhao was merely to engage in some activities together to foster friendship. He had anticipated that Jun Mo Zhao would play a significant role in defeating the blood gunner. After all, this was a large-scale guild competition for a boss. And how much could one person truly contribute? Yet, Jun Mo Zhao's performance astonished everyone, as he led a few individuals, likely strangers to him, to slay the blood gunner and left the 3 major guilds in disarray, with the president of the herbal hall, Che Qianzi, sacrificing himself in the process. He was uncertain of the 2 guilds' current sentiments towards Jun Mo Zhao, but he found himself increasingly admiring this individual. He had completely acknowledged that Jun Mo Zhao's skill surpassed his own. There was no way he could have orchestrated the defeat of the blood gunner under such circumstances, even if he had tried to exploit the discord among the 3 guilds. Particularly during their encounter with the Undead Legion, their team had nearly toppled the blood gunner, demonstrating an output efficiency that was arguably superior to that of their guild's elite team. This remarkable feat was likely due to Jun Mo Zhao's strategic leadership. Nevertheless, despite his admiration, he felt an undeniable irritation brewing within him. While the loss itself was minor, the blow to his pride was substantial. It was noteworthy that it was he who had brought Jun Mo Zhao along, only to end up with nothing to show for it. He felt that Jun Mo Zhao's actions had been somewhat inconsiderate, a slight to his dignity. Thus, he resolved to address this matter with Jun Mo Zhao directly. He opened the message window to Jun Mo Zhao and sent a message. "Brother, that was a bit ungracious today, wasn't it? This chapter took quite a while to write. My apologies for the delay." Chapter 72. A culinary journey across the world. The response from Jun Mo Zhao came swiftly. "Indeed. A bit. Damn it." He was taken aback by such candor. How was he to respond? Continuing to lay blame would only make him appear petty and unmanly. Perhaps it would be best to let it slide, even though the frustration gnawed at him. In that moment, he felt as though he had been struck down instantly. Fortunately, this was a chat message, which provided a means to convey his exasperation. He quickly replied with a flurry of ellipses and an emoticon depicting a bead of sweat trickling down. "Next time, you need to step up," Yi Xiu replied. He felt as if he were spitting blood. The matter was evidently not taken to heart. It was no surprise, really, in the wild. Boss monsters were always subject to a frenzied scramble. If one felt aggrieved by being robbed, the only recourse was to reclaim what was lost. Complaining about right and wrong was the folly of a novice. Wait a moment. It wasn't even about the fact that he hadn't gotten the boss. It was his irritation at this person's blatant disregard for his feelings that plagued him. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that he had invited Jun Mo Shao, only to see him slay the blood gunner without any benefit to himself. Observing the discussions in the guild channel, it was apparent that the discontent directed towards Jun Mo Shao primarily stemmed from this incident. As for the boss being snatched away, that was simply a matter of tactics. If the boss had been taken down by either Zhong Chaodang or Ba Qi Xiong Tu, though it would still be frustrating, it would evoke a different kind of annoyance, one devoid of such inner turmoil. Perhaps his current turmoil was heightened precisely because Jun Mo Shao was unlike those two guilds. If either of them had stolen the boss, He could have channeled his frustration into a retaliatory strike. But what could he do about Jun Mo Shao? He tugged at his hair, realizing the source of his conflict lay here. What do you think of this matter regarding Shizhou? He decided to cease messaging Jun Mo Shao and instead privately messaged the guild about Shizhou. I don't think we can win Jun Mo Shao over. Shizhou replied. Oh, regarding the blood gunner, his stance is quite clear, Shizhou elaborated. How so? With the three major guilds present, all vying for his allegiance. He chose to lead a random group outside of them and smoothly took down the blood gunner, Shizhou explained. He is implying that he possesses great skill and has no need for a guild? He mused. More accurately, the guild needs him. But he has no need for a guild, Shizhou clarified. He was momentarily taken aback. In essence, he simply desires to work, to labor for all the guilds. Given his abilities, such actions reveal his considerable appetite and immense demands, Shizhou remarked. A professional player? Is he seeking to profit from this? He inquired. It's a possibility, Shizhou acknowledged. But if this continues, there will inevitably come a time when he runs out of business. First kills, dungeon records, these have their limits and saturation points. When no one wishes to employ him, what will he do? He questioned. He could open a new server. Shizhou suggested. He sighed, having forgotten this detail. In that case, we should keep an eye on the older servers to see if such a person exists. If such a person did exist, he would have been noticed long ago, Shizhou replied. So what is this person's true background? He pondered, tapping his head. Unknown, his strength is unfathomable, and he still hasn't T-switched professions, Shizhou noted. What attitude should we maintain towards him? He asked. Maintain contact and keep a watchful eye, Shizhou advised. Perhaps we should continue to court him. Our previous assumptions were merely conjectures, weren't they? He suggested. Indeed. Shizhou concurred, adding, even if we cannot win him over, establishing a solid relationship might place us in a favorable position in his eyes. It seems as if we are the ones currying favor with him, he lamented. Shizhou too felt at a loss. No matter how skilled a player may be, guilds typically sought to recruit them for their own benefit. Yet with Jun Mo Shao, it felt as if everyone encircled him, waiting for him to dispense favors. Something seemed amiss in this line of thought. With his inner turmoil alleviated, he took a deep breath and resumed contacting Jun Mo Shao. Brother, are you running dungeons at midnight? He inquired, as the dungeon refresh times came at 12, signaling the start of a busy period. Let us see, Yishio replied. Let us go together. He suggested. No, I think not. Yishio responded, sweat beading on his brow. This person possessed remarkable tenacity, having had a boss snatched from him. He still held on to the desire to ally with him. Yishio's act of snatching the boss indeed conveyed a subtle message. He did not wish to be pulled around by the three major guilds. If everyone sought to curry favor with him, even if he resisted, such obligations would become burdensome over time. Brother, you're too polite, he remarked. I've already made plans with someone faced with his unwavering demeanor. Yishio was left with little choice but to find an excuse. Who? He asked, sensing his sudden alertness. Had someone in the guild already beaten him to it? A friend, Yishio replied. He was about to inquire about this friend but felt that such curiosity might border on prying, so he could only resignedly say, perhaps another time. Next time. Next time, Yishio said dismissively. He reluctantly ended the conversation, but then suddenly remembered something. Brother, you must help me with the first kill of the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant was a wild boss in the Frost Forest, yet had yet to make an appearance. I've truly made plans with someone for that, Yishio said. So, the earlier statement was false. This person spoke without any pretense. He, feeling frustrated, asked, who? Ba Qi Xiong Tu, Yishio replied. Damn it. He slammed his hand on the keyboard. What a tangled mess. Look, now this matter has been preempted. Regret washed over him for his indecision as he stared at the chat window, unsure of how to respond. Jun Mo Shao indeed seemed intent on devouring all the guilds. Yet, the people from Ba Qi Xiong Tu were also quite bold, while he remained mired in indecision. They had already resolved their issues and sought to utilize Jun Mo Shao. Sighing, Lanhe ultimately chose to maintain his composure and replied, "Then we shall go head-to-head when the time comes." "Indeed, no mercy shall be shown," Yishio agreed. "Brother, for all future wild boss encounters and dungeon records. I'm reserving everything now, is that alright?" Lanhe proposed. "Let us discuss that later. At my current level, I can't keep up with your pace." Yishio responded, "Brother, you must level up quickly." Lanhe realized this was indeed a pressing issue. He was level 24, after a few dungeon runs tonight. He would surely reach level 25, while Junimo Shao lingered at level 21. The gap would only widen, and by the time they were challenging level 30 dungeons, this person would still be grinding through level 20 content, making it impossible for Lanhe and his companions to reclaim their previously established records. Time is up. Everyone has been waiting. On to the next chapter. Chapter 73. The art of sand throwing. The reactions of the three major guilds genuinely surprised Yishio. They displayed a remarkable level of composure and maturity, befitting their long-standing prominence. The Guild B responded the swiftest, shortly after the incident with the Blood Gunslinger. The member reached out, omitting any mention of the prior matter and directly inviting him to join in the hunt for the Goblin Merchant. While the terms were agreeable, the paramount condition was, of course, that B secured the first kill of the Goblin Merchant. Yishio had no objections. He had his own interests in the Goblin Merchant and had initially hoped to rely on the market. Now that a prime opportunity presented itself, he would not let it slip away. The required enhancement and the scope of its necessary upgrades was exceedingly broad. He noted that he had already reached level 21, yet that had not been fully upgraded to level 15. Fortunately, it was a silver tier weapon, or else it would have felt quite outdated. He was quick to act, while was somewhat slower. From's words, Yishio could discern his inner conflict, which he understood well. Regrettably, in moments of emotional turmoil, opportunities could be lost. As for Yishio, had no news from them, as their members had not made direct contact with him. In pursuit of the Goblin Merchant, the boss respawned at random intervals, leaving no definitive time frame. However, over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to facing such uncertainties. They simply continued with their tasks, and whenever a wild boss was discovered, they would seize the opportunity to engage. Thus, as the clock struck midnight, everyone was still organizing to enter dungeons. Yishio received a message from, inquiring if he was heading to the Frost Forest. The skilled player had warmly welcomed the Blood Gunslinger, which excited the group, making them feel a closer bond with him. Upon realizing it was midnight and dungeon entries had refreshed, they hastily reached out. "Need a hand?" Yishio inquired. "Yes. We're short one," replied. "Oh, I'll be right over," Yishio responded, knowing that dungeon runs were a daily necessity, serving as a primary source of experience and income. Even without the invitation from and the others, he would have certainly joined a wild team. Being with this group allowed him to prioritize his own needs when opportunities arose. A rare advantage. Upon arriving at the Frost Forest, Yishio was unexpectedly greeted by the newcomer. "Why are you here?" Yishio remarked, noticing was absent. Was that little brat still harboring resentment towards him? Yishio was unsure, as he had no friend connections with. "Yes, it's me. I'm here to learn from the experienced players," said humbly. Yishio knew that, although this individual was a newcomer, his gameplay was quite proficient. Has been playing all day, and now he's logged off. Also mentioned that she couldn't pull an all-nighter, explained. I too cannot manage that tomorrow," said regretfully. "How about you?" Seized the opportunity to inquire about Yishio's schedule, noting that he had been pulling all-nighters for the past 3 days. "I prefer to play at night," Yishio replied with a smile. With that, they formed a party and began their dungeon run. Despite being a novice, was the highest level player among them, at level 23. As they chatted, it became apparent that he had played non-stop since the game's launch, having spent merely 6 hours on eating and sleeping over the last 48 hours, effectively matching the rotation of top guild players. The group expressed their awe as they engaged in combat. Yishio maintained his position in the center, directing their efforts smoothly. After executing a sand throw, he advised against rushing in to attack immediately. While this was acceptable for monsters, it was crucially different in player versus player PvP scenarios. Experienced players hit by blindness would instinctively deploy sweeping or similar control attacks to counteract. As he continued to mentor, Yishio conveyed, "What should I do?" "Simply circle around behind. They can't see you anyway," chimed in, along with others offering their insights. Circling behind is one approach, Yishio acknowledged, although it required time, which could squander the fleeting seconds of the blindness status. In truth, the optimal strategy was not to initiate with a sand throw. Rather, it should be integrated into a chain of attacks. During engagements, an unexpected sand throw could serve as a surprise assault, ensuring that even without achieving blindness, other options remained available. "Does this mean we cannot rely solely on the blindness effect for subsequent attacks?" asked. "Precisely. Initiating with a sand throw to induce blindness before attacking is an antiquated tactic. Aside from newcomers, few would fall for it. Yishio clarified. What if we start with a surprise attack instead? Can we still use sand throwing? Inquired. Well, that could work, Yishio replied, wiping his brow. It seemed that even novice players had developed cunning strategies. But we must not depend solely on the blindness for follow-up attacks, right? Summarized. Indeed, Yishio affirmed. Understood. Felt a surge of satisfaction at having learned a valuable tactic, immediately practicing it in combat, seeking opportunities to utilize sand throwing. The NPCs, being simplistic creatures, lacked the player's crafty evasion tactics against blindness, making use of sand throwing appear commendable. When will you take us to hunt the goblin merchant? And the others asked. Their greed evident. I promised to assist B with that, Yishio replied. B, are you joining them? Queried, puzzled. No, not quite. I'm merely helping them secure the goblin merchant, Yishio clarified. Working for them? Questioned, a term they were familiar with, as such arrangements often occurred in dungeon activities involving lesser guilds seeking to bolster their ranks with skilled players. However, the notion of working for the three major guilds seemed almost implausible. What elite players did they lack? What dungeons could they not conquer? They were the pinnacle of gaming prowess. If they struggled, no external help could remedy their plight. Now, however, Yishio was invited to assist one of the three major guilds, a scenario reminiscent of a star being summoned for a guest appearance, akin to receiving a performance fee. And his companions were consumed with envy and admiration, reflecting on their initial attempts to recruit Yishio to their guild, feeling utterly embarrassed. Even the three major guilds were willing to pay for his services. Their own guild, barely ranking outside the top 50, lacked the stature to even offer Yishio a leadership position. As they continued to battle and converse, a notification flashed. It was from, announcing, the goblin merchant has spawned. Within the dungeon? Yishio lamented. Yes, we're all in the dungeon. Let's connect when we emerge, replied. And thus, the second chapter of the day concluded. As they prepared to delve into the next. Chapter 74, Mastering Information at 12 o'clock, while not all players above level 20 were engaged. The vast majority were immersed in dungeon runs. It was the third day of the new server, and the fervor for leveling up remained palpable. As for players below level 20, they were unable to leave the novice village, rendering the Frost Forest entirely irrelevant to them. The discovery of the goblin merchant, who found it first, and how many players were aware, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Nonetheless, the guild Baki Shiontu received the news promptly and notified its members. Those not in dungeons hastened to the scene, while others accelerated their dungeon progress. And Yishio was naturally informed as well. The goblin merchant has respawned. We must hurry to engage, Yishio commanded, urging his team to pick up the pace. Tianchi and the others envied him but did not lag behind. Under Yishio's formidable leadership, they swiftly toppled the Frost Seine in 28 minutes. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yishio contacted Yi Weiyang, who confirmed their successful clearance and was already en route to the goblin merchant's location. After learning the coordinates, Yishio directed Jun Mo Xiao to hasten their journey. Tianchi and the others expressed their desire to witness the commotion, and Yishio did not deter them. The dense thicket of the Frost Forest served as the dungeon, while the surrounding area was a spacious leveling zone. Along the way, Yishio observed numerous players sprinting in directions remarkably similar to that of Jun Mo Xiao. After all, the Frost Forest was not as desolate as the burying ground. It boasted a wider player base, and ambitions regarding outdoor bosses were not confined to the three major guilds. Many guilds actively participated in this endeavor, some achieving notable success. The competition among the three major guilds often provided opportunities for others to exploit, and Yishio was not the sole individual capitalizing on this. I see you. Just as he was running, Yishio received a message from Yi Weiyang and, upon glancing around, indeed spotted him. Yi Weiyang sent an invitation, and after exiting the dungeon, Jun Mo Xiao had already disbanded Tianchi's team. Upon accepting the invitation, Yishio found himself in the foremost team of Baki Shiontu, led by their guild leader, Yidu Handan. Welcome, Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Weiyang typed in the team chat, followed by a clapping emoji. A chorus of players echoed the applause, and Yishio reciprocated with a fist salute emoji. As they convened, they immediately transitioned to voice communication. There are quite a few players here, Yishio remarked. Indeed, this time it's not just the three major guilds. Numerous others have come to join the fray, Yi Weiyang replied. Aside from Zongkeatang and Lanchi Pavilion, which other competitive guilds are present? Yishio inquired. Zhao Wang Dynasty, Luan Hui, Yinyu Tower, Taipo Shukong, Baiwa Valley, Huishao Mountain Villa, and 301 Degrees. Yi Weiyang began listing. All right, Yishio interrupted, realizing that Yi Weiyong had a tendency to elaborate indefinitely. It's merely a goblin merchant. There are far too many capable players to defeat it. Given such a complex situation, what do you think is most crucial? Junimo Xiao. Yidu Handan asked. Hate. Yi Xiu replied succinctly. Whichever side can stabilize the goblin's aggro will take the initiative. But remember, the individual who holds the goblin's attention essentially attracts the ire of all present players, Yidu Handan warned. Thus, the responsibility for aggro cannot rest on a single person. Yi Xiu stated. It cannot be just one? Yidu Handan queried. Correct. Form a high damage output team, ensuring complete control over damage output so that any member can immediately take aggro upon receiving the command. Yi Xiu clarified. How fond are you of damage teams? Yi Weiyong quipped. That approach will likely lead to many casualties, Yidu Handan remarked. However, by effectively utilizing the forest terrain, it may not result in excessive losses. Yi Xiu countered. What will be the specific plan? Yidu Handan asked. Provide me with 5 players wielding purple weapons of level 20 or higher. Is that agreeable? Yi Xiu requested. Absolutely. Everyone in this team possesses purple weaponry, Yidu Handan affirmed. I wield an orange weapon, Yi Weiyong boasted. Priests should maintain their dignity. Yi Xiu retorted. What classes do we need? Ranged classes would be ideal, Yi Xiu suggested. I'll summon the players. Yidu Handan replied, clearly aware that his current team could not accommodate 5 ranged damage dealers. Players will arrive shortly, Yidu Handan messaged after contacting them. Weapon information? Yi Xiu inquired. Please wait a moment. Yidu Handan went to gather data, and then relayed the information piece by piece. The marksman class was entirely ranged, while mages and spellblades also possessed certain ranged capabilities. Among the 5 players Yidu Handan gathered, 3 were marksmen, sharpshooter, gunner, and ammunition specialist, while the other 2 were elemental mages and a spellblade, all equipped with suitable purple weaponry. Yi Xiu reviewed the information and inquired, what about their skill levels? Yidu Handan hurriedly asked and soon detailed the skill selections and levels of the 5 individuals. Is there anything else you need to know? Yidu Handan, exasperated, pleaded. Please, I am the guild leader, not your secretary. My primary concern is to have a clear understanding of their output capabilities, Yi Xiu replied. If you had mentioned that earlier, I could have simply let them show you their personal panels, Yidu Handan lamented. Output capabilities, not mere output data. Does their weapon possess any special effects? Are there any additional skills on their gear? What is the damage of their skills? Are these details available on their panels? Yi Xiu inquired. Brother, I concede. Yidu Handan, almost in tears, went to ask again. After acquiring this knowledge about their equipment, do we still need to review the panels? Yi Xiu asked. Isn't that unnecessary? Yidu Handan, perplexed, wondered whether it was a rhetorical question. Let us expedite the arrival of the 5 players, Yi Xiu urged. And what about our team? Yidu Handan asked. Our team will handle aggro. You will be the damage dealers, Yi Xiu clarified. Yidu Handan felt as if he was a novice himself, panicking over what to do next. Look, there's the goblin merchant, Yi Xiu exclaimed, as the group pressed forward, their pace unbroken. They finally arrived at the destination, where a lively scene unfolded before them. Players clamored in excitement as they attempted to capture the goblin merchant. This goblin merchant, clad in green fabric, appeared far less cunning than the goblin minions found in the forest or dungeons. Instead, he looked quite simple-minded. He carried a massive backpack and nimbly dashed through the trees, occasionally reaching into his bag to produce an item and toss it behind him. Firecrackers, grenades, bricks, bottles, anything was possible. From the looks of it, the players had not spotted the goblin merchant for long. At least, no effective encirclement had yet been formed. The goblin merchant led the players while babbling in an incomprehensible tongue. One grenade, tossed into the air, ignited a fiery blaze, and the goblin merchant nimbly leaped over a tree stump. A flash of sword light sliced through the dim forest, the sword's energy stirring the fallen leaves into a swirling dance. The airborne goblin merchant was struck squarely by this sword, descending to the ground. The swordsman's skill, blade draw. Emerging from behind a tree was Lan He. Finally, the much-anticipated 3rd update has arrived. Surely there will be a night party this weekend? Let us have some applause. Chapter 75. Defeat of the monster Lan He has indeed proven to be a rare master. With a precise and timely blade draw, he struck before even reaching his target, delivering a stunning aerial assault upon the goblin merchant. It would be a daunting task for Tian Qi and his companions to replicate such a move. Following this, Lan He executed a 3-stage slash, a skill that seamlessly melds attack with movement, propelling his character swiftly forward. Before the goblin could fully descend, 3 streaks of sword light erupted, showering the air with blood. With a swift upward thrust, Lan He aimed to lift the goblin into the air, only to be met by an oddly shaped spear thrusting out from his side. Recognizing the peculiar weapon, his heart tightened. It was indeed Jun Mo Shao. A sword and spear converged upon the goblin merchant. Which would strike first? Would it be him? Lan He felt the blade of his sword and the tip of Jun Mo Zhao's spear reach their target simultaneously. The goblin absorbed the blow, yet was sent soaring higher into the air. As the spear pierced, the goblin merchant was yanked into a half-circle and unceremoniously tossed aside by Jun Mo Zhao. With the skill round dance staff, both of their attacks landed on the goblin merchant. Regrettably, Jun Mo Zhao had employed a grappling skill, and as the goblin broke free, he positioned himself directly in front of Lan He. Jun Mo Zhao's countenance was mere inches away, yet his character's eyes remained devoid of emotion. Lan He could not fathom the feelings of Jun Mo Zhao at that moment. He only knew his own calmness, free from hesitation or doubt, as he delivered a horizontal slash toward him. Jun Mo Zhao evaded the strike with a backward leap, landing behind the prone goblin merchant. Suddenly, a powerful heavenly strike lifted the goblin merchant into the air, followed by a falling petal's palm that crashed into him. The goblin soared directly towards Lan He. How swift! Engaged in battle with Jun Mo Zhao, Lan He finally grasped the astonishing speed of his opponent's maneuvers. Had Jun Mo Zhao's backward leap concluded just as the heavenly strike was executed? How could he so accurately target a downed goblin merchant midair? The timing for the falling petal's palm was even more bewildering. Had the goblin merchant already been lifted? If still on the ground, the falling petal's palm would not have the effect of striking down targets. In Lan He's view, Jun Mo Zhao's backward leap, strike, and palm strike were executed with an almost surreal speed. He could hardly discern if the attacks had connected, and yet, the goblin merchant was already hurtling towards him. Despite his formidable skills, Lan He quickly raised his guard just as the goblin collided with his sword, causing him to slide back a step, but ultimately preventing him from being knocked down. At this moment, the priority was not to contend with Jun Mo Zhao, but to seize the goblin merchant. Lan He's thoughts were remarkably clear. However, he lacked a skill akin to round dance staff that could lift the goblin and create distance from Jun Mo Zhao. His only recourse was to amplify his damage output to draw the goblin merchant's attention towards him. With a leap, silvery light cascaded from his blade. Regrettably, the swordsman was not equipped with any sweeping skills. Just as he leaped, a sword aura surged toward him, its speed perhaps inferior to Lan He's. Yet its ferocity was undeniable. Lan He felt a torrent of blood erupt from his chest as he was sent reeling backward. His mind consumed by a singular thought. This is impossible. He distinctly witnessed Jun Mo Zhao execute the blade draw without switching weapons, instead, extracting a sharp blade from the peculiar spear's tail. In an instant, when he glanced again, Jun Mo Zhao was devoid of a sword. Had he merely imagined it? Lan He was certain of his perception, but he could not comprehend the events of that fleeting moment. He did not fall. Instead, he rolled upon landing, employing a technique to mitigate his descent. Now distanced from the goblin merchant, Lan He felt a pang of urgency and hastened forward. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and Lan He was flung backward once more. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. This time, it was his own miscalculation. In his eagerness to approach the goblin merchant, he forgot that the boss would unleash a shockwave upon rising. Otherwise, once down, he would never get back up. The shockwave sent Lan He reeling, yet he managed to recover once more. In contrast, he noticed Jun Mo Zhao skillfully evade the shockwave with a backward leap and charge towards the goblin merchant, throwing him even further away. Meanwhile, several players from the Dominance faction surged forward. In this brief tussle for the boss, Lan He faced utter defeat. Yet, he understood that this was far from over. Everyone present, including those from the Blue Stream Pavilion, would not allow Dominance to claim the goblin merchant without contest. Had the reinforcements yet to arrive? Yi Xiao, controlling Jun Mo Zhao, dashed back into the ranks of Dominance, launching several strikes to stabilize the goblin merchant's aggro upon himself. They have arrived. Yi Duhan Tan was even more anxious than Yi Xiao. The goblin merchant had been drawn over, yet the required personnel had not yet assembled. In his team, only an ammunition specialist and an elemental mage were needed, and under Yi Xiao's command, they were intensifying their assault on the goblin merchant. A multitude of players rushed towards them, but upon seeing the goblin merchant under Dominance's control, many hesitated momentarily. This was not a desire to relinquish the boss, but rather a hope that someone else would take the lead, as they were reluctant to engage Dominance directly. However, not all players shared such trepidation. Those from the Blue Stream Pavilion were unfazed. The blood-soaked gunman incident was fresh in their minds. The real trouble arose from the indecision among the three factions. This time, Lan He was exceptionally decisive. Without a second thought, he led the charge. Behind him, more than 10 players from the Blue Stream Pavilion joined. matching the numbers of dominants present. Scatter. At Yishuo's command. Yidu Han Tan and the others spread out according to his strategy. The goblin merchant was once again struck by Jun Mo Shao's falling petals palm, sending him flying. The ammunition specialist and elemental mage maneuvered, often concealed behind trees, and when their skills cooled down, they would suddenly emerge to strike the goblin merchant. Leading a cadre of melee specialists, Yidu Han Tan did not engage directly, but focused on positioning. As the goblin merchant passed by a tree, individuals would unexpectedly leap out to deliver a punch or slice. Lan He was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a method of battling a boss before. Ahem. This chapter is a high-tech update. Those rushing to the review section to claim a spot, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 76. Controlling the boss's movement in the depths of the forest, Lan He could scarcely see anything but the goblin merchant, its behind protruding as it hurriedly pursued Jun Mo Shao. The formidable members of the Baki Xiong Tu had scattered behind the trees, transforming into lurking shadows. How effortless the goblin merchant appeared when tossing items at ordinary players. Yet now, faced with Jun Mo Shao, it seemed utterly beleaguered. Just moments ago, it had thrown a grenade, only for Jun Mo Shao to deftly knock it back midair, causing it to detonate above its own head. How utterly foolish. What kind of timed grenade was that? It was clearly a trigger type. Nonetheless, the precision with which Jun Mo Shao returned the grenade to the goblin merchant's head was remarkable. His speed and micromanipulation were impressive. As Lan He chased fervently, he couldn't help but reflect on Jun Mo Zhao's circumstances. Carrying the goblin merchant while simultaneously engaging in combat limited his speed, and Lan He's group was rapidly closing the gap. Behind them, a throng of players from various factions trailed closely, positioning themselves as opportunistic predators. Lan He was acutely aware of the nature of the players behind him, yet the lesson learned from the blood gunslinger was painfully vivid. He could not afford to advance recklessly, lest Baki Xiong Tu exploit the opening. Qian Sheng, you go ahead and intercept him, Lan He instructed. Why me? Qian Sheng retorted, vexed. You're a battle mage. If not you, then who? Lan He pressed. Your augmented speed surpasses the rest. What about Xiao Hai? Qian Sheng countered, referring to another battle mage present. Your skills are superior, Lan He replied, unperturbed by the potential harm to Xiao Hai, whose prowess was widely acknowledged. In his eyes, my skills are mere trifles. Qian Sheng lamented. You've only faced him a few times. Lan He exclaimed. I refuse to believe you cannot discern his terrifying skill. Qian Sheng argued. Enough. We've already caught up, Lei Ming Dianguang interjected, as the goblin merchant had entered their range. Casting a spell, Flame Impact, Lei Ming Dianguang stepped forward. Hitting a target as a mage is no simple task. One must be familiar with their spell's casting time, accurately predict the target's movement direction and speed, and calculate the necessary lead time. As an adept mage, Lei Ming Dianguang excelled in all these aspects. The area of flame impact was broad, allowing for a greater margin of error. He strategically cast the spell at the goblin merchant's anticipated position. Ammo. Yishuo sent a message through the team channel. The channel fell silent, mindful not to disrupt Yishuo's commands. The ammunition expert, upon hearing the call, wasted no time loading a light attribute bullet into his firearm. The bullet crackled with electric energy and swiftly struck the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant convulsed, momentarily stunned, before abruptly veering left behind a tree. Damn it! Lei Ming Dianguang exclaimed, aghast. His spell had finished casting, and he was on the verge of unleashing a fiery eruption that could have bought them precious seconds. Yet, the goblin merchant had inexplicably changed its target, rendering his spell ineffective. Do you even have skill? Can you play properly? You're a novice for OT at such a critical moment. Lei Ming Dianguang fumed, gesticulating towards the tree. Shut up. A rogue player from the Lanshi Pavilion retorted, tossing a brick in frustration. Although a flying brick would have its effectiveness, the odds of striking the goblin merchant's head were still increased. The chance of triggering a stun remained significant, possibly buying them a moment's respite. To everyone's astonishment, the brick was shattered midair by a gunshot, scattering debris everywhere, leaving the rogue player dumbfounded. Damn it! What is going on here? The rogue player shouted, bewildered. Is there such a skilled player in Baki Xiong Tu? No one responded, as those with keen eyesight had spotted Jun Mo Shao standing at the forefront, wielding a peculiar weapon that emitted smoke. Beware of Jun Mo Shao's weapon. Lan He warned the others, sensing something amiss. Is it the design? Someone queried. No, Lan He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Let us focus on capturing the goblin merchant first. Despite the failure of 2 attempts to hinder the goblin merchant, the players of Lanshi Pavilion continued to close the distance. Just as the goblin merchant reached the tree, it was not an ammunition expert who emerged, but a judo specialist. who seized the goblin merchant and hurled it toward Jun Mo Xiao. As a specialist in grappling, the judo player's throw was both swift and far-reaching. Frustration surged among the players of Lanchi Pavilion as they found themselves running in circles. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao swiftly engaged, drawing the goblin merchant's aggro back with just a few attacks. With a flurry of moves, the distance between the goblin merchant and the players of Lanchi Pavilion widened once more. Wait, Shizhou observed keenly. That OT might not have been an accident. It could be part of their strategy, intentionally controlling the goblin's movement to evade our pursuit and seize it for themselves. Is that even possible? The others murmured in confusion. The evidence is before us, Shizhou asserted. It's Jun Mo Xiao, relying entirely on his command, Lan he acknowledged. What should we do? Someone inquired. Split into pairs and take them down one by one. Lan commanded. Let us not allow them to take advantage of our efforts. Shizhou cautioned, glancing back anxiously. These random players aren't a threat. Where on earth are the people from Zhongkeatang? Lan he wondered aloud. Those scoundrels are up to something. We must remain vigilant, Shizhou replied. Where are our reinforcements? Why are they delayed? Just then, Shizhou announced, the Zhongkeatang members have arrived. Lan glanced ahead, and indeed, shadows stirred in the forest. Though the names above their heads remained indistinct, Lan he, drawing from years of experience, instantly recognized them as members of Zhongkeatang. They've taken the back route. Shizhou exclaimed. Those scoundrels have certainly received intel from a mole, Lan he sneered. While they're busy intercepting Jun Mo Xiao, we must reclaim the boss. Shizhou urged. Let us go. Lan he shouted. Here comes the second update, neither early nor late. Please, I implore you for votes, as it has been several days since I last requested them. Chapter 77. Directly soaring forward with the members of Blue Stream Pavilion in pursuit behind. Figures from the Chinese herbal hall unexpectedly emerged ahead, and the imposing Baki Xiongtu found itself ensnared in a precarious predicament, caught between the two factions. Elements. Yishou called out. The elemental mage promptly hurled a fireball, resulting in yet another unmistakable overtake. The goblin merchant leapt towards the right, behind a tree, evading the elemental mage's attack. It was indeed deliberate. Blue River confirmed this with certainty. Were they attempting to escape the encirclement from the eastern side? Shizhou speculated. To the east, Blue River commanded, leading the team to veer diagonally towards the eastern path, aiming to seize the initiative. Do not show any mercy to the members of Baki Xiongtu, he instructed. Absolutely not, everyone affirmed in unison. As the team advanced along the eastern route, they remained vigilant for any members of Baki Xiongtu lurking behind trees, hoping to catch one for a warm-up. Yet, they encountered only ordinary goblin minions, failing to spot a single player from Baki Xiongtu. On rare occasions, when a Baki Xiongtu player did appear, they were much farther away than the goblin merchant. Blue Stream Pavilion executed a maneuver, while the players from Chinese Herbal Hall, not to be outdone, dashed towards the eastern path as if racing against Blue Stream Pavilion. Upon witnessing this shift, Shizhou suddenly paused. Could it be a feint? Blue River too sensed the gravity of the situation. You take some players and flank west. Shizhou quickly designated several players. As Blue Stream Pavilion split its forces, one group angled eastward to intercept, while another veered westward in preparation for an ambush. Chinese Herbal Hall reacted promptly, dispatching some players to the western path as well. Observers would certainly assume these two factions were allied, but in reality, neither harbored any desire for cooperation. Both factions hoped the other would make 1,000 miscalculations. As the goblin merchant sprinted towards the elemental mage, he suddenly suffered a repulsion from behind a tree, sliding back a short distance. A gunshot rang out, and the goblin merchant hesitated, turning around. Indeed, it was a feint. The players from Blue Stream Pavilion and Chinese Herbal Hall murmured to themselves as they watched the goblin rush directly towards Jun Mo Xiao. Curse it! No one anticipated the aggro would fall upon Jun Mo Xiao, who remained resolutely racing northward. Although Chinese Herbal Hall had just split its forces, they could still converge to intercept in time. Continuing on this path would lead to a collision with certain doom. What trickery was he employing? Players who enjoyed critical thinking pondered Jun Mo Xiao's strategy. Surely, he would alter his course, some speculated. However, for Chinese Herbal Hall, the stakes were higher. They needed to intercept effectively, whether east, west, or simply wait in place. In the end, Che Qianzi reluctantly divided his forces into 3 groups, compelled to prepare defenses on all fronts. There was no choice. Their opponents clearly intended to dictate the goblin merchant's movements at will. Which direction would it be? All eyes remained fixated on the goblin's trajectory, yet they witnessed no discernible changes. Only observing Jun Mo Xiao leading the goblin merchant directly towards the front line of Chinese Herbal Hall. Chinese Herbal Hall, too, had a dozen players ready, swiftly dispersing in a fan shape to surround him. The ranged gunner players began to draw their weapons, while mages commenced casting spells. Suddenly, Jun Mo Xiao leapt into the air, prompting the gunners to adjust their aim, only to see him execute a 180-degree turn midair, presenting his backside to them. So be it. The gunners were unfazed, quickly aligning their sights. A gunshot rang out. The gunners marveled, who had managed to aim so swiftly. Impressive skills. Then they witnessed Jun Mo Xiao glide through the sky. Goodness, it's his flying spear. The gunners exclaimed. The recoil of a flying spear increases with speed. And Jun Mo Xiao's shot was certainly of a rifle caliber or higher. The gunners fired rapidly, yet all missed. The target moved too swiftly to track. In an instant, Jun Mo Xiao's backside was above them, and they beheld him unsheathing his sword. A glimmer flashed in the air as he drew his weapon. Silver light, descending blade. The swordsman players warned. Their judgment was correct. A silver streak cut through the air, the very skill known as silver light, descending blade. The players from Chinese Herbal Hall were no novices either. They promptly leaped backward. The silver light struck the ground, sending out a ripple, but all had successfully evaded the area of effect. Charge! Someone yelled, and as the light dissipated, the players surged forward once more. Jun Mo Xiao flicked his 1,000-machine umbrella. The canopy flipped upward, yet it did not retain the spear form. At 1/3 of the umbrella's ribs, an abrupt bend occurred, causing the remaining 2/3 to arc downward, resembling a scythe. Meanwhile, the handle detached outward, as if a blade were about to be drawn, but it halted after extending 2/3, ultimately elongating only the handle. This transformation unfolded in an instant, leaving the encroaching players momentarily dazed as Jun Mo Xiao's weapon morphed before their eyes. Though the new form appeared somewhat incongruous, its overall shape. With a sweeping motion, he traced a 360-degree circle on the ground. At the moment of connection between start and finish, the drawn circle suddenly glimmered with blue light. Goodness! Ascension Array! A player finally exclaimed. This time, the surrounding players attempted to evade but were somewhat delayed. The circle, glowing blue, swiftly expanded inwards and outwards, and a faint blue ring surged upward, ensnaring a dozen players perfectly within its radius, leaving them with no chance to escape, propelling them into the air. The Exorcist skill from the Holy Order, Ascension Array. Its effect was to inflict magical damage on all players within the array's range, rendering them airborne. As the players fell like dumplings after being lifted, Jun Mo Xiao had already dashed past their blockade. Some attempted to strike at him midair, but attacking while airborne requires precise visual alignment, a feat difficult to achieve amidst constant movement. Consequently, their efforts proved futile, lacking any real threat. Most managed to execute a landing maneuver, demonstrating the impressive skill of Chinese Herbal Hall's players. Yet as they regained their footing, they collectively noticed a grenade within their circle. With a thunderous boom, the dozen players were once again sent sprawling in disarray, smoke billowing as the goblin merchant nonchalantly traversed through them. Tears streamed down their faces. The goblin merchant's aggro could not possibly fall upon them. The grenade was certainly not aimed at them. Yet it was evident that Jun Mo Xiao had deliberately directed the goblin merchant towards this explosive trap. Why did the goblin merchant show such deference? Could he not have thrown a brick instead? Why resort to a grenade with such extensive destructive capacity? It felt as though an update had been long overdue. Upon closer inspection, yes, it had indeed been a considerable time since the last update. Chapter 78. A reluctant pursuit. The disheveled group of over a dozen individuals had barely managed to collect their thoughts when they noticed a number of players from the Dominant Ambition Guild stealthily maneuvering behind the trees. Hastily rushing past them, some, closer in proximity, seized the opportunity to strike, tossing grenades or casting spells, and without wasting any time, continued their pursuit of the goblin merchant, the true reason for everyone's gathering at this location. Once again, the disheartened group found themselves in disarray, attempting to regain their composure, when the Blue Stream Pavilion's members arrived with a flourish. Incompetent fools! Blue River scolded his competitors mercilessly, leading his subordinates to capitalize on the chaos by landing a few strikes and casting spells. This unfortunate group of over a dozen was tossed about, and some, due to ill fortune and excessive taunting, suffered greatly, ultimately meeting their demise. Chariot's front was infuriated. They had failed to intercept the boss and were now being robbed in the process, sending a message to Blue River. You beasts! You truly are a bunch of inept fools. You couldn't stop them. Blue River replied. You lot arrived quite a while ago, yet you achieved nothing. Chariot's front retorted, likewise. Blue River responded, and soon both sides fell into a heavy silence, an ominous feeling weighing upon them. Ahead, the goblin merchant was under increasing fire, indicating that reinforcements from Dominant Ambition were gradually arriving. Each time Blue River and his team closed in, they were deftly evaded by Dominant Ambition's agile aggro control. The Goblin Merchant's movements were erratic, leaving everyone exasperated. Blue River had initially hoped that the interception by the Herbal Hall would provide them a chance to benefit. But he soon realized the Herbal Hall's ineptitude left him no choice but to revert to his original strategy, pairing up to eliminate Dominant Ambition's players. The Goblin Merchant was elusive. They occasionally managed to land a hit or two, but this only served to assist Dominant Ambition's damage output. Unable to secure aggro, they remained at a disadvantage. If they continued to squander time, Dominant Ambition's damage output would be sufficient, allowing the boss to slay whomever it pleased. As long as their team remained intact, the ownership of the boss was unassailable, unless they could drive them away or eliminate them entirely. Thus, seizing the boss proved to be quite challenging. Arriving too late meant they could not recover their damage output, leaving them to pursue the path of killing players to claim the boss. This escalated the difficulty of player versus player combat, as the skill levels of players often ran parallel. Killing players was always more difficult than slaying monsters, and the repercussions were endless. Presently, Blue Stream Pavilion did not need to consider any consequences, as competing directly with Dominant Ambition meant that the struggle for the boss would naturally lead to PK. For them, the crux of the matter was that Dominant Ambition's strength was nearly equal to theirs, resulting in a stalemate despite employing such tactics. Nevertheless, this was still preferable to standing idly by. Blue Stream Pavilion had amassed over 20 members who had now divided into numerous pairs, spreading throughout the forest. Upon spotting Dominant Ambition's players, they rushed towards them. The Goblin Merchant was no longer the sole focus. Now, all eyes were on Dominant Ambition. The pairs of players approached their targets with determination. However, chasing was no simple task. Everyone had similar levels and equipment, and their movement speed and stamina were comparable, resulting in a deadlock. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the team channel. "Hey, where did the Goblin Merchant go? I can't see him." This remark jolted everyone into awareness. They had been solely focused on their immediate target, but what about the ultimate goal? Was it still present? As they all took notice, they realized that even those who could still see the Goblin Merchant had suddenly found him much farther away. Tricked, the system boat realized. "This boss. Let it go?" Blue River announced in frustration. The guild members remained silent. Such a situation was indeed rare for a prestigious guild like Blue Stream Pavilion. To feel despair midway through a battle? Such a mindset typically arose during the exploration of unfamiliar dungeons or new boss encounters. But now, it was merely a Goblin Merchant, a small boss they were all too familiar with, and their opponent was none other than the familiar Dominant Ambition. Yet, due to the presence of Jun Mo Shao among them, they had encountered a difficulty akin to a new raid, and it had swiftly forced them to concede. "Hey, why aren't you pursuing anymore?" Chariot's Front messaged. "It's yours," Blue River replied. "What are you trying to pull?" Chariot's Front asked, puzzled. "Just chase, and you'll find out," Blue River suggested. Chariot's Front and his group had just transitioned from intercepting at the front to pursuing from the rear, and they had yet to fully comprehend Dominant Ambition's bizarre tactic of using aggro control to manipulate the Goblin Merchant's movements. Their morale was still high. However, this was only a fleeting moment. After a while of chasing, the Herbal Hall was finally astonished by this OT maneuvering. After trying various approaches to no avail, Chariot's Front solemnly declared, "Pairs of two, let's start killing Dominant Ambition's players." Although the members of Blue Stream Pavilion had already given up, they followed along out of curiosity. Seeing the Herbal Hall disperse to hunt down Dominant Ambition's players, they suddenly felt a sense of exhilaration. Wow, the crowd echoed with such sentiments. 5 minutes later, Chariot's Front sent a message to Blue River. "Are you kidding me? Can we really die like this?" Clearly, they had realized that such tactics had ultimately been a mockery of their efforts. "Would you have believed me if I had told you?" Blue River replied. After a moment of contemplation, Chariot's Front gravely responded, "Absolutely not." "Then it's settled," Blue River concluded. "What now? Are you all ready to give up?" Chariot's Front inquired. "Yes," Blue River admitted. I'm still somewhat skeptical," Chariot's Front said. For crying out loud, Blue River felt helpless. As the members of the Herbal Hall regrouped with a defeated air, Blue Stream Pavilion was not far behind, while the Goblin Merchant remained distant. Other miscellaneous guilds or players had recognized that both the Herbal Hall and Blue Stream Pavilion were at the mercy of the other. These two prominent guilds, despite their skill and organization, had ultimately failed to gain any advantage, leaving the lesser guilds and scattered players wondering what they could possibly achieve. At that moment, if everyone could unite, perhaps there would still be hope. But would anyone take the lead? Chariot's Front, brimming with determination, approached Blue River and declared, "If we can't obtain it, we mustn't let Dominant Ambition profit from this. Let's organize everyone. It doesn't matter who gets the first kill, just as long as it isn't credited to dominant ambition. It's merely a goblin merchant. Is it worth all this fuss? Blue River retorted. Chariot's front considered this, and indeed found it lacking in significance. After all, this was merely the smallest of wild bosses. If dominant ambition managed to secure it, it wouldn't signify much, as the road ahead was still long. Yet, the unwillingness to accept defeat lingered. I just can't let it go, Chariot's front insisted. Then you go ahead. I won't stop you, Blue River replied. Seriously, expending all this effort for so little return? I refuse to go alone, Chariot's front exclaimed. Before midnight, there will be another update, and more to come. Night owls, keep watch. At midnight, we will need various clicks and recommendations. Last week, we dominated the clicks with the first position, third for recommendations, and first for new books. Thank you all for your support. Next week is a strong push week. Comrades, let us rally and vote vigorously. Due to the lack of updates over the weekend, many chapters would be released on Monday. Chapter 79. The fleeting spring. The initial fervor surrounding the goblin merchant's hunt was lively, yet it culminated in a serene conclusion. The two major guilds, Blue Stream Pavilion and Herbal Hall, relinquished their efforts, and other competent guilds swiftly discerned the situation, decisively choosing not to squander further time. Remaining were some scattered players who, still bewildered, persisted in their endeavors, ultimately becoming mere auxiliary support for the Dominance Guild. When the system announced that Dominance Guild had secured the first kill of the Goblin Merchant, both Blue Stream Pavilion and Herbal Hall remained remarkably composed. The guild's name attached to the achievement indicated that none of the participants were outsiders. However, Jun Mo Xiao had only departed from Blue Stream Pavilion less than 5 days prior, making it impossible for him to join Dominance Guild. Clearly, he had withdrawn from the team before the boss fell, thus not appearing on the leaderboard and preserving the purity of Dominance Guild's accomplishment. Blue River held a deep disdain for this, as everyone understood that Jun Mo Xiao's contributions were pivotal in the defeat of the Goblin Merchant. Blue River was convinced that the strategy of utilizing OT to manipulate the boss's positioning was beyond the capabilities of Dominance Guild's members. If Blue Stream Pavilion could not achieve it, there was no doubt that the equally mediocre Dominance Guild could not either. They relied entirely on Jun Mo Xiao's command. Blue River had firmly concluded that Jun Mo Xiao's prowess transcended their realm, positioning him as a master far beyond the ordinary player. Such a formidable individual could not possibly remain obscure. Who was this adept operating under a low-profile account? Blue River certainly did not consider Jun Mo Xiao to be a novice. Such commanding skill implied a profound understanding of the game, far removed from that of a beginner. Brother, Blue River calmly messaged Jun Mo Xiao. When do you expect to reach level 23? Everyone is quite concerned about this question. Yishio replied. Blue River was not surprised, as the reason for their concern was straightforward. Only upon reaching level 23 could they enter the graveyard of the dead instance. They were all eagerly awaiting this individual's ascent to invite him to clear the dungeon records. Having tasted the sweet success of claiming the Goblin Merchant today, Dominance Guild undoubtedly recognized the immense value of this master. I can't say for certain. Let's just see how it goes. Yishio responded. Be sure to find us for the graveyard of the dead instance. Blue River insisted. We'll discuss that later. Yishio did not provide a definite answer. Blue River's expression turned grim as he foresaw that in the 10th district, the competition to establish and maintain records would make Jun Mo Xiao the coveted target for all major guilds. Given Jun Mo Xiao's calm and rational demeanor, it was likely that the situation would devolve into a bidding war where the highest bidder would prevail. Blue River felt no confidence in his ability to navigate such a scenario. Contemplating this, Blue River temporarily exited the game, recharged his account, and logged into his main character, Blue Bridge Spring Snow. During this time, players from all districts, including the Divine Realm, were diligently grinding the newly released dungeons. However, Blue Bridge Spring Snow's entrance still attracted widespread attention from the guild, for he was one of the 5 elite players in the guild. Why had he suddenly returned from the 10th district to their midst? The first to message Blue River was the guild leader of Blue Stream Pavilion, Spring Easy Old. The message was succinct. For large question marks. Busy? Blue River inquired. Was just finishing up a dungeon, came the response. Come out and talk. Blue River prompted. Urgent, Spring Easy Old replied, though not overly anxious. He simply wished to discuss something. Spring Easy Old's messages were always brief. Not due to a lack of words, but rather his aversion to typing. He was known for his exceptional skills and preference for gameplay over conversation. It was infamous how, when someone insulted Spring Easy Old in the world chat, he remained unresponsive despite being online. Such behavior was unbecoming for a guild leader. Even if he was disinterested in arguing, being called out in such a manner embarrassed the entire guild. When guild members brought this to his attention, Spring Easy Old claimed he had indeed responded. Curiosity led some to sift through the world chat logs, where they discovered his terse reply, SB roll. From that moment on, SB roll became the guild's legendary retort to insults, a phrase that has endured to this day. Blue River, well acquainted with Spring Easy Old, simply waited patiently for his response. After a brief interval, Spring Easy Old messaged again, "Where are you?" "Shishan City," Blue River replied. Shishan City was one of the major towns in the Divine Realm, and due to the inclusion of Stream in its name, it was chosen as the base for Blue Stream Pavilion. Moments later, Spring Easy Old arrived, and their exchange became more elaborate. "What's going on?" "A formidable player has emerged in the 10th district," Blue River explained. "How formidable?" Spring Easy Old asked, surprised that Blue River had rushed back to report on a single player. "I can't precisely assess his level of skill," Blue River admitted. "What class?" "He hasn't chosen a class yet," Blue River replied. "No class?" "Yes, but he has learned skills from various classes, almost like a free agent," Blue River elaborated. Spring Easy Old chuckled. A free agent would certainly excel in the early stages due to the clear advantage of skills. However, as one progresses, the lack of mid to high-level skills can hinder performance, not to mention the burden of carrying too many weapons, which slows one down. More critically, at level 50, playing as a free agent becomes impossible. Who still plays free agents these days? I once thought the same, but this individual's strength extends beyond that narrow perspective. While his initial skill advantage is undeniable, his prowess in operation, theoretical understanding, team command, and coordination is remarkable, Blue River asserted. In this day and age, anyone daring to play as a free agent must possess comprehensive knowledge, Spring Easy Old acknowledged. Yet, he felt that such an explanation was somewhat tenuous. Merely possessing broad knowledge would not leave Blue River so moved. In the 10th district, he has achieved 3 first kills in the Novice Village. His involvement in the Frost Forest instance secured our team's record, and he participated in the Goblin Merchant's defeat, which was claimed by Dominance Guild. As for the Blood Gunner's first kill, he snatched it away from under the noses of the 3 major guilds, Blue River recounted, believing these accomplishments were compelling enough to make his case. "Has he played with us and assisted Dominance Guild, then taken the Blood Gunner from the 3 major guilds? Which side is he on?" Spring Easy Old questioned, puzzled. "Neither side. I attempted to recruit him, but he showed no interest. It is clear that he simply wishes to labor in the shadows, elevate his worth, and make a fortune," Blue River replied. "This person seems rather peculiar. What is his name?" "Jun Mo Shao." "Jun Mo Shao? Has there been a master by that name in this district?" Spring Easy Old asked, bewildered. As the Goblin Merchant fell quietly, the players were reminded that they must not be reserved in their voting. A new week beckoned, and they should vigorously rally for recommendations. Strongly promoting. Chapter 80. The President's worries. Blue River could only accompany Elder Chun in a state of confusion, having never heard of such a figure before. "If he truly is such a character, I shall come to witness him in due time," Elder Chun remarked. "Yes, once he reaches level 23. I will invite him to join me in conquering the Burial Ground dungeon. You should come along," Blue River replied. "He is not yet level 23? Elder Chun expressed his surprise. "Only level 21. Blue River felt a twinge of embarrassment for Jun Mo Shao. Regardless, in the realm of online gaming, levels are a symbol of status, and as the most renowned expert in Zone 10, having such a commonplace standing was difficult for Blue River and his peers, who were on the cusp of level 25, to accept. "I must truly seize the opportunity to witness this," Elder Chun said. "Then I shall arrange for you to join next time," Blue River offered. "Very well," Elder Chun nodded. Though unspoken, Blue River understood that his intention was to have the true guild leader decide how to approach this expert and whether to pursue him at all costs. After a few casual exchanges, Elder Chun took his leave. Blue River, accustomed to admiring his character, was about to log off when he suddenly heard a voice he was not particularly fond of. "Oh, Old Blue? What brings you back?" A sigh escaped Blue River as he turned to see the ostentatious name of Rao and Shui Yang, adorned in equally flashy gear. "Nothing much, just handling a few matters," Blue River replied nonchalantly. "With so much free time, shall we duel in the arena?" Rao and Shui Yang clearly harbored lingering thoughts from their unfinished duel. "I have no time. I need to return to the new zone for a dungeon," Blue River firmly declined. "It might not take long." Rao and Shui Yang spoke with a tone that attempted to sound magnetic, a facade he maintained in both speech and demeanor. The implication of his words was clear. He suggested that defeating Blue River would be effortless. Being a person who valued pride, Blue River felt a surge of indignation, his blood boiling with the desire to retaliate against this man. Just then, another voice interrupted. "Blue Bridge, why are you not hurrying?" Blue River turned his view to see Elder Chun-Yi unexpectedly returning. "I'm on my way," Blue River responded, ignoring Rao and Shui-Yong and logging off immediately. He understood that Elder Chun-Yi had returned to extricate him from the escalating tension. Many in the guild were aware of Rao and Shui-Yang's persistent pressure on him. Although rumors circulated that the president had sent Blue River to Zone 10 to facilitate Rao and Shui-Yang's ascendance, Blue River recognized that Elder Chun-Yi's intervention was motivated by a desire to prevent any conflict between him and Rao and Shui-Yang. Such a rivalry, regardless of the victor, would leave the loser in a humiliating position, likely forcing them to leave the guild in disgrace, provoking sympathy from many and potentially causing significant upheaval within the guild. After all, Blue River and Rao and Shui-Yang represented two factions within the Blue Stream Pavilion. On another note, Elder Chun-Yi was subtly helping Blue River solidify his position. At first glance, it appeared that Blue River had distanced himself from the core of the Divine Realm, yet in Zone 10, he was the one in control, potentially recruiting a multitude of new talents. When these individuals joined him in the Divine Realm, it was uncertain whether they would even acknowledge Elder Chun-Yi's leadership, let alone regard Rao and Shui-Yang as a formidable opponent. Sending him to the new zone was essentially allowing Blue River the freedom to establish his own foundation. The notion of exile was rather naive. Blue River was well aware of this, as Elder Chun-Yi had candidly shared his thoughts with him. He had even explicitly stated that if Blue River were to engage in a PK with Rao and Shui-Yang, he did not hold high hopes for Blue River's victory, estimating the odds at a mere 3 out of 10 in Blue River's favor. Feeling somewhat helpless, Blue River admitted to himself that he lacked the assurance of defeating Rao and Shui-Yang. Elder Chun-Yi's clarity on the matter was evident. As he recognized Elder Chun-Yi's intentions in returning to assist him, Blue River felt a deep appreciation for the man's efforts and chose not to dwell on Rao and Shui-Yang any longer, logging off without further ado. In that moment of logging off, a peculiar thought crossed Blue River's mind. He was curious to see how Rao and Shui-Yang, with all his ostentation, would fare when completely overshadowed by a master like Jun Mo Shao. This thought, however, was not entirely virtuous. Blue River rapped his forehead. After all, Rao and Shui-Yang was a colleague within the guild, and their discord was an internal matter. How could he wish for an outsider to humiliate a fellow guild member? Nevertheless, the anticipation lingered. Blue River found himself unable to deceive his own heart, a sense of poetic yearning welling within him. After a couple of deep sighs, he returned to his account in Zone 10. Upon logging in, he was immediately summoned by guild members to join a dungeon run. Observing the experience bar nearing level 25, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten something important. He hurriedly checked his friend's list for Jun Mo Shao. When will we run the Frost Forest dungeon again? The records for the Frost Forest dungeon were far from complete. Soon, all the top-tier players would reach level 25, and only then would they be able to assess their final performance in the Frost Forest dungeon after equipping their level 25 gear. Yet, even with level 25 gear, emulating Jun Mo Shao's fluid combat style was beyond their capabilities. They had all privately attempted it without success. In his eagerness for Jun Mo Shao to reach level 23 so they could tackle the burial ground, Blue River had neglected to consider that the Frost Forest was still not fully conquered. Yi Xiu's reply sounded hesitant. Were you invited again? Blue River felt dizzy. Indeed, I was, Yi Xiu admitted, exasperated. Is it another session of dominance? Blue River lamented. Yes, my brother, I invited you to the burial ground. And you said maybe later, yet when they invite you, you immediately agree. Blue River was distraught. The invitations you extended were for times I could not attend. I can manage the Frost Forest tonight, Yi Xiu clarified. Left with no other option, Blue River resolved to keep a close watch on Jun Mo Shao's level. Determined to message him the moment he hit level 23 to arrange for the burial ground. The Frost Forest, as Blue River gazed at the records. His heart ached. They had only just begun, and without a doubt, it would soon meet its demise. However, perhaps it was not entirely hopeless. A sudden thought struck Blue River. Although everyone would be reaching level 25, the acquisition of equipment might not keep pace. All of their level 20 gear was purple, thanks to the infinite runs of the Novice Village dungeon, which had allowed them to amass numerous items during their leveling process. But now, while both the Frost Forest and Burial Ground dropped level 25 gear, purple items were not as commonplace. It had only been 2 days, and each dungeon had been attempted 4 times. Would they manage to equip an entire team? Calculating the odds, Blue River felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Although level 25 purples were fewer than their level 20 counterparts, equipping a full team was still feasible. The Blue Stream Pavilion would achieve this. And surely dominance would as well. Alas, with updates coming at dawn, another wave expected in the early morning, and more anticipated in the afternoon and evening. Facing such a day, was there not a need to recommend? Chapter 81. A blessing or a curse at this moment. Yi Xiu was once again collaborating with Tian Qi and others in a dungeon. After arranging a level 25 dungeon run, the members of Ba Qi Xiong Tu did not extend an invitation to Yi Xiu for leveling. Unlike Lan He, they chose not to entangle themselves in any interpersonal relationships with Yi Xiu. Rather, they preferred a straightforward approach of paying for services rendered. The frustration among Tian Qi and his companions was palpable as they expressed their outrage over successfully achieving the first kill of the goblin merchant without making it onto the leaderboard. However, Yi Xiu remained unfazed. For someone with an abundance of honors like him, the envy and resentment of ordinary players held little significance. Nonetheless, for the average player, this was indeed a momentous honor, and while Yi Xiu did not care about not being listed, he saw no need to display indifference. Consequently, he astutely leveraged this situation to negotiate for greater rewards from Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. Though Tian Qi and the others felt that this was not worth the trouble, to Yi Xiu, it felt akin to receiving something for nothing. Ba Qi Xiong Tu, of course, felt the sting of the situation, but there was little they could do. They placed greater importance on honor than ordinary players did, and having their guild's name emblazoned on the leaderboard was crucial, which justified their willingness to pay a premium. For the first kill of the goblin merchant, Yi Xiu ultimately managed to acquire 20 white wolf hairs and 30 spider claws from Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. The spider claws were obtained from the spider cave dungeon in the novice village, where the hidden bosses, the spider queen and the spider warrior, resided. Both of these hidden bosses were humanoid monsters, with the spider warrior wielding a spider-shaped shield and the spider queen striking with 8 limbs like a spider. When defeated, these hidden bosses had a chance to drop spider claws. Given that the novice village was a dungeon that could be cleared indefinitely, Ba Qi Xiong Tu had ample supplies of various equipment materials, making the procurement of 30 spider claws a trivial matter. In contrast, the white wolf hairs were dropped exclusively by the hidden boss, the white wolf, in the frost forest. And given that Ba Qi Xiong Tu had only been active for a few days since the server opened, they had very few of these. Last time, they had unfortunately wasted 10 of them to Yi Wei Yang, and now they were unable to pay for all 20 at once. Fortunately, everyone had already received their new daily dungeon attempts, so after dispatching the goblin merchant, Ba Qi Xiong Tu hastily organized a run in the frost forest to settle their debt. The guild members were in tears, lamenting, "Who on earth is working for whom here? Why does it feel like we are slaves indebted to this fellow?" The guild leader, Yidu Han Tan, was particularly anxious. After all, Jun Mo Shao was a formidable opponent. As they ventured into higher levels, more dungeons and outdoor bosses would emerge. Did they truly believe that every record-breaking endeavor would necessitate this individual's involvement? This person had an insatiable appetite and was cunning. He demanded hidden materials instead of currency, making it impossible to secure him completely. Even if there were a possibility of such an arrangement, the current situation was exceedingly passive. Was the leaderboard of District 10 really going to be dictated entirely by this one individual? Especially with the first kills of outdoor bosses and dungeon completion records, which most clearly reflected strength. It seemed that the landscape of District 10 was spiraling out of control, all due to the sudden emergence of this expert. Where on earth had he come from? Yidu Han Tan was baffled and, like Lan He, considered returning to the guild headquarters for consultation. Everyone continued their dungeon runs, each harboring their own concerns. That night, the leading players of District 10 all surpassed the level 25 milestone, upgraded their gear, learned new skills, and their power instantly escalated. Though Yidu Han Tan had distant worries, they had already made arrangements with Yi Xiu to run the Frost Forest dungeon to set records. "Hey, we've gathered enough level 25 players. Let us set the record." Yi Wei Yang, the liaison between Ba Qi Xiong Tu and Yi Xiu, exclaimed. "Oh, wait a moment. I'm still in a dungeon," Yi Xiu replied. "You haven't exhausted your attempts, have you?" Yi Wei Yang asked, sweating. "I have one left," Yi Xiu said. "Quickly, hurry," Yi Wei Yang urged. "What's the rush? Setting a record doesn't require a priest," Yi Xiu remarked. "Damn it. I need to ask you what you want this time," Yi Wei Yang said. 10 white wolf hairs, 2 mithril pendants, and an ice mage staff," Yi Xiu replied. Are you obsessed with white wolf hairs, or what?" Yi Wei Yang lamented. They had just completed today's Frost Forest dungeon and finally gathered the 20 white wolf hairs they needed, only to find out they now required an additional 10. Upon hearing about the white wolf hairs, Yidu Han Tan nearly overturned the table. Is he deliberately causing trouble? Why does he need so many white wolf hairs? Are there no other materials for sale? White wolf fangs, white wolf pelts, tears of the white sorceress, remnants of frost. Ask him if these can substitute. Yi Wei-yong hurriedly inquired, and Yi Xiu generously responded, "Sure, you can use these as collateral for now. When you collect enough white wolf hairs, I'll come back to exchange, all right? What exactly do you need the white wolf hairs for?" Yi Wei-yong wondered, realizing that Yi Xiu was indeed fixated on them, suggesting he had a genuine use for them rather than merely using them as currency. To craft equipment, Yi Xiu stated. Of course, that's obvious. Yi Wei-yong rolled his eyes. The primary use of these hidden materials was indeed for crafting equipment, and asking for the purpose was rather redundant. Given that they were only in their 20s, there was no need to craft equipment yet. If they were to craft, it should be of the highest level. However, Yi Xiu did not provide an answer to Yi Wei-yong's inquiry. Consequently, Yi Wei-yong decided not to press further. Setting aside the white wolf hairs for the time being, the mithril pendants were merely trinkets, and their value was subjective. The third item Yi Xiu requested, however, was quite a headache for them. The Ice Mage Staff, a level 25 orange weapon, was currently non-existent within Ba Chi Xiong Tuesday. The drop rate for orange equipment was exceedingly low, often rendering such items available but unattainable. Even low-level orange gear was occasionally flaunted by high-level players due to its rarity. Otherwise, why would Yi Wei-yong always showcase his orange weapon, the Ice Crystal Cross, as a status symbol? Possessing an orange item conferred a sense of identity. "We truly don't have the Ice Mage Staff right now," Yi Wei-yong admitted. "Then we'll talk about it when we do," Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly. He was in no rush. Jun Mo Xiao was only level 21 and had plenty of opportunities to set records in the Frost Forest. However, Ba Chi Xiong too was growing anxious. Their elite players had reached level 25 and were eager to continue leveling. Once they broke through to level 26, any achievements in the Frost Forest would no longer count. "Can't you offer something else to hold us over?" Yi Wei-yong proposed. "Your Ice Crystal Cross?" Yi Xiu inquired. "Damn!" Yi Wei-yong shouted. Before Yi Xiu could finish, he added, "That's merely a level 20 orange weapon. It's still lacking. Do you have any other hidden materials to offer?" Yi Wei-yong fell silent, realizing he had truly invited trouble upon himself. He was currently petitioning Yi Du-han-tan, expressing his reluctance to continue as the liaison. "Whoever wants to go can go," he thought, clutching his Ice Crystal Cross and making a hasty exit. Yi Du-han-tan was left perplexed and had no choice but to add Jun Mo Xiao as a friend. Upon hearing the mention of the Ice Mage Staff, he nearly spat blood in disbelief. "We truly don't have that," he lamented. With such a powerful ally assisting them, was this a blessing or a curse? The afternoon updates have arrived. Please click and recommend. Additionally, here's an advertisement for a book, Burning Ambiguity, the latest installment in Zhang Jun Bao's Super Teacher series. Book number 1912447. Chapter 82. The elusive record of the instance the Ice Point Staff left Yi Du-han-dan feeling somewhat helpless. It was not due to its rarity. After all, it was merely a level 25 piece of equipment, a transient tool that would only serve to showcase temporary might during this phase. Veteran players would hardly regard it with any significance. Reflecting upon this, Yi Du-han-dan could not help but look down upon Yi Wei-yong, who clung to a mere level 20 orange weapon as if it were a treasure, refusing to part with it. When asked for justification, he claimed it was beautiful and meant to be collected. "It's just a matter of pawning it for a while. You can always retrieve it," Yi Du-han-dan remarked. "Stop deceiving yourself. Do you think it's that simple to exchange back for it? Someone specifically desires the Ice Point Staff. How many white sorceresses do you think you would need to encounter to possibly obtain it?" Yi Wei-yong countered. This was precisely what made the Ice Point Staff a source of frustration for Yi Du-han-dan. It was a designated orange weapon, a treasure that could only be found under rare circumstances. If it's not available, just gather resources. There are always ways to acquire it, Yi Du-han-dan insisted. "Why not give it a try now?" Yi Wei-yong suggested. "Sell your Ice Crystal Cross," Yi Du-han-dan retorted with annoyance. At this stage of the newly opened area, as an experienced veteran, he would rather sell equipment than collect it. Lower-tier gear could still fetch a decent price, especially when dealing with inexperienced players. Once everyone reached higher levels and rushed toward the realm of the gods, low-level equipment would become trivial. At that point, a level 25 purple weapon would be valued the same as a common white wolf hair. Yi Du-han-dan's suggestion to gather was, of course, only feasible when low-level weapons plummeted in price. Acquiring a level 25 orange weapon now was purely an act of naivety, something Yi Wei-yong was well aware of. "Sell it. Sell it," Yi Wei-yong lamented, knowing that this weapon, which had made him stand out at such a low level, was destined to be lost. He felt a deep resentment toward Jun Mo Xiao. Yi Du-han-dan was equally disheartened, feeling as though he were forced to sell everything he owned, a sentiment that left him quite miserable. However, for the sake of the guild's endeavors in the new area and its reputation, such sacrifices were deemed worthwhile. Ultimately, both of them found their resolve strengthened by this shared belief, yet they had to concede. Jun Mo Xiao was indeed a seasoned player. His demands, though peculiar, remained within their capacity to fulfill and were far from outrageous. After successfully negotiating with Jun Mo Xiao, Yidu Handan logged into his old account to seek assistance from the guild headquarters. As for the records in the Frost Forest, it was not that he did not wish to participate. However, he was a knight, the main defensive class in Glory, and the first choice for tanking. Yet he found himself overlooked, much like the priest Yi Weiyang. These two holy classes, once the core figures in the grand ventures of District 10, had now become two hapless souls in a storm. Upon witnessing Jun Mo Xiao's arrival outside the Frost Forest, they immediately assembled a team of 4 level 25 damage dealers from the guild, ready to engage in tactical discussions, while Yi Weiyang simmered with frustration, nearly ready to twist his mouse in anger. Is everyone clear on the strategy? Yi Xiao concluded his explanation with confidence. A strong damage-dealing team, provided they made no mistakes, would undoubtedly surpass the previous record. The only uncertainty lay in how much they would improve upon it. The 4 damage dealers listened in a daze. Much like when Lan He and his team first heard about the one-pull strategy, finding it hard to believe. Let us head into the instance, Yi Xiao declared, casually directing Jun Mo Xiao to lead the way. Despite their lingering doubts, the 4 entered the dungeon, focused on maximizing their efficiency in breaking the record. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao had already engaged the first wave of enemies. Compared to the last encounter, his 1,000 Machines umbrella had gained several new forms, with spear, sword, and halberd all outputting damage akin to a level 15 silver weapon. Yi Xiao's monster tanking had become more stable, commanding the 4 damage dealers to attack as he drew the enemies. The 4 output dealers proceeded cautiously, fearful of drawing aggro, only to discover that under his guidance, the concept of aggro seemed non-existent. Did he understand their capabilities better than they did themselves? As he pulled back a swarm of over 20 small monsters, their hearts raced. But under Yi Xiao's step-by-step commands, they quickly found their rhythm, transitioning from confusion to shock, admiration, and excitement, much like the initial experience of the Lanshi Pavilion team. Once the first wave of small monsters was eliminated, everyone checked the time, quickly concluding that as long as they made no missteps, the record was destined to be shattered. Kill. The 4 were now invigorated, even more excited than Yi Xiao, for the record would ultimately belong to their guild. Bachi Xiong Tuesday Yi Xiao, however, remained unfazed, continuing his methodical commands. Yi Weiyang and the other members of Bachi Xiong Tu were also engaged in battling their own instance. Yet their thoughts were entirely consumed by the record-breaking team. Yi Weiyang occasionally glanced at the clock, and before long, 10 minutes had passed. Their own team, consisting entirely of level 25 players, was strong, but the current progress suggested that breaking the record was an impossibility. What was that other team up to? Yi Weiyang couldn't help but wonder, curiosity piquing within him, though he refrained from asking, fearing it might distract them. Meanwhile, the rest of the team chatted as they fought, primarily discussing the enigmatic expert, Jun Mo Xiao. 5 more minutes slipped by, and the record-breaking team had now been in the instance for 15 minutes, causing Yi Weiyang's anxiety to escalate. He couldn't resist checking the instance completion record leaderboard once more. The current record was still that of 20 minutes, 24 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. Given the significant improvement in player capabilities, a new record could emerge any moment after the 15-minute mark. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the team, "They've done it." Startled, Yi Weiyang glanced at the system announcement, only to be taken aback. System announcement. Congratulations to the players from Zhong Chaotang, Che Qianzi, Gu Hixian, Su Hixiang, Shi Junzi, and Pang Dahai for breaking the Frost Forest instance record with a time of 17 minutes, 48 seconds, and 45 milliseconds. Players from Zhong Chaotang? The 4 were taken aback. Don't rush. It's not over yet. Yi Weiyang surprisingly maintained his composure. At this juncture, all major guilds had entered the realm of level 25, and it was only natural for them to exert full effort into breaking the Frost Forest instance. The stellar performance of Zhong Chaotang was not particularly astonishing. 17 minutes and 48 seconds was still a time that could be surpassed by their team, who had only been in the instance for 15 minutes. Perhaps they were nearing the end. Yi Weiyang's predictions were accurate. As Zhong Chaotang's record was announced, Yi Xiao and his team of 5 remained unfazed. They had already calculated the time they would achieve. 17 minutes and 48 seconds? What a pity. The players from Zhong Chaotang might only have a minute of joy to revel in. The 4 damage dealers from Bachi Xiong Tu, who were in competition with Zhong Chaotang, were elated, while Yi Xiao continued to maintain his steady and rapid output. Suddenly, another system announcement echoed throughout the realm. System announcement. Congratulations to the players from Jiao Wang Chao, Hui Hei Sei, Haifeng, Zibuyu, Wu Chu Ku Tiao, and Qian Dai Zi for breaking the Frost Forest instance record with a time of 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. The world was astonished. The evening update. Let us click to recommend. It's been quite the struggle to reach number 1 on both charts. Tears of Joy. Chapter 83. Almost the limit 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. For many players, this may merely represent another string of numerical records on a leaderboard. However, for Yi Weiyang, Che Qianzi, Lan He, and other players from prestigious guilds who are constantly preoccupied with competing over these leaderboard statistics, the true significance of this numerical record becomes apparent. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. This is no longer just a record for the 10th district. It has evidently surpassed the overall record for the top 10 districts in Glory. This record comes without any systemic rewards. It began as a spontaneous effort by players to organize and compare records from various districts, eventually evolving into an official ranking by the authorities. The highest record for the Frost Forest dungeon currently stands at 14 minutes, 31 seconds, and 58 milliseconds. Although Lan He and his companions cannot recall the precise figures, they at least know that they have yet to breach the 14-minute mark. Yet now, a team from the Jia dynasty has astonishingly improved this record by over a minute. The players from Zhong Chaodang have barely had a moment to celebrate their previous record, while the members of Ba Qi Xiong too cannot rejoice for long either. At this moment, Yishio's record-breaking team has already surpassed 15 minutes in the dungeon, and it is clear that they will not be able to challenge the record any further. Just as the world bore witness to this milestone, the 4 damage dealers in the team were rendered speechless. Their arduous efforts had become meaningless. Throughout the entire dungeon run, they had been cautious, and yet more cautious. Their palms slick with sweat, too fearful to wipe them, lest they squander even a second. But what was the outcome? Just when they believed they would easily surpass Zhong Caodang's record, and a new record was imminent, the achievement of 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds struck them like a bolt from the blue. The 4 were frozen in disbelief, yet the sounds of battle still reverberated in their ears. As they composed themselves, they noticed that Jun Mo Xiao was still engaged in combat with Frost Sane. "Hey, didn't you see the system announcement?" one of them exclaimed. "I saw it," Yishio replied. "We're out of time. One side. We still need to finish the dungeon, right?" Yishio said with a smile. "You're still smiling? You won't get anything out of this," another remarked, though he resumed his attacks. "Indeed. What bad luck," Yishio replied. "The Jia dynasty. Good grief, 13 minutes. Doesn't that break the highest record across all 10 districts?" One of the 4 questioned uncertainly. "It does. It never crossed 14 minutes before." Another confirmed. It seems we're far from it." A third added. "Right, we'll be lucky to finish the dungeon in 16 minutes, Yishio said. With a sigh, Frost Sane was finally defeated by the 5, their final time recorded at 17 minutes, 7 seconds, and 66 milliseconds. This did surpass Zhong Caodang's recent record, earning them the 2nd position on the 10th district leaderboard. However, for a minor guild, such a score might seem commendable, but for Ba Qi Xiong too, it was utterly inconsequential. As Jun Mo Xiao and the 4 damage dealers teleported out, Yi Weiyang was still battling within the dungeon, while Yidu Handan returned to the old district to report back, and had yet to return. Meanwhile, the members of Zhong Chaodang were experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, having just celebrated their record only to be met with a new record that surpassed theirs by over 4 minutes, akin to a stinging slap across the face. And it didn't end there. In the blink of an eye, Jun Mo Xiao's team obliterated their celebratory record once more, rendering Zhong Chaodang's efforts seemingly futile. At such a moment, how could Che Qianzi not receive a message from Lan He? What a tragedy! What a tragedy! Good grief, 13 minutes. How on earth did they achieve that? Who are these people from the Jia dynasty? Che Qianzi ignored Lan He's taunts and instead engaged in a discussion about the feasibility of such a score with this expert. Lan He, without responding to Che Qianzi's inquiry, murmured the name of the guild to himself. He was not unfamiliar with the name. Among the 2nd-tier guilds, the Jia dynasty certainly held its ground, slightly inferior to the 3 major guilds. Yet this was merely their present state. In the past, they had once enjoyed a glorious era, during which the Jia Club dominated the professional league for 3 consecutive years. Indeed, the Jia dynasty's behind-the-scenes supporter was none other than Yishio's former employer, the Jia Club. The professional league stands at the pinnacle of the glory sphere, and every move made by a club can profoundly influence the glory community. Each club and the guilds they support share a symbiotic relationship, thriving or suffering together. With the Jiashi Club experiencing a streak of poor performance, the guilds they supported were quickly overtaken by Lan Shigo, Ba Chi Xiong Tu, and Zhong Chaode. Luckily, due to their solid foundation, they had not fallen too far behind despite being surpassed. In the competition for the 10th district, the three major guilds had not regarded the second-tier guilds with much seriousness until the Jia dynasty suddenly re-emerged with a resounding impact. Having kept a low profile, their presence had not been felt in any leaderboard until now, when they astoundingly seized the record for clearing Frost Forest. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. Not only did they break the record for the 10th district, but they also raised the long-standing total record for the Frost Forest dungeon by over a minute. Was the Jia dynasty preparing for a resurgence? As this thought crossed his mind, Lan He recalled the recent changes at the Jiashi Club. The veteran team captain Yi Qiu had retired, while the new generation star Sun Xiang had taken over the mantle of the formidable One Autumn Leaf. This was clearly a reshuffling and rebuilding phase. Thus, the sudden rise of the Jia dynasty within the game might parallel the club's actions. If that were the case, it would be somewhat exaggerated to think that mere players could intercept this record. It was likely not achieved by an average player. Indeed, outside the Frost Forest dungeon, Yi Xiu was conversing with Yi Weiyang and Yi Du Handan, who had just completed the dungeon. Yi Du Handan, like Lan He, had rushed back to the old district to report to the guild leader, only to return to the 10th district to learn of such momentous events. 13 minutes, 24 seconds, and 21 milliseconds. He was equally shocked by this figure and hurried to the dungeon's entrance, where he overheard Yi Xiu making his assessments. Of course, we can guess they are experts, Yi Weiyang replied. Not just any experts. This team likely has 3 or more players at a professional level, Yi Xiu remarked. Stunned, Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang were left speechless. Professional players were an unattainable ideal for them, and in their astonishment, they momentarily forgot to ponder how Yi Xiu could ascertain this with such clarity. This score is nearly the limit for clearing the Frost Forest, Yi Xiu stated. Nearly? Yi Weiyang seized upon this keyword. Are you suggesting this isn't the limit? Yi Du Handan inquired. Is it so easy to reach the limit? Yi Xiu chuckled. What do you mean? Let me reach level 25 first, then we shall see. You two should hurry up, Yi Xiu urged. Hurry up with what? The two asked in unison, bewildered. The things I need, Yi Xiu replied. Good grief, they exclaimed in unison, astonished that amidst such a shocking event, he was still fixated on his trivial materials and equipment. Comrades, do not forget to click to recommend, especially the recommendation votes, which always seem so precarious. Chapter 84. The need for assistance. Yi Xiu's flamboyant confidence left Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang in a state of skepticism, yet an undeniable reality loomed before them. My friend, how many days will it take for you to reach level 25? We cannot remain at level 25 waiting for you, Yi Du Handan remarked. With Jun Mo Xiao currently at level 21 and not being an incessant grinder, it would take him at least 3 to 4 days to ascend to level 25. Yi Du Handan and his team certainly did not intend to squander those precious days. Their elite squad aimed to surpass level 25. There are more than 3 professionals among the opposing team, Yi Xiu stated. Yi Du Handan and Yi Weiyang listened intently for further elaboration, but only heard this solitary remark, leaving them in suspense. Just as Yi Du Handan was about to inquire further, Yi Weiyang jumped in, exclaiming, Are you implying that our skills are insufficient? Having frequently been sidelined from the elite team due to his role as a priest, Yi Weiyang had unfortunately developed a habit of self-doubt, and he quickly grasped the underlying meaning behind Jun Mo Xiao's words. Breaking records is one thing, but this particular record, unless you possess a team outfitted with level 25 orange gear, Yi Xiu continued. An orange gear team? Such a notion seemed fantastical, especially in the new district. Even in the established zones, assembling a level 25 orange gear team merely to set a record for the Frost Forest dungeon seemed absurd. Ultimately, it was merely a low-tier dungeon. Expending such effort on it was hardly justifiable. Yi Du Handan, being the president of the guild, though not as prone to self-doubt as Yi Weiyang, discerned the implications. Could he potentially recruit individuals comparable to professional players? After articulating this thought, Yi Du Handan himself found it hard to believe that the most basic Frost Forest dungeon in District 10 could attract professional players for a confrontation. It was too surreal. Yet, Yi Xiu merely chuckled, saying, It's just the Frost Forest. To involve professional players is an exaggeration. In fact, anyone with decent skills could reach their limits here. Decent skills would suffice for reaching their limits? Surely, professional players would exceed that. Yi Weiyang countered. Let me clarify. First, the strength of the account character is negligible. Given the current state of the new district, the elite groups of 5 from your guilds possess relatively similar equipment strengths, correct? Yi Xiu inquired. Indeed, Yidu Handan conceded. In the context of a 5-player dungeon, the advantages of their 3 major guilds were indeed quite limited, as any elite team of 5 could pose a challenge. Even a second-tier guild like the Jia dynasty could organize a 5-man elite team that would not lag behind theirs. Thus, the ultimate factor influencing the record would be the skill of the operator. Assuming a professional player's skill level is 10, the Frost Forest, being such a low-tier dungeon, could at most be rated a level 5. Even at level 10 or 9, within this dungeon, the performance would max out at 5. Does that make sense? Yidu Handan and Yi Wei-Yang certainly understood. It was akin to an opponent possessing only 100 health. Whether one dealt 1,000 damage or merely 100, the outcome would remain unchanged, a swift defeat, as the paltry health of the opponent constrained the impact of the attack. When it comes to operations, neither Yi Wei-Yang nor I can be considered lacking, Yi Wei-Yang remarked. True, the two of you are likely the strongest operators from your guild here, but one is a knight and the other a priest, Yishio replied. Can other professions be played? How about, can they be considered playable? Yi Wei-Yang cautiously inquired. Your response implies a lack of proficiency, Yishio commented. Feeling disheartened, Yi Wei-Yang was interrupted by Yidu Handan, who added, I can play an elemental mage. Although the account situation is a bit tricky, any account I can borrow will certainly be leveled up and won't remain at level 25. So even if your guild manages to send over a skilled player for a guest appearance, the account issue remains unresolved, Yishio noted. Indeed, Yidu Handan acknowledged. Currently, all level 25 accounts in the new district were dedicated to leveling up. There was no time to linger. As for other accounts of varying levels, those belong to newly recruited players in the district, strangers, making it awkward to request an account, even if someone were generous enough to lend. Given that Glory is a physical card, both parties must be present in the same location. I can make an effort to find someone for the account, Yishio suggested. Yidu Handan had sensed that this individual's confidence indicated he had potential candidates in mind. As the guild president, he had already begun weighing the pros and cons of the matter. If this person were to form a team, the cost would inevitably rise. Committing more resources for a mere Frost Forest dungeon record seemed unwise. He decisively responded, our offer will not increase. To his surprise, the seemingly greedy Jun Mo Xiao showed no intention of raising the price. He merely smiled and said, that won't be necessary. The price remains unchanged, though you will need to undertake additional tasks. What tasks? The 5 characters from the Jia dynasty that set the record, their professions, equipment, and all relevant data, detailed as thoroughly as possible, Yishio specified. That, I can manage, Yidu Handan replied. Additionally, you may need to provide some equipment. Yishio continued. Equipment? Primarily, I'm looking for level 25 purple weapons. Other gear is certainly welcome. These would be temporary borrowings and can be returned afterward. If you require collateral, that is also acceptable, Yishio chuckled. What professions do you need? First, obtain the data on those 5 characters from the Jia dynasty. Based on that, I can assess the levels of the professions within their team, Yishio instructed. Please specify the professions. I'll prepare accordingly, Yidu Handan responded. Very well. 1 battle mage, 1 rogue, and a gunner, to start, Yishio said. A battle mage? You're not considering Qiansheng, are you? Yidu Handan inquired, sweat beading on his forehead, for Qiansheng from the Blue Creek Pavilion was indeed the only expert in battle mage operations in District 10. Of course not. Would he lack purple weapons? Yishio retorted. That is true, Yidu Handan conceded. So who are these individuals you seek? As the guild president, I am always attuned to talent. I still need to evaluate a few things myself, Yishio replied. Roar. The update is coming this afternoon. Have you had dinner? Whether you have or not, cast your votes. Chapter 85. The invasion of Baozi Knight. Du Handan felt utterly bewildered. This 10th district seemed to be haunted, as it had suddenly been populated by such a multitude of formidable players. This was far from the typical nature of the game, Glory. In ordinary online games, each server is akin to a separate world. Those who struggled in older servers often seized the opportunity to start anew in freshly launched ones, hoping to rise to power and command respect. However, in Glory, all elite players ultimately converge in the sacred domain. No matter how boisterous one may be in the lower tiers, if one lacks the qualifications to enter the sacred domain, they become nothing but a jest. Thus, even seasoned veterans in Glory need not abandon their original characters for a new beginning. They can still leverage their old accounts to provide economic and military support, allowing for a more expedited ascent. This is indeed a fortunate situation. Consequently, veterans venturing into new territories are predominantly those like Knight Du Handan, who are engaged in the management of their guilds. Yet now, encountering a player like Jun Mo Xiao, an unprecedented master, was bewildering. This individual claimed to be capable of locating players whose skills rivaled those of him and Yi Wei-yang. Although he and Yi Wei-yang fell short of professional players, they were nonetheless esteemed among the gaming community, standing as elites within the ranks of the Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. In the context of Lan Shi Gu, they could be likened to the 5 top players. Yet, it appeared that Jun Mo Xiao could easily gather several of such caliber, leaving Knight Du Handan in a state of utter confusion and curiosity about those he intended to recruit. Continue to level up at your own pace. The records will remain untouched. When I catch up, I'll assist you in clearing them, Yishio remarked at last. Then, we shall reconnect later. Knight Du Handan, unhurried in this moment, knew he would eventually encounter the characters Jun Mo Xiao sought to gather. Thus, he and Yi Wei-yang departed, enveloped in perplexity. Their time in the Frost Forest had come to an end, yet there were still the buried bones to conquer. However, Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao was merely at level 21, unable to enter the buried bones, and his next course of action would involve questing and monster hunting to level up. As they made their way toward the leveling zone, Yishio opened his friends list and called out to Baozi Ruqin. Although Baozi Ruqin was a novice in glory, after slaying Blood Gunner and participating in a few dungeons, Yishio discerned that he possessed considerable hand speed. His situation was somewhat akin to Tang Rou. Both were unfamiliar with the intricacies of glory, yet both exhibited remarkable dexterity. In comparison, while Baozi Ruqin's speed did not quite match Tang Rou's, his coordination was superior. Observing Baozi Ruqin's enthusiasm for glory, it was likely that his hand speed was honed from other action-oriented games. At that moment, Baozi Ruqin remained engaged in the Frost Forest dungeon with Tianqi and the others. Yishio had saved this last opportunity to join the Ba Qi Xiong too. Thus, Tianqi casually added another member for one final run. This team, composed of players of average skill and equipment, coupled with their moderate synergy, resulted in a painfully slow dungeon clearing pace, often stretching beyond 30 minutes. Indeed, Baozi Ruqin had speed, but his status as a novice in glory could not be overlooked, meaning his performance heavily relied on the team's leadership. With an adept commander to strategize and direct his movements, his hand speed would have a chance to shine. Currently, the commander of their team was Tianqi, an individual merely familiar with the game, far from being regarded as a master. Ah, great master. We are still in the dungeon. Do you have any instructions? Baozi Ruqin replied promptly. His quick response amidst battling monsters was a testament to his agility. I've completed my run. I will contact you shortly to discuss a few matters, Yishio replied. Strange. I haven't seen your name on the leaderboard. Baozi Ruqin commented. Well, I failed, Yishio stated. What a pity, Baozi Ruqin exclaimed. You continue with your dungeon run. I'll talk to you later. All right. After a lengthy discussion with Knight Du Handan, Yishio emerged from the dungeon, while Tianqi's group was nearing their conclusion as well. Shortly after, they successfully cleared the dungeon, emerging with disheveled appearances. The 4 members of Tianqi's team, dissatisfied with their lack of efficiency without a master to guide them, could only feel helpless. The strategies employed under the guidance of their master were impossible to replicate, much like the one-burst tactic utilized by Yishio and his guilds. Of course, Lan He and the others had comprehended this one-burst strategy thoroughly, yet they too could not emulate it, as they simply could not reach the technical prowess of the core figures involved. Master, as the temporary addition to Tianqi's team departed, the remaining 4 approached Yishio to greet him. They had also heard of the failed record-breaking attempt. Having checked the leaderboard within the dungeon and noted Jun Mo Xiao's name listed second among the teams, with a considerable gap to the first, Tianqi and the others speculated that the Master's mood was likely less than favorable at that moment. Hence they merely exchanged greetings without further elaboration. The record for the Frost Forest dungeon has become rather absurd. Breaking it will require assembling a competent team, Yishio remarked. It can't possibly be us, Tianqi responded, drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of their limitations compared to the elite members of major guilds. What do you think of Baozi's skill level? Yishio inquired. Baozi, Tianqi, Mu Yun, and Shun Qian all exchanged alarmed expressions, ultimately expressing what needed to be said. Baozi still isn't very adept, is he? Meanwhile, Baozi Ruqin sent 3 alarmed emojis in response. Well, he is indeed inexperienced. However, his hand speed is quite commendable, Yishio noted. Is that so? Tianqi and the others were puzzled, having overlooked this aspect. Ah, indeed. My hand speed is quite rapid. How did the master know? Baozi Ruqin expressed his astonishment. I could tell, Yishio smiled. Given Baozi Ruqin's unfamiliarity with the game, showcasing his hand speed was no simple feat, but who was Yishio? A veritable encyclopedia of glory, he could discern a player's operational response and hand speed from mere subtle details. insights not easily accessible to the average player. My hand speed is decent, but it feels like I can't fully utilize it, right? Yes, exactly. Baozi Ruqin hurriedly agreed. Tonight, come along with me to hunt monsters. I'll provide you with some guidance, Yishio proposed. Absolutely. Baozi Ruqin exclaimed with excitement. Master, please guide us as well. Tianqi and the others clamored. Do you all still require my guidance? If you wish to improve, simply practice your speed, Yishio replied. Tianqi and the others were left in tears. We have been practicing endlessly. It must be said that sometimes there exists a phenomenon known as talent. Indeed, Yishio remarked. Tianqi and the others were overwhelmed. Master, we understand you are being tactful, but it still sounds quite direct. Let us all go together. Even without talent, one can rely on diligent practice. It's merely that many individuals do not truly put in the effort, Yishio concluded. The third update is here. Morning, afternoon, evening. I have discovered that the mornings are exceedingly early, the afternoons are terribly late, and the evenings are equally late. Chapter 86. Teaching the novice. Yishio led Tianqi and his companions to the burial grounds. Tianqi, Mu Yun, Shen Qian, and Jun Mo Shao were all at level 21, and they felt uncertain about facing the higher-level monsters in the burial grounds, which ranged from levels 23 to 26. Baozi Ruqin, at level 23, was eager to engage with the monsters of his own level. Naturally, he was the focus of Yishio's guidance, while Tianqi and his companions, though not entirely incapable of improvement, were reliant on Baozi Ruqin for immediate progress. After sending Tianqi and the others off to level up, Yishio began one-on-one coaching with Baozi Ruqin. First, he needed to explain the rogue class to this novice. The rogue possesses a versatile skill set, but lacks area damage capabilities at level 25. At level 1, the rogue can learn skills akin to other classes, starting with a punch that causes opponents to float. At level 5, the rogue gains the skill slap, a crisp and melodious attack that is the only skill before class advancement that inflicts hate. At level 10, the knee strike skill allows the rogue to pull an enemy closer and deliver a knee strike, though it is only a half-grab skill as it does not knock down the opponent. The level 15 skill chokehold cannot be used from behind. It allows the rogue to grasp an enemy's throat without knocking them down, lasting 2 seconds and extending with level increases. During the chokehold, the rogue can continue to attack, such as using the level 20 skill brick strike, though hitting the back of the head requires swift and precise mouse movements. Next is the level 20 skill after class advancement, sand throw. Yishio had already provided some instruction on this skill to Baozi Ruqin. Following that is the level 25 skill poison apply, which applies poison to weapons, adding poison damage to the next attack. However, this poison is a one-time effect, ignoring defenses, and Baozi Ruqin, at level 23, had yet to learn it. Yishio then pointed out the hidden effects of the previously learned skills, such as how to execute a 2-hit combo with slap, how to create knockback with knee strike, and how to reduce an opponent's defense by half during the chokehold. These intricacies were not explicitly stated in the system's skill descriptions and were considered hidden effects. Deeply absorbed in the game, Baozi Ruqin had never consulted any guides and was oblivious to the nuances of his chosen class. When Yishio inquired about how he selected the rogue, Baozi Ruqin confessed that he had haphazardly learned skills during the free-spirited phase and found the rogue's moves reminiscent of his street fighting days, leading him to feel a strong connection to the class, prompting an immediate decision to switch. Yishio felt a bead of sweat form but accepted the choice. After hands-on guidance, Baozi Ruqin, already possessing a knack for quick reflexes, made rapid progress and enjoyed himself immensely. Yishio, however, was concerned about one pressing issue. With his fervor for the game and his higher level, would Baozi Ruqin reach level 26 before Yishio himself hit level 25? This concern was grave, and Yishio knew he needed to have a serious conversation with Baozi Ruqin. How long has it been since you last slept? Yishio asked. I'm not tired, Baozi Ruqin replied, excitedly smashing monsters. Take a break. I found some guides that discuss the rogue class. You might want to take a look, Yishio suggested. Okay, I'll read it during meals, Baozi Ruqin said. You can't possibly keep up with those in large guilds. They have multiple people playing a single account. Leveling up nonstop, Yishio remarked. Baozi Ruqin scoffed. What is so impressive about that? Strength lies in numbers. So, you shouldn't compete with them alone. Relax and take your time leveling up. The most important thing is, if you level up too quickly, how can I find you to run dungeons together? Yishio finally stated his main point. Why not? Baozi Ruqin, still naive, was unaware of the dungeon record regulations. Yishio had to explain it once more, and in the end, Baozi Ruqin found himself conflicted. He wanted to level up quickly, but also wished to appear on the dungeon records. At that moment, Tianqi and the others were summoned by Yishio to persuade Baozi. They earnestly extolled the virtues of pursuing high ranks and television appearances over mere levels. After a barrage of arguments, Baozi reluctantly conceded. "All right, I'll try to take it slow. How long will you be leveling up?" "I'll be quick about it," Yishio replied. "By the way, don't join a guild for now." "Okay." Finally, Yishio felt a sigh of relief. Guiding a novice was no small feat. Having successfully convinced Baozi to slow down his leveling, the young player found himself at an impasse. Fighting felt tedious, yet not engaging at all was equally dull. Unsure of what to do, he opted to log off and review the guides Yishio had recommended. Seeing Baozi finally taking a break, Yishio realized it was time for him to seize the moment. He gathered Tianqi and the others and treated the burial grounds as a dungeon, grinding fiercely. The trio soon grew weary of the burial grounds, but Yishio remained invigorated, prompting them to remark, as expected of a master. By dawn, all four had reached level 22. Though Tianqi and his companions felt nauseous from the relentless grinding, they found it slightly more efficient under Yishio's leadership and felt a tinge of reluctance to part ways. However, it was time for Yishio to log off and hand over the computer. After a brief handover, he dashed to the smoking area to log back into the game. Chen Guo awoke, peered out the window, and was greeted by yet another lovely day. Stretching and yawning, she made her way to the bathroom. As she approached her bedroom, it suddenly struck her that there was a man living in the house, unlike the carefree times when she shared the space with Tang Rou. Adjusting her sleepwear and ensuring everything was in order, she stepped out of her room. Peering towards Tang Rou's door, she noticed it was ajar. How careless, she thought. There's a man in the house. Leaving the door open while sleeping is inappropriate. Chen Guo pondered as she conducted a little experiment, attempting to see if she could catch a glimpse of her own bed through the crack in the door. To her surprise, she could see the bed, but it was unoccupied. Taken aback, she pushed the door open, only to find Tang Rou's bed untouched. Had she not slept at all? Chen Guo wondered, then glanced at Yishio's small storage room, which was also slightly open. After a moment's hesitation, she rushed over to check. No one was there either. What are these two fools up to? Chen Guo stared blankly at the empty rooms on either side, both doors wide open and void of occupants. Tears welled up in her eyes. The top of the recommendation list had just taken a hit and was quickly pushed down. Do you all believe I'm not the prototype of the herbal hall? Chapter 87. No sleep at all. Chen Guo swiftly tidied up before appearing at the internet CF like a gust of wind. Amid the early greetings from the staff and the proprietress, she spotted Tang Rou in the corner of the non-smoking area. Her expression just as focused as it had been when Chen Guo had gone to bed the night before, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Venturing into the smoking area, she found Yishio, a cigarette dangling from his lips, enveloped in a cloud of azure smoke as he navigated the game with blurred precision. It was early morning, the quietest time of day for the CAF, with fewer patrons than during an all-nighter. The crisp sounds of their gameplay echoed in the air. A rhythmic exchange of clicks and taps. Chen Guo chose to ignore Yishio and made her way to Tang Rou. Still playing? Are you out of your mind? She remarked as she approached. Tang Rou, absorbed in her game and wearing headphones, offered no response, as if she existed in an entirely different realm. Chen Guo, realizing she needed to break through, pulled off Tang Rou's headphones. Only then did Tang Rou register her presence. You've woken up. Good morning, she exclaimed, glancing at Chen Guo for a fleeting moment before returning to her game, the sound of her clicks resuming. You've gone mad, haven't you? Chen Guo mused, doubting whether bringing Tang Rou into the world of glory was a wise choice. Tang Rou merely chuckled in response. What level are you now? Chen Guo inquired, leaning closer to the screen. Level 16, just 5 levels behind Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao, Tang Rou replied, opening her friend's list. Upon seeing Jun Mo Xiao, she gasped. Oh no, he has leveled up again. He is at level 22 now. Why is he so competitive? After this dungeon, you should get some sleep and rest before playing again, Chen Guo suggested, noticing Tang Rou's character, Cold Smoke, fiercely battling in the novice village's skeleton graveyard, single-handedly taking on the challenge. Who would believe she was a newcomer to glory? What sleep? I need to get to work, Tang Rou responded. Chen Guo paused, realizing that today was indeed Tang Rou's early shift, and she should already be at the front desk. I'll head to the front desk right after I finish this dungeon. Tang Rou flashed a charming smile at Chen Guo. Despite their close relationship, there remained an employer-employee dynamic. Tang Rou had responsibilities at the CAF. She wasn't there for free food and playtime. Why don't you take a break? I'll find someone to cover for you, Chen Guo suggested. No need, no need, Tang Rou insisted, her hands never ceasing their movement on the keyboard as she chatted. The night had been filled with strategy and gameplay, and Tang Rou had shown remarkable improvement, no longer relying solely on reflexes and skill. Done. under Chun Guo's watchful gaze. Tang Rou's character successfully defeated the final boss of the skeleton graveyard. She logged off, shut down her computer, and headed to the front desk. Guo followed, somewhat dazed, only to find Tang Rou already logging back into the game. I said you should eat something, Guo urged. You haven't eaten either, have you? Thanks. Tang Rou responded with a grateful smile. I can't deal with you. Guo sighed, stepping out to buy breakfast. Upon returning, she handed a portion to Tang Rou and brought an extra for Yishio. Wow, boss, you're too generous. Yishio exclaimed as he accepted the breakfast, then asked. So, how did you sleep last night? You didn't have anyone to cover you with a blanket, did you? Guo recalled waking up alone in their shared room. Much to her bemusement. Oh, little Tang didn't sleep either? Yishio remarked, checking his friend's list and confirming Cold Smoke was still online. You didn't notice? Did you two really play all night without talking? Guo wondered, astonished that Tang Rou was so focused on leveling up that she hadn't even communicated with Yishio. I didn't pay attention. Perfect. I actually have something to discuss with her, Yishio said, heading over to Tang Rou. Meanwhile, Tang Rou was munching on breakfast while perusing strategies for battle mages. Upon seeing Yishio approach, she quickly swallowed her food, wiped her mouth, and nodded in greeting. What level are you at? Yishio asked. Level 16, she replied. That's quite fast. You should aim for level 25. There are some exciting challenges waiting for you, Yishio encouraged. Oh, what kind of challenges? Tang Rou inquired. Did you see the record for the Frost Dungeon? Yishio asked. I did. It seems your record was beaten, Tang Rou noted, having been keenly interested in the leaderboard as she had aimed to surpass Yishio, only to discover that someone had already outpaced her, including a team led by Yishio himself. It's not just my record. The highest records across all 10 servers have been shattered, Yishio added. Are you planning to reclaim your spot? Tang Rou queried. Indeed, wouldn't that be thrilling? Yishio replied. If you manage to reclaim your record, I'll just surpass it again, making it even more entertaining, Tang Rou teased. Do I have a grudge against you? Yishio chuckled, realizing Tang Rou was genuinely serious about this competition. Haha, she laughed. Once you hit level 20, you should try the dungeon. I think you underestimate the significance of these records, Yishio remarked. I was joking. The highest record across 10 servers must be quite impressive, Tang Rou clarified. Oh, then hurry up and level up. Yishio sighed in relief, worried that she might be a bit too overconfident. All right, Tang Rou agreed, nodding. Are you going to sleep today? Yishio asked. Hey, you too, don't overdo it. Chun was suddenly interrupted, having overheard their plans to forego sleep entirely. Rest assured, boss, it won't interfere with work, Yishio assured her. That's not acceptable. The computers at the CAF are mine, and I want to let you play, Chun Guo declared stubbornly. Yishio sighed and tapped the front desk. Little Tang, get me a membership card, he requested. Tang Rou paused, then went to get it, muttering, I'll get one too. Chun Guo felt exasperated, completely frustrated. Even more infuriating was how Tang Rou had succumbed to the trend. She had already changed after just one day of playing Glory. Forget you both, Chun Guo huffed, storming off in a fit of annoyance. Well, good luck leveling up, Yishio said, choosing not to pursue the membership card topic. He exchanged a brief farewell with Tang Rou and returned to his smoking area to continue his endeavors. Tang Rou's early shift lasted from 7 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, and during the quieter morning hours, she managed to juggle her responsibilities while still engaging in gameplay. However, as noon approached, the flow of customers began to increase, and she found it increasingly difficult to manage both her duties at the front desk and her gaming. Yishio, noticing her struggle to maintain her game amidst such challenging conditions, decided to check on her. You really aren't going to sleep? He asked. I have an early shift. I don't finish until 3 p.m., Tang Rou replied. Yishio acknowledged, reminding her to take care of her health, as fatigue could significantly impact performance. The afternoon update is coming. This book will officially launch on April 1st. Just a heads up, after it goes live, there will be multiple rankings, including the coveted monthly ticket chart. Let us get those guaranteed monthly tickets in advance, haha. Chapter 88. The Glory League. Yishio and Tang Rou were the last to retire for the afternoon nap, one after lunch, the other after the shift change at 3. By dinner time, neither was to be seen. Chun Guo, in a fit of irritation, devoured dinner with the other staff, initially deciding not to save any for the two, but softened halfway through and arranged to set aside some food for them. At 8 in the evening, Yishio awoke mechanically after a full 8 hours of slumber. After a cigarette, he washed up and descended the stairs. To his surprise, the internet CAF on the first floor was again shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the time they aired Yishio's retirement program. Yishio paused, recalling the customary broadcasts of the Glory Professional League matches at Xingxin Internet CAF. A quick calculation revealed that today marked the day of the 20th round of the league. Upon reaching the first floor lobby, he found that the projection screen, previously set up for the last program, was now open, displaying the esports channel. The match had yet to commence, yet many patrons had already claimed their spots, engaging with their computers while eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. Yishio approached the front desk and inquired with the attendant, which match is being broadcast. The attendant, clearly indifferent to glory, continued watching her Korean drama but, having been in the CAF long enough, was aware, it's the match featuring Jiashur. Yishio nodded in understanding. The Glory Professional League consisted of 20 clubs, with 20 teams battling it out each round in 10 simultaneous matches. Television broadcasts were limited, typically highlighting key events, but as an online game, the league thrived on the internet, allowing all 10 matches to be streamed simultaneously, enabling viewers to select any contest of interest. As Xingshin Internet CAF was located in the same city as Jiashur Club, local Glory fans predominantly supported the home team, and most of the CAF's broadcasts focused on Jiashur's matches. With Yichio's retirement, supporters felt sorrowful yet remained committed to the club, unaware of the underlying circumstances. The recent addition of the skilled player Sun Xiang had ignited their hopes, as they wished for Jiashur to rise from its earlier slump. Currently ranked second to last, they were distanced from the playoff zone, but with the season still half over, everyone remained hopeful for a miraculous turnaround. Matches uniformly began at 8:30, and there were still over 10 minutes to go. After ensuring everything was ready, Chun Guo approached and spotted Yishio by the front desk. "Boss," Yishio greeted promptly. "I saved you some food," Chun Guo replied. "Thank you." Yishio hurriedly sought out his meal. "Is it the Jiashur match?" he asked while eating. "Yes," Chun Guo nodded. "Who are they up against?" Yishio inquired. 301, Chun Guo responded. "Oh," Yishio nodded, well aware of the various teams. Far more than Chun Guo. 301 was an abbreviation for the 301-degree team, a veteran squad in Glory, maintaining a stable performance. Though they lacked a powerhouse character like the legendary Yichio, their 6 primary accounts were well balanced. The captain, Yang Tsong, controlled the assassin character, Scenic Kill, wielding dual silver weapons, Twisted Shadow, and Chaotic Dance. His seasoned skills made him a formidable opponent. In the first half of the league, Jiashur had become an easy target for others, yet with the infusion of new talent, they were clearly on the path to resurgence. This match marked Sun Xiang's debut, and television channels had opted to broadcast it. At 8:30, the match commenced punctually, and Yishio had swiftly finished his dinner. The atmosphere in the CAF was electric, with patrons passionately discussing the upcoming clash, confidently voicing their opinions. Yishio glanced at Chun Guo, who was exhibiting palpable excitement, truly a devoted Glory fan. The 20th round of the 8th Glory Professional League, 301-degree versus Jiashur. The broadcast exuberantly displayed the title, and the commentator energetically introduced the guest commentator, Li Yibo. Li Yibo. Yishio didn't need to hear the introduction. He was familiar with everyone in this circle. Li Yibo was once a professional player but had retired 4 years ago. His skills had been commendable, and he was adept at networking. During his competitive career, he had cultivated strong ties with the media and swiftly transitioned into a professional commentator post-retirement. With 4 years of experience, seated before the camera, Li Yibo was impeccably dressed, eloquently analyzing the two teams. With Jiashur undergoing significant changes, they were naturally the focal point of his commentary. He couldn't avoid reminiscing about Yichio, sharing a sentimental story that left Yishio incredulous. "Have you even spoken 10 words to me?" "Fabricate away." Li Yibo, unflustered, continued his narrative, clearly reading from a pre-prepared script. After exchanging playful banter with the commentator, they finally switched to the match footage. 301-degree versus Jiashur, individual match, player introductions commence. From 301-degree, the player Gao Jia appeared, character, Starry Sword. The CAF erupted in boos, with some patrons outright cursing. For devoted fans, any opponent was an enemy, and the thrill of obliterating them was unparalleled. Next, from Jiashur, the players Su Muching emerged, character, Rain and Orange Wind. The CAF erupted in a tsunami of cheers. "Oh, Su Muching." Before Yishio could react, the fervent applause nearly knocked him off his seat, especially with Chun Guo's enthusiastic scream echoing beside him. Such a fervent reaction. Yishio chuckled, never doubting Su Muching's popularity, yet the scene still startled him. "Of course, she's the top female expert," Chun Guo declared proudly, referring to her as her first idol. "Top female expert? Who says that?" Yishio questioned. "Isn't that the general consensus?" Chun Guo replied. "That's just hype," Yishio countered. "Then who is?" Chun Guo asked. "If we're discussing skill, the strongest female player should be Chu Yunxiu," Yishio stated. Chu Yinxiu from the Misty Rain team? Chengguo asked. Indeed. Chengguo pondered, but the match had already begun, and her attention quickly shifted back to the game, cheering for her idol as if Su Muching could hear her voice. Such a diehard fan. Yishio marveled. If Su Muching were to visit the CAF, she might just set the place ablaze in celebration. The third update arrived. It was still before midnight. Someone asked about the subscription. Do we still need recommendation votes? Of course. After the subscription, our motto is, click to collect, recommend, subscribe, and monthly tickets. None should be missing. Chapter 89. The home advantage. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the match commenced in earnest. In the professional arena, overwhelming advantages are a rarity. It is unlikely that an exaggerated disparity in skill exists between seasoned veterans and novice players. While several formidable figures and their godly characters may exert a certain dominance over ordinary competitors, Su Muching and her character, Muyu Qingfeng, have yet to reach such heights. In contrast, Gao Jie and his character, Xing Qinjian, appears somewhat inferior. However, this paper-thin assessment of strength fails to determine the outcome of the match in this one-on-one contest. Either victory or defeat would not be entirely unexpected. The performance on the day can either widen or bridge this superficial gap, and may even lead to an unexpected reversal. Ultimately, this remains a competition fundamentally centered on human skill. Even the most powerful characters depend on the proficiency of their operators. No matter how skilled a player, there are moments of underperformance that can lead to their downfall. Moreover, we are currently in an era where stars shine brightly. The phrase invincible is truly lonely has long been sealed away. Su, the beautiful lady, I'm about to begin. A message from Xing Qinjian appeared in an information box beside the live broadcast. Indeed, in the realm of glory, while opposing sides cannot communicate via voice, they can convey messages through text. There exists only one public chat channel within the competition arena, and any text exchanged is broadcasted directly to the audience without censorship. Frankly speaking, in some matches, the verbal provocations between players can overshadow the battles themselves, as the league is not lacking in those adept at using trash talk to unsettle their opponents. Once a message is sent, the opponent is bound to see it, with no option to mute or block the information bar. Of course, whether or not to employ such tactics is at the discretion of the players. Over the years, a variety of styles has emerged. Some players engage in constant banter whenever they have a free moment. Others seize opportunities to deliver calm critiques, while some remain taciturn, sparing their words. There are even those who resort to crude insults, targeting the opponent's family and reproductive organs. Although such remarks are not filtered, the player will inevitably face league penalties, especially under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators. Such egregious verbal violence would undoubtedly tarnish their image. Thus, most instances of inappropriate language stem from unintentional slips rather than deliberate malice. At this moment, Gao Jie's opening remark carried a hint of teasing, inciting an immediate uproar among the fans at Xingxin Internet CAF, who vociferously called for his defeat. Yet, Su Muching merely responded with a smiling emoticon and a simple all right. Apart from this opening line, Gao Jie seemed to lack any further verbal aggression, promptly drawing his sword to initiate an assault. Xing Qinjian, as a swordsman, contrasted sharply with Muyu Qingfeng, a gunslinger, representing the quintessential dichotomy of melee and ranged classes. Leveraging his familiarity with the map, Gao Jie maneuvered stealthily, closing in on Muyu Qingfeng. Why is Gao Jie so well acquainted with the map? Because the preseason of the Glory League employs a double round-robin format, dividing matches into home and away games. The primary advantage for the home side lies in their choice of battleground. Glory boasts a plethora of combat maps, continually updated each year. As the home team knows in advance which map they will utilize, they naturally prepare and practice accordingly. Conversely, while the away team may have experience on the same map, their training is unlikely to be as targeted as that of the home side. The likelihood of the home team's chosen map coinciding with the away team's previous selections exists, but it has yet to occur. As the number of maps continues to increase, such occurrences are becoming less probable. Currently, the map selected for this individual match is a snow-covered miniature town, and Xing Qinjian is adorned in white gear, with his silver weapon gleaming as expected. The intention behind selecting this map is quite evident. At this moment, Xing Qinjian is stealthily approaching Muyu Qingfeng's spawn point. The broadcast initially shifted to a first-person perspective of Xing Qinjian, allowing the audience to immerse themselves in the experience before transitioning to an aerial view, clearly depicting Muyu Qingfeng's movements as she circled around. The broadcast team possesses numerous vantage points, not limited to the player's first-person views. At present, a distant third-person perspective reveals Muyu Qingfeng scouting the area. It is evident that the excitement of a match is determined by the player's performance. But the presentation to the audience greatly depends on the skill of the director. If the entire match were conveyed solely through a bird's-eye view of two tiny figures moving about, even the most thrilling contest would be rendered dull. The director for this broadcast clearly possesses remarkable skill, executing 3 camera transitions alongside commentary from the announcers and guests, effectively clarifying the intentions of both players. Gao Jie maneuvers Xing Qingjian to approach Mu Yu Qingfeng unexpectedly. Yet, the experienced Su Mucheng has evidently anticipated this, as she has already positioned Mu Yu Qingfeng atop a prime sniping location after surveying the terrain. From this elevated position, Xing Qingjian would be exposed to Mu Yu Qingfeng's fire should he approach. The atmosphere at Xingxin Internet CAF erupted with a mix of jeers and laughter, directed at Gao Jie for attempting a sneak attack that seemed destined to fall into Su Mucheng's trap. However, Yi Xiao knew that it would not be so simple. If Gao Jie were to unwittingly stumble into a trap, it would squander his home advantage. As expected, upon nearing the vicinity, Gao Jie did not charge recklessly but instead took a roundabout route, peering cautiously from a narrow alley. This guy is being quite sneaky. Why not just rush out and face the music? Chen Guo remarked impatiently. Yi Xiao shook his head, replying, his current position is a blind spot. Su Mucheng's movements are within his calculations. Gao Jie occupies a dead angle. Regardless of which sniping point Su Mucheng had selected, she would not be able to observe this position. It seems that Su Mucheng's actions were entirely anticipated by Gao Jie. At this moment, the voice of commentator Li Yiba resonated in harmony with Yi Xiao's assessment. It appears that Team 301 has conducted thorough research on this map, the commentator jested. Naturally, Li Yiba affirmed. But how does Gao Jie know where Su Mucheng is hiding? Chen Guo paused, surprised, as the commentator echoed her question. Footprints. Yi Xiao and Li Yiba offered simultaneously, their answers aligned. I just discovered that I am no longer on the new book list. Alas, can I no longer grind this instance? What a pity. This book will be available for purchase tomorrow, and I will commence grinding for monthly ticket rankings. Pre-order now to ensure a place on the monthly ticket leaderboard. Of course, I cannot neglect the click and recommendation rankings either. Additionally, the second group for full-time expert book friends is now open, with group number 118484505. You are welcome to join. Chapter 90. The footprints are the trap. So it is the footprints. The commentator in the broadcast suddenly realized. Look, the home map of 301 is a snowy terrain. So the characters leave clear footprints after moving. As the commentary continued, the director switched to several images of the footprints left by Mu Yu Qingfeng. However, simply going out to observe the footprints would still expose one to the firepower of Mu Yu Qingfeng. The commentator expressed his confusion. Therefore, you see, the scene depicted the starry sword already beginning to move. Li Yiba continued his commentary. Gao Jie should be heading to a position where he can observe the footprints without being discovered by Su Mucheng. 301 has researched this map thoroughly. Oh, is there such a position? The commentator remained puzzled. Only Gao Jie might be able to unravel this mystery, Li Yiba said humorously, creating suspense. The commentator naturally laughed in agreement. In fact, as a professional commentator in the honor competitive scene, Pan Lin had been in this line of work for several years. He was also an enthusiast of the game. And although he did not possess the technical prowess of a professional player, his long-term engagement in this field had granted him extraordinary insight. Most of the questions he found perplexing were already clear to him, but the show must go on. The commentary and guest had to engage in a lively discussion. The commentator and the guest had different roles. The commentator primarily introduced, while the guest provided commentary. Pan Lin had worked with Li Yiba numerous times, and their professional synergy was palpable. As Gao Jie maneuvered the starry sword around the area, he found a position, and the broadcast camera shifted to provide a first-person perspective of the starry sword. Sure enough, from this vantage point, the footprints left by Mu Yu Qingfeng were clearly visible, exposing her location to the audience enjoying the God's eye view. As expected, she has been discovered, Pan Lin remarked. Su Mucheng was a bit too careless. This mistake is rather unexpected. Indeed, it seems that Yi Xiao's retirement has had a significant psychological impact on her, as she has been following him since her debut, Li Yiba commented, as if he understood her well. Oh dear, what should we do? Chen Guo anxiously grasped Yi Xiao's arm. Yi Xiao merely smiled slightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, the footprints are the real trap. What? Chen Guo was taken aback, turning to look at Yi Xiao. In truth, she was not questioning him. She was merely speaking to herself out of nervousness. Look. Yi Xiao pointed to the projection screen, and a cannon shot echoed. Chen Guo quickly turned her head. The screen revealed Mu Yu Qingfeng executing a flying cannon maneuver. suddenly launching a counter-tank shot at the sneaky starry sword lurking behind the corner. Gao Jie clearly did not anticipate that his opponent would strike at this moment. The 3 cannonballs whistled through the air, and he hurriedly tried to evade, but was too late. The explosion sent the starry sword crashing against the wall. As Mu Yucheng Feng's flying cannon landed, it remained atop a rooftop, its dark cannon mouth aimed at the starry sword, unleashing a torrent of flames. After one cannonball was fired, it quickly exploded into several smaller projectiles that arced down toward the starry sword, which was now trapped regardless of its direction. The gunner's skill, piercing shell. The fired cannonballs exploded into 8 piercing projectiles, executing a wide-area attack. Typically, this skill is used on flat ground to launch piercing shells, allowing the explosive projectiles to rain down on the target. However, Mu Yucheng Feng was already at a height, eliminating the need for this complex calculation. Though the starry sword had no way to avoid the attack, there remained the question of damage. Standing still would subject it to the combined damage of the 8 piercing projectiles. Thus, Gao Jie decided to charge straight ahead, determined to close the distance between himself and Mu Yucheng Feng. With the enemy so close, circling around for a sneak attack seemed pointless. With a 3-part slash, the starry sword took 2 piercing projectiles before dashing toward the base of the building. Following this, a rising dragon slash elevated him into the air, his sword glowing brilliantly overhead. Relying on this powerful skill to ascend, Gao Jie was confident that the gunner would be unable to prevent his ascent to the rooftop. As expected, upon rising to the rooftop, he saw that Mu Yucheng Feng had already pulled back, maintaining her distance from the starry sword. As she observed the starry sword preparing to land on the rooftop, she raised her hand and released a flaming lighter, sending it arcing toward the edge of the eaves. Heat-seeking missile. Utilizing the heat source of the lighter to direct the missile down upon her opponent, this skill boasted a wide attack range and formidable power, making it incredibly fierce. But it was too slow. The airborne starry sword executed a sword draw slash midair, the brilliant sword light slicing through the air, accurately deflecting the lighter before it could reach the ground. Beautiful! Pan Lin and Li Yibo exclaimed in unison, marveling at Gao Jie's exquisite maneuver. Just then, an emoticon of a smile from Su Mu Cheng flashed in the information box, followed by a brilliant beam of light descending from above, enveloping the starry sword entirely and collapsing the eaves where it landed. The beam of light spun, quickly dispersing into 6 smaller beams that revolved around the central column, gradually spreading outward, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes and blanketing the scene in white. Gunner's ultimate move, satellite beam. What a magnificent satellite beam! Professional commentator Pan Lin reacted remarkably swiftly, immediately following up with praise for Su Mu Cheng, as if he had foreseen her impressive display. Li Yibo was equally quick to respond. Gao Jie has miscalculated this time. Let's see the damage caused by this satellite beam. Pan Lin collaborated with the director to check the health of the starry sword. I estimate it has lost about a third of its health, Li Yibo remarked. Let us take a look. Indeed, the starry sword's health was reduced by a third. This satellite beam landed a significant blow. Combined with the prior damage from the counter-tank shot and the piercing shell, Gao Jie now found himself in a very passive situation. Pan Lin exclaimed. Exactly. The next phase will reveal whether he has any new tactics to close in on Mu Yucheng Feng. Maintaining this distance will make it impossible to contend with the gunner, Li Yibo commented. Your analysis is spot on, Pan Lin quickly added. From initially believing that Mu Yucheng Feng would be ambushed, to witnessing the starry sword being caught off guard and losing a third of its health in an instant. The fans at Xingxin Internet Cafe were momentarily stunned into silence, including Chen Guo. It was not until she heard Yi Xiu beside her say, Gao Jie has no chance now. Su Mu Cheng is in excellent form. Chapter 90, the final chapter during the public period. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your unwavering support throughout this month. This marks the last public sofa. Who will seize it? Chapter 91, The Ace of Jia Shi. Search for this book title, Ting Tao Xian, to access the latest updates swiftly. Chapter 91, The Ace of Jia Shi, is that so? Chen Guo replied, somewhat taken aback. A phrase unexpectedly came to her mind. Amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts observe the subtleties. She had always believed that they, as glory players, were already adept at discerning the intricacies of the game. However, after listening to Yi Xiu's brief insights while seated nearby, she suddenly felt that they were merely half-hearted insiders, seemingly more akin to amateurs. As Chen Guo continued to spectate the match, her focus began to wane. The unfolding events indeed aligned with Yi Xiu's predictions. Gao Jie's starry sword was clearly at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pressured by Su Mucheng's rain and wind from a distance, perpetually on the defensive. Despite several attempts to close the gap and confront rain and wind, Each time he was swiftly evaded, allowing Su Muching to maintain her relentless assault. The screen transitioned repeatedly, showcasing the professional players' movement techniques and maneuvers. The commentators and guests engaged in a harmonious exchange, expressing regret over Gao Jia's repeated failures while applauding Su Muching's every striking blow. Though their stance appeared entirely neutral, it was likely that they harbored a preference for one side deep down, which they refrained from revealing during the commentary. The once picturesque silver town, blanketed in white snow, was now ravaged by the fierce clash between the two players, shrouded in thick smoke from heavy artillery bombardments and marked by the scars of sword energy. At last, the word glory surged onto the screen. The director swiftly cut to a close-up of the starry sword, and the system's display automatically slowed down as the fatal moment unfolded. The starry sword was obliterated by an anti-tank cannon. In slow motion, it was evident that the 3 rounds of the cannon, which should have been fired in a straight line, had been angled into a triangular formation by Su Muching's skilled execution. Ah, that is a 3-point cannon. Chen Guo, familiar with the gunner class, recognized the maneuver. The player had deftly adjusted the aim in the fleeting moment the 3 shells left the barrel, creating an angle that widened the cannon's destructive radius. Can you replicate that? Yi Xiao inquired. I cannot. I can only manage a 2-point shot, Chen Guo lamented. After a moment's hesitation, she added, that seems quite challenging, doesn't it? I noticed that Xiao Tang doesn't seem to handle it well either. Her hand speed was not an issue, but executing this maneuver required precise timing with the anti-tank cannon's 3-round burst, which was difficult without ample experience, Yi Xiao explained. Indeed, Chen Guo nodded. The broadcast then shifted to a close-up of the victorious rain and wind, followed by a montage of highlights from the match, as the commentators continued to provide their insights. In this first match, the Jiashi team had emerged victorious, securing an initial point. The Glory League matches are divided into 3 segments. The first segment consists of individual matches, where each team sends out 3 players for 3 one-on-one contests, earning 1 point for each victory. The second segment features team matches, with each team forming a trio, employing a KOF-style system where teams alternately send out players until one team is entirely eliminated, resulting in a victory worth 2 points. The third segment is a team battle, with 6 players from each team, but only 5 actively participating in combat, while the 6th can be substituted in through a special call for assistance, concluding when one team is entirely defeated, yielding 5 points for the victors. In the first and second segments, no player may participate twice. For example, since Gao Jie and Su Muching have already competed in the first one-on-one match, they cannot partake in the second team contest. However, they are allowed to compete again in the third team battle. Ultimately, the match yielded a total of 10 points, and the standings in the Glory League are determined by the total points accrued. In this match, the 301 team took an early lead with Su Muching's victory, igniting exuberant cheers in the Xingxin Internet CAF. As the excitement swelled, the highlights of the first match concluded, and the second individual match commenced. This time, the 301 team capitalized on their home advantage, leveraging their familiarity with the map to secure victory. The atmosphere in the Internet CAF shifted dramatically, as laughter was replaced by a somber silence. Following the third individual match, in which the Jiashi team faced another defeat, the expressions of the audience grew increasingly grim, their displeasure palpable, with some cursing the 301 team, while others lamented Jiashi's lack of prowess. Chen Guo's mood mirrored that of the crowd, and when she glanced to the side, she noticed Yi Xiao had quietly distanced himself, leaning against the door with a cigarette in hand. The flickering ember illuminated his otherwise obscured expression amidst the dim light. After the highlights of the concluded match and the commentators' analyses, the second segment of team matches finally commenced. As the lineups were announced, the audience at Xingxin Internet CAF erupted in excitement. The ace of the Jiashi team, the legendary One Autumn Leaf, took to the stage as the first participant in the team battle. His opponent was none other than the strongest member of the 301 team, the Captain Yang Tsung's assassin, Scenic Kill. One Autumn Leaf had been a hot topic in the Glory community in recent days, and his presence inevitably reignited discussions surrounding Yi Xiao. The conversation continued to unfold until the match officially began, with Pan Lin and Li Yibo unable to contain their thoughts. Now that the match has commenced, let us focus on the action. This is Sun Xiang's first match representing Jiashi with One Autumn Leaf. Li, what is your perspective? Pan Lin expertly redirected the conversation to the match at hand. In terms of individual skill level, Sun Xiang surpasses Yang Kong. As for the characters, it goes without saying that the strengths of the 301 characters are closely matched. Yang Tsung's Scenic Kill and Gao Jie's Starry Sword are nearly equal, but they cannot compare to the prowess of One Autumn Leaf. known as the Fighting God, Li Yiba remarked. Indeed, we know that One Autumn Leaf is currently the character with the most silver equipment in the league, correct? Pan Lin inquired. From a purely numerical standpoint, yes. However, as we all know, the attributes of silver equipment are rarely disclosed, so judging solely by quantity is not a particularly accurate measure, Li Yiba replied. You raise a valid point. After all, sometimes the attributes of silver equipment can merely equate to that of orange equipment, and even purple or blue equipment is a possibility. Isn't it? Pan Lin noted. Exactly. Through my personal observations this season, I believe characters like Night Rain, Desert Smoke, and Burning Incense, which are revered as divine characters, may not possess as much silver equipment as One Autumn Leaf, yet their strength certainly does not appear inferior, Li Yiba stated. There is also the matter of skill points. Pan Lin added. Do characters deemed divine really fall significantly short in skill points? Li Yiba chuckled. That is a fair point. However, it's evident that scenic kill is at a disadvantage, isn't it? Pan Lin posited. That is certainly the case, Li Yiba affirmed. Nonetheless, we cannot conclude Yang Tsung's defeat solely based on paper strength, as Glory has never been a game where victory is determined merely by statistics. What advantages do you believe Yang Tsung possesses? Pan Lin queried. The first kill and the home advantage, which is self-evident. Furthermore, Sun Xiang has only recently transferred to Jiashi. There will likely be some adjustment issues with One Autumn Leaf, especially considering that his previous character was not a battle mage, which poses a significant challenge. This aspect represents Sun Xiang's disadvantage, which conversely becomes Yang Tsung's advantage, as Li Yiba remarked. However, I have heard that Sun Xiang possesses considerable knowledge regarding battle mages, Pan Lin interjected. This is undoubtedly true. Since Jiashi has chosen Sun Xiang to replace Yi Qiu, they must have taken this into consideration. Employing someone entirely unversed in battle mages would be akin to placing a forward in a defensive position on the football field, which is rather ludicrous. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, even if you were to provide Yi Qiu with a battle mage equipped differently and possessing varied skill levels, he would still require a certain period of adaptation, wouldn't he? Li Yiba commented. Given Yi Qiu's experience, that might not be necessary at all. Pan Lin chuckled. Speaking of experience, Sun Xiang has only been in the league for a year and a half, still considered a newcomer. Thus there exists a notable gap in experience when compared to Yang Kong. Look, everyone, Yang Tsung has opted for a direct assault. Now his scenic kill has entered the field of view of One Leaf Autumn. Earlier, the match merely consisted of two characters maneuvering, allowing Pan Lin and Li Yiba to engage in casual analysis and predictions. Suddenly, the two sides have made contact, and battle is imminent. Pan Lin hastily concluded his idle chatter and began to narrate the current situation. Is Yang Tsung perhaps being a tad too impatient? Li Yiba mused. The scenic kill is charging forward. It's coming straight at One Leaf Autumn. Pan Lin exclaimed with fervor. Ah, he hasn't charged directly. As the scenic kill approached One Leaf Autumn, it unexpectedly halted and began to circle, patiently searching for an opportunity. Ah, I told you. An experienced player like Yang Tsung would not be so reckless. He should possess enough patience to outmaneuver. Let us observe how Sun Xiang will respond. Li Yiba remarked with a smile. Sun Xiang has made his move. One Leaf Autumn has detected the trajectory of the scenic kill and charges forward. Pan Lin declared. Oh, the youth of today? Li Yiba sighed. He initiates with Heavenly Strike. The scenic kill leaps back to evade, and arc light flash counters. What on earth? A counterbreak. Sun Xiang astonishingly utilized Dragon Tooth to nullify the arc light flash. This is utterly unbelievable. The audience should be aware of the speed of arc light flash. And for Sun Xiang to counter it with Dragon Tooth is a terrifying display of skill. What do you say, Coach Li? Pan Lin was no longer merely narrating. He was practically shouting in disbelief. Ah, this, indeed is, the youth of today, this. Li Yiba was unexpectedly left speechless. For how could Dragon Tooth possibly counter arc light flash? Even he was at a loss to comprehend such a maneuver. Chapter 92. 1 against 3. Longya breaks the move, and Sun Xiang begins his counterattack. The dazzling pattern generated by Longya just moments ago is unfortunately dispelled by Feng Jingsha's dual swords. However, once the pattern explodes, the enhancement effect takes hold, significantly increasing the movement speed of Yi Jiqiu. With a series of attacks, Tianji, Baswei, and normal strikes, Feng Jingsha manages to evade, albeit with considerable difficulty. Is that not so, Director Li? Pan Lin, noticing that Li Yiba had not spoken for quite some time, instinctively redirected the conversation. Ah, Li Yiba replied weakly. Pan Lin, oblivious to Li Yiba's unusual silence, continued to commentate on the fiercely contested match. Sun Xiang's Yi Chiu adeptly used normal attacks to reduce the cooldown of his skills, launching a relentless barrage against Feng Jingsha. Although he did not land consecutive hits, Feng Jingsha was thoroughly suppressed, unable to mount a counterattack. Throughout this exchange, Feng Jingsha still took some minor hits from Yi Chiu, gradually losing health while the 5 mage patterns erupted one after another, showcasing the combat mage's increasing strength. It seems that the synergy between Sun Xiang and Yi Chiu is remarkably harmonious, Pan Lin observed, attempting to prompt the guests for their thoughts. Li Yiba responded again, barely engaging. Truly, he is a genius newcomer. Director Li, do you believe Sun Xiang's skills have reached the pinnacle of mastery? Pan Lin inquired. That's hard to say. The top players in the league typically possess divine-level accounts, but this is Sun Xiang's first time controlling such a godly character. We need to observe him for a while longer before drawing any conclusions. Li Yiba finally regained his composure. His distraction stemmed from the sheer prowess Sun Xiang demonstrated, which exceeded his expectations. He suddenly felt somewhat out of touch, reflecting on how long it had been since he personally engaged with glory. Has the game evolved to such an extent? In previous commentaries, he would skillfully gloss over aspects he did not fully understand. But the shock Sun Xiang delivered was so profound that he momentarily forgot his usual pretense of knowledge. The match unfolded with an overwhelming advantage for Sun Xiang, completely contradicting Li Yiba's earlier analysis of Yang Tsung's strengths. The audience in the Zison Internet Café erupted with excitement, chanting praises. Even Chen Guo found herself swept up in the fervor. The god of battle is still here, someone shouted, prompting a resounding cheer from the crowd, who rhythmically echoed the chant. The commentary had been drowned out, but did the audience still require it? No. The imposing offensive of Yi Chiu spoke for itself. As Feng Jingsha fell before the might of Yi Chiu's spear, the atmosphere in the internet cafe reached a fever pitch, with applause, cheers, and whistles filling the air. This was not merely a victory. Sun Xiang's display ignited hope in the hearts of the spectators, reminiscent of the era when Yi Chiu swept through the league with unparalleled dominance. In the team battle, one player fell, and a teammate took the stage without any respite. Now, the third player from Team 301 entered the fray. Perhaps intimidated by the earlier display of Yi Chiu's prowess, this player performed far below expectations, becoming the fastest to lose in the 5 one-on-one matches thus far. After 2 rounds, Yi Chiu had suffered only a quarter of his health. Pan Lin and Li Yiba, along with the audience in the Zison Internet Café, began to eagerly discuss the possibility of Sun Xiang defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. Given the current situation, it seemed almost inevitable. As the third player from Team 301 entered, he appeared even more timid than his predecessor, nearly avoiding any direct confrontation with Yi Chiu. His movements were frantic, dodging at the slightest sign of aggression. The audience erupted in laughter. This third player resembled a jester, desperately trying to avoid a clash with Sun Xiang's Yi Chiu while awkwardly bouncing around. This guy is truly pathetic. The audience laughed heartily, the earlier gloom of 2 personal losses dissipating as the third player entertained them like a clown, making Sun Xiang's Yi Chiu appear even more formidable. Brother Su, your antics are quite the challenge for me, Sun Xiang quipped, the mockery evident in his tone. Yet, the opponent maintained a cautious demeanor, primarily on the defense, showing no intention of fighting back. With such extreme caution, it took Sun Xiang a considerable amount of time to defeat him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After vanquishing his opponent, he remarked, "Why bother? The outcome remains the same." In that moment, all spectators shared a singular thought. Finally, it's over. Pan Lin and Li Yiba seemed to be feeling the frustration of the match, but as commentators, they refrained from deriding the players. Ultimately, Pan Lin remarked, "This victory for Sun Xiang was indeed hard-earned. Su Bin is truly deserving of the title grinding king. In his matches, not just his opponents, but also the audience and we, the commentators, endure considerable strain. Indeed, a testament to the professionalism of the players. Even in a match where victory seems almost impossible, Su Bin showcased his unique skills," Li Yiba added. "Absolutely, quite an experience," Pan Lin responded. The two of them exchanging veiled critiques of Su Bin, the third player from Team 301. As the team competition approached, a brief intermission allowed the audience to relive Sun Xiang and Yi Chiu's spectacular 1-against-3 performance. The highlight reel played, and Pan Lin and Li Yiba offered brief commentary. Sun Xiang's match against Su Bin lasted significantly longer than the first 2. Yet the highlights from the first 2 matches outnumbered the third. As the highlight reel concluded, there was still time before the main event, and the program cut to advertisements. The audience took a moment to relax. Some queued for the restroom, others sought refreshments, and some stepped outside for a smoke. The internet café buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling marketplace. Chen Guo, accustomed to this scene, turned to see Yi Xiao still leaning against the door, smoking contemplatively. In the dim light, the glowing ember flickered, casting a solitary figure. Yet, there were clearly seats available. Why did he choose to linger in the doorway, feigning a pitiful demeanor? Unable to contain herself, Chen Guo called out to him. What? Yi Xiao replied. Why stand there? Come sit, Chen Guo urged. Afraid the smoke will bother you, Yi Xiao replied, the cigarette dangling from his lips. He could hold a cigarette, yet speak without it interfering, a remarkable feat. Chen Guo paused, realizing that he was merely avoiding choking himself with the smoke. Could he not just cut back a little? Can't you just smoke less? Chen Guo suggested. Yi Xiao removed the cigarette from his mouth, flicking it with his fingers, the glowing ash arcing through the darkness and landing perfectly in the trash can. He then returned to take a seat beside her. Chen Guo gazed at him, ultimately saying nothing. The broadcast finally transitioned into the highlight of each league round, the team matches. Typically, each squad comprises 6 core players, ensuring that all 3 segments of the competition can be thoroughly contested. The Honor League stipulates that a maximum of 9 participants may be registered for each match, with the roster usually announced prior to the event. Consequently, the number of professional players in a club team generally ranges from 9 to 11. While some clubs may have started with a minimum of 6 players during resource-constrained beginnings, they swiftly expand their roster when conditions improve. After all, relying solely on 6 players means that any illness or unforeseen circumstance could adversely affect match outcomes. Currently, every club in the league boasts at least 1 outstanding leading player, supported by 3 to 5 capable teammates. Beyond the primary 6, teams frequently opt to sign promising newcomers for development. There are numerous avenues for discovering new talent, including self-recommendations, outstanding performances in non-professional competitions, or exceptional records in the arena of the Glory Online game. In summary, the Honor League has successfully operated for nearly 7 years, drawing on past experiences in the esports realm to establish a remarkably mature and comprehensive system, rivaling traditional sports such as football and basketball. In the absence of significant incidents affecting main players, the 3 segments of a match are typically completed by 6 individuals. Such was the case in the competition between 301 and Jia Shi. The final round of the team match involved a total of 12 participants who had previously competed in individual and team contests. With the impassioned commentary of Pan Lin echoing through the arena, the team match officially commenced. As the home team, 301 selected the map. However, at this moment, the Jia Shi team was basking in the glory of Sun Xiang's remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating 3 opponents, creating an undeniable momentum. Pan Lin and Li Yibo speculated whether this match would serve as a turning point for the Jia Shi team after a season of setbacks. It began. As the match commenced, Chen Guo joined the crowd in applause. Don't be so excited, Yi Xiao remarked. Watching a match without getting invested is rather dull. You should get into the spirit. Chen Guo felt exasperated with Yi Xiao, who appeared so lively after gaming all night, yet was often so lackluster at other times. How utterly disheartening. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, Yi Xiao stated. What do you mean by that? Chen Guo detected an undertone in his words. Focus on the match. It has begun, Yi Xiao replied calmly. The second wave is coming. Today will be explosive. This is no jest. Subscribe, monthly tickets, click to recommend. Let us get it going. To be continued. Chapter 93. This is not a deliberate loss. The audience, the commentators, and even the professional guests were all under the impression that in this match, the Jia Shi team, with its formidable 3-1 advantage, would surely dominate the game, effortlessly crushing their already demoralized opponents. However, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as the match commenced, the 5 members of Team 301 displayed an exceptionally proactive strategy. Right from the outset, under the leadership of Captain Yang Tsong, they launched a fierce assault on the Jia Shi team. Oh dear, they seemed quite spirited. Is it because they felt embarrassed after the humiliating loss in the 3rd round? A mocking voice erupted from the internet CAF audience, provoking a wave of laughter. Even commentator Pan Lin shared a similar thought. Team 301 is very aggressive at the start. Li, do you think they are eager to redeem themselves after that last match? Indeed, that is a possibility. After all, the skill levels and roles in professional leagues are quite comparable. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Sun Xiang to single-handedly take on 3 opponents, Li Yibo commented, demonstrating his dedication to research with some background knowledge. If I recall correctly, such occurrences have only happened twice this season, right? One was Huang Xiaoyan's Night Rain, Pan Lin noted. The other was Han Wenqing's Desert Lone Smoke, Li Yibo added. However, both instances involved notably weaker teams. Team 301, on the other hand, possesses considerable strength. This is likely why they find the current situation so hard to accept, Pan Lin remarked. Let us focus on the match. The two teams are clashing head-on, and it seems that a victor may soon emerge, Li Yibo urged. Indeed, leading the charge for Jiashi is Sun Xiang's character, One Leaf Autumn. What kind of devastating blow will he deliver to his opponents this time? Wait, why isn't Yang Tsung's character, Scenic Kill, engaging One Leaf Autumn? They're all repositioning. It seems they intend to bypass him. Li Yibo elaborated. Well, with 5 players spreading out, even Sun Xiang's skills would struggle to intercept them all at once. Pan Lin remarked. In a team match, it has never relied solely on an individual, Li Yibo replied. Oh, the other members of the Jiashi team are also preparing to engage. Wait, are they trying to avoid confrontation again? Pan Lin exclaimed in surprise. Team 301's intentions appear somewhat unclear. Li Yibo admitted, equally puzzled. All right, One Leaf Autumn has finally ensnared an opponent. Let us see how long this lasts. Theoretically, in a one-on-one situation, no one in Team 301 can match One Leaf Autumn's prowess, Pan Lin stated. Team 301 should come back for support. It would be too passive to lose a player right at the start, Li Yibo suggested. Team 301 has underestimated the strength of Sun Xiang and One Leaf Autumn. Pan Lin noted. Wait a moment. Pan Lin suddenly exclaimed. Who is the character that One Leaf Autumn has latched onto? The chaotic nature of team battles can make it quite challenging to distinguish between characters, especially with frequent repositioning. When the battle intensifies and the skill's visual effects appear, it becomes nearly impossible to tell them apart. It seems to be. Li Yibo strained to identify. It's Tide Caller. Pan Lin's exclamation sounded almost like a cry of despair, as he barely managed to suppress his surprise. While such language might not be deemed inappropriate in everyday life, it certainly would raise eyebrows in a public broadcast. If Pan Lin were to use such language during the show, he would undoubtedly face criticism and potential fines. Li Yibo, hearing the character's name, fell silent. At that moment, the audience collectively shared in their astonishment. Tide Caller, the character of the grinding King Su Bin. Had they all misjudged the situation? Was it not One Leaf Autumn who had ensnared Tide Caller, but rather the reverse? Pan Lin mused aloud. Despite being merely a commentator, he felt little concern, but Li Yibo, as an authoritative guest, felt embarrassed to admit his misjudgment. He quickly diverted the conversation, casually interjecting, Su Bin is truly an anomaly. It is quite rare for someone in the professional league to utilize a defensive class like the Knight. He is arguably one of the finest. However, generally speaking, this class tends to struggle in PvP situations, doesn't it, Coach Li? Pan Lin continued the discussion. Indeed, Li Yibo finally regained a sense of authority. Now, Su Bin's Tide Caller had ensnared Sun Xiang's One Leaf Autumn, while Yang Tsung's Scenic Kill had evaded the entanglement of 3 Glory Team members. His target was Mu Yu Chung Feng, Su Muqing's character. To their surprise, Team 301 had designated Mu Yu Chung Feng as their primary target for elimination. Li Yibo appeared increasingly bewildered, grappling with both the operational judgments and tactical interpretations. With every passing year, the complexity of these matches intensified, leading to awkward moments that required his expertise to navigate. However, at this moment, he was spared the trouble, as the tension of the match left little room for inquiry. Pan Lin seized the opportunity to commentate. What a stunning maneuver. Yang Tsung's Scenic Kill executed a beautiful aerial double flip, skillfully dodging Mu Yu Chung Feng's barrage of shots. A roll upon landing, arc light flash. Just in time to evade another shot. He has closed in. He is about to engage Mu Yu Chung Feng. Oh, Su Muqing reacted swiftly. She is using a jump to retreat with her flying cannon. Yet Yang Tsung's Scenic Kill is even faster. Quick step. Mu Yu Chung Feng has been grounded. And this is problematic. Where are the Jiashi members? Oh no, they are all entangled, leaving Su Muqing in a perilous situation. Spectacular. That backward jump was executed flawlessly. What about you, Coach Li? Pan Lin called out. Indeed, it perfectly dodged Su Muqing's barbecue initiation knee strike. This backward jump showcases Yang Tsung's solid fundamentals. Li Yibo attempted to educate the audience, but Pan Lin, unsympathetic, interrupted to continue the commentary. Fire. The flying cannon is finally unleashed, sending Mu Yu Chung Feng flying backward. It was dodged. He evaded it again. A shot at such close range was remarkably avoided by Yang Tsung's Scenic Kill. Swift charge and sprint. Currently, the fastest ground movement in Glory, surpassing the flying cannon. Scenic Kill swiftly closed the distance to Mu Yu Chung Feng. Yet, she still cannot break free. Escaping the relentless pursuit of an assassin is truly a daunting task. Pan Lin sighed repeatedly. In the Xinhua Internet CAF, silence enveloped the room. They had anticipated a sweeping victory over Team 301, yet the unfolding reality was entirely different. Even the casual players among the audience could discern that Team 301 held absolute control, effectively splitting Jia's 5-member team into 3 distinct factions. Su Bin's tie caller had ensnared Sun Xiang's one-leaf autumn. Gao Jie and 2 other members of Team 301 were engaged in a localized 3-on-3 with 3 members of Jia. The outcome of these confrontations remained uncertain, but the critical confrontation lay between Yang Tsung's scenic kill and Su Muqing's Mu Yucheng Feng. It was Su Muqing who was truly isolated as Team 301's primary target for elimination. The gunner, possessing the longest range, lacks the close combat techniques of a sharpshooter. And at this moment, without support, she struggled to fend off the assassin's relentless assault. This cannot be happening. Seeing her idol in distress, Chen Guo became the most anxious in the internet CAF, unconsciously tugging at Yishio beside her, murmuring his name. 301 is acutely aware of the prowess of Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf, and has never underestimated them from the outset. Yishio remarked, "What? With Sun Xiang and One Autumn Leaf commanding the team battle, they are cognizant of their slim chances of victory. Thus they have chosen to forego the team battle altogether." Chen Guo expressed her astonishment. "Are you implying that they deliberately lost the last team battle?" Yishio clarified her phrasing, stating, "It was not a deliberate loss, but rather a strategic abandonment. The defeat in the team battle was a tactical arrangement." The first participant, Yang Tsung, is a player known for his meticulous and swift operations. He engaged in a duel of skills with Sun Xiang, effortlessly elevating Sun's hand speed, which invigorated him. The second player, however, lost rapidly, igniting Sun Xiang's pride. As for Su Bin, the third to take the stage, his relentless entanglement drove the previously triumphant Sun Xiang to an even greater fervor to swiftly vanquish him. In this encounter, Sun's speed even surpassed his earlier contest with Yang Tsung, but Su Bin continuously exploited his specialty of attrition, compelling Sun Xiang to maintain that extraordinary velocity. Ultimately, Su Bin would not match Sun Xiang, yet after taking on 3 opponents, Sun's emotions and speed reached a zenith. "What does that mean?" Chen Guo queried, somewhat perplexed. "His speed has spiraled out of control," Yishio explained. "Out of control?" Unbeknownst to him, he has fallen into the opponent's trap. In simpler terms, he is overly exhilarated. "And what then?" Chen Guo pressed. "There are numerous possibilities, at the very least, in the team competition. His excessive excitement could disrupt his synergy with the others. Having only recently joined Jia, he is still unacquainted with his teammates. And being thrust into this state is remarkably perilous. Team battles have never hinged on a single individual's performance. They rely on collective strength. The current strategy of 301 is to isolate Su Muqing, targeting Mu Yucheng Feng as the primary elimination objective. However, from their layout, it appears that the first to be isolated from the team is Sun Xiang. Although in terms of elimination priority, he would likely be the last. Why? Chen Guo inquired. After all, he possesses formidable strength. Allow Su Bin to further wear him down. At this rate, I foresee him cramping up soon. Though Yang Tsung serves as the captain of 301, many tactical intentions are realized through Su Bin's performance. This is a team with 2 core players. Yishio concluded. With their 2 strongest core players present in the team battle, do you still believe this match was deliberately lost? Chapter 94. Faltering at a crucial moment, the inevitability of defeat in a team competition was palpable. However, amidst a 301 loss, victory was sought. And remarkable performance in this team event ultimately offered a glimmer of hope for triumph in the ensuing battles. The essence of this match resided primarily in the latter half. Not from the victors, but rather from the vanquished, as Yishio articulated. Chen Guo, dumbfounded, had always found the commentary and insights from guest speakers impressive. Yet what Yishio expressed transcended anything previously mentioned. Was the commentary intentionally vague to maintain suspense, or did Yishio possess a deeper understanding? Chen Guo was uncertain. The notion of uncontrollable hand speed and team disjunction felt almost surreal. Could this individual truly be speaking nonsense? Ah, youth. They still lack the requisite caliber, Yishio lamented. Shaking his head, Chen Guo gazed blankly at the match. The atmosphere in the internet CAF reminiscent of the silence that followed the second loss for Jia in the individual competition. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing in solidarity for the team they supported. Unlike Chen Guo, who had already formed a conclusion after listening to Yishio's commentary, the audience remained hopeful, anticipating a formidable counterattack from Jia. Alas, their expectations went unfulfilled. Amidst the resounding cries of commentator Pan Lin, Su Muqing's character, Mu Yucheng Feng, was the first to fall. Although assistants could have been summoned to replace the sixth member, it required a designated area for substitution. Under the relentless pursuit of Yang Tsung's character, Landscape Kill, Mu Yu Chengfeng ultimately could not endure long enough to reach this point. With Mu Yu Chengfeng eliminated, the sixth member for Jiashi automatically entered the fray. Aware of their dire circumstances, they hastily moved to salvage the situation. Pan Lin's commentary continued unabated, and upon seeing Jiashi's sixth member teleport into the substitution area, he swiftly redirected his focus. Excellent. Now, Jiashi's sixth member enters. It's He Ming, the merciless mage, an elemental wizard. Li Lao, do you believe He Ming can turn around Jiashi's current disadvantage? The sixth member often becomes a pivotal point in a team match. However, Jiashi's current state is not a proactive substitution. He Ming's entry is automatic, placing them in a defensive position. Moreover, 301 has undoubtedly prepared for this eventuality. He Ming is not a top-tier expert, nor is Merciless Mage a leading character. Relying solely on him to reverse the situation seems rather unrealistic, Li Yiba replied. What do you suggest they do? Pan Lin inquired. First, they must achieve tactical coordination with their teammates. That is crucial, Li Yiba asserted. Yet, it appears that Jiashi is somewhat disordered now. It is unclear if they possess a clear tactical vision, Pan Lin remarked. The key lies with Sun Xiang. His individual performance has become too prominent, creating a disconnect with the team. This supports my earlier assertion that Sun Xiang, having recently joined Jiashi, still faces some issues with team cohesion, Li Yiba declared, launching into another tactic of conceptual substitution. Amplifying his prior critique of Sun Xiang's shortcomings in coordination with Yi Qiu, and incorporating the present dilemma to project an image of insight and professionalism. Pan Lin, whether genuinely persuaded or fully aware of the situation, nodded in agreement, affirming Li Yiba's points. At this moment, Chen Guo turned to glance at Yi Xiu, astonished that the professional guest's commentary finally aligned with Yi Xiu's analysis. However, the assertion that Sun Xiang's disconnect stemmed from a lack of cohesion diverged somewhat from Yi Xiu's concept of design flaws. Alright, next, let us observe whether He Ming's entry can herald any change for Jiashi. Pan Lin continued his commentary, while Chen Guo felt compelled to refrain from further inquiries. Although their idol, Su Mucheng, had fallen, there remained a flicker of hope for the newly substituted He Ming. Go for it. The audience in the internet CAF silently urged, though none dared to vocalize their support, as if their cheers might disturb the player's performance. The sounds of battle and live commentary filled the CAF. And upon He Ming's entrance, he unleashed his spells with vigor. Having learned from Su Mucheng's earlier demise, he was extremely cautious of Yang Tsung's close-range assaults. He unleashed every defensive measure available to an elemental wizard, racing to regroup with his teammates. He Ming's performance drew accolades from the expert commentator Li, stirring the audience in Xingxin Internet CAF with renewed hope, revitalizing the atmosphere. Just as He Ming was about to rendezvous with Jiashi's characters, the screen suddenly went dark with a loud crack, followed by the unsettling silence as all computers ceased operation, leaving only a few dim emergency lights flickering. The Internet CAF was plunged into complete darkness. The previously excited audience erupted in chaos, shrieks and whistles filling the air, with many shouting, "What is going on, Internet Manager?" Amidst the commotion, the emergency lights illuminated the room, allowing everyone to escape the darkness. Yet, it quickly became evident to the informed that the cause was a power outage. What happened? Chen Guo glanced outside at the brightly lit street. Some patrons remained patient, while others vocally sought information, and a few hastily departed. Shaoli, check if the circuit breaker has tripped. Chen Guo called to an attendant. Soon, the second-floor patrons began to descend, curious about the situation. Shaoli quickly reported, "The circuit is fine. I'm not sure what the issue is." Realizing she could do nothing to resolve the situation, Chen Guo opted to call for repairs. Upon hearing this news, a wave of patrons surged toward the front desk, eager to settle their accounts and leave. How can we check out if there is no power? Yi Xiu, already leaning against the front desk, was instantly pressed against the counter as the crowd surged forward, still inquiring about Chen Guo. Manual processing, what else can we do? Chen Guo, similarly trapped, was pinned against the front desk, answering Yi Xiu while turning to shout, "What s with the pushing? Line up, one at a time." A nearby patron, familiar with Chen Guo, remarked sheepishly, "There is no choice, boss. We're all caught up in this. You push me again, and I swear I'll take you down." Chen Guo threatened. The gentleman, possessing good manners, was clearly not intentional. After being threatened, he valiantly braced against the onslaught behind him, suffering greatly. Akin to Zhang Wuji battling 6 sections. Fortunately, it was the evening peak, and the Internet CAF staff, at their busiest, swiftly came to assist, working together to manually process transactions and make change. Chen Guo attempted to squeeze back to the front desk, but was unsuccessful. Glancing aside, she saw Yishio also struggling amidst the crowd, making a valiant effort to free one hand, which he raised, revealing a cigarette. Is it really the time to be smoking? Chen Guo fumed upon witnessing Yishio bring the cigarette to his lips. What else would I do? Yishio replied, but finding no lighter, he called to a nearby staff member. Hey, could you help me light this? Ignore him, Chen Guo retorted. The staff member, obedient to Chen Guo, disregarded Yishio, yet someone nearby offered, I've got a light. Thank you. Yishio gratefully accepted the flame, lighting his cigarette and inhaling deeply. Casting a relaxed glance in Chen Guo's direction, Chen Guo felt exasperated. While this fiend reveled in his indulgence, she felt as if she might be crushed under the pressure of the crowd. Fortunately, order was soon restored as Chen Guo managed to push her way behind the counter. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yishio, taking advantage of his position as a staff member, made his way backstage, indulging in leisurely smoke rings without attending to any duties. Chen Guo, preoccupied with manually settling accounts for guests, noticed his nonchalant demeanor and promptly assigned him a task to make a call for repairs. What is the number? Yishio inquired. Find it yourself, Chen Guo replied, handing him her phone. Yishio took the phone and scrolled through the contacts, starting with the letter B. Repair 1, Repair 2, Repair 3, Repair 4. Which repair should I call, boss? He asked. 4. Chen Guo responded. You truly are a genius, boss, Yishio exclaimed in mock reverence, dialing Repair 4, which indeed turned out to be the power repair service. The operator inquired about the situation and the address, indicating that there was someone nearby who could come by right away. After hanging up, Yishio reported back to Chen Guo, who merely nodded without further comment. Meanwhile, the guests were gradually being attended to. A few particularly addicted patrons, upon hearing that repairs had been requested and were on the way, decided to linger instead of leaving. However, this represented only a small minority. The vast majority had already departed. Seeing that help had arrived, and not knowing how long the repairs would take, Chen Guo waved her hand, signaling an early end to the shift. The evening staff joyfully left, unconcerned by the situation. Yet Yishio appeared to be quite anxious. Stepping outside to glance around every so often, Chen Guo was puzzled when a figure descended the dimly lit stairs. What is going on? Nothing, just a power outage, Yishio replied. Chen Guo recognized the voice belonged to Tang Rou. Oh, a power outage? Will it be fixed? She asked. They said someone nearby would come. But it's been a while, Chen Guo noted. Really? Why haven't they arrived yet? Tang Rou immediately rushed to the entrance to peer outside, coincidentally meeting Yishio as he returned from his own lookout. Chen Guo couldn't help but smile at how similarly concerned the two were about the Internet CAF. After a thorough search, Tang Rou returned, her disappointment evident as she faced Yishio. Doesn't that mean we can't level up? She lamented. Indeed, Yishio replied, furrowing his brow in frustration. This is a critical moment for reaching level 25, and your shabby Internet CAF decides to fail at such a crucial time? You two should go back and get some sleep. Chen Guo fumed, stamping her foot in irritation. Fourth update. ISNT at rare? ISNT at special? What more is there to say? Hurry up and cast your monthly tickets. To be continued, Chapter 95. An uninvited guest. Have you just woken up? How did you sleep? Tang Rou inquired. I am nearly the same, Yishio replied. What time did you get up? Tang Rou asked. About 8 o'clock. As the two engaged in their self-absorbed conversation, Chen Guo found herself speechless with annoyance. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the Internet CAF, asking, Is there a power outage here? Yishio and Tang Rou, elated, hurried to greet him, nodding and bowing. Yes, uncle, you finally arrived. What is the situation? The man asked as he entered with a toolbox. You two handle it. Chen Guo, exhausted with these two, climbed the stairs, only to hear Yishio call out behind her. Boss, we need to pay, right? Startled, Chen Guo nearly lost her balance and after regaining her composure, muttered, Get it from the money box, before rushing upstairs. Yishio and Tang Rou quickly became the electrician's assistants, bustling around to serve him tea and water. After a thorough inspection, the electrician discovered the fault but wore a troubled expression, clearly daunted by the technical challenge and contemplating leaving. How is it? Yishio inquired. It's rather complicated. It's quite late. Perhaps I should return tomorrow, the man said, beginning to pack his tools. In a panic, Yishio attempted to bribe him with cigarettes, only to be met with a firm refusal. At this crucial moment, the beautiful Tang Rou stepped in, gently pleading with the electrician. Her persuasive words broke through his defenses, and with a decisive gesture, he declared, Watch me. Yishio was overjoyed and discreetly gave Tang Rou a thumbs up, to which she responded with a smile. The two transitioned into the roles of apprentice electricians, one holding a flashlight while the other handed over tools, all the while listening intently to the electrician's explanations of the faults. Whether they understood or not, they dutifully responded with sounds of agreement. The electrician, a good-natured man, was earnest in his work, and despite the complexity of the repairs, he dedicated himself to the task. Time slipped away, and soon it was past 11 o'clock. 2 hours had passed without any progress. Shall we get some late-night snacks to take a break? Tang Rou suggested, feeling a sense of guilt for the delay. Sure, I'll go, Yishio nodded, wiping his hands, then asked, should I take money from the box? Tang Rou shot him a sidelong glance, and Yishio silently nodded before heading across the street to buy some food. Upon his return, he invited the electrician to join them, who, indeed, was weary and accepted the offer without hesitation. How much was it? Tang Rou asked Yishio. What? The food. She clarified. 86. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Yishio remarked. Well, 86, so you owe me 43. Let us keep it as a tab. Tang Rou responded. That's not necessary. Yishio chuckled, surprised at her earnestness, as she seemed intent on splitting the bill. If you insist on treating, I won't mind too much, Tang Rou smiled. Go ahead and eat. Yishio dismissed the matter, turning to the electrician. Thank you for your hard work. How much longer do you think it will take? Not long now. About half an hour. The electrician replied. They both sighed in relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. After finishing their meal, it took less than half an hour, merely 20 minutes, for everything to be repaired, and the internet CAF's power was restored. The transaction and payment were handled with the CAF's funds. As the electrician departed, the CAF was brightly lit, yet only Yishio and Tang Rou remained. It was already past midnight, and lacking experience, Yishio asked Tang Rou, do you think more customers will come? I'm not sure. Let us wait and see. Tang Rou replied, turning off some unnecessary lights. Yishio took a seat at the front desk and powered on a computer. I'll just sit here. Tang Rou prepared to use the server. The server had to remain operational as long as any computer in the CAF was in use. Given the late hour, it was uncertain if any business would come in. Thus, it was more practical to use the server rather than turn on another computer. Do you mind if I smoke? Yishio asked hastily. Not at all, Tang Rou answered. That's good. Yishio sighed in relief. Would you like some tea? Tang Rou rose to brew some. Thank you. Yishio replied without hesitation. What about your cup? Yishio had no cup of his own, and ultimately, Tang Rou fetched a bottle of green tea from the cupboard, saying, this one is on me. Yishio accepted it silently. Most of the lights in the CAF were turned off, and the screen displayed the official website of the Glory Professional Alliance. They lost. The Jiashi team indeed lost the third segment of the team competition. Ultimately, they secured only 3 points from Su Muqing's individual match and the second segment as team battle, while the 301-degree team garnered 7 points. After the 20th round of the league, Jiashi's ranking on the leaderboard remained unchanged, still second to last. However, the supporters' spirits were reignited after this match, thanks to Sun Xiang's extraordinary performance of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly in the second segment as team battle. As for the loss in the team battle, fans were generally accepting of the explanation regarding Sun Xiang's recent addition to the team and the insufficient time for adjustment. In summary, anticipation for Sun Xiang was high among the supporters. Many devoted fans began to research the points required to reach the playoffs in past seasons, calculating whether Jiashi still had a chance to ascend from second to last to the playoffs. The final conclusion was that, theoretically, it was possible, but the challenge was immense, as the early season deficit was too great. Complaints about former captain Yishio surfaced in the comments. Yishio silently closed the webpage and subsequently logged into the game. No sooner had he entered than he received a polite greeting from Tianqi. After exchanging pleasantries, he received an invitation. Shall we do a dungeon, master? Yishio glanced at Tang Rou's character level, which was just over 18, likely to reach level 20 tonight. Considering the limited attempts available for the Frost Forest dungeon, he decided to save them for later, intending to help Tang Rou familiarize herself with it. Thus, he replied to Tianqi, please wait a moment. I'll level up a bit first. I have a friend who will join us shortly. Sure. Tianqi agreed without hesitation. Shall we head to the burial ground? Yes. Is it just you tonight? Yishio asked, noticing that his other friends, Qiansheng Li and Mu Yunshun, were absent. Moon Midsleep is here too. Tianqi replied. Then let us go together. Is Baozi Invasion with you? Yishio noticed Baozi Invasion was also online. No, he is too scared to level up and went to the arena to practice PvP. As Yishio was reading Tianqi's message, Baozi Invasion sent a message as well. Master, when can we go do a dungeon? Soon. Keep honing your skills in the arena. Yi Xiu replied. Baozi Invasion sent back a cheeky grin and a silly expression, indicating a respectable performance. Yi Xiu was not surprised. With Baozi Invasion's foundational skills, he was indeed among the top tier of newcomers. As for the true experts, Lan He, Che Qianzi, Yidu Han Tan, those skilled players were too busy leveling up to waste time in the arena. After meeting up with Tian Qi, Moon mid-sleep, and beginning their grinding session, conversation was scarce. Meanwhile, Tang Rou opted to solo a dungeon, leaving even less to discuss. The CAF was quiet, save for the sounds of their mice and keyboards. This state persisted for over an hour until the sound of footsteps broke the silence, prompting both to shift their gazes from the computer screens toward the entrance of the CAF. It was nearly 2 in the morning, and surprisingly, a customer had arrived. A person stood at the door, peering into the CAF, and with delight, turned around to call out, "How good? There's no one in the CAF." As the conversation unfolded, 3 individuals approached the door, casting their gazes into the internet CAF. The earlier speaker inquired towards the illuminated reception area, "Is it open? If there are customers, then let us conduct business." Tang Rou paid no heed to them. Her sole purpose was to play games, not to man the night shift, a responsibility that belonged to Yi Xiu. Upon noticing the commotion, Yi Xiu promptly set aside his game, brightened the lights at the front desk, and greeted them. "Are you here to use the computers?" Upon glancing up and recognizing the 4 newcomers, Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. The one who had spoken was Chen Yehui, the president of the Jiao Wang Dynasty Guild in the game. The 3 others, Lu Hao, Wang Zhe, and Fang Fengran, were all professional players from the Jiashi team. All 4 bore flushed faces, tinged with the scent of alcohol. The angle at which they entered prevented them from seeing Yi Xiu, who was concealed behind the computer. However, upon spotting Tang Rou engrossed in her game, their expressions brightened. As they approached, Yi Xiu maintained his calm demeanor. Lu Hao, taking the lead, leaned over the reception desk and glanced at Tang Rou's computer screen, breaking into a grin. "Miss, are you playing Glory?" Tang Rou turned to acknowledge him with a smile, before returning to her game. Cough. Lu Hao cleared his throat, seemingly attempting to draw attention. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "You're doing quite well." "Thank you," Tang Rou responded, turning back to him with a polite smile before ignoring him once more. Lu Hao was perplexed, truly baffled. How could a Glory player fail to recognize him? He was a well-known professional player himself. Given the close proximity and favorable lighting, could it be due to a change in his hairstyle today? While he pondered this, he felt a tug at the hem of his shirt. Turning around, he noticed his companions appearing somewhat uneasy, casting sidelong glances. Lu Hao turned back to see Yi Xiu, cigarette in mouth, observing them intently. "Are you here to use the computers?" Yi Xiu inquired. Chapter 96. Because you have erred. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. After a brief pause, he finally came to his senses and broke into a grin. "What a coincidence, it's Brother Yi. Are you working as an internet CAF manager?" His surprise was laced with a hint of exaggeration. "Indeed." Yi Xiu chuckled. "Oh, how is it? Is it tough? What is your monthly salary?" Lu Hao feigned concern with his inquiries. "About 1,800, Yi Xiu replied. The standard compensation for regular employees at Chungua's internet CAF was typically 1,500, which was quite decent for such temporary work. Since Yi Xiu was a full-time night worker, he received an additional 300 as a subsidy, totaling 1,800. Wow, 1,800? That seems a bit tight. Doesn't it? How about your monthly cigarette expenses? If it's not enough, don't hesitate to reach out to your brothers. It's south just across the street. A few steps away, isn't it? Lu Hao suggested with a casual tone. Sure. Yi Xiu maintained his nonchalant demeanor as Tang Rou, however, sensed that this exchange was not mere small talk. She turned to Yi Xiu and inquired, "Is he your friend?" Just as Yi Xiu was about to respond, Lu Hao interjected, "Oh, I wouldn't dare call him my friend. We can't possibly consider ourselves equals to Brother Yi. To be precise, we are merely his subordinates." Yi Xiu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Hao. Lu Hao instinctively took a step back, dramatically feigning terror. Wow, that expression again. You all know what it means, right? Whenever Brother Yi wears that look, it means someone is about to get reprimanded. This is bad news. At that moment, the president of the Jiao Wang Dynasty, Chen Yehui, chimed in. "How go? He can't reprimand you now, can he?" "Right," Lu Hao exclaimed, his shock exaggerated. "How did I forget? He is no longer the captain. What are we to do now? Brother Yi, you must still want to lecture me, right? But unfortunately for you, I don't have to listen anymore." "Ha. Sir, have you had too much to drink?" Tang Rou interjected, her tone unusually curt. "Don't mind the lady. This is a private matter between him and me," Lu Hao replied, showing no interest in maintaining civility. Yi Xiu smiled faintly, extinguishing his cigarette and rising slowly. He looked at Lu Hao and stated, I used to say this to you because you made mistakes. If you don't wish for this to continue, you must afford me the opportunity, wouldn't you agree? Tang Rou burst into laughter, affirming Chun Gui's words. Yi Xiao has a remarkable talent for infuriating people. Lu Hao, upon hearing this, ignited with fury, shedding the pretense he had worn before. With veins protruding on his forehead, he leaned toward Yi Xiao, demanding, "Am I the one denying you opportunities? From the moment I joined the team, you have consistently suppressed me, denying me any chance to shine. I know you fear me, afraid that if I were to rise, I would usurp your position. But do you truly believe you can suppress me forever? Look at the current situation. I remain in the team while you have been kicked out. I am now the vice captain. And you are merely a small internet CAF manager earning 1,800 a month. How laughable." Yi Xiao gazed at him in silence, not uttering a word. Lu Hao continued to laugh recklessly, while Chun Yehui joined in, but Wang Zhe and Fong Fengran stood awkwardly in the background, silent. "You too." Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. Lu Hao immediately halted his laughter, eager to hear what Yi Xiao would say next, only to see Yi Xiao gesture dismissively at him. His eyes falling on Wang Zhe and Fong Fengran behind him. "Step aside. I'm not addressing you two." Lu Hao turned to look, seeing Wang Zhe and Fong Fengran, but he had no intention of heeding Yi Xiao's request to move aside. Consequently, Yi Xiao ignored him and continued, "You two did not perform well today. Wang Zhe, you are too focused on flamboyance. Excessive operations leave you vulnerable to your opponents. Your adversary today serves as an excellent learning example, simple and practical. If you can emulate his style while incorporating your fluid techniques and sense of rhythm, you won't lose to anyone in one-on-one matches. Fong Fengran, you are too cautious, always afraid of making mistakes. As professional players, the difference in reaction and operational speed can sometimes be less than a fraction of a second. If you overthink, your opponents will surely seize the advantage. It's good to think strategically during matches, but you've taken it too far. Sometimes, you must rely on your instincts. Your instincts are not as unreliable as you believe. They stem from your accumulated experience." Wang Zhe and Fong Fengran listened intently, unsure of how to respond. Should they react or remain silent? Ultimately, they bowed their heads deeply. "Hey," after listening for so long, Lu Hao suddenly snapped back to reality. "Jumping in, what are you doing? Do you still consider yourself the captain? What gives you the right to lecture our players? And you?" Yi Xiao directed his gaze at Lu Hao. "Did you not realize anything when Sun Xiang single-handedly challenged 3 opponents in the second round? When he relied solely on his individual strength during the team battle, did you remind him of anything? Did you have a comprehensive tactical plan to counter the combination of Yang Tsong and Su Bin? I always say this to you because you have erred. I don't let you shine because you are still far from it. However, you are quite capable, using such means to climb up. Since that is the case, work hard. This position is not so easily earned. You must possess genuine strength. Good luck. Damn you. All right, the 4 of you may leave." Yi Xiao issued his dismissal. "By what right? We came here to use the internet. Give us 4 machines." Lu Hao shouted. Yi Xiao took a rolled-up newspaper and tapped it against something hanging on the wall, but the dim lighting made it difficult to see clearly. "Xiao Tang, could you increase the lighting here?" Yi Xiao requested. "Okay," Tang Rou replied, adjusting the brightness. Yi Xiao then tapped the list of terms once more and turned to Lu Hao. "See? Our CAF does not serve intoxicated patrons. My apologies, but you 4 must leave." "You." Lu Hao seethed. They had indeed consumed some alcohol, but they were far from drunk. To label them as intoxicated was absurd. As Lu Hao prepared to protest, Yi Xiao calmly added, "Don't cause a scene. You are public figures, and making a fuss wouldn't reflect well on you." With that, Yi Xiao quietly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, flicked it, and placed it between his lips. Lu Hao glared venomously at Yi Xiao, but ultimately gritted his teeth and turned away. "Let us go. No need to see you off." Yi Xiao lit his cigarette, watching the 4 exit, taking a deep breath afterward. At that moment, Tang Rou had already ceased her game, silently observing the entire scene. She noticed a fleeting hint of melancholy on Yi Xiao's face as he exhaled the smoke, but he quickly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Who were they?" Tang Rou inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Former colleagues," Yi Xiao replied curtly. "From the professional glory circle?" Tang Rou probed further. "Yes," Yi Xiao affirmed. "Were they quite famous?" she asked. "Fairly well known. It's rather embarrassing that you don't recognize them." Yi Xiao chuckled. "I can't help it," Tang Rou sighed. "The only players I know are the 2 that Guogua often mentions. One named Su Muching and the other Yi Xiao." "Huh." Yi Xiao laughed. "Especially Su Muching. Guogua adores her. She even had posters of Su Muching in her room." Tang Rou remarked. "Oh, it seems there's no one here now." Yi Xiao reminisced. "Have you ever entered Guogua's room?" Tang Rou expressed her surprise. "Once, I helped her fetch a blanket." Yishio hastily clarified to avoid being misconstrued as someone who enjoys intruding into girls' private spaces. Oh, is she asleep on the sofa again? Tang Rou, being quite experienced, asked. Yes, does she often do that? Yishio inquired. Every few days. She might very well be asleep on the sofa right now. Tang Rou replied. Why not go check on her? Yishio suggested. Are you alright? Me? Do you think I have any issues? Yishio countered. Haha, it's just a minor incident. I have faced far greater storms in my life. Yishio chuckled. That's good, Tang Rou said as she ascended the stairs. Yishio watched her retreating figure and smiled again. The girl was kind-hearted and seemed concerned about his well-being, engaging him in conversation without hesitation. Not long after, Tang Rou returned downstairs and announced, You guessed correctly. She is indeed asleep on the sofa. TSK, Yishio mused, yet his focus remained on the game. Meanwhile, Tang Rou continued her interrupted quest, silently playing for a while before suddenly asking, Will they come back? No, Yishio replied. Why not? I think if they know you're the network administrator here. Tang Rou's words trailed off, aware that Yishio understood the intentions of those individuals. Their presence would only encourage them to monopolize the machines, taking advantage of the network administrator's role as a service provider. Because they are inconvenient, Yishio explained. How so? Tang Rou was puzzled. Imagine an NBA basketball star appearing randomly on a court filled with people. What kind of spectacle would that create? Yishio articulated. Oh, it would be the same. The internet CAF is where the most glory players gather. For someone of his stature to appear here casually, wouldn't that attract a crowd? He would be even more bothered than I am. Yishio laughed. I understand now. Tang Rou quickly recalled how one of those 4 individuals had peeked in to check if anyone was around before entering. Forget about them. Focus on leveling up. Yishio urged. I have reached level 20, Tang Rou declared. Oh, Yishio turned to look, and indeed, Hanyanru had achieved level 20. Time to change your class. Then head to the Frost Forest, Yishio instructed. Chapter 97. The naive novice. For most newcomers, the transfer quest might present a modicum of operational difficulty, often requiring several attempts. However, for the swift-fingered Tang Rou, this task posed no challenge, and she successfully completed the transfer quest, officially becoming a battle mage. Where are you? Tang Rou inquired of Yishio. Yishio sent her a coordinate location. He and Tian Shiyue were en route to the dungeon, and he had also messaged Baozi Ruqin, urging him to join them. However, Baozi Ruqin was presently engrossed in a PvP match in the arena, reluctant to abandon his game. Yishio found himself exasperated with this novice, who quickly became addicted to any game he played, finding every aspect amusing. As they traveled, Yishio also sent a message to Yidu Handan, the guild leader of Bachi Xiong II, inquiring whether he had gathered information on the 5 members of the Jia dynasty. Not yet. Acquiring their equipment is rather challenging, Yidu Handan replied. In Glory, there was no direct method to view another player's information. To ascertain a stranger's equipment, one would need to be well-versed in gear and observe the character's attire closely. Yidu Handan was genuinely invested in the matter, having dispatched a guild expert to locate these 5 individuals for equipment analysis. What about their classes? You should have that information by now, Yishio asked, confident that this would be easier to ascertain. Yes, I've managed to find that out. The Grey Sword Master is Mo Jianshi, the Sea Breeze Marksman is Hai Feng, Zibuyu is the Fist Fighter, Wu Chu Ku Tao is the Sorcerer, and Qiandai Zi is the Elementalist, Yidu Handan informed him. Good to know, Yishio responded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Sword Master, Fist Fighter, and Marksman corresponded perfectly with Lu Hao, Wang Zhe, and Fang Fengran, respectively. Upon seeing these 3 alongside the guild leader of Jia Dynasty, Chen Yehui, Yishio had already formed this hypothesis. Now, it was confirmed. The record for the Frost Forest dungeon in Zone 10 indeed bore the mark of professional players. Nevertheless, it was rather peculiar that these 3 had chosen to tackle such a low-level record in the Frost Forest. What could their motivation be? Was it merely for amusement? Even if they sought to engage in some lighthearted fun, they could easily do so in the realm of the gods. Could it be that they were merely chasing the thrill of setting records? If that were the case, Yishio couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment for them. Challenging a record in the Frost Forest was akin to an NBA star seeking to compete against high school students. Was it not a tad undignified? Regardless of the propriety of their actions, professional players did indeed exhibit a different caliber of skill, as evidenced by their swift dismantling of the Frost Forest dungeon. In fact, within various zones, several dungeon records had been established by professional players, often standing as the highest records across all zones. Yet, rather than admiration, these records elicited scorn from local players, who felt robbed of their chance to earn rewards due to the unattainable standards set by these professionals. What was the issue with professional players? Were they to abandon the league to come to online games to bully the average player? This sentiment had previously permeated discussion forums, leading to professional players feeling shamed and reluctant to claim their records. The characters that achieved these records became reviled, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. However, it was worth noting that these professional players had no intention of stirring up trouble. They merely sought a diversion and never anticipated the backlash that ensued. Eventually, conspiracy theorists emerged, suggesting that the game company had hired professional players to deliberately create insurmountable records, thereby preventing players from achieving their own and claiming rewards. The game company, caught in this crossfire, faced unjust accusations akin to being wrongfully accused. They had even issued clarifications during the height of the uproar and subsequently negotiated with the professional league, which established rules prohibiting professional players from engaging in such activities in online games. However, rules are merely words unless enforced, relying primarily on the self-discipline of the players. Nevertheless, professional players, to be candid, had little interest in creating such ostentatious records, leading to a notable decline in their presence in these arenas. After all, establishing an obvious professional-level record would undoubtedly invite scorn from countless players, a sentiment only someone with a warped psyche might relish. Thus, Yishio did not dwell on Liu Hao and his companions setting a record in the Frost Forest dungeon. Observing their camaraderie with Chun Yehue, he surmised that it was likely a casual endeavor spurred by a suggestion from Chun Yehue. Low-tier dungeons had their own merits. Although such records might lack prestige, they also attracted little attention. Have you arrived? Yishio glanced back at Tang Rou's screen, noting that their three companions had already gathered, awaiting Tang Rou and Baozi Ruqing. On the way, Tang Rou replied. Do you know your way? Yishio asked, concerned that she might be directionally challenged. I know, Tang Rou asserted, proving that she was not entirely inept. Outside the dungeon, the 5 players convened. Upon seeing the new addition was a female character, Tian Chi could hardly resist the urge to tease her, though he ultimately refrained out of respect for the skilled brother who had brought her along. Yu Zhongmian, on the other hand, expressed his disdain openly. Only Baozi Ruqing, the naive novice, bounced over to Han Yenro, exclaiming, Hi beautiful, having leveled to 20 on her own. Tang Rou was unaccustomed to the social dynamics of glory, having only occasionally played on behalf of Chen Gua. This was her first encounter with the game's voice system, and after a moment of surprise, she burst into giggles. What's so funny? Yishio queried, puzzled as he turned back. Is it really this simple to converse? It feels rather silly. Tang Rou replied, watching Baozi Ruqing's animated antics on screen while she laughed uncontrollably. Yishio found himself questioning the reliability of the duo. Could they truly be counted upon? The professional level record in the Frost Forest was not easily surpassed. How do I speak? Tang Rou asked. Oh, is your voice chat not enabled? Yishio realized, guiding her to activate it. Tang Rou cleared her throat and greeted everyone, only to erupt into laughter once more. What's so amusing? Yishio was baffled. I don't know. Tang Rou giggled in response. Meanwhile, Baozi Ruqing was brimming with excitement. Wow, she's truly beautiful, and her voice is lovely. Chiyue, did you hear that? Chiyue, my sister. Yu Zhongmian was exasperated. It was truly unfortunate that new acquaintances would casually adopt such nicknames without any awareness. Who was the rogue who had instigated this? He could only speculate, unaware that he had been relegated to the title of Xiao Yu behind his back. Enough of that. Let us form a party and prepare for the dungeon. Han Yenro instructed. It's my first time here, so everyone please take care. Your name is lovely, beautiful, Baozi Ruqing remarked. Thank you. Tang Rou replied graciously in the game. What's your zodiac sign? Baozi Ruqing asked. Aries, Tang Rou responded. Cough. Yishio interrupted. Guess my zodiac sign. Baozi Ruqing insisted. I don't know. Tang Rou replied. Guess. You have 3 attempts, he urged. Cough, cough, cough. We're entering the dungeon, you too. Yishio could no longer endure it. But once they entered the dungeon, would Baozi Ruqing quiet down? Of course not. He continued to hover around Han Yenro, exclaiming, Be careful, beautiful. This dungeon can be quite perilous. You should stand behind me. Did you know that the first time I came here? Baozi, Baozi, Baozi. Yishio lamented, feeling his intellect waning. Let us save the chatter for later. I ventured forth to engage the monsters, with Han Yenro trailing closely behind me. Oh. Tang Rou deftly maneuvered Han Yenro to follow Yishio's character, Jun Mo Xiao. The moment Jun Mo Xiao unsheathed his 1,000-machine umbrella, it transformed into a spear, akin to the weapon wielded by Han Yenro. Observe the minions in this dungeon. Yishio began to explain to Tang Rou while advancing towards the monsters. He seamlessly integrated practical experience with the diverse types of creatures, elucidating and demonstrating how to lure and gather them. At this juncture, Bao Ziruqin found himself exceedingly lonely. Bouncing over to Tianqi and Yu Zhongmian. "Can you guess my zodiac sign?" he inquired. "Get lost." They chorused in unison. Disheartened, Bao Ziruqin retreated to a corner to doodle, lamenting that beautiful women were indeed more gentle and endearing. Meanwhile, Tianqi and Yu Zhongmian were captivated by Jun Mo Zhao's monster engagement, their astonishment mounting with each moment. It was not due to their surprise at the prowess of the esteemed player, which they had grown accustomed to, but rather the remarkable skill exhibited by the young lady accompanying him. After just a few demonstrations, she had begun to immerse herself in the fray, displaying an aptitude for positioning, attacking, and evading that belied her status as a novice in the Frost Forest. Who on earth is she? Tianqi mused. The abundance of skilled players stirred feelings of envy and admiration within them, mere mid-tier players. In truth, not just the two of them, but even the rogue novice in the corner, who had also markedly improved after receiving guidance from Junimo Xiao, exhibited a noticeable enhancement in his gameplay. As Tianqi's heart sank, Yi Xiu, along with the newly joined lady, returned with a few monsters in tow. Although he refrained from executing a sweeping attack with this group, the number of monsters they had drawn was significantly greater than what an ordinary team would typically manage. The trio of Tianqi, Yu Zhongmian, and Bao Ziruqin rushed to support, engaging the monsters while Yi Xiu conversed with Tang Rou and Bao Ziruqin, sharing thoughts and strategies. Yu Zhongmian, intrigued, posed a question to Tianqi. "Why is he explaining so much?" Tianqi, momentarily disheartened, replied. "He is preparing to challenge the record for the Frost Forest at level 25. "Our group of 5? Yu Zhongmian inquired. "Only the 3 of us," Tianqi clarified. "3 people? That is implausible," Yu Zhongmian exclaimed in disbelief. Tianqi, resigned, realized that this individual was courting humiliation. He had no choice but to reveal all. "To break this record, we need experts. Baozi and this young lady appear to be the skilled allies that our esteemed player has recruited for this challenge, while the identities of the other 2 remain unknown." Chapter 98. Frenzied instruction. Yu Zhongmian was indeed deeply frustrated. This clearly indicated that his skills were insufficient compared to Tianqi. He was unwilling to accept this fact. However, upon observing Jun Mo Xiao, Han Yinro, and Bao Ziruqin, it was evident that they were far superior to him and his companions. The rapid directional changes and swift skill releases were the most direct manifestations of hand speed. If the discrepancies were subtle, they might go unnoticed. But the current visibility of the gap revealed its considerable magnitude. As Tianqi and Yu Zhongmian fought monsters, their hearts shattered. Yi Xiu continued to instruct them on how to proceed. Yu Zhongmian felt inclined to learn from others. Yet the difference in their professions, between a battle mage and a rogue, made it feel futile to seek Jun Mo Zhao's guidance. Instead, he devised a clever plan to follow Mu Yunshin around. Since they were both swordsmen, if he shamelessly approached this individual for advice, he could eavesdrop on valuable insights. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice. "Little Yu, what are you doing?" Startled, Yu Zhongmian realized he had been mindlessly swinging his sword at thin air while his target had already been defeated. He quickly rejoined the fray and overheard a new girl stating, "Is it really that simple? In time, it will attract even more attention. For now, it's just about familiarizing yourself with this dungeon. Pay attention to the position, attack habits, speed, and movement of every minor enemy." "Baozi, you too," Yi Xiu added. "Why bother with all this?" Bao Ziruqin replied, currently dispatching goblins in the dungeon with relative ease, thus underestimating the situation. Often, the final record is merely a few seconds ahead. Such a slight advantage accumulates from every detail, Yi Xiu remarked. "Is this how I should be fighting?" Bao Ziruqin asked. "Not quite, but for today let us go with this. I will give you a brief explanation now, and later you can return to your arena battles. Save your experience for when we have a full team to practice with." Yi Xiu thought it prudent to take this cautious approach, particularly after witnessing Bao Ziruqin's novice performance. Such an unstable player required extra time for training. Fortunately, Bao Ziruqin was also addicted to PvP, and upon learning that he wouldn't need to enter the dungeon for a while, he was quite pleased and readily agreed. Yi Xiu then recalled something. "By the way, how many points do you have in the arena?" 98 points, Bao Ziruqin replied proudly. Having participated in one-on-one competitions, winning a match only awarded him 1 point, indicating he had bested 98 opponents. Do not squander those points. Save them until you reach 250 to exchange for a level 25 purple weapon, Yi Xiu advised. The arena operates much like a professional league, featuring various competition formats. One-on-one matches award 1 point for a win, while team matches grant 2 points per member of the winning team. Unlike professional leagues, where teams are limited to 5 players plus 1 substitute, players here can freely set their teams, be it 2v2, 3v3, or the maximum of 5v5 plus 1 substitute. The points awarded for victory depend on the number of participants. For instance, in a 4v4 match, each member of the winning team receives 4 points. These points can be exchanged for many pieces of equipment, including orange gear at levels 50, 60, and 70, though the points required are substantial, especially for weapons. 8,000 points for a level 50 orange weapon, 10,000 for level 60, and 12,000 for level 70. Acquiring these orange items is not solely a matter of determination. Beginning at level 50, players must contend with the risk of losing points in the arena. If a player cannot maintain a win rate of over 50, they will only incur losses. However, players do have a theoretical shortcut: betting. In betting, players can set stakes, wagering arena points, in-game currency, or even equipment. There is no cap on stakes. For example, if the opener sets a stake of 1,000 points, the challenger must match it to participate. Alternatively, players may negotiate, allowing for varied stakes. With the system acting as an intermediary, cheating is virtually impossible. Those willing to initiate bets are undoubtedly skilled. Generally, stakes remain below 100, as no one holds absolute confidence in their victory. Nonetheless, high-stakes gambles do occur, often between rivals settling their scores. The 10th district is merely a new area, and for Resurgence at his current level, there is little difference between entering a free match or a level-specific one. Aside from the correction matches, which do not offer points, the rules remain consistent. Yishio suddenly recalled the level 25 purple weapon in the arena, a truly excellent weapon. And since Resurgence was engrossed in PvP and had the capability, acquiring this equipment would bolster his strength. Oh, is that weapon impressive? The novice always had questions, prompting Yishio to elaborate. As the dungeon continued, Yishio spoke extensively, particularly when facing bosses, as the team had reached a level where, barring mistakes, minor enemies were easily handled, leaving the more complex challenges to the bosses, where seconds could be salvaged. This was Tang Rou's first venture into the Frost Forest, and Yishio meticulously explained the boss's characteristics to her. Resurgence had visited numerous times, but such comprehensive explanations were rare, making it an invaluable learning opportunity. Tianqi and Yuzhongyan had some prior knowledge, yet they discovered many previously unknown details, especially regarding Yishio's strategies for confronting the bosses, which opened their eyes significantly. Ultimately, the dungeon took a full 35 minutes to complete, primarily due to Yishio's extensive commentary. Afterward, parched from speaking, he grabbed a cup of green tea and asked Tang Rou, "So, is everything clear?" This lesson was mainly for her benefit. In response, Tang Rou cheerfully replied, "No more guessing. I truly can't figure it out." Yishio turned to see Resurgence immersed in his astrology questions, nearly choking on his tea. Fortunately, Tang Rou promptly interjected, "It's all quite simple. Then you can continue soloing," Yishio suggested. "Solo?" Tang Rou was taken aback. "You should have no trouble, right?" "It's all quite simple," Yishio reassured her. "I'll show you." Without hesitation, Tang Rou entered the dungeon. While the Frost Dungeon posed a greater challenge than the Novice Village's Teaching Dungeon, Tang Rou felt confident she could manage it. Han Yinro withdrew from the team and entered the dungeon, leaving Tianqi and the others perplexed. Is she really going to solo it? Tianqi wondered. "Oh, she's just practicing," Yishio explained. "Soloing the Frost Forest? Is she even human?" Tianqi felt dizzy from the thought. "Huh, she won't clear it completely," Yishio chuckled. Though Tang Rou had entered the dungeon and was no longer in the same voice environment as the others, she and Yishio were seated at the same table, allowing her to hear him clearly. "Who says I can't clear it?" she retorted, fiercely battling minor enemies. "Feel free to find a team to practice with. I will take my leave from the dungeon for now," Yishio told Tianqi and Yuzhongyan. Okay, the two individuals decided to recruit others for their team. Baozi Invasion now had a new objective of changing to purple gear, which made him even more exuberant as he shouted, 250. 250. My goal is 250. Amid the astonished gazes of the surrounding players, he dashed toward the arena, casting a shadow of doubt over Yishio's heart. Could this fellow truly succeed? Xiaobai was beyond redemption, but the girl beside him still had lessons to attend. Yishio pulled up a stool and settled behind Tang Rou, sipping green tea and smoking leisurely while observing her solo quest in the Frost Forest, waiting for an incident to occur. With Tang Rou's adept handling, there were indeed no skill-related issues in her solo endeavor within the Frost Forest. She had already mastered the combat mage's skills up to level 20. Yishio had just explained the newly learned skills of the 20th level, the rondo and the ethereal pattern, which were gradually being integrated into her gameplay. The journey was remarkably smooth, a feat not easily accomplished by the average player. However, just before the last wave of minor monsters before the first boss, trouble finally arose. As she deftly managed a few small monsters, her left hand swept elegantly across the keyboard, poised to unleash a falling blossom palm. Yet, Hanyan Ro exhibited no response. After a moment of bewilderment, Tang Ro glanced at the information panel and saw the notification, insufficient mana. She hurriedly administered a mana potion to Hanyan Ro. However, potions varied between instant recovery and sustained recovery. The instant recovery ones were high-end items, and those sold by the novice village NPCs were naturally of the sustained variety, requiring some time to take effect. This time typically lasted around 10 seconds, though the recovery amount varied with the potion's grade. While waiting for the potion's effects to take hold, Tang Ro attempted to use her skills, but after 10 seconds, the effect faded and the additional mana was depleted. To make matters worse, the potion had a 1-minute cooldown, leaving her without skills for the next 50 seconds. Tang Ro had no choice but to have Hanyan Ro dodge left and right, using ordinary attacks whenever possible, which proved to be quite a struggle. After enduring those 50 seconds, she managed to consume another potion, only to find herself out of resources again after 10 seconds of skill usage. Yishio chuckled softly, a sound that grated on Tang Ro's ears, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted. In this vicious cycle, she managed to wear down the small monsters, suffering significant losses herself and hastily resorting to food items to restore her mana. When grinding records, who has the time to rest and recover? Yishio remarked from behind her. I'll remember to use potions, Tang Ro replied. Not just potions. A combination of skillful maneuvers and a well-timed use of potions can maximize your sustainability. Just watch for a bit. I'll demonstrate for you, Yishio instructed. The valiant and unyielding spirit rose alongside the sun. The first wave was upon them. Healing began, and the call for monthly tickets resounded. To be continued.